the games we play. Send off, Mistral? Indigo asked once the liquid grace of coffee had returned some semblance of life to her eyes. You're returning with us to Mistral? I sounded back, leaning a shoulder against the doorway while my sisters scarfed down the food on the table with a ravenous hunger. Bianca got a fair number of dirty looks for stealing the choicest bits beforehand, which, given her emotional state, seemed to do nothing but make the food taste better retroactively. Osman had just left, having business to attend to in Signal, probably related to the upcoming batch of graduates, but he'd promised to send all the necessary files to my scroll as soon as possible. After he'd left and the rest of my sisters managed to filter down to the kitchen, questions had abounded. Ezra and Violet had already known, but to the others, my plans were news. That means half of us will be in Mistral, Olivia mused. We are returning to the motherland like magnificent salmon, Violet rephrased, tapping Olivia's shoulder. Unlike everyone else in the room, she was sitting on the back of her chair, resting one foot on the seat itself and another on the armrest. What about the rest of us? Shawnee wondered. You're not magnificent, Violet explained. You're just salmon. Shawnee just looked at her and shook her head no, while Indigo leaned over to rest an elbow on Violet's free armrest. Was it salmon that swam up a waterfall to become dragons? She asked. Because I could live with that. You mean the Vaco legend thing? Violet frowning slowly shook her head. I think that was carp, but I'm pretty sure salmon do swim up waterfalls, so it probably counts, right? Are you going to go to Haven? Olivia asked curiously, completely ignoring the conversation going on beside her, a skill which had been deeply ingrained into all of us and which she had perfected. Shawnee, seemingly upset out of her lack of magnificence, had failed to do so and was trying to refute the point, moving to the other side of the table. I'm actually not sure what the rules would be in that case, since I'm going to be a teacher. Probably not, I answered. But even if I did, I doubt I would have any real problems. I know there are at least 2 teachers at Signal who have relatives going to school there, and I'm sure plenty of teachers at Haven and Beacon have had children that wanted to be hunters. And besides, grandmother could sort things out if there was an issue. Down the table, Sienna chuckled a bit at that and muttered about making them an offer they could not refuse under her breath. I doubted she'd even need to, honestly. If the headmaster or headmistress I actually didn't know hadn't been handpicked by the families, I'd eat my shoes. I couldn't imagine they'd leave the training of the most powerful warriors in their kingdom to someone that wasn't completely loyal. Where is grandmother, anyway? Ezra asked from beside Sienna. While most of the others had taken coffee or tea with their breakfast, she had chosen a glass of water, which she drank until it was half full, and it was definitely half full, because she had promptly animated it into one of her minions and had it crawl out and onto her plate. At the moment, it was in the process of making a castle out of her scrambled eggs and was lining the walls with hash brown-based weaponry. Sienna had shifted her body to hide the construction from sight, but already it was nearing completion and taking aim. I could tell she'd given it some thought, too, because none of the people that had noticed the process were being targeted and thus, were placidly allowing it to happen. She brought her work with her, I told her, knowing what was to come and watching it amusedly. Can't just abandon her work, right? Ezra nodded, and a moment later, the hash-brown weaponry flew. Shawnee spun on a dime and destroyed the projectile with the flash of an eye, but Ezra had planned her attack wisely and using some combination of syrup, sweetener, hot sauce, and various other food items, had rigged something to react to the counterattack. It exploded into a dusty mist. Olivia didn't even look up as the powder was guided away from her. An indigo shadow rose into an impossibly thin wall to block it, but though Shawnee's eyes flashed again and most of it vanished, some of the dust touched her face and clung there. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, lifting a finger to brush away the specks. Because I'm older and vastly more beautiful and mature than you, I will give you the chance to surrender now before I take your actions as a declaration of war. Ezra looked at her mildly and blinked once before sliding her eyes over to Sienna. Without so much as glancing back, Shawnee's older twin reached over and grabbed Ezra's little friend off her plate. The tiny, amorphous creature curled instantly into a ball as she drew her hand back and threw it hard at Shawnee's face. Shawnee's eyes flicked to it the moment it was raised into the air, but none of us would seriously harm one of Ezra's creations, so she leaned to the side and let it go soaring past instead, passing between her and Olivia before abruptly changing direction and splattering over her face as it came back. Shawnee jerked once before spinning to face her youngest sister. The hell was that for? She demanded. It was a refutation of your baseless claim to magnificence, Olivia replied, taking a sip of her tea. Violet laughed and hopped over from her chair to fall into Olivia's lap bridal style, and almost instantly the room seemed divided by kingdom. Shawnee lifted a hand to the creature that still hugged the side of her face and it immediately fell off, rolling up into a ball once more. With a calm that preceded a karmically retributive storm, she gently tossed it back towards Ezra and it changed shape at the apex of its arc, most of its mass unfolding until it was a parachute attached to a tiny ball and could glide to safety. So, she said as she rose, evidently, some of you have forgotten your places while you were away. Well, class is back in session. Now it's... She paused abruptly, looking around with a frown. What teams are you guys? She asked. Bianca and I are Team Beautiful Disaster. I remember that, but did we ever do Sienna and Azure? I know we didn't do Violet, Indigo, and Olivia. We did Sienna and Azure once. Bianca sounded more amused by the apparent draft than anything else. I don't think we ever decided on a name though, partially because it never happened again and partially because you kept swearing. I'm pretty sure you were initially the Ice Bucket Challengers, but you spent more time getting called the Stone Cold Bitches. I'll allow it. Sienna nodded before raising an eyebrow at the trio. It still leaves you three nameless, though. Magnificent fishies, Violet supplied immediately, making Olivia lean over and tap her arm to draw her attention. Magnificent, she whispered conspiratorially, causing Violet to point at her and nod. That one's better, Violet agreed before tilting her head. What about you, Jaune? You want to play? I raised an eyebrow from where I'd been observing as all the attention in the room turned my way. I'd always been more of an observer to my sister's rougher games, but... well, things change. Sure, why not? I said. Team Jaune is ready whenever. What are we doing? Shawnee, the challenged, opened her mouth at once to supply the rules of the game, but Bianca interrupted. Jaune and I spoke earlier, she began. About Father's funeral. The room fell silent at once, turning her way and then mine. Our eyes met and I understood at once. I'd expected it, of course, but even I was surprised that we were doing it so soon. But, yeah, I said. Shall we send him off in style? Then, in moments, we stood in a loose circle, safely fenced off from normal reality by my barriers. With the issue of cutting loose rendered null and void, the only things left to do were to set the ground rules and start the fighting. Should we start in 5? Shawnee asked. Go our separate ways and then get things rolling? If we all go crazy in here, I'm not sure it'll much matter, Azure mused, looking around. Will this thing hold up? Jaune? I can't really say. Portable pocket dimensions are my forte. Destroying it isn't a matter of destructive power, I answered. There isn't a physical barrier to actually hit or anything. The barrier is between this world and the real one. While you might want to avoid doing anything you think might affect it, just in case, I don't think simple firepower will touch it. She nodded, considering that. But there are ways to break it? She asked. I nodded, remembering Ozpin and Conquest. I've seen it happen twice, I told her. Both times it seemed to be an attack directed towards the structure of the barrier. I'll keep an eye out, regardless, so just be prepared to stop if I say so. And, not that it needs to be mentioned, keep an eye on your aura, Bianca put in. You're all smart enough to know your limits, so remember them and don't put yourself at risk. Don't do anything that might put anyone else at risk, either. Tempting as it might sometimes be, we're not trying to kill each other. She drew her scroll from within her suit, typed a few things, and held it out expectantly. One by one, we followed her example with our own scrolls and there was a chorus of high-pitched beeps from each. Bianca opened hers up to check and saw all of our names and faces beside bars measuring our auras, each very similar to the ones I could see above their heads and with observe. I'll keep an eye on that, too, I promised. I can see that type of thing on my own and I'm the best equipped to get messages out fast. Anything else? Shawnee asked, looking a bit impatient. Or can we get this show on the road? One last thing, I replied, smiling at her apologetically. While physical force can break into or out of Naraka, there is one thing to look out for. The Grim can still get inside. Fuck, really? She sounded incredulous. Those sons of bitches can get anywhere, I swear. I nodded and shrugged as they all shifted slightly, not as if afraid, per se, but in simple preparation for the possibility of danger. I do my best to keep them out, I answered, lying about how my barrier worked. Only the smallest can usually get in via walls and such. Nothing for any of you to worry about, but just be on guard. Bianca nodded once at that without so much as a glance my way and then patches of white light began to appear on her skin. 5 minutes, then, she said again as she rose into the air. Go! I felt Baihu rise around me and threw myself back, watching my sisters as I did so. Violet and Indigo vanished with a flash of light and a tide of shadow respectively, while Olivia rose into the air after Bianca. That left Azure, Shawnee, and Sienna the ones who needed to walk to get around, moving much more slowly, which was part of the 5-minute rule, the other being a matter of preparation for those who needed it. I didn't. Thankfully my power lent itself well to dropping out of the sky and laying waste to the place. Within a few seconds, the vast majority of my powers were equipped and I was on the move, tearing through the walls of the house so easily I barely felt them. The moment I was outside, I twisted in place and landed on all fours, title and body already shifting to show the face of Jianbing, and then I accelerated, exploring the true power of my aura for the first time. I felt the air impact my skin like it was solid but pushed through it as easily as I'd done the walls, fire burning hot against my atom and skin in the process. My sisters were undoubtedly heading towards positions that gave them the biggest advantages and so I was quick to do the same. While I considered following Bianca and Olivia's example and taking to the skies, I could already tell that was going to get crowded soon, so instead, I headed for the river, rushing onto the water as if it were ground and turning to follow the stream up to its mouth. When I reached the center of the massive reservoir, I shifted my feet and stomped with my next step, the force of the blow sending a tall wave and pillars of steam rising in every direction, even as it let me fling myself high in the air. As I rose over the cliff, I switched off acceleration to save power and picked my target, hands out to my sides. Thrusting both down at the same time, I switched directions and flew even higher into the air, contorting my body in midair in anticipation of my landing, slowing my descent even as I did. With barely a sound, I landed on top of Beacon's highest tower and sat down to wait out the other 4 minutes and 59 or so seconds, letting my power return. As I looked back over the city of Vale, looking back the way I'd came, I could see the trail of fire and steam I'd left in my wake and Bianca and Olivia hovering in the sky, eyes fixed in my direction. Bianca's face had already been consumed by her light form, but I was able to see the surprise on Olivia's face, as well as the consideration. Slowly, her eyes dropped to the ground below and she began to float away from Bianca's stationary form and, presumably, in the direction of Violet and Indigo. Setting down on a building nearby, I saw her power begin to take effect, spilling out into the space around her slowly. Of the 8 of us, she and Azure would benefit the most from these 5 minutes. Given time to work though, on the other hand, that might well make them the biggest targets once we began, with the possible exception of me. Absently, I began to set up a few barriers around myself, raising my haven, temple, sanctum, and sanctum sanctorum in short order. The already rapid pace at which my power returned to me increased even more, paying back what I'd spent in seconds, and should Violet or Bianca attack me, the physical barriers might even buy me a moment to think. Keeping my eyes focused on the city, I wondered how the battle would begin. While weak at the beginning, allowing Olivia or Azure time to work would be foolish. On the other hand, while they were great dangers late in the game, it wouldn't do to ignore the threats in the here and now, either. Sure, Bianca's power may not grow as the battle drew on, but she was horrifyingly dangerous to start with. Bianca and Shani had enough power between them to be a dire threat to begin with, and everyone knew it. So if I were the others, I tried to keep at least Bianca busy. Team McFishison would have the easiest time of that, both as a 3-member team and as the team with Violet on it. She and Indigo would likely focus on safeguarding Olivia until her power was fully in place, which would give them a massive advantage. I'd say those 3 were probably a bigger threat than Sienna and Azure, but they'd also be the threat that would be focused on, giving Azure time to set up shop. Tilting my head, I watched as they reached the riverside. Azure thrust a hand into the water and color spread from it to darken the surrounding liquid. She kept it up as the seconds ticked by, focusing on it for nearly a minute as her power spread both out and down. At last, she leaned back from the water's edge, taking deep breaths as the new creature rose. It was much like any of her creations in that it was an amorphous blob with transitory eyes and mouths, but there was one thing that set it apart. It was the size of a subway train. Calmly, Sienna and Azure stepped aboard and some of the creature's mass rose around them as a shield before it slipped into the depths, form twisting and shifting until anyone without my eyes would have seen nothing but a vague and distant blur beneath the water. Even in my case, I had to unscramble the refracted image to get anything sensible out of the bizarrely distorted image. Moments later, other shapes began to rise, smaller creatures climbing onto the shores to attack anything they could reach, transporting parts back to their mistress. Yeah, ignoring those 2 would be a bad idea. Already, I could count over a dozen creatures, and with Azure's aura, there may well soon be 100, all working in perfect unison to construct things far from sight until Azure was ready to rise on a wave of twisted beasts and horrifying technology. Stuff like this was why nobody complained about the disproportionate team sizes. I wonder what it said, that my team was the smallest. But then, I suppose it wasn't, was it? With a vague thought, my elementals were by my side once more waiting for my signal. 7 of us for 7 of them, which I suppose was fair enough under the circumstances. I left them in their spirit forms for the moment, but moved to get into place, Jai in particular preparing to dive off the cliff into the water below. At the same time, I switched my clothes with Aravata, donning the armored Kasaya with a gesture on my status screen. I belted it with Orion and slipped Hero and Leander onto my ring fingers. If we were sending off my father, then it seemed fitting to send off the others as well. I drew Kronos from my inventory as well, brushing a thumb over the chain necklace as I looked down at it. I'd gotten Hero and Leander from Keppel and Carmen, while 10 had dropped Orion. Kronos, however, I'd received for killing my father, and I hadn't looked at it since I'd stored it in my inventory, had never even put it on. I could say it was because I hadn't needed to fight anything meaningful since the battle, or that I'd been busy, but while both of those things were true, I was too wise to lie to myself. Maybe they were part of why I hadn't put the necklace on yet, but they weren't the only reasons. When I had gone to fight Conquest, I'd worn the items dropped by the other hunters, telling myself I was borrowing their power to turn it against the one who truly killed them, and I'd believed it then and I believed it still. And yet, somehow it was harder to tell myself that while looking at this delicate-looking chain. Maybe it was because Conquest, or at least a part of him that had done these things to us, was dead, or because it was my own father, but either way, It was the truth. In the same way a big part of me didn't want to tell my sisters about my involvement in our father's death, it didn't really want to wear the chain my father's death had awarded me, either. But funerals weren't for the dead, I thought. They were meant to comfort the living and the people left behind. So if there was ever a time to wear it, it was now. It felt wrong to wear one of the masks of grim descent of the hunters who had fallen in battle, whether the ones in my inventory or the ones I grew for myself, but this was to show them that we'd be able to carry on at once without them and with all the things they'd left behind. Friendship, knowledge, memories, and, in a more literal sense than normal. So I put it on. Chronos rank, mythic, a necklace named for the sight of time, crafted in ancient days by the hands of a desperate father. It was intended to render the wearer immutable, immune to harm, disease, and even the passage of time. Yet the nature of time is that it runs out, and he failed in his mission, yet from his grief was created this wonder. What he intended to save a life, however, brought only greater death as blood was spilled for generations to obtain it, until it too was lost to time. Increase all resistance to all harmful effects by 25%, up to a maximum of 99%. I took a breath and exhaled slowly, fingers rising to touch the golden chain. I guess even now you're looking after me, Dad, I whispered before looking up. Then watch this. The 5 minutes of peace came to a close with a light that split the sky. The games we play. Team Deathmatch. The layered barrier I'd set up shattered almost the instant that crooked bolt of light touched it, but it was enough to give me a moment to respond. Recognizing the attack, I accelerated as much as I could afford to, speeding up both my mind and body. As I did, I was able to clearly see what was happening. The barrier shattered not instantly, but in pieces, cracks spreading from the hole that had been torn through it. At the center of that broken opening was a twisted bolt of lightning, spreading out from the point of contact like the branches of a tree. Forks formed in the lightning as it took an almost uncertain path towards me, winding one direction and then the other and occasionally shooting off other branches and tributaries. Like a blind man's hands, I saw those streams reach out and try to map out a path to Earth, seeking the connection that would ferry Violet's great power. This wasn't lightning, not really. These were the step leaders that charted the lightning's course, something vastly slower in comparison. Thankfully, they were slow enough, in fact, that I had time to think and prepare, even as my body sluggishly tried to catch up with my mind as the fingers of my right hand curled. Spreading my sight through the hole of my skin, I took in the world around me, focusing first on the many trails of light before me. Paths were born as others faded, but at the moment I saw only 3 that seemed likely to reach a destination, and so marked off a general area where they were likely to land even as fingers began to curl. Turning my attention past the forks of lightning, I saw that a pillar of light had stretched down from Bianca's hand, falling on Olivia's position like the hand of God, or it should have, at least, but as it entered the pulsing, growing sphere of power that surrounded her, it abruptly bent at an angle and swung like a living thing to scythe down buildings in a wide arc, clearing everything between Olivia's tower and the river, likely in preparation of Ezra's eventual attack. Olivia faced the sky, standing fearlessly in front of the blast that curved impossibly around her, and her arms were relaxed at her sides. Even so, I could see beads of sweat forming on the skin of her face for the exertion of controlling so much space, the beginnings of tension forming in the muscles of her neck and back. Like Azure, she'd had no choice but to go all out from the very beginning, as pacing herself would mean nothing if she lost in the opening seconds of the battle. But it made sense. I thought Violet had left, considering Olivia able to hold off Bianca's attack. My left hand began to twitch closed as I peered carefully at the patterns of aura that surrounded my youngest sister, trying to get a feel for the area around her over the vast distance between us. After a moment, however, I shifted my attention again, focusing on Jai for a moment to command her to act before focusing back on the city. Olivia was in place to hold of Bianca, and Violet had struck at me, which left Sienna, Shani, Indigo, and Azure. I bet anything that Shani was preparing an attack and Sienna a defense, but while Sienna would likely focus on protecting Azure, who would Shani go for? I was too far away for her to focus on me first, but would she try to help Bianca go for Indigo? Attack her twin? I'd need to keep an eye out, but I suppose I had bigger things to worry about at the moment. The fingers of my right hand finally closed and I focused the power I gathered between them, forming a thunderbolt in a flash of light. Taking aim, I called upon Volturnus and felt him slide into the attack as easily as Crocea morphed it into my blades. Flicking my arm out, I sent the glowing spear hurling through the air with all the speed I could muster. It sank into the ground perhaps 5 meters away from me, driving deep into the stone, but even before it landed, I could see power rising from the attack. The opposite of the downward leader, the upward stream reached into the sky, guided by my and Volturnus' will. In moments, it touched the nearest of the leaders, curving its path away from me, and lightning struck with a brilliant, purple flash. I shifted my perception of time, as well as my movement through it, and danced back a step, my other hand rising and hurling a magic missile into the distance. I monitored its flight with part of my face and focused on the new arrival. Where the lightning had struck, Violet now stood, both of her eyes now brightly glowing orbs. Her right arm had ceased to be made of flesh, unraveling into a crooked, writhing claw of violet energy, massive in comparison to her left hand, and though the fight had just begun I could see patches spreading over her body like veins of electricity. Though she seemed to have no irises or pupils, I felt it when her eyes focused on me and light shone from the back of her throat when she smiled. "Hey, little bro," she said, her voice all modulated as if static were disrupting her words. "Hey, sis," I said and triggered the thunderbolt. Lightning flashed up around her and Volturnus rose with it, crafting a form out of the destructive power. Violet's attention immediately shifted, her mutated arm already reaching out in reflexive response. With a blinding amount of speed, her hand touched Volturnus and the both of them were abruptly gone. A moment later, I saw lightning flash in the clouds above us, noted the rough location, and went back to work. Focusing on my flying missile, I saw it enter Olivia's range and abruptly changed direction, curving hard to the right when it hit one of the many patches of aura my sight revealed. 4 more missiles formed in my and by whose hands and were immediately in flight. I saw Olivia shift in place, trying to get a beat on me even as she kept back Bianca's assault, but all she saw were 4 more attacks. One reached the edge of her control and was hurled down and right, the next penetrated several meters before flying straight up, and the remaining pair both turned hard to the right, even though they landed meters apart. None of the attacks came close to her and wouldn't have even if they hadn't been interrupted, but it worked as a test. All around her, in a steadily growing sphere, were layers of aura, each broken up further into multiple parts. Some patches were darker than others, some twisted into whorls or slid like brush marks across a particular layer, but there were hundreds and more grew with every second, even as existing ones shifted. Above her, I saw Bianca turning her narrowly focused blast to strike at different areas of the sphere, forcing Olivia to focus and adjust, and I paid close attention to how the sphere around her changed in the process, considering, at the moment, Bianca seemed focused on wearing her down by forcing her to change and adapt constantly, looking to exhaust her before the sphere could grow large enough to take in anyone else. But my thoughts were interrupted as I felt a change and more step leaders fell from the sky, angled behind me. Volturnus was still far above me, somehow seeming weakened and drained, but too far away to help right this moment regardless. I may do without him. Another thunderbolt forming and flying after a moment's aim, positive side directed upwards and streamer stretching high. Lightning flashed once more and Violet reappeared, veins glowing more brightly as electricity crackled around her and wiggled its way under her skin. "You've gotten pretty fast, Jaune," she continued as if our conversation hadn't been interrupted, hand reaching down to grasp the thunderbolt and tear it from the ground. Without so much as a pause, she lifted the blast to her mouth, teeth sinking into the energy before tearing a chunk away. The mass as a whole lost its shape and twitched, rising out and down her throat as she literally devoured the attack. I waited patiently for her to finish, turning and watching the city behind me out of the back of my neck. "And you're as fast as ever, Violet," I replied politely, still focused. Her smile widened slightly at that, trails of light shining between her lips. From behind her concealing hair, I saw the glow increase as the light spread outwards from her eye socket, consuming skin. "Figured out the lightning thing, huh?" she asked. "I read a lot of science books," I shrugged and explained. "The hardest part is just being able to actually see what's happening and react to it." "Hey?" she chuckled. "Well, even if you say that, only a few people have ever done it." "I'd say it's pretty impressive, Jaune." "Thanks," I answered, watching her carefully. She just smiled at me, completely still for a moment, and then her arm unraveled further, exploding into dozens of step leaders again. I could just barely see them, but with only meters between us, there wasn't time for another thunderbolt, much less a chance to dodge. I had only a moment to take in the sight and determine which leader water would touch down first, and then there was only time for reaction. A hand like a searing brand came down on my shoulder with force enough to shatter much of the roof around us. Baihu slid through my body to try and shield me from the attack, claws reaching for Violet as I was shoved back. I brought up an arm in defense and the metal beneath my feet rippled as another lightning bolt came down, carrying Volturnus down from the clouds now that he'd had a moment to recharge. Lightning and metal worked together to draw in the current as it slipped through me and carry it away, but I had to catch myself and dig the tiger's claws into the roof before I was hurled off. Violet whistled from where I'd stood a moment before, the glow in her form more prominent, the amount of flash visible lessening. She ignored the electricity crackling along the ground completely and cracked her neck once. Not bad, not bad, she praised before raising a somewhat taunting eyebrow. Are you gonna fight back, though, or what? I rose and Baihu rose with me, a thunderbolt forming in each of our hands. Violet's smile widened along with the glowing gaps in her skin, her eyes brightening as she leaned forward in anticipation. She seemed surprised when I threw all four of them behind me, compensating for the awkwardness of such a tactic as a matter of course. Confusion turned to surprise as the glowing spears sailed through the air, covering the distance to the city in a moment. I doubted she was able to see the first thunderbolt drag hard to the left or how the second one connected to it and drove it back forward 3 meters from its staring point. She probably didn't see the third shift the course of the second, the fourth shift the third shift the first, or the first readjust the second, much less the pattern that followed after. But she definitely saw the lightning that reached for the sky moments later, rising from where it drove into the roof less than 2 meters from Olivia, and saw Bianca demolish a nearby building moments later as Olivia was distracted. I saw her head snap up to look past me, an expression of focus coming onto her face for a moment, and then she returned her gaze to me. TCH, she clicked her tongue and unraveled again, closing the distance in an instant. I was prepared for it this time, and Baihu shielded my chest with his own, but it was still force enough to drive me back and fling me from the roof and over the cliff below. I angled my body into a picture-perfect dive moments later, adjusting my course with Levant as I went, but I saw lightning flash in the clouds again as Violet returned to Olivia's side. Then I slammed into the water hard into that it felt like solid steel. Even so, I plunged through it, falling into the depths with enough speed and force that I felt water steam against my skin, and then shifted to slow myself as I reached the bottom. My eyes adjusted to see underwater, all 5 senses working just fine in the liquid environment, and so I took a moment to decide on my course of action. Given where I was now, it wasn't that hard, so I closed my eyes and reached out. While I waited, I cut off my power to the remaining barriers above me, set up a new temple in Sanctum Sanctorum, and patiently waited. It only took seconds for Jaihai to return from her mission and answer my call, pressing her hands against a solid barrier and looking at me with pitch-black eyes. Smiling at her, I calmly swam to the edge of the barrier, put my hand mirror to her own, and waited several seconds more before turning off these barriers as well. Then I calmly took Jaihai's hand and we went to invade Azur's aquatic empire. Moving through water was very different than moving through air. Sure, I could move in 3 dimensions either way, but it goes beyond that, simply because liquids were different than gases. From the increased resistance to the natural refraction of light, the difference was hard to ignore, and the simple fact of the matter was that I didn't have a lot of experience fighting underwater. But I made do, letting Jaihai pull me along as I adjusted. The first thing I did was focus on my most important asset, namely my senses. Visually, things underwater seemed to fade as they got further away, blurring before they disappeared completely. It was simple enough to fix, thankfully. Simply a matter of changing how I unscrambled the light, and in moments my vision sharpened as if I donned a much-needed pair of glasses. Focusing into the distance, I could already see my target. Azur's creations were hard at work. Though they'd had at most 5 minutes to build, they'd taken to it with their usual enthusiasm, and with each moment I saw more and more of the creatures bring down materials from the surface, ferrying them to a massive, underwater dome made entirely of ice. Adjusting my vision again, I peered through the frozen water and glimpsed inside the dome and saw the massive creature Azur had made before filling much of it. What looked like a miniature city filled much of the remainder, built on top of the massive beast, to the point that I could see much of its giant mass flowing up and into the constructs, operating controls that weren't designed for anything else. In the center of the dome, I saw Sienna and Azur standing inside of what looked like the cross between a snow globe and the control deck of some advanced spaceship, seemingly coordinating the process in silence. Drawing back, I pondered the dome itself. Such a thing could only be Sienna's work, but she had more control than I remembered. At various points upon the dome surface were what had probably been entry hatches before Azur's creations modified them into gateways, each near a construction site inside. The smaller minions created parts outside the dome and were then allowed in to add it, the gates themselves opening and closing only to allow such entry. It was a defense against Bianca, I thought at once, considering it possibly Shani as well, but it was definitely focused towards their eldest sister. Sienna had frozen the space around the massive creature with her power, and it was simply the resulting lack of motion had created the ice. Though a fair defense in its own right, The halt areas themselves would protect against Bianca until Azure finished her construction within, facilitated by the few entry points allowed into the hemisphere. Those areas were more vulnerable, but they were small and above the water. You'd need to be very lucky to hit one. So long as Sienna had power, Azure had time to work, and giving Azure time to work never ended well for those she was working against. I suppose that decided that. Drawing further back, I let Baihu sink back beneath my skin as Jaihai dragged me down to the riverbed, and we continued our swim along the bottom. Jaihai drew up the dirt and detritus that layered the bottom, pulling them around us to add another layer of concealment to our approach. Though my eyes could decrypt the natural refraction of light in water easily enough, the opposite probably wasn't true, though I admittedly wasn't certain about the visual acuity of Azure's creations. Unless it was truly amazing, however, I had an even greater visual advantage than usual, and I intended to exploit it. Jaihai kept our passage from stirring the clouds too much, and we approached as fast as we could without drawing attention, stopping perhaps 100 meters from the dome. I looked over the weak points in its surface, peered within to chart my course, and took a moment to adjust my other senses as best I could, focusing primarily on my hearing. Through Jaihai and my eyes, I saw and felt how sound traveled differently through the water. As I often did with Levan above the water surface, I asked her to reach out to the sounds, to adjust and mimic them for my sake, and then merely changed my hearing to compensate for what differences remained. In moments, I could hear everything around me touched by being done underwater, perhaps, but still audible and at least somewhat recognizable. I heard Azure's minions craft their machines with the slick brush of metal and the turning of joints. I heard how the creatures squelched and shifted and bubbled in the water, how they squeezed in and out of the gates, how they tore materials into smaller, more workable pieces. And beyond all of that, I heard my sisters blotting out the sounds of their beating hearts and the creaking of their muscles. I focused on their voices and listened. Violet's returned to distract Bianca, Azure said in a dead serious tone, as if this were a war for their very survival. Olivia's trying to consolidate her control over the southeast. Once she does, the Magnificent will undoubtedly use the chance to stage an attack against the SCB's borders, or else attempt to drive Bianca towards us. And John? Sienna asked grimly, a veteran preparing herself for the worst. Unknown, Azure said. He moved out of our sensors range early on, though Violet seemed to engage him at the beginning of the fight and abandon it moments later. I suspect he was responsible for the attack on Olivia, but his present location is unknown. What about the others? Shawnee and Indigo have yet to show themselves either. Melting ice caps, Sienna swore. I guess she seemed to be getting into this. There's only one thing we can do. Azure, charge the laser. Several massive structures within the dome began to glow, making me roll my eyes. Of course there's a giant laser. Let's go, I said, using Jaihai's power to modulate the sound into something I could hear normally, just to see if I could time to, melt their ice caps or whatever. Jaihai nodded seriously, having no idea what I was talking about and seeming completely unbothered by that fact. The core idea, however, seemed to translate just fine. I brought up my arms and let Baihu rise around me once more. At once, I saw Azure's creations turn their twisted attentions my way, but it was too late. Jaihai thrust out a hand and the nearest of the gateways exploded inwards, water rushing through the opening. I felt the current pull me along and brought down my hands with all my might, accelerating as I went and pushing myself through the opening the moment before Sienna reacted, freezing the areas over the gateways in response. It was a bad move, made worse by being exactly what I expected. I reverted Jaihai back to her spiritual state and drew her past the physical barriers before recreating her inside, and then I began to swim. I swam as fast as I could, drawing upon my acceleration, Baihu, and every other speed booster I had. I made a score of laps around the dome's circumference in a fraction of a second, starting high and going lower with every 10 or so revolutions. The massive beast below us tried to react first, but Jaihai turned the water in the dome against him, not so much using it to hold the beast down, but simply asserting control over several carefully picked regions of the interior. The dome was packed tight with water, and with all the ways in or out sealed, there are few places for the water to go, and she simply reduced those options yet further. It tried to rise, but the water refused to flow past or around it, pinning it down by simple refusal to move or be compressed. It tried to fight anyway, tried to lift the unspeakable weight above the boundaries Jaihai erected, and it wasted precious seconds on the futility, seconds where I continued to swim. The friction against my skin boiled the water on contact, and Jaihai split her focus to aid in the process as the ice on the inside of the dome swiftly began to melt. I heard Azure catch on to my plan at the site, hissing something to Sienna about pressure cooking, but I didn't stop swimming. Moving in steady circles, I raised the heat and pressure higher and higher, directing it with Jihai's natural power even as my passage shattered buildings. In some places, I was gliding on steam more than I was swimming, which was actually kind of fun. Well, for me that is. The rising temperature and my catastrophic displacement of water seemed to be wreaking havoc on the fine machinery within Azure City, and the steam was making the massive creatures squelch in displeasure. Abruptly, an impossibly solid wall appeared in front of me, and I narrowly avoided running into it as ice gathered upon its surface and nearby structures. I merely adjusted my course around it, swinging sharply again as several more walls appeared to try and box me in, but I saw them as they formed and twisted sharply out of the way. Seeming to have enough, Sienna brought both of her hands down and made 2 walls in the sphere, freezing everything from the center to the circumference as if marking out the area of a giant slice of pie, filling the area inside with ice in the process. That seemed like my sign to leave, so I dove hard the moment I saw the structures forming, heading for the bottom edge of the dome before Sienna could start taking shots at me again. Jihai peeled the edge of the creature up as if lifting the corner of a rug, electing another squelch of displeasure in the process, and I hit the dirt full force, calling to RWBY as I did. As easily as if I'd gone down a slide, I went right under the dome and continued upon my merry way, waving back at my sisters as I left. Sure, they could see me somehow. At the very least, I could see them, and I could see them pouting at me. Well, they probably thought they were frowning in displeasure, but really, Azure had never been able to get past a pout that should keep her busy for a little while, I thought as I rose to the surface. I hit the air in a moment, and my momentum carried me high into the air until I caught myself on a platform of air. Withdrawing Baihu again, I slid an illusion of absence over myself and knelt, looking down to see Jihai slithering atop the surface of the water. Without a word, we both reached into the river beneath us, at once pushing and pulling at it. I focused my power and felt it spill out of my flowing like water poured onto a smooth surface and yet trying to form something solid. A skill has been created through a special action. Continuous manipulation of mana has created a skill with flowing elemental power, Tsunami. I didn't release the attack just yet. Watching Violet and Bianca rage in the sky, light against lightning, Olivia was still expanding her territory, Azure and Sienna making repairs, and for the moment I had time to myself, so I used it. I charged the attack for most of 20 seconds, hanging silent and unseen in the air as my siblings clashed, and then I let it go. What seemed like the whole of the river rushed forth, flooding its banks and then rising high. Water came gushing down from its mouth and up from the sea, Jihai helping me feed the attack and push it forth. It rose over 30 meters into the air, then 50, and then even higher as it hit shore, before crashing into the city of Vale like a fleet of airship. Glass shattered, buildings fell, neighborhoods were flattened as water poured forth and crushed it beneath nature's might. Bianca rose and Violet arced high into the sky, but Shani, Indigo, and Olivia had no choice but to weather the attack, and I felt them do so, bright in my mind as Jihai whispered their locations to my thoughts. Keeping my illusion tightly around myself, I leapt down, landing in the mud and debris at the edge of the river and prowling quietly. My scroll started ringing. An alert popped up to inform me of it, but more than that I could hear it, even I, my inventory, my clairaudience at work. Except, no one should have been able to reach my scroll in Naraka. It wasn't a place that got much in the way of reception. Given that, there was really only one possibility as to who it might be, and a glance at the incoming signal confirmed it. I considered ignoring it, truly, a part of me half expecting what was going to happen, but in the end, I heaved a sigh and answered, solely because I knew it would make her happy. "Hello?" I asked. "Azure Beam," she shouted into my ear at the top of her lungs, drawing out the last word. A moment later a column of light as wide as a small neighborhood slammed straight into me and threw me through most of the city. The games we play. Turns. When the light and sound around me faded, I was flying through the air of the industrial district. My skin felt raw and I could feel steam rising from it, but my clothes seemed more or less fine. I guess the gear I got from slaying the creatures of Grimm was a bit more durable than the average shirt and pants, or else it had been protected by my aureola. Either way, I was thankful that I hadn't lost any of my items in the blast, and it kept my sisters from ribbing me about running around naked, too. I'd chalk that one up as a win, except I was surprised. I'd known an attack was coming the moment Azure had called me, but I'd expected it to come in a different form given the amount of damage I'd caused to her city. I had to wonder how she'd managed to make repairs so swiftly. She must have incorporated redundancies into the design or built replacement parts ahead of time or something. And the blast itself hadn't been anything to sneeze at, either, especially considering that she'd been able to generate such a powerful blast without access to dust. How had she fueled it then? With her aura? Something else? The fortifications within the city had seemed to be drawing power from all around themselves, but to generate so much energy, maybe she was simply taking it from the battle. I mused as I smashed through a brick wall and came sliding to a halt within some factory, and several tons of rubble came piling down on me from above. Remnants of this building and the others I'd been hurled through. Beneath the weight, I frowned and considered the idea carefully before shaking my head. It couldn't be as simple as using just any power. While drawing upon, say, Bianca's power would certainly yield enough energy to create such a blast. If Azure was capable of containing and using that destructive power so casually, I wasn't sure Remnant's energy concerns would still be a thing if we could just pop powerful hunters in like batteries. No, it had to be something specific, though I might have been on the right track. I considered who Azure was closest to, and my thoughts changed track to Sienna. She could halt motion within areas, dropping their temperature to absolute zero as a matter of course and freezing everything nearby. Except the heat couldn't flow into those areas, because her power kept any motion from occurring, whether it originated from inside the stopped area or not. While the mechanism seemed to be spatial instead of temporal, and that caused a fair number of differences, in a lot of ways the targets might as well have been stopped in time. So how did the whole ice thing work then? I mean, he'd normally flowed from the hotter point to the colder point, but it shouldn't have been able to in this case. So how was ice being generated? She'd been able to freeze things for as long as I remembered, but now I had to wonder how. Perhaps the walls she made weren't inviolable, I thought before furrowing my eyebrows. No, rather, they obviously weren't inviolable. They wore off eventually, which meant there was something involved that changed over time. I'd already thought to myself that she had to maintain the areas with her aura and that the process was costly, hence why she usually froze things in paper-thin sheets. I'd seen Shani break the frozen spaces, too, though I'd always considered that to be because of their opposite powers. But what if? What if energy didn't fail to interact with the frozen spaces, but simply appeared to? She couldn't destroy the energy, so she must have moved or changed it somehow. Did she absorb the energy, then? If she did, I suspected the power would be less exhausting, but perhaps Azure could absorb some of it, the heat being shifted, if not the power that was making it move in the first place. I imagined the area of the dome large enough to fit several houses into easily and surrounded by a frigid dome. If you took all of the heat from the area around it and all of the heat from the areas she'd frozen trying to stop me on top of that, plus the constant inflow trying to warm the frozen areas, we were talking about a fair bit of power simply because of the area involved. And she wasn't just dropping things to zero. She was pulling them hundreds of degrees below it. Take that much heat, whether on its own or converted into another form of energy, and you'd have a pretty hefty blast. Focus it into a small area, it would be horrifically lethal, but even blown up to massive proportions might be enough to blow someone across a city. I decided it was conjecture, but it could have worked, and if it did, it was something to consider in the future. When I counterattacked, I'd largely avoided the frozen areas, but if they added to Sienna's strain, they might be a target all their own. It was something to keep in mind, but I had bigger concerns at the moment. Before the rubble even stopped falling, I sent my senses reaching out to case my surroundings. However she'd done it, her blast had put a fair bit of distance between us, but it had also thrown me in the same direction my sisters had gone, and despite my concerns about a second attack, I could already feel threats lurking nearby. My sisters having retreated further into the city to escape my tidal wave, and two of them were closely. Shani was 3 streets over, more than close enough to be a threat if she became aware of me, but even more concerning was Olivia, who stood less than a block away. Even without seeing the aura in the air around me, I knew I was well within her range and in a whole lot of trouble if she knew it. Did she? I'd been tossed this way by a bright massive light show, which might have hidden who I was and where I landed or not. I was confident I'd have seen me in her place, but I couldn't be sure when it came to eyes that weren't as good as mine. If she didn't know, I might have a chance to do this the easy way. One chance. I picked a course, taking in the strange patterns that filled the air around me before plotting an escape route. I could feel which way was closest to the edge of Olivia's range, but with her power, that might not be the safest route. Without time to test exactly how the area around me worked, I had no way to be sure of anything. Still, I shifted my route slightly, adding a bit of distance to take a course I thought would keep me out of her line of sight. Drawing in my power, I accelerated first, before shrouding myself with Baihu's light and lunging with all my power towards freedom, before smashing face first into the ground hard enough to shatter everything with several dozen meters, a victim of my sister's ability to control direction. Given that the entire area around me was apparently pointed downwards, it seemed safe to assume she knew I was here, which was, not great. Olivia's power may not have been as flashy as Bianca's, but if you got caught inside of it, you were very nearly as screwed, because she could decide how things moved around her. I'd seen it before, though nowhere nearly as clear as I could see it now, and I knew what it could do. During the Vital Festival a few years ago, I'd seen her fight in a tournament against some speedster guy. He'd moved really fast, until Olivia made him move really fast straight down. Then he'd broken both of his legs, and that had been the end of that. Thankfully, I was a bit more durable than that, though crashing full speed into the ground and eating concrete wasn't super fun. I tried raising my arms experimentally, testing against the force, and failed, pretty much as I expected to. I tried reversing the motion and pushing down, which worked fine, but unfortunately didn't allow for any reverse control scheme shenanigans. I was pointed down. Attempts to move in other directions were changed to point me down, and trying harder meant going down harder, because this wasn't an issue of magnitude, but one of direction. Okay, I thought, I can work with that. I reached into the earth and felt RWBY form far beneath my feet. He didn't create an empty pocket to stand in or anything like that. Suddenly an RWBY-shaped patch of dirt was RWBY, the earth around him tight against his skin. Yet when he moved, it shifted like water, flowing into the space left behind as he raised his hands. At the same time her did, I closed my eyes and gathered my own power. I didn't directly call upon RWBY and Jihai's, and even, to an extent, Crocia Moore's aid as often as my other elementals, for several reasons, the most simple of which being that it was just more effort than it was usually worth. Unlike Siriasta and Volturnus, who controlled reactions, and Levant, who ruled over a gas, those three controlled more physical things and, well, they were heavy, and I had to spend energy in order to move that weight. Moving, say, a ton of water might sound impressive, but it doesn't take much, volume-wise, to hit that weight. When it came to earth and metal, sometimes that was even more true. Even with Jihai's help and over 10 seconds of charge time beyond what Quicksoul granted, that tsunami had taken nearly 5,000 MP. When it came to things like fire or lightning, I could get a lot more bang for my buck, while Levant could control a larger volume for the same amount of energy, thanks to air's relative weight. Worse, earth, water, and metal needed to be kept under control to be truly useful. I could animate a sphere of water to drown someone, for instance, but if I stopped controlling it, it'd just splash onto the ground. Something like fire has the advantage, because, well, it's fire. If you light someone up, they'll stay that way until they put it out, and it can grow and spread on its own, burning buildings down, forests, more. In theory, you can get a lot out of an initial investment there, which is why fire has been weaponized since forever. You didn't really need to work to make it dangerous, either, and a lot of things get pretty nervous when it comes to getting burned alive. So things like water and earth were harder, needed more control, and required time to use properly. It was usually easier to lob a fireball at someone's face or strike them with lightning. But then, I had some time to kill at the moment, and recent advancements, I had MP to spare, and time was a bit less of an issue. So I focused, reaching down deep into the earth, and felt myself touch the forces I remembered from my meditation sessions. I grasped that power with my own, making a connection through which to guide that potential, rather than force it to obey me, to give it a route through which to express its own power, not to bury it under my own. Even so, despite using a careful, gentle hand, it was hard work and long work. Even Quicksoul wasn't enough to use it on the fly, and fully charging it took nearly 15 seconds. But I kept that power flowing and felt myself sink into the ground as if it were water. RWBY's work, not mine. I sank like a stone, down the path Olivia had decided, and kept guiding and gathering my power. And then it was as simple as knocking over dominoes. Except, with buildings, a skill has been created through a special action. Continuous manipulation of mana has created a skill of catastrophic elemental power, Trembler. The ground beneath the city shifted like a beast in its sleep, but even that was more than enough to cause devastation to the mortal city above. Glass shattered in waves and rained down on the city streets, while buildings groaned upon their foundations, shaking and breaking as the power of the assault grew, sending massive structures toppling and casting away the effort of years like a dog shaking water from its fur. I felt the already ruined city tear itself apart through RWBY's eyes and gained some insight into him in the process. The Earth Elemental watched the city fall with apathy, having seen such things in a sense wholly different from how he now perceived the world, but nonetheless real, happen countless times before. As it all came tumbling down, He merely curled an arm around my chest and pulled me away from where Olivia now moved through the city, pulling me far out of her range before drawing me back up to the streets and standing by my side for a moment. As light glinted off the gold and jewels set into his skin, I wondered about that and about the many nations history left behind. Looking around at what my sisters and I had quickly made of Veil, it was hard not to consider how easily the things we believed might last forever could fade in moments. Shaking my head, I filed that thought away and reached out without moving. Olivia was directly in front of me, if 100 meters away and separated from me by rising walls of dust and smoke. Past her and to the right I could feel Shani, though Indigo was still unaccounted for, making me wonder how long she was going to wait before making her move. Above us, Bianca had turned to focus on Violet as best she could, apparently deciding that Olivia was being dealt with, and the two of them were figures of light and power in the sky. As Bianca seemed willing enough to ignore me for now, I returned my attention to Olivia. Creating such a massive attack had cost me more than a little energy, so I decided to take things easy for the moment, until my power returned. To that end, I formed a magic missile in each of my Envihu's hands and settled into a relaxing cycle by hurling bolt after bolt after bolt. The moment one left my hand, another was already rising to be thrown and another attack was forming in the free hand. Yet one by one, they hit Olivia's range and were flung away without reaching their mark. Some tore trenches in the earth, some blew holes in the clouds above, and some wrecked what little remained standing in the industrial district. Though I ran a wide circle around her, targeted dozens of points, they were all tossed in seemingly random directions. The key word being seemingly. As I tested her defenses, I watched her aura closely and noted the patterns left in the air. Though none of the attacks had come close to her yet, quite a few had reached past the edge of her range and flown deeper before shifting paths. If her power was as simple as it appeared at first glance, why not just set the surface of the entire barrier to away and toss attacks back the way they came? I suppose air might have been an issue, but in a large enough area such as the one she had now it was a relatively minor issue and she could easily just buy one of the gas masks with a built-in air supply. Was she just holding back for the sake of the game? It was possible. None of us were really trying to hurt one another and I knew that at least Bianca and I were tailoring our fighting style to make this enjoyable. I still wasn't sure of the full extent of their abilities, but I figured the others were probably doing the same, to one extent or another. So it was a possible explanation, but what if it wasn't a matter of choice? What if her power wasn't as simple to use as a normal glance might imply? Because it sure didn't look simple to me. There wasn't just some highlighted volume of control or a bunch of arrows that pointed things in the right direction. Instead, it looked almost like a puzzle of sorts, with 1,000 different shifting flows of aura coming together to form a massive whole. It looked, if anything, like a work of art, and if so, perhaps altering it wasn't as simple as changing just one specific thing, but a matter of redrawing entire aspects to form a new image. It was conjecture, perhaps, but that's why hypotheses were tested, rather than simply accepted. So I tested mine. Stopping as I completed my circle, I focused my attack and watched as my magic missiles were forced along the paths set out for them until they collided with other missiles and were deflected, bouncing into other streams and paths. They slid again and I reacted, sending an attack high so that it would be drawn into the path of one below, quickening my pace as my power returned to me. In several seconds, a pair of shots crossed and carved trenches on either side of my sister. She moved at once, dragging her territory along with her, and yet the artistic patterns in the side facing me shifted, a ripple of change spreading over the weak points I'd exploited, but also the areas around them, reorganizing into a new pattern. I smiled and continued the assault for a little longer, letting my energy spears be guided by her power until I understood the pattern once more. I exploited it immediately, of course, but not to attack Olivia. Instead, I allowed a trio of shots to be drawn through her control and sent flying away. Each of the shots came dangerously close to hitting Shani, who immediately turned and fired an attack through the dust, disintegrating and combusting everything in its path. Because the attacks had effectively changed direction in midair, turning her power against the apparent source meant another attack for Olivia to deal with, and after hurling a few more attacks for good measure I drew away. That should keep the two of them busy for the moment, I thought as I went. Shani would keep up the pressure on Olivia for now. If nothing else, she'd be drawn in that direction and realize she had to. With Bianca preoccupied, given that Olivia had assisted her in tossing food at her, I didn't think much effort would be needed to provoke that fight, but I sent out Levan to start shifting the dust clouds to ensure that Shani would see her before moving too far into Olivia's range. At the same time, Olivia was a good distraction because of her defense and the threat of her control. She'd keep the others working hard to wear her down, wearing them down in the process. Given that I was fairly sure I could get around her defense if I had to, there was no reason for me to take her on here and now, was there? I'd find another target, which currently meant hunting down Indigo or going back towards. Something like fireworks started exploding in the sky, drawing my and probably everyone else's attention. Electric blue in color, They burst into dozens of tiny shapes that shifted in midair to form an image, namely, Azure and Sienna's faces, both wearing tremendously serious expressions. Beneath their heads were written the words "Stone Cold Bitches," words joined shortly after by claims like "not magnificent, unfabulous," and "your team name sucks." Who said words were directed towards was kindly made obvious by cartoon renditions of all our faces, with X's for our eyes and our tongues hanging out in defeat. Absently, I wondered what was wrong with my team name, but as lasers pierced the sky both from Bianca above and Azure's weaponry below, I focused on what was dragging its massive bulk from the river. Azure's massive creation crawled out of the water bearing her other massive creation, the entire city apparently weaponized. Everything from rockets to lasers fired into the air, many exploding without hitting anything for the apparent sake of exploding. Though a part of me wondered what Azure might have been able to make if she hadn't taken the time to craft all this pointless stuff, what was real seemed plenty to wreck whatever parts of the city hadn't already been wrecked. Even as the creature kept Bianca busy. Seeing Violet draw away, presumably to go help Olivia, I sighed and ran towards the enormous thing. Hundreds of orb-like eyes dotted its surface, most of them focused on Bianca past the shielding wall Sienna had likely raised as it pressed on further into the city. With their sphere wrapped almost entirely in its bulk, Sienna and Azure rode their jiggly blob into the city. I tossed a magic missile at it, figuring Sienna couldn't be stilling it while it was mobile. Apparently seeing me coming, Sienna raised a hand in my direction and a shimmering wall of stop space appeared between us to tank the blast. I lunged to get on the other side of her and threw another, forcing her to raise yet more walls, but they refused to freeze the spear and pushed forward. Inside, Azure clenching one hand into a fist and extending the other fully above her. "Onwards, my noble steed," she shouted. "To battle." I drew back for a moment, just to watch the thing creep with surprising speed over the land, withstanding Bianca's assault. All along its surface, machinery began to glow with power, preparing something even as music. Loud, obnoxious music from a pair of massive speakers began to blare. Azure and Sienna's voices. Calling the result a song might have been a bit generous, given that neither seemed to be paying attention to what the other was saying, but whatever made them happy, I suppose. Given it was a victory song, though, I don't think any of us could take this lying down. Sure enough, a shadow took that chance to appear in the middle of Azure's orb and indigo began to rise amidst a curtain of black blades so thin that I couldn't tell if they even had width. And then I realized the truth: they didn't. They were animated shadows, two-dimension objects being made to exist in a higher dimension world. With her headphones tight over her ears and presumably playing something more pleasant, she stepped forward and drove blades at the backs of both. "Two down," I thought as she swung at both of their backs. The games we play. Battle Royale. The blades don't slow in their thrust towards my sister's vulnerable flesh, and if I hadn't had complete trust in all of my sisters, I'd have been seriously worried. Indigo's blades were no joke and were capable of cutting through just about anything, and now I knew the reason why. Being two-dimensional, the blades were perfectly flat, and yet her power allowed them to exist in our world regardless. In cartoons and comics, it wasn't uncommon to hear about swords and stuff that were absurdly sharp and thin, but even monomolecular blades would have looked wide next to Indigo's strikes, because they didn't have a width any more than a shadow had depth. Though she was only able to express them in a limited range around herself, those blades were sharp enough to cut even experienced hunters to bits, unless she held back. But I knew she would, even before I felt the touch of her emotions against my thoughts. Sure enough, at the last moment, the blades returned to a shadowy state, moving across Azure and Sienna's skin as if someone had lifted a hand into the air to shield them from light, rather than stab them in the back. They slid around their rib, over their chests, and then bubbled back up into reality on the other side of their bodies, giving the illusion of impalement and making both of the girls look down in shock. "You should know to watch your backs, ladies," Indigo said, the shadow of her hat creeping down to hide her face. "You were both full of openings." Azure lifted a trembling hand towards the shadow sword, but touched nothing but air in the end as Indigo drew back, pulling the blades loose. Sienna stumbled and fell to a knee as she came free, jerking as if to turn in place, but Indigo caught the back of her head and pulled it up at an angle, leveling another sword just out of range of her throat. For her part, Azure slumped forward onto the control panel in front of her. Azure, Sienna cried out as the massive creature beneath them came to a halt and began to slump. She reached out towards Azure, all but pushing herself towards the blade to reach out and catch her hand, holding her fingers as if in desperation. She tried again. Azure, wake up. Sienna. Azure twitched, sliding down the control panel as if pulled off balance by Sienna's hand. There was a certain dullness to her tone as if she didn't understand, or couldn't believe, what was happening. Sienna, I feel cold. What? What happened? Nothing, Sienna said desperately, tears gathering in her eyes. Azure, you're going to be fine, just stay awake. Do you hear me? Just stay awake. Azure. Azure twitched, moving her head slightly as if doing so meant lifting the weight of the whole world. Slowly, her eyes focused on Sienna and she gave a quivering smile. Why, you never were a very good liar, Sienna, she choked out as she wept silent tears. This is it for me, isn't it? Azure. Sienna's voice shook and then faltered, leaving her unable to do anything but continue to cry. It's okay, Azure continued, still forcing the smile. Even if this is the end, I'm glad I got to fight beside you, Sienna. The two of us. We did okay, right? Yeah, Sienna jerked her head in a meager nod. Yeah, we did great, Azure. She closed her eyes and kept weeping. Though her face was still hidden in shadows, I could clearly see Indigo roll her eyes behind them. You know, Indigo drew the word out as she shook her head. I was giving you some leeway for the whole death scene thing, but since I stabbed both of you in the heart, I feel like this should be going faster. They both ignored her and just kept going. I'm sorry, Sienna whispered, just loud enough for her voice to carry. I'm sorry I got you into this, Azure. If not for me. No, Azure said, one of her hands abruptly tightening on the control panel, as if trying to hold onto it as well as her life. Don't be sorry, Sienna. Not for this. No matter what happens, I'm glad I got to fight by your side. Azure. So goodbye. Azure's hand weakly grasping Sienna's own. Captain Sienna. At last, she let out an explosive sigh. The massive creature let out an eerie, sorrow-filled cry and then began to melt, its body returning to the water from which it had been made but leaving the technology behind, though much of it also cracked and shattered as it tumbled to the earth. Indigo moved her blade away from Sienna's throat but stood unflinching as the spear hit the ground, bounced ever so slightly, and began to roll. Even when she was periodically upside down, she didn't fall, her feet retreating into the shadows beneath her to keep balance. She held on to Sienna as well, but Azure's corpse bounced around the inside of the spear, slamming into all manner of things with surprisingly lifelike grunts. Indigo did nothing to help her, watching her with pitiless, shadowed eyes. So are we done now? She wondered. Do I need to decapitate you guys, too, or I'll see you soon, Sienna whispered, still ignoring Indigo as she reaching out one last time. Azure. Decapitation it is, Indigo resolved, nodding to herself as she swung her blade. Once more, it returned, in part, to its shadow state before it struck, so that the blade merely crawled over her throat instead of passing through it. Even so, Sienna jerked once, hand remaining extended for several long seconds before falling at last. Only then did she topple over. Indigo shook her head once and then cut herself a doorway out of the spear. Note to self: headless enemies talk less, she muttered to herself, a hand reaching up to rub at her eyes. Should have just done that to begin with. I considered attacking her while she was off guard, as she had done to Sienna and Azure, but after a moment I chuckled and leapt from my hiding spot, landing just over 5 meters away. Indigo, I greeted, tilting my head to smile past her. Those two sure took their time bleeding to death, huh? She pondered me for a long, silent moment before nodding. Yeah, I noticed that too. She shook her head. Heart wounds just aren't what they used to be, Jaune. Were they the first to go down? Yup, I replied, looking past her in amusement to watch Azure slowly reach up to push a button on one of the remaining consoles. As she did, a small light came on, consolidating into an image after several moments. Hologram activated, it began, mechanical voice shifting into Azure's warmer tone. If you're listening to this, then the worst has happened. A shining star of beauty and genius has, through some unspeakable cruelty, left this world. However, fear not, brave citizen, for the hologram shut off as the machinery it was produced by was torn to pieces by a swarm of grasping shadows. No, Indigo said without looking away from me. None of that. AWW, Azure's corpse whined before twitching. I mean brains. Indigo took another breath before shaking her head again. Bianca left while those two very slowly died, Indigo noted. I assume she went back to Olivia when she saw me take them out? I nodded, holding back a grin for her sake. All of the others are over there now, fighting it out. So you decided to fight me? She guessed before cracking her neck. Unless you made other arrangements, I offered, shrugging at her look. I admit, there was a part of me that wondered if you'd just gone back to sleep. I've never do that, she denied. Not during Dad's funeral, at least, and certainly not with all this racket. So that's a yes, then? I asked. She sighed and looked at once wistful and tired. On one condition, she said, shaking her head at me. Oh, if I win, die like a normal person, she requested. Please, won't be an issue, I assured her. I like to think I'm pretty hard to kill. I suppose you'd have to be, considering, she said, biting down on a yawn and blinking twice. What with the Jianbing thing and all. Shall we get started, then? Sure, I agreed, releasing the power I'd been gathering all this time. Once again, I felt it reach down into the earth and touch the forces within, but the target, this time, was different. I felt it spread out like water spilled on the floor, before sinking yet deeper into the thirsty ground, before flowing back to me as if in reverse. And as it did, all of that force was dragged along with it. Debris jumped into the air, along with drops of water and the slowly settling dust. Even things as large as Ezra's machinery weren't immune and rose a quick step into the air, as if gravity all around us had abruptly turned off. Which, you know, it had, though only for a moment. Or rather, it had been concentrated and focused into a much smaller area than normal, namely, everything within 5 meters of indigo. A skill has been created through a special action. Continuous manipulation of mana has created a skill with crushing elemental power, gravity crash. In an instant, everything near her was crushed flat. Proven wood and twisted metal alike sank into an almost smooth surface all around my sister, who staggered once against the abrupt and enormous weight set upon her. Everything from the atmosphere around her to the very flesh on her bones had their weight multiplied dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of times over in that brief second. Had my sister been a normal human, every bone in her body would have shattered and the fluids within would have exploded outwards as the vessel within was crushed. But she wasn't, and they didn't. Instead, with her eyes widening, she staggered and fell to a knee, her hands and feet leaving deep imprints in the ground as she sank up to her thighs and elbows. Even though it only lasted a moment, her physical body collapsed and was left unguarded as it just tried to hold itself upright against the strain. Her spirit, however, barely seemed to notice. The animated shadows all around her didn't so much as twitch as gravity skyrocketed, being essentially weightless to begin with. As their creator staggered, they reacted by drawing close, curling around her in preparation to attack or defend. Though my skin was made of adamant and I had raised all of my defensive abilities ludicrously high, I knew better than to test my luck head on against those blades and didn't even try. As the first attack faded, I lifted my fist and delivered a punch with each of my arms, backing up every blow with Far Slayer. Just as a technique from which I'd invented it, Far Slayer allowed me to deliver a melee attack at range. But thanks to the energy I put into it and the now negligible charge time, the results were a bit more impressive. Indigo flew into the air, a series of trenches being gouged into the ground all around her as if carved into the ground by a giant's hands. Tearing her away from the ground also meant tearing her from the shadows upon it, and though they tried to catch her, each blow had tossed her farther and faster. Once she was soaring over the area formerly known as Vale's skyline, the shadows on the ground quivered and faded away. Kuh! I heard her grunt, the sound from the initial impact reaching me at last. In the air, I saw her grit her teeth and cross her arms over her chest, forming shadows on the top of her vest even as others squirmed from every nook and cranny. Under her hat, from beneath her shirt and vest alike, from wherever there was the slightest shadow, they slithered out like vicious snakes and rose into the air as living blades. I smiled. I'd figured she'd have a counter to such an obvious tactic and had suspected the layer she wore to be a part of it, but I guess there was no simple way to separate her from her weapons. It was just as well, I suppose, or else this wouldn't be any fun. My main goal, to keep her from diving into her shadow and hiding, might still be effective. Besides, I guess there's only one way to find out. The ground shattered for a good distance all around me as I lunged into the sky fast enough to set the air ablaze again. The shadows around Indigo twitched, with blades of shadow thickening around her arms and back. The former weaved themselves into a pair of blades that rose from the back of her hands, but the latter. First they crafted a skeleton of dark bone, before covering it with layers of shadow flesh, forming a wide pair of wings that spread to slow indigo flight. After a moment, they flapped experimentally, gaps that were only visible because of my enhanced eyesight opening and closing carefully. In moments, Indigo's fall changed into something more controlled and then into something just a hair's breadth from flight. As I closed in, she turned towards me, expression calm and controlled, and swung her swords. I dodged in 2 different directions, physical body going up while Baihu went down, letting the swing pass between us just a few centimeters short of the tail that connected us. Indigo's wings moved oddly and were abruptly in both of our paths, and our fists stopped just short of a collision with the 2 structures flapping open, this time moving through conventional space to do so. Both of my bodies withdrew to avoid the attack and kept moving as additional shapes bubbled from the interior of the open wings, spewing reaching blades to try and strike us down. Lifting our hands, a pair of flares collided with Indigo, pitching her further back even as the dark swords kept coming, and so I shifted until both of my bodies occupied the same space, absently releasing the platform of air on which I had stood. A quick gravity crash multiplied the speed at which I fell many times over, and I touched ground in the midst of a massive crater and a massive explosion of dust. Briefly hidden from my sister's sight, I grew an illusion of absence around myself and slid into the ground like it was water. Feeling the ground ripple as I swam, I lifted Baihu's head above the ground as I rose near the surface some 40 meters away. From every inch of his invisible skull, I could see, and I spotted Indigo with an ear as she glided to a safer position, apparently unwilling to use her blades on a target she couldn't see, likely for risk of hurting me. Her blades had instead stabbed into the ground and crept along its surface as shadows once more. Despite the flares, Indigo appeared unharmed and relaxed, but her headphones were off and her eyes were narrow. Shifting in place again, I sent my thoughts toward RWBY and he acted without hesitation. Baihu rose above the surface, form still invisible, but I stayed beneath and swam through the dirt below his feet. I felt my claws curl, power and light forming in my hands, and I hurled them at once in the shape of a magic missile. Indigo spun in place, one shadow sword rising to slice the missile cleanly in half. As it passed through the attack as though it were no more than air, the shadow split in two, pushing the attack in either direction, and instead of striking her they exploded behind her and off to the sides. Without hesitation, Indigo sent bladed shadows crawling through the air as though it were any other surface, and they swung gently through the air where one of my selves had stood, hitting nothing. Dropping the illusion, I exploded from the earth 20 meters away and tossed the attack I'd been charging while submerged, hurling a massive flare into the air. Once more, Indigo shielded herself with her wings, but the explosion of released power was massive and fire rained from the sky for several seconds afterwards. I was already drawing another illusion around myself as Suryasta rose from the flames and sucked them up in a sort of reverse tornado, drawing in the flames to create another massive body for himself, as he had against Pyrrha. At once the demonic figure looked towards Indigo, mouths opening wide to send flames screaming into the air, but Indigo simply lifted one wing to defend herself and sent a tide of blades from the other to rip the giant into 100 pieces. As said giant was completely composed of fire, it didn't make a whole lot of difference and Suryasta merely drew them back into his form. His power struck out at anything nearby, such as all the broken wood, and it fueled the fire, letting him grow. Indigo frowned and struck him again, also to little effect, before turning as if to find me. And she did, suddenly diving from the air with blades outstretched in either hand. She closed the distance to fight close, likely because it would be safer for me if anything went wrong with her ludicrously lethal semblance, and shattered the ground as she landed beside me, swords whirling towards me even as they turned to shadows to make sure nothing was harmed. Though I suspected they wouldn't kill me any more than Carmen's blows had, house rules meant we were out at one lethal blow, which they certainly counted as, and I'd lose on a direct hit. Even so, I didn't flinch, shedding the illusion as I stepped forward. My hands were wrapped in claws as Baihu slid over me and shifted forward until my upper body was almost parallel to the ground, and I lunged towards her as she brought her weapons to bear, angles of attack bright in my mind. As one impossibly thin blade rose, I slipped a hand fearlessly into the fray and pushed her wrist to the side with gentle force. The other kept coming for my throat, but with the opening made by the first block I slid in and caught her arm with my own. At once, her wings exploded into a rain of general lethality, every bit of which came rushing towards me. But the moment I blocked the second attack, Baihu rose from his overlaid position and reached for my sister's throat. As fast as I was moving, I'd get to her before her wings got to me, but not before her sneak attack struck me in the back. I noted the moment I revealed myself, I'd felt a strange movement in the air above my shadow. I suppose it shouldn't have been surprising that her ability allowed her to sense such things, which must have been how she'd found me while I was hidden, but the moment I began to close in, there was a major reaction. The moment I attacked her, my shadow betrayed me and exploded upwards into something very much like a coffin. I watched it all happen out of the back of my neck but didn't stop my attack. As the black pit drew nearer, I closed my eyes for a moment and shed my secondary illusion, and the light of Oriela came flooding forth in a fountain of light. My shadow vanished. Claws closed around Indigo's throat. Everything stopped. It looks like it's my win, I said, drawing an illusion over myself to hide the light again. This close to me, Indigo had been forced to turn away and shut her eyes in the face of it, and even then the sheer brightness must have hurt her through her eyelids. Even so, she nodded once and her shadows faded as she slowly opened her eyes again, blinking fast. "Yeah," she said, smiling lopsidedly. "You really have gotten stronger, Jaune." I returned her smile with one of my own and released her throat. "Any last words?" I asked playfully, making her snort before nodding and drawing in a deep breath. "Alas, I am slain!" Indigo shouted to the heavens before falling to the ground. At once, her shadow moved, drawing itself protectively around her like a blanket. Indigo closed her eyes and seemed halfway to sleep in about a second. "You know," I whispered, "that's not normally how people die either, Indigo." Her lips twitched but she said nothing, shadow carrying her swiftly away. Watching her leave, all I could do was shake my head and chuckle before turning away. 3 down, I thought as I looked in the direction of the others, and given the amount of light coming from that direction, more were about to follow. The games we play. Removal. I moved in swift silence, drawing another illusion around me as I floated into the air. I kept my distance, since my eyes eliminated any need to get close, and simply observed for a moment. At the moment, it was 2 versus 2. Olivia, Violet, Shawnee, and Bianca fighting in a section of the city that had seen better days, counting most of the war. Violet flickered around the battlefield, staying outside of Olivia's range except when she needed to withdraw briefly. Each time she stopped, she looked a bit less human, until all that remained of her flesh was the skin around one luminous eye and small patches of skin on an arm, a leg, and her midsection. The rest of her was brightly glowing light. It was obvious from just a glance that her main target here was Shawnee, who, though possessing pretty tremendous destructive power in her own right, wasn't a good match for Violet or Olivia. Her ability to accelerate matter within an area of space was obscenely dangerous, especially with a line of sight range, but though it vaporized most of what it hit, the narrow blasts she was using now would never hit Violet, much less penetrate Olivia's layered defense. Like Bianca and Indigo, her power wasn't very well suited to friendly spars, so she had to hold back a great deal more than the rest of us. I mean, because of the risks of seriously hurting someone if something went wrong. We all could inflict horrific injuries upon others if we had reason to, but some of us were better at not doing so than others. When your superpowers were disintegration beams, shooting doom lasers, and wielding absurdly sharp blades, there's only so much you can do to hold back the lethality. In a fight like this, those of us who could fine-tune our powers to the occasion had a huge advantage over those who couldn't. Still, she was doing fairly well, considering she hadn't been defeated by Violet outright, after all, and so she was able to keep Olivia that much more preoccupied. Shifting my vision a bit down the spectrum, I saw the touches of heat surrounding her, shifting the course of the lightning ever so slightly as the leaders came near. She couldn't control the paths the way I did, but she could set nature up to take its course and cross her fingers. Eventually her luck would run out, as luck was wont to do, but she wasn't down yet. At least, from the way she and Bianca were fighting, their plan was to exhaust Olivia enough that she'd forfeit and then probably have Bianca focus on defeating Violet. It was their best option, I acknowledged, but that didn't change that it had its problems. Problems they couldn't really do anything about, granted, but if Olivia went down, there would be nothing holding Violet here, and since she had, despite the element of chance involved where the landing was concerned, a huge speed advantage over all of us, she'd be free to lead us all on a merry chase as we tried to catch her. Admittedly, she was almost as untouchable with Olivia's support and potentially far more dangerous, but the fact remained that within the bounds of the spar and with the limits on anything that might actually hurt one another, Violet could easily get away if she wanted to. That made her the priority target, I decided as I continued to scan the battlefield, followed by Shawnee and Olivia, who I was confident I could defeat fairly easily on these terms. But how to do it? What did I have to work with? The playing field itself was fairly level, or rather, leveled, but had a few options. With the advantage of surprise, I could turn their own power against them, using Shawnee and Bianca's blasts, Olivia's territory, and even Violet's movements. But for this, remaining invisible, I sighed slightly and nodded to myself. Though the risks were fairly negligible given how careful they were being, I didn't want Violet to get hit by one of Shawnee or Bianca's attacks, so I'd just have to do it myself. No, more than that, I'd take a note out of Indigo's book and milk the element of surprise for all I could. I began to gather my power, first in my right hand, then my left, and finally in both Abihu's. The first attack was a thunderbolt while the rest were magic missiles, but I held on to each and charged them. As I did, I watched Olivia's sphere of control and paid close attention to how attacks moved through it, drawing on my own experience with it as I did so. With other parts of my face, I focused simultaneously on Bianca raining light down from above, on Shani unleashing her vaporizing blasts, and especially on Violet's movements. As I did, I silently began counting down. When I counted to 10, I drew my right hand back and prepared to throw. With several different eyes, I patiently watched as Violet's aura fluctuated, spinning off energy throughout the electromagnetic spectrum, and recognizing the signs, I threw, hurling the fully charged thunderbolt as hard as I could. It flew into a pre-marked spot on Olivia's sphere and turned sharply to the left, hurling into the ground about 10 meters away. Within the projectile, Volturnus immediately reached out and an upward streamer reached high into the air, course set right for one of the step leaders that appeared as Violet unraveled again. Before the thunderbolt had even landed, I hurled the magic missile I held in my left hand along the same path, adjusting the angle only slightly as I threw. When lightning struck and Violet's form came back together, it flew past her, missing by perhaps a fourth of a meter. When it hit the ground behind her, however, the charged shot blew another trench in the already ragged battlefield. Expressionless, if only because she no longer had much of a face to make expressions with, Violet looked over her shoulder and made a static-filled sound. Without even waiting to see if the first attack worked, I moved on to the next target, hurling both of my remaining magic missiles with all my might. The first arced high over Olivia's field and crashed into the ground like a bomb right next to Shani, but the second was tossed straight at it. By the time the last shot was fired, 2 more missiles were in my human hands and I angled them to collide with the first at 2 different places. Accelerating as the attacks left my hands, 4 more appeared in my grasp and were in the air fast enough to just barely be behind the first 3, and the 7 shots hit with less than a tenth of a second between them. Within Olivia's territory, the attacks went mad, smashing into one another perhaps 24 times with no seeming rhyme or reason, but in mere moments, the first missile, the one that I charged, shattered the ground at Olivia's feet. For a moment there was silence. Then, a sigh and 2 groans. Bianca stopped her attack and hung quietly in the air as I lunged across the intervening space and made my appearance. Surprise attack, I said maturely as I lifted a hand and pointed at my 3 sisters in turn. You know the rules. You lose, you lose, you lose. Olivia and Violet rolled their eyes but glanced at each other and took a seat, looking tired. TCH, Shani said, looking put out. Maybe it was because of how she'd had to hold back or her lackluster showing because of it, but she didn't argue. She did, however, mutter under her breath. I barely got to blow anything up. Beacon still standing. If you don't have anything better to do, I informed her. You guys might want to move somewhere else regardless, just in case. I'd tell you to head back to the house, but, well, somebody destroyed it. Looking up, I made my expression prim. Bianca, I said mildly. Floating downwards, she snorted, the sound carrying an odd reverberation to it. Bitch, please, she replied. You're just jealous I got to it first. You'd have wrecked it in that tidal wave or earthquake anyway. I flashed a smile at that and shrugged at her mildly. Yeah, probably, I agreed. Still, you're lucky my memory's so good, because we're going to show up wherever we leave Naraka. You wouldn't want to pop into some poor guy's house, would you? Would never happen, she denied. I can fly, so I just go up high enough to avoid any buildings. Might show up in the newspapers as the coming of a beautiful angel, but I'd never end up in someone's house. I chuckled and shrugged before glancing at Olivia and Violet, who hadn't said anything. Though the former seemed focused on taking deep, steady breaths, Violet didn't seem to have lungs at the moment. You okay there, V? I asked, observing her silently. She wasn't hurt or even really tired, but she had a status effect called the Chariot of Thunder and it was rated as high. She glanced at me, the flesh on her face now entirely gone, and nodded once. Fine, she said, the words barely intelligible over the interference in her voice. I'll just need a while to return to normal. It's probably for the best that you stopped, Bianca noted. A little longer and you'd have needed to regrow everything again. Not like I have any plans for the next few days. Violet shrugged, the motion jerky as if her body was snapping from one position to the next. Olivia, just tired, she said, voice calm. You all always gang up on me whenever we do this. The words were spoken in such a way that they would have been a whine if they hadn't been said about 5 million times. As is, they seem more like a routine. So did Bianca's response. Take it as a sign of respect, the oldest replied. After that first time, we know better than to let you be. Olivia made a sound of time-worn displeasure in the back of her throat, but after a minute, she closed her eyes and she and Violet began to float into the air, another, smaller sphere forming around them. Evidently, they'd stay and watch. Nodding to them in acknowledgement, I glanced at Bianca and then looked around. The city's looking pretty absent, I noted. Dad would appreciate the general mayhem. Bianca agreed with the unspoken statement. And no one even got hurt. I nodded, smiling slightly. I still need to talk to you about something, I continued. But it can wait until after if you want to keep going. What's the score? I've got 4 and Indigo has 2, I replied. No one else has any. Bianca shrugged. I think we've proven what we set out to, she mused. But I wouldn't mind testing you a little bit. On 3? I nodded and thought she might have been smiling. 3, she said, and a blast of light promptly flung me high in the air. The first attack tossed me over what would have been several nearby buildings, if not for, us. More than that, it hurled me high over them, as if I were a bullet shot from a gun, the sheer force of the blast carrying me into the distance. Pressure and weight weren't generally words I would associate with light, but the bright power that came rushing from my sister's fingers and hands was more than light, deeper than it. Even as it heated my atom and skin, I looked into it and through it, to the shining hole in space that had replaced a forefinger of my sister's hand, and yet there was something to it I couldn't understand any more now than I had when she'd first shown it to me. I wouldn't go so far as to say the light that tossed me several hundred meters into the air was alive, but it was. I don't know. It was more than most things were, in a way I couldn't explain beyond that. It was hard to truly focus on the intriguing aspects of the sight when it was tossing me around, however, so I took a moment to organize my thoughts and shoved it to the periphery of my mind. Gathering my power, I pulled myself to the ground with another gravity crash, leaving the beam of light to continue unimpeded as the ground shattered beneath my feet. Through the skin of my arms and face, I immediately caught sight of Bianca as she rose swiftly into the air, and I could tell from how she moved that she was somehow certain of exactly where I was. As the increased effects of gravity faded from around me, I tried to dodge, but against an attack that moved at the speed of light. Well, it worked about as well as you might expect. Another blast of light hammered me downwards, but this time, at least, I was a bit more prepared for it, and it came from above, rather than the front. Despite my strength and defensive enhancements, I didn't weigh significantly more than I appeared to, and so neither of those things kept me from being thrown around by forces unless I could properly leverage them to the task. From this position, I could at least stand against the onslaught as the crater around me widened and I was pushed further and further down, and so I forced myself to rise, lifting my arms against the blast. By who rose with me, a pair of flares gathering in both of his hands and flying immediately towards Bianca, expanding into massive blasts of fire as they went. They were about as effective on my sister as I expected, which was to say not at all. They came into contact with her form and she didn't even twitch as the fire flowed past or maybe even through her body. By who kept up the attack, palming magic missiles, thunderbolts, and even attempting a gravity crash, but none of the attacks seemed to affect the altered space that composed her body, at least not enough to matter. That's how she was flying, I thought. Normal forces like gravity simply didn't affect her as much when her entire form was shifted. Interesting. I'd noticed that her power was similar and dissimilar to Raven's in that it seemed to create some kind of gateway. The difference, from what I could tell, was that Bianca made said gates from her own body and they could only go to one place. Bianca hadn't seemed to really know where, and neither did I, but given what little I knew about Malku theory, I couldn't help but wonder if they were connected. At the very least, however, it seemed to give her a lot of resistance to many forms of attack. By simple virtue of being absent, attacks seemed to pass through her body as if it were an open doorway, doing little harm as it passed through. The question was, how little? How far did this defense of hers extend? Neither fire nor electricity had worked and the magic missile had passed through her hand like it was nothing, but I knew my sister wasn't invincible. I had seen the injuries to prove it. After all, though her power had grown greatly since then. But assuming that she still had vulnerabilities of some kind, how did I exploit them? I suppose I could try to outlast her. Though the amount of aura she was using seemed wholly out of proportion with the results, she wasn't burning aura to do this. Even though we had only been fighting for a matter of minutes, a great deal of her aura was gone. In theory, I could play this defensively and wait for her to run out of power, assuming she didn't notice what I was doing, change tactics, escalate by making a somewhat larger gateway, or simply get bored, which all seemed rather silly to assume. I could also try crawling underground and escaping her notice that way. I wasn't entirely certain if they would hide me from whatever method seemed to alert her to my location, and the sheer destructive power of her attacks might unearth me, but I could try to wait her out that way. If she wasn't fighting, however, it would take a long time, and more to the point, it would be rather boring. This fight wasn't just about winning, it was about proving something. So to that end, I stood my ground and let Bianca's destructive power continue to rain down upon me. Taking a moment to let my power gather through the light, I saw Bianca uncurl a second finger, doubling the force she was unleashing upon me in the process, but it wasn't enough to make me back down. With Kronos around my neck and my defenses layered, a half-hearted attack like this wouldn't knock me down. It barely even seared my skin, which was a negligible wound as I was now in Baihu's hands. I gave my power form, shifting and altering the searing light I'd used against conquest into something greater before letting it loose. A skill has been created through a special action. Continuous manipulation of mana has created a skill of unbound elemental power, Plasma Cannon. As Bianca rained light down upon me, I returned the favor with an attack that turned the air between us into plasma, buying time to work on a hunch. While it was far from a rule, people could have semblances that were similar to those of their parents, owing presumably to the fact that people themselves could be similar to their parents, in a number of ways, even beyond genetic traits. After all, the people who raise you can pass on a lot of things. Beliefs, goals, grudges, preferences, and a lot of other stuff. At the same time, children could easily be nothing like their parents and have wildly different semblances. In my family, the latter would seem to be more of the case, though there were occasional similarities. Their powers were very different from both mom and dad's. However, if you looked at them side by side, there were certain patterns. While Violet's power didn't seem very much like Dad's telekinesis, it was very similar to Bianca's power, and both might have been influenced, if very distantly, by Mom's phase-shifting power. Shawnee and Sienna's powers were just aimed in different directions and focused on changing things at a small scale to achieve very large effects. A lot of it was just guesswork, but I suspected there was something there. However, though there might have been vague ties to my parents, the ties between my sisters seemed a lot firmer, especially the ones born close to each other. Bianca and Violet especially had a lot of striking similarities in how their powers worked, and Violet was always the one sent to keep Bianca preoccupied in fights like these. I wasn't sure if that was because there was some underlying relation in how their powers interacted or if the forces they wielded affected one another, but there was something there, which told me. I had no idea what. Though the effects were vaguely similar, the forces involved were vastly different as, well, light and lightning. I knew from Violet that forces that could affect the powers they wielded could theoretically affect them, but even then, Bianca and Violet expressed their powers very differently. For instance, though Bianca was promptly consumed by the wave of plasma, it didn't affect her as it might have Violet's lightning. She didn't seem hurt by the attack, though she at least seemed to notice it and raise a hand to touch it as it passed over her. Since neither lightning nor plasma seemed to work on her, I could safely rule out both of those as reasons why Violet could oppose her, which left what? Dimensional shenanigans? It would make sense, in a way, given that Bianca had pretty much turned her body into a dimensional doorway. It raised several rather interesting questions about some of the injuries she'd sustained in her career as a hunter, which bore looking into, but how did that help me here and now? At the moment, Bianca and I were locked in a stalemate, where I couldn't hurt her and she couldn't meaningfully harm me without using more power than she would like to in a spar. I had a few skills that directly affected dimensions, most notably Naraka and Trespasser, but I was a bit leery of using them given the horrific consequences that might arise if Naraka were to shatter here and now. Beyond that, my gravity attacks hadn't worked, not that I'd expected them to with the relatively negligible force I could muster for them. While enough gravity could do all sorts of strange things, doing stuff like affecting light or space in a major way involved energy that was quite a bit beyond my means. What options did that leave me then? Not a lot of good ones, but now is as good a time to test it as any, I said to myself as I looked over my shoulder. I nodded back with my other head before stopping myself, realizing that behavior was a tad odd, but curled by whose claws and gathered my power yet again. Focusing on light was rather easy, given the circumstances, but though my power immediately moved to guide my metaphorical hands, the complexity of the process quickly became apparent. Imagine white light passing through a prism and breaking into a myriad of colors, and then imagine the process happening in reverse. I gathered 4 elements and held them firmly but separately in my mind, before bringing them together as one. No, more than that, it was like I was returning them to some prior form, putting back together the broken pieces of a puzzle. For just a moment, I thought I understood why the skill that allowed this had been called unity, and then I felt the thing I had created take on a life of its own. For a moment, I felt light shine from my eyes and mouth, glowing beneath my skin as it pushed against the inside of me and strove to get loose. I tried to give it form through Baihu's hands, but as I did, I felt him sink into me and return to the whole. The light around me, from both Bianca's attack and the sun's light, dimmed as one, as if some massive beast had taken a deep breath and sucked in the luminance in the process. I felt power course through my veins like fire, yet it didn't hurt or burn. It just flowed and grew, from the crown of my head to the bottom of my feet, or maybe the other way around. My heart beat once to the pulse of that flow and another heartbeat in return, but it wasn't my own. I realized then, in a way that even I couldn't truly grasp, that I was putting this power to a use that was almost unworthy of it in its simplicity, just as I realized that I needed to get this power out of me before it broke loose. Exhaling a breath that I didn't remember taking would swear I hadn't taken, I let that power rise up to my hands, pushing back against Bianca's attack like it wasn't even there and releasing my creation. A skill has been created through a special action. Continuous manipulation of mana has created a skill of supreme elemental power, Lux Eterna. the games we play, privacy. The world around me darkened even further as I felt my power flow, and it took me a moment to realize the reason why. It should go without saying that holding an arm up against Bianca's light did little to stop the majority of it from slipping past the limb and scorching both my skin and the ground around me, but as I unleashed my new attack, all of that changed. The destructive light swirled around me, seeming to bend away from the ground and spiral up my legs, chest, and arms. Even beyond that, light seemed to flow into me, dulling and changing colors as it went until the pressure of the attack seemed to almost vanish. I stretched out my hand, feeling something scorching and burning as it coursed through my body. And then there was light, a tremendous amount of pure, focused light, brighter than anything I'd ever seen before, and while I wasn't sure how anything managed to look bright against the background of Bianca's assault, it did. For a moment, I thought that the attack was somehow pushing Bianca's beam away from me, but it only took me a second to realize how ridiculous the mere idea of that was and see the truth. It wasn't pushing anything away, but rather still drawing light in. As Bianca's light met mine, it dimpled and narrowed and swirled around it, drawn into the thin cylinder that flooded from my hands, starting with the part closest to me but growing quickly to encompass the rest. In moments, the entirety of Bianca's attack seemed to writhe in the air as if trying to fight against the pull, but it couldn't escape as it was twisted again and again into the almost smooth shape of my attack. Even as it did, the sky seemed to darken further, day turning to night in the midst of the attack as my power called to the light around us and swallowed it whole. As the source, it felt more like I was holding on to it than anything else, but I could feel it. I could feel Bianca's attack flow into mine and the light of the sun follow suit, driving the attack to greater heights as pieces became part of a whole. But underneath all of that, I felt the power that came from me. The additions made the attack's power swell, but even that seemed relatively minor in comparison to what I was barely holding in check. Because beneath everything else, beneath all that power, it was me. It was my light that was drawing in everything else, swallowing everything less than itself, and that light came from me in a way that I could only loosely grasp. It was more than just physical illumination, the same as Bianca's was, but as different from her attacks as I was from her, because this was me and that was her. The light of our souls in an exceptionally literal sense, given form and power and purpose. It tore through everything, making my illusions unravel and the light of my aura spring forth, and then the two flowed into the attack that gave shape to everything I was, because it was everything I was. Just as white was the result of merging all the colors of dust, light was the result of merging the elements and of combining everything I was. This was why the skill was called unity. I thought again as the world seemed to freeze for a moment, and then the moment passed. My light and my Lux Eterna split the same darkness it had plunged the world into. For the briefest instant, we were the only things visible in the night I'd made of everything near us. A blindingly bright line that connected my sister and I, flowing from my hand into the luminous portal she'd made of her body. But then everything was back to normal as the attack ended and more light streamed down from the sky. At once, I was back to standing in the middle of a melted crater and Bianca was high in the sky, features completely hidden within the light of her altered form, no longer attacking. Slowly, she lifted a hand and rested it just below her ribcage, holding it there for a long moment. "Oh," she said at last, the tone of her voice a touch surprised. I actually felt that. Slowly, she lowered herself to the ground, and though her face was gone, I felt sure her eyes were on me. Abruptly, I realized I was sweating and that I felt tired, two things I hadn't felt in quite a while, so as Bianca landed, I gestured at myself and allowed Jai to pull the sweat from my skin before healing myself and brushed away the touch of exhaustion. A lot of my MP was gone, but that would sort itself out soon enough, so I turned my attention back to my sister. As her feet touched the ground, Bianca's form changed, seemingly random patches of cloth and flesh bubbling up to the light's surface, returning her to her normal state. She was smiling at me even as she lifted a hand to touch the same spot as before, seeming uninjured despite her words. "What was that?" she said, quirking an eyebrow. "A new skill of mine," I answered. "Called Lux Eterna, apparently. I just made it now." "I didn't hurt you too bad, did I?" she hummed once, tilting her head to look up into the sky as if to see it again, and I took the chance to observe her carefully. "She's taken some damage, but it was relatively minor and her aura was already working on it. I'd heal her in a moment, but there didn't seem to be anything physically wrong with her." "I'm not sure," she admitted. "It felt pretty weird and familiar. Not quite like my stuff, but I know." I nodded. "I felt it, too. When it hit me, I felt like it was trying to twist me up and draw me in, like it did with the rest of the light," she continued. "It felt pretty odd, I'm not gonna lie. Still, it sure looked cool, didn't it?" I smiled brightly at that and nodded. "Maybe I should get you a suit like mine," she mused, taking a step back and looking at me with one eye closed. "For your birthday, I mean. You're getting to about the age where you'll need one, and after that show, well, you deserve it. The oldest and the youngest, making our light shows." "I'll think about it," I hedged, shrugging a shoulder. "We're done, then?" "Seems like as good a place to stop as any," she smiled, coming over to put a hand on my head and ruffle my hair. You took a decent shot from me without flinching and threw back one of your own, so why don't we call that your win? I was just going to test you for a bit, but I'd say you've exceeded all expectations, so there's not much point in going further right now, is there? It's plain to see that you can take care of yourself. I snorted quietly and smiled a bit wider at the praise. Thanks, I said, making myself sound causal. In response, she just ruffled my hair a bit harder. I mean it, Jaune, she whispered, beating my eyes. You've done really well. Dad would be proud, knowing that you're strong enough to keep going, no matter what happens. That you'll be fine, even though he's gone. I was silent for a moment at that, before nodding slowly, returning the seriousness of her expression. We all will, right? I returned. Of course, she answered. Everyone knows we're all amazing. It's why everyone loves us so much. Chuckling, I looked around at what was left of Vale. I wouldn't say there wasn't a brick left atop another, but, well, they were pretty rare, all things considered. Maybe, I acknowledged. But do you ever get the feeling we're like those kids in school who make a lot of noise, party too hard, and ruin things for everyone who's trying to study or whatever? Because, this place is kind of trashed. Nope, Bianca replied promptly. Everyone at Beacon agreed I was perfect, beautiful, and a general joy to be around. It was in the yearbook and everything. I can show you. Did you make them say that? I asked, smirking. No, of course not, she said, shaking her head, but her lips twitched as she did. Well, maybe. Wow, we're already down to maybe? Possibly. She shrugged. What matters is that everyone loved me and will fondly remember me always. Well, I tilted my head. As long as there's that. This time, it was her turn to chuckle. I guess we should find the others, she said. Shouldn't be too hard, what with everything in the way gone and all. Really, when you think of it like that, it's flat out convenient, I agreed. I already know where the others are, though, and Violet and Olivia are right there. I jabbed a thumb towards the slowly approaching pair, watching as Olivia's territory adjusted to bring them closer. Oi, you two! Violet shouted as soon as they were close enough. What the hell was that? Bianca and I looked at one another and promptly decided not to tell her. I'll go get everyone else, I said, rising into the air again. We can talk about whatever you wanted to once we get everyone back home, Bianca promised. I nodded again, smile widening as I rose high above the mess we'd made, the city we'd destroyed in our father's honor. Looking over it all and seeing my sisters smiling below, it made something within me relax for the first time in a week. Yeah, Bianca was right. No matter what happened, we'd all be okay. And I'd make it through all of this and find a way to figure things out. I'd save Mom and then I'd save everyone else, no matter how hard it was or how long it took. So goodbye, Dad. I'll handle things from here. A few hours later, after a round of showers, another meal, and a traditional toast that wasn't quite celebrating and wasn't quite mourning, I found myself at the foot of the stairs, waiting silently. No one said a word about it, but my sisters made themselves scarce, going off to the living room or their bedrooms to give us privacy. I felt her approach long before she arrived, but didn't say anything about it until I heard the stairs creak behind me. Are you free to talk now, Bianca? I asked, the words coming more easily than I expected as I looked steadily forward into the street. I thought this would be hard or at least painful, but it wasn't. Whether because of the send-off we'd had earlier or just because of the gamer's mind, it wasn't. Yeah, she said, taking several more steps before taking a seat beside me. The others will leave us be, but we can take about this in that barrier of yours, if you'd rather. Don't worry about it, I shrugged. I already turned on my privacy settings. She turned to face me, brow furrowing lightly as she glanced me over. If she was looking for something on my face, she didn't find it. But then, that face was nothing but an illusion projected by my mind. Really? She voiced after a moment, sounding uncertain. No, I replied, smiling slightly. Not really. I just used my powers to shut off the area around us and keep anyone from overhearing. She shook her head, expression a touch bemused. Your powers weird enough that I'd have believed you either way, she said, leaning back to rest her elbows on the stairs behind us as she stared up into space for a moment, and I could literally feel her considering something before she spoke. Jaune, what's wrong? I thought something was, but you've gotten a lot harder to read. I wasn't sure if it was something big or something you wanted to keep to yourself, but that's what you want to talk about, right? Yeah, I mused, considering her words with a slow nod. I suppose it is. Then what? She asked. Is it about Dad? It's about Dad, I confirmed, turning to meet her eyes. And the mission in general, really. Some of it's supposed to be secret stuff and there are parts I still can tell you, but this part is pretty open. With the amount of survivors, it can't really be a secret, though they can keep it quiet, and you get the idea. She nodded without a word and let me talk, an action that made me wonder if I was stalling. Maybe, I thought, and took a needless breath. It was a Pandora shell, I said at last, and saw emotions flicker across her face and felt them far more closely through her aura. My sister was many things, but she wasn't stupid, and I could all but feel her working her way towards the truth. I'd told myself before that it would be easy enough to do so, and after the display I'd put on earlier, that was more true than ever. And though I couldn't truly read her mind, I felt the exact moment when she realized what I'd done, written in shock and sardonic pain across the face of her aura. "Oh, Jaune," she whispered, leaning her shoulder against mine. She didn't say anything else though, really. Even I wasn't sure what there was to say. That I'd done what I had to? Probably. That I'd done my duty as a hunter, even if I wasn't officially one? Quite possibly. That I'd done what my father would have wanted? Definitely. But none of that really changed things. She didn't say that I shouldn't have had to face such a thing, because she knew my power and respected both it and me, just as she knew about the lives I had been able to save. So in the end, she just leaned against me silently, the gesture simply one of support and a reminder of her presence, even though it was pointless to tell her what she already knew. Maybe that was why I kept talking. When the shell opened, I shook my head. Well, you can imagine. It was chaos and no one else was in any condition to do anything about it. Half of the hunters there were caught in the blast. Dad, Keppel, Carmen, and a guy named Onyx, who was part of Dad's team, tore off a leg to escape the disease, while Tyrion and Castania slipped into some kind of time-stop barrier thing and only came back a day after everything was over. Mom nearly died shielding us from it, though I managed to heal that damage at least. Once I'd done that, though, it was... well, we were in a bad spot. Mom tried to fight Dad and hold him off, but that left 3 other hunters infected and they got to a local, too. Someone had to stop them and... well, I was the only someone in town. She put her hand over mine and squeezed it gently, but didn't interrupt. I tried to save them, I continued. Reach them, heal them, cure them. But I couldn't. I couldn't figure out any way to do it, and truthfully, I was in a bit of a rush. I'd like to say I gave everyone there a fair chance, but with so much at stake and with Dad infected, I didn't. I stopped them, but they kept fighting and I couldn't risk it when I couldn't help them, so I killed them and moved on, so I could get back to Dad. I helped everyone I could along the way, made shelters for the civilians to keep them safe from the disease, but I won't lie, I was trying to save Dad more than anything else. I wanted to save him and I tried everything, and I still couldn't. So in the end, we fought and I won and he died. Jaune, she whispered. He was. I know, I said, because I did know, better than anyone else in the world. I know I'm not really the one responsible and I know who to blame, but I failed, Bianca. I did everything I could and it wasn't enough. So in the end, I watched him die. I helped him die, she murmured, putting her arms around me gently, and for a moment, we just sat like that. Can I ask you to do something for me? I asked her. Something big? Name it, she said at once. I considered my words carefully for a moment. There's a reason I didn't want to do this in Iraq. It's empty, except for whomever I draw into it, and I didn't want to give the wrong impression. After the Pandora shell opened, though, I called Ospen to supervise and help me. In a situation like that, paranoia is a survival trait, but when nobody can trust anyone else, it can be hard to trust anyone else. I needed an outside observer to help coordinate and explain and to verify, so I knew who I could trust and people knew who could trust me. He was with me every step of the way and can tell you everything he saw, and you know he still trusts me. So just remember that when I tell you this next bit, okay? She nodded, pulling away just far enough to look at me in concern. Okay, she agreed. What happened? I took a slow and pointless breath and faced her fully. I was infected, Bianca, I said, by the Pandora shell. To my slight surprise, she didn't recoil in shock or terror, though it may have been because her first reactions were incomprehension and then confusion. When that passed, she stiffened, as if to react, but seemed to force herself not to pull away, likely fighting against every instinct she had as a professional huntress in the process, and all for my sake. You don't have to hold on to me, if you don't want, I told her. But I'm not currently infected, if that makes things any better. My power. Part of it's called the gamer's mind, and it makes me immune to stuff that alters my thoughts. Even the virus couldn't get through. I remained myself and fought Dad, even when my body mutated, and afterwards I slept it off. That's part of another of my powers, the gamer's body. I can cure any status effect by going to sleep for a while. Even when my body was twisted beyond recognition, it was simply a matter of going to bed and waking up in a hospital later. You don't have to believe me, but I can show what I look like under a microscope or call Ospen. Or I believe you, she said, slowly forcing herself to relax despite being told that the person she was holding onto was a, supposedly former, victim of the worst plague known to Remnant. It's just, I was surprised. But what does this? She still seemed at a loss for words, but I understood regardless. You told me that you could see my soul, or something like it, I replied. While the disease ran its course, I gained several skills, including one that allowed me to sort of re-infect myself. Though the transformation itself is somewhat awkward, it carries a great deal of power with it, but I'm worried. I understand, she nodded slowly. I've tested it carefully and my transformed state can spread the infection, so it's safe to see. At least, I continued. I can make a few barriers and lock myself down, too. But I want to know. Okay, she said after a minute, taking a deep breath. Slowly, She stood, letting go of me and striding carefully away even as she watched me carefully. Whatever happened, whatever happens, I trust you, Jaune. Do whatever you think is necessary and I'll help you. Thank you, I replied. Barriers already forming around me, and then I started to mutate. Drawing up the power of metamorphosis, I rose slowly to the fullness of my height and then most of a meter above it, towering high above my sister as plates of armor grew from my skin, followed by mask-like faces and unblinking eyes. She watched me silently as long spikes rose from my back and my hands twisted into lethal claws, not saying a word as the transformation finished. It only took several seconds this time, thanks to the healing I did, and then there I stood, looking the same way I had when I faced Conquest. How do I look? I asked, knowing she'd understand what I meant. Looked me up and down, craning her head to do so, and then sighed slowly. On the inside, you're still the same, she said. Stuff like this can change who you are. I'd have smiled if the masks allowed for expression, though I wasn't quite certain how to feel. She'd never seen me before I'd awakened my power, but I honestly hadn't had Conquest status effect a few minutes ago. So it was the closest thing to a true test we'd get without actually infecting someone. It didn't necessarily mean anything, but it might have, and it was worth remembering. If I asked, I could get her to look at RWBY, perhaps, and see if anything stood out, though I couldn't imagine what would really stand out in Bianca's eyes, nor did I know what I was looking for. But it was something. Maybe that's good news, I said, hiding my doubts. If nothing else, I really did feel better after talking to her about things. I suppose I should go sleep this off, then, though I might train a bit beforehand. Thank you, Bianca. Anytime, she said, still looking up and up and up and up at me as I began to turn away. However, she stopped me. Jaune, whatever happens, just remember you're still my little brother. Don't worry about stuff like this too much, okay? It's hard not to, I mused, but I'll try. I paused, lifting a finger her way as a notification appeared before me. Absently reaching into my inventory, I drew my ringing scroll and flipped it open, quickly scanning the contents. What is it? Bianca asked, tilting her head upwards at the scroll I held high above her head. Just a message from a friend, I answered back, considering the message. We've been meaning to catch up, so I tried to arrange a meeting. Seems things finally worked out. Just remember to wear your other suit if you go visiting. As a matter of fact, I chuckled, snapping the scroll closed. I will, in fact, be wearing my other suit. The games we play. Reconnect. After a good night's sleep, I was back to my normal form. I'd crafted an illusion around myself easily enough to hide myself as I walked up to my rarely used bed, and none of my sisters commented on it. It probably didn't matter that much, with Ospan and Bianca on my side, but it saved me from a repeat explanation, and after the message I'd gotten, I had bigger things on my mind anyway. The next morning, I was in town before the sun had finished rising, wandering as I wasted time. With my senses outstretched as they were, I could say some distance from my designated target without it making any real difference, so I swung into the grocery store to mend the general emptiness a house of 9 hunters tended to put in food stores. This time, I was able to simply store it all in my inventory without worrying about answering any questions about it, too, which was nice. The benefits of mostly full disclosure. She still hadn't arrived by the time I finished checking out, however, so I swung by Junior's place. I didn't go inside, of course, but I didn't need to in order to scope the entire place out completely. This early, there were few people inside, but the place seemed to be in order still and hadn't been wrecked by any vengeful hunters or huntresses, so I suppose that was good. I'd need to stop by to gamble again sometime, but I had more pressing things to train at the moment, though given who my grandmother was, I'm sure I wouldn't have had any real trouble finding a place to take my chances in Mistral. When I had finished that, however, I pretty much ran out of things to do, took a seat on a nearby bench, and just waited and listened. As always, the city was full of sounds and smells, but to my new senses such things meant a great deal more than before. Every sound carried images, sensations, and more. The totality of it is detailed as if I'd seen it with my eyes. The van flexed her new power and carried to me sounds from an even broader range than usual, showing me thousands upon thousands of different things. Garbage rustled as a tabby cat shifted through a dumpster, some 4 blocks away. Silverware clicked against plates as 42 people dined in the restaurant on 7th, while the staff moved between them. Hundreds of cars rumbled as they drove through the streets of Vale, and I could see and feel and smell them from that sound, as if I stood beside them and within them at the same time, or had cracked the hood to peek at the workings. Even with my eyes closed, even without really trying, I was aware of everything around me. From my configurable senses to my passive empathy, I felt everyone and everything, all the time. I could probably thank the gamer's mind for how it never overwhelmed me, though which specific aspect of my power allowed me to make sense of so much information, I wasn't sure. Still, once you got past the thunderous immensity of it all, it was a simple enough matter to simply fall into a lull of observation. 7 blocks away from me, there was a movie theater, so I watched everything that was playing, which wasn't anything worth mentioning, sadly, but given the time of year, I guess that was to be expected. But finally, I heard the sound I'd been waiting for. An old floor creaked almost imperceptibly as a foot was set upon it from a person who simply hadn't been there moments before. As soon as I shifted my attention towards it, I could see her in my mind, wearing the same clothes as before and prepared for anything. Tuckson's bookstore was empty now, with a customer having left some minutes prior, which was probably why she'd only just appeared. Even so, Raven Brennan was back in town. I rose, slipping both of us into Naraka as I did so, the sounds of city life dying away abruptly. I opened my status screen with a thought and changed myself with a gesture before changing my clothes to follow suit. I left out the rings, belt, and mask for the occasion and didn't bother transforming Crocia Moors, but I kept Kronos hidden under Aravata, just in case things went horribly wrong. A few seconds later, I walked into Tuckson's book trade and looked at the most dangerous woman I'd ever met. Raven, I greeted, tilting my head her way. Gian, she nodded back. My apologies for the delay. A young woman was looking for a book rather insistently. I know, I replied, stepping past her to take a seat on the front counter. I considered asking her how she was and making conversation, but from her tightly controlled emotions, I knew she wouldn't appreciate it. She seemed like the type of woman who was most at ease doing business. Anyway, you wish to speak to me? Her mask hid her face, though that did little to stop me from seeing the brief shadow of a frown that crossed her face. As I recall, you were the one to arrange this meeting, she said in a voice that wasn't quite chiding. Yes, I acknowledged, watching her with mostly faked amusement. I still couldn't see her level, unfortunately, but I took the chance to scan her as best I could, checking for irregularities. When she didn't say anything after a moment, however, I smiled slightly and gave a conceding nod. But very well. I will go first. Several things of note have happened recently, but to begin with, I feel it's best to be upfront and honest. I met your daughter recently. Raven had a good poker face and mostly kept her reaction from her body. Had I been anyone else, I likely wouldn't have noticed the change at all. But I was me and my senses encompassed a list of superpowers, so I both felt and saw the surprise she felt, as well as the other emotions that slowly bubbled to the surface in its wake. Oh, she asked, tone mild. I take it Adam didn't inform you, then, I noted, shamelessly shifting the blame as any real friend would. He and I were meeting in a local club owned by the Zhang family when she came in, looking for information as to your whereabouts. Raven gave another of those brief frowns, though from the angle of her eyes, it didn't seem directed at me. I see, she said after a moment. Was that all? Unfortunately not. I shook my head. She interrogated He Zhang, but he didn't have any information about you. The methods she used ruffled a few feathers, however, and things degenerated into violence. What methods? She asked, tilting her head very slightly to the side. She grabbed him by the balls and then punched him through a wall, I elaborated, making her close her eyes for a moment. I see. And I take it you intervened? As a guest, it seemed only proper, especially as the Zhang family has aided us several times in the past. I nodded. I tried to settle things peacefully and ensure the Zhang family wouldn't seek reparations for the damages, but your daughter is quite stubborn and seemed intent on fighting me. I didn't tell her anything about you, figuring that if you wanted her to know then she would, but I don't think that answer satisfied her. She seemed to have nothing to say to that, though her frown lingered a bit longer. I didn't sense any threat of imminent death from her, either, which I found rather lovely, but quickly explained. Rest assured, I left her unharmed, I continued, except for her pride. Perhaps I did not lay a hand on her and I sent her on her way afterwards. However, it occurred to me that I never asked you how you'd like me to handle such matters. as I did not anticipate meeting your daughter in such a way. You handled it well, she said after a long silence, measuring her words as she watched me. I appreciate your discretion and the care with which you handled it. Should it happen again? She paused, considering the idea with another, deeper frown. It shouldn't be difficult for me to avoid your daughter, if you wish, I told her. Matters will be drawing me away from Vale soon, regardless, and I would understand if you would like me to try and avoid her. In truth, I am more concerned with how you would like me to handle Taeyang and QROW, should our paths cross. She watched me for a long moment before nodding decisively. Should such things occur, I will endeavor to handle them personally, she said, her voice firm and confident. Should I be unavailable, however, I will trust you to handle it as you see fit. I will do everything in my power to leave them unharmed, I told her, masking any uncertainty I felt over the responsibility. She tilted her head my way for thanks. And you? She asked. Do you have any family you wish for me to keep an eye out for? I thought of my bizarre family, from my sisters to Autumn, Gu, and my elementals. Not in the sense that you do, I said at last, musing even as I considered the possibilities and weighed my options. It shouldn't be a concern, though I had intended to extend Mrs. Roma the same courtesy, as an ally. My family, however, is rather complicated. Business first, then, she allowed. Please, I smiled. I'll make introductions later, though rest assured, none of them should oppose you. Now then, do you have any good news, perchance? She considered that. Not really, though it's not necessarily bad news, she mused. That's wonderful, I said, because I'm afraid I have nothing but terrible news. Would you like to go first? She frowned at me again, relying on her mask to conceal the expression, but I could see the consideration on her face. She was wondering if I was serious. Unfortunately, I totally was. I faced her full on and dropped my smile, letting it sink in that I was being honest. She hesitated and I could feel her curiosity and confusion as she considered asking me, but just as quickly she closed her eyes and schooled her expression. Very well, she said. What do you know about what's happening in Mistral? A tough question right off the bat. I mused because the truthful answer was not a damn thing, but I couldn't very well tell her that. On the other hand, I couldn't act like I knew everything, either, because this was information I needed her to tell me. I couldn't be ignorant and I couldn't be omniscient, which meant I had to strike a careful balance. Thankfully, I could reinforce my position with things I knew that she didn't. Not as much as you, I'm afraid, I said carefully. Recent matters in Vale have kept me rather preoccupied. I know that our associate has been moving with your permission, but as you are more familiar with him than I, it seemed wise to leave things in your hands. Again she refrained from asking, inclining her head in a nod of acknowledgement. They're moving, but I'm afraid even I cannot be sure of their purpose. She sounded personally offended by that fact. Whatever their plan is, only she knows, and she shares that knowledge with her men on a need-to-know basis. I've kept a close watch on them, but she's yet to let slip anything truly enlightening. It's annoying, I agreed, and perhaps tailored specifically to keep you in the dark. I made the connection as well. She jerked her head once, the gesture moving her hair slightly. I could confirm it, but it would seem to be the most likely explanation for her secrecy. It would seem she's suspicious of us, I said with a touch of forced amusement, because I didn't know who we were talking about and was putting things together based on context. Though, in fairness, I'm rather suspicious of her, as well. You would be a fool not to, Raven nearly scoffed. But her usefulness is undeniable. Her skill with dust, her connections, and her grasp of our enemies is unprecedented. I lifted an index finger in a salute. True, I said, before leaning back slightly. Nonetheless, I cannot say I've ever been a fan of lacking information. I loathe it almost as much as I do misinformation. In fact, all of a sudden, I believe I developed an interest in learning more about our dear friend. I assume you've already taken measures of your own, Adam, she stated currently. I am having him work as an intermediary who empathizes with her methods or who will come to over time. At least, such things can't be rushed, and she will undoubtedly be suspicious of him in beginning, so time and effort will be required in order for him to get close enough to learn more. Beyond that, I continue my watch over her and her close associates, when possible. Patience is a virtue, I mused aloud, and it is often best to be careful and discreet in matters such as this. However, there is a part of me that fears time is not on our side, and if she continues to be as careful as she has shown herself to be thus far. I shook my head slightly. I would hate to learn the truth only for it to be too late to make a difference, I muttered to myself, but for her benefit. Pursing my lips, I lifted my head towards her again, considered what I'd said thus far, and took a chance. Where is she now? Has she changed locations? She continues to pose as a student at Haven, Raven replied, which came as a shock. Even so, I kept it off my face illusory or otherwise and made a show of considering it carefully, deliberately tapping a claw on Tuckson's countertop as I did so. I had a location which gave me a way to potentially learn far more. More than that, the specific location came with opportunities I could exploit, but did I risk doing so now? Whoever our third party was, they were almost certainly dangerous, made even more so by the fact that we had no idea what they were up to. and they were obviously criminals besides. Granted, we all were, but did I risk it? Doing such a thing might endanger her, but on the other hand, it might make her safer than ever. I hadn't discussed it with her, but even with an unknown threat, Raven's protection might be worth it. If I told her about it, she'd want to be involved, too, and grandmother already was, so perhaps I have a card I could play. I slowly began, making a show and only a mostly faked one of considering it, though I hope to keep it in reserve. Oh, Raven asked. Recently, one of Mrs. Roma's granddaughters, Miss Olivia Arc, moved down from Atlas. I began, hoping I was making the right choice. You see, she recently received a rather amazing offer, the chance to teach at Haven as the youngest professor it has ever had. Naturally, she accepted the offer and will begin teaching with the coming semester. Fortuitous, Raven said dryly, and I made myself smile and tilt my head. It is rather convenient, is it not? I answered, quirking an eyebrow ever so slightly, the gesture something of a challenge. Nonetheless, she is not currently aware of our predicament. It would be easy enough to ask her to look after a student or two, though I'd hope to wait on that front. I'm sure you can imagine the usefulness of someone in her position, and I had not wished to jeopardize it. Of course, Raven said at once, obviously considering the possibilities, especially with the chance that she might have no more luck than us. But she can be trusted within limits, I replied, but rather broad ones. Thankfully, as part of our agreement, I have been looking after Mrs. Roma's blood for some time now, much as I would try to for yours. They know me and trust me, in turn, but they have rules they will not break. I have no fear of them ever exposing me, but it's important to keep in mind they are huntresses, Raven said, as if that explained everything, which it did, sort of. I had not considered that she might bring her family into this, though in hindsight, I have to wonder why I didn't remind me of them. There are 7 young women and a boy, I said, really hoping I was right about this. 2 of the girls man the walls in Vaco, one is in the military in Atlas and another is a scientist who works with her closely. The remaining 3 are in Mistral or will be soon. The teacher and the hunters, Raven nodded. A diverse bunch, aren't they? And the grandson? He's lived in Vale for some time now, I smiled. Though arrangements have been made for a prolonged trip to Mistral for him as well. You might remember him, actually. I had him put on something of a show in Mistral, several months back. You could say he's something of a prodigy of mine, even I've likened him to Adam, on occasion, though only briefly. He serves his purpose best by being unaffiliated. I see, she murmured. Yes, I vaguely recall him. He'd be about 17? He will be soon. I nodded. A convenient age, she considered. Will he be enrolling in Haven? If necessary, I said. I have other things in mind for the boy, but I do like to keep my options open. If nothing else works, he can be trusted to learn all sorts of things. Raven tilted her head to look at me, expression contemplative beneath her mask. Indeed? She asked. Had you intended him for Beacon, then? Originally, I lied, rolling with it smoothly. Unfortunately, that recently fell through and I have been forced to move on to one of my backup plans. It's tied into my bad news. In fact, Raven stiffened ever so slightly. Is Ospen aware? She asked, not specifying what, but her tone was deeply concerned and her emotions far more so. Thankfully not, I replied. Rather, the boy's father recently died in the line of duty and his mother greatly injured. I will tend to that shortly, but as Jaune Arc was a close personal friend of the headmaster, he has taken a keen interest in their son. And while I don't believe he is suspicious of anything as of yet, I would rather not take any needless risks under his watchful eye. Those who make mistakes regarding Ospen tend not to make any others, she agreed, relaxing. Once again, I was reminded that I've never seen one of her portals around the headmaster. Indeed not, I replied, and under the circumstances, I'd rather not tip my hand to him. If possible, I would like at least another 4 to 6 months to prepare for that confrontation. Longer, if possible. You are aware of his semblance, I assume? Of his power over time? Yes, she answered, though she seemed a touch surprised that I was. I have a number of countermeasures for such tactics, I continued, raising my hand and accelerating it as I gestured. I even possess some skill in that area myself. But though my power grows steadily, I'm not at my full strength as of yet, and against such a powerful time manipulator, I'd rather not take my chances. Such opponents are bothersome in Ospen more than most. As such, I have adjusted my plans for the time being. I see, she whispered, blinking rapidly beneath her mask before nodding sharply. Then we shall address the matter of our allies upon your return to Mistral? I inclined my head. It shouldn't take me much longer now, I assured her. I merely have several obligations to fulfill before my departure. Mrs. Roma's daughter lost 3 of her limbs, and while healing such injuries is relatively simple, I need to ensure that there are explanations for such a miraculous recovery, which has taken time. I would imagine so, Raven said after a bemused moment before blinked. How did she sustain such injuries and survive? You said her husband died in battle? I intervened. I explained. However, things were complicated. Complicated? She repeated, raising an eyebrow. How so? I sighed and shook my head. There was a Pandora shell, I told her, which would have been a troublesome issue, in and of itself, but unfortunately that is merely the start of my bad news. The games we play concealed a Pandora shell is just the start of your bad news? Raven asked, tone of voice a split between vague disbelief and general regret, presumably over the fact that he'd gotten out of bed this morning. Surprising, isn't it? I answered, smiling slightly. But sadly it's the truth. Mr. Arc's team walked into a situation that turned out to be a great deal more than it first seemed. The Grimm had created a massive series of tunnels beneath the town they'd been sent to protect, allowing an enormous number of the creatures to get right under it with none the wiser. Upon noticing a small tunnel that led to the surface, which had allowed for the reported attack that drew them there, they realized this and called for reinforcements, but even that turned out to be traps set by the Grimm. The moment their backup arrived, the horde beneath them moved to attack, which eventually culminated in the Grimm intentionally triggering a Pandora shell in the hunter's midst. That's... Raven paused, frowning. That's very intelligent behavior, even for older Grimm. Strategic behavior. Indeed it is, I agreed, which, more than anything, made me suspicious, especially in regards to precisely how they opened the shell. It was carried to the surface by a Deathstalker and was then blown open by a long-range energy attack by Kromkruch, who was most likely responsible for the tunnels in the first place. Raven opened her mouth with what must have been a reflexive response before hesitating and restraining herself for several breaths. Kromkruch, she repeated at last, with only traces of incredulity in her tone. You're certain it was Kromkruch? I shrugged shoulder casually and nodded. I saw him, I told her, and he's rather hard to mistake for anyone else. But it's worrying, especially after Ziz's awakening several months ago. When you awoke Ziz, you mean? She asked, the jab coming effortlessly to her lips and making me smile but also shake my head. I'm afraid that while that's true, it is also somewhat more concerning than it might first appear, I replied. For you see, Ziz had been in that location for quite some time, and I'm sure that the fact that it had been positioned so close to Vale was not a coincidence, but it had been sleeping long enough for countless people to come near it without any response. From airships to hunters heading that way to even just explorers, there is no record of Ziz doing a thing over several hundred years of history, yet the moment I drew near it reacted. Yes, I woke it up, but not by proximity. I'm afraid it recognized me. Recognized you? She repeated again. Had she been a less intimidatingly powerful woman, I'd have made a parrot joke. You mean I have something of a history with the Grimm? I admitted, which was apparently the truth even if I had no idea what said history was. A long history. I see, Raven said slowly. And did Kromkruch also recognize you? Almost certainly, I nodded. In fact, it's even possible that the situation was engineered to ensure my involvement. In truth, the awakening of Ziz was as alarming for me as it was for the rest of the world, if for somewhat different reasons. But after it returned to its slumber, I had hoped that would be the end of things and that I had simply been unlucky enough to stumble across an old acquaintance. When I saw Kromkruch, however, I had no choice but to believe that it was far more than that. Ziz nearly ruined everything simply by its presence while Kromkruch engaged in what couldn't be called anything but enemy action, and when the Pandora shell opened, I sighed and looked up at her, making a show of gauging her before speaking. Most people are under the impression that the disease within the shells corrupts all who touch it, driving them mad in the process, but this is not the case, I told her. The bacterial Grimm within the Pandora shells have something of a consciousness, especially once they seize control over a living body. The entity refers to itself as conquest and can assume total control over a person, suppressing their mind completely while wielding their powers as if they were its own. It's an old being and one of the most powerful of the Grimm. One of the knights of their kind known as a rider. Raven began before cutting herself off again and falling silent for a minute. How can you be sure? I sighed again. Because Conquest was one of the beings responsible for the fall of Babel, I said, again going with the truth. If with the intention to distract and mislead, he helped destroy it at the command of his creator. Raven trailed off, expression stunned beneath her mask. His creator? The Grimm have a creator? I nodded in quiet confirmation. You're one of the few people I've ever told this, I said quietly. But I don't need to tell you how important it is that such knowledge is used carefully. She looked down, still blinking, before swallowing slowly. She began before shaking her head, apparently still reeling. She took a deep breath and seemed to force herself to recover, closing her eyes for just a moment before continuing. I don't suppose you have any proof of such claims? I do, in fact, I said, which may or may not have been a complete lie. There's a set of ruins that are heavily guarded by the Grimm, and alongside them exists a city, the last remaining city of Babel, held in a pocket dimension much like this one. It's now devoid of life, thanks to the Grimm, but at the center of the city there is a lab of sorts, and the Grimm guard it fiercely for a reason. There's a Babel computer within it that holds a wealth of information, placed there by someone who fought the Grimm a long time ago. She looked at me for a long moment, eyes still wide enough to see the whites all around them, but she nodded slowly. Shall we go then? She asked. If what you say is true, then neither of us would enjoy the experience, I'm afraid. I shook my head. Does a place named Jericho Falls mean anything to you? Raven paused yet again before nodding hesitantly. Jericho Falls. I suppose that explains why so many Grimm would gather there, she murmured, shaking her head. And could we not use this pocket dimension of yours to avoid them? The Grimm murdered the people who created Naraka. I shook my head right back. The weaker Grimm cannot get inside, but the writers have proven themselves quite capable of it in the past. As I am now, I would not wish to fight all the Grimm in that location, so I've no choice but to wait until more of my power returns. Or at least, that's what I'd hope to do by buying time, but there's a chance that we may no longer have that luxury with the Grimm moving once more. Even so, I will make myself ready in the coming months and will destroy everything that stands between us and that computer. So quick to use us. She shook her head, but I could tell she didn't really mean it. If nothing else, she seemed intrigued. Who's to say I'd even follow you into such a place? The last 100 or so hunters who went to Jericho Fall never came back out. If the place had, as I suspected, been a last-ditch effort to survive Babel's Fall, it had likely been the grave of far more than that, but I kept such thoughts to myself and instead simply raised a challenging eyebrow. If you wish, you may watch from a safe distance, I offered, my tone gentlemanly. I will gladly fight your share, if you have something better to do that night. She rolled her eyes beneath mask, but her lips twitched upwards. I'll see what my schedule allows once you've finished your preparations, she allowed. For now, tell me about these riders and their master. I considered her for a moment before nodding. Conquest is the one I know the most about, I said truthfully. He's the White Rider and takes the form of a biological weapon, what you know as a Pandora shell. If you examine him closely, his true form is a bacterial type of Grimm. Though each of these Grimm cells is a separate entity, they are as capable of acting as one as any other group of Grimm and, through a process similar to normal bacteria, may exchange information between themselves. In fact, they work so well together that for all appearances, each cluster can act as a single being, but there's an important difference between what they have and a hive mind. Namely, the sharing of information is not immediate and requires physical contact between Conquest's different pieces. This means that those infected may not have access to the same information and may react differently unless given time to properly coordinate, and this can be used against them. Assuming you can survive getting close with your mind and body intact, Raven noted. Assuming that, I agreed with a sigh. Truthfully, exploiting this weakness is far more difficult than I make it sound. Though Conquest is a horrible creature that doesn't deserve to exist, I can't deny that he's very intelligent and he backs that intelligence up with millennia of experience in destroying lives. Though he doesn't know everything, he likely knows more than anyone currently alive because of the sheer amount of people he's infected. He was personally responsible for a great deal of Babel's Fall and infected many brilliant scientists and skilled warriors. Though he can definitely be fooled, he's pretty good at staying out of his own way and refraining from saying anything helpful. I shook my head and shifted my expression to one of semi-honest regret. More than anything, though, he's a problem that needs to be shut down as quickly as possible whenever he appears, simply because if you give him time, he spreads like a virus. If he doesn't know how to get around an obstacle, which requires no one he's ever infected knowing how to get to you, then all he has to do is find one person who knows how to fix that. To make matters worse, he considers it a hobby to seek out those who consider themselves safe from him and proving that they aren't, and he enjoys causing pain on a level above even the other Grimm. What do you mean? Raven asked, making me tilt my head and consider how to explain it. But then, it was as simple, and remembering the examples he'd given, wasn't it? Pretty much any Grimm will kill you, I began. They'll tear you to pieces and eat you while you're still alive, whether you're a man or woman, young or old. But Conquest will do it in the body of someone you love, after using their body to eat your children in front of you, simply because of the additional pain it causes you. I see, Raven said slowly, the expression on her face telling me she was imagining it before she shook the image off. He's a monster among monsters, then by design, or I honestly can't be certain, I admitted. It may simply be that his greater intelligence and his knowledge of human nature makes him better able to inflict the pain that all Grimm seem to desire causing, and just as possible that he was built to act in an especially cruel fashion or grew that way over time. Figuring out why he was a monster wasn't my main concern on the occasions I met him. I'm afraid he's rather skilled at making people focus on his demise. Raven tilted her head in concession to that. And the infection? She asked, tone changing slightly as her emotions shifted. Is there a way to cure it? I blew out a breath, feeling a bit tired in response to the memories her words brought up. You ask a tough question, I told her. The answer is both yes and no. First of all, it must be understood that Conquest values causing pain far above the deaths of one of his hosts, and though he won't throw away useful assets, that's not to imply that he isn't willing to sacrifice them. On top of that, whether because a reclaimed asset likely becomes a liability or because he's tremendously spiteful, he will attempt to destroy any hosts that are likely to be cured, and as you might imagine, he has a fair number of ways of doing so. Attacking the host's body from within, forcing it to kill itself if all else fails. He can even just accelerate the metamorphosis of the host into a Pandora shell in a process that ignores most attempts at healing. But if you know how and you can get past all of that, in theory, Yes, there are ways to cure the disease. Only in theory, she asked. You've never seen it done? I shook my head. My efforts to that end have thus far been met with failure. I admitted. Conquest's pestilence works by infecting the body and using that to seize control of one's aura and bind the soul. The process can be reversed by entering another soul to fight Conquest directly and then reverse the process from soul to aura to body. Raven lifted a hand to stop me. What's this about entering souls? She asked. You can do that. I like to consider myself something of an expert when it comes to matters of the soul, I said, which was probably true from a comparative standpoint. Really? It's simply a matter of leaving one's body fully behind and entering another's. If you wish, I could demonstrate, but you might find the process invasive on a number of levels. At the very least, however, you've seen this before, no? I manifested the white tiger of the West, letting it rise fully from my body again. Raven didn't react visibly, but I sensed a change in her emotions as if I'd just drawn a gun, which was fair, as I'd drawn something far, far greater. This is me, to put things simply, I said, gesturing at myself. For the sake of convenience, I usually refer to him as by who, but we are one in every sense that matters, for he's simply my aura given a more physical form. Notice how we are connected, though. We need to be for this technique, as my aura and soul reside within my body, but it was relatively simply to go a step further and separate those things from my flesh. From there, it was merely somewhat more difficult to enter another body. I will take your word for it, she decided, shaking her head. Then I take it you are inhabiting a borrowed body right now? This particular body is quite a bit more complicated than that, I hedged. If you could consider Baitu a form of astral projection and my ability to enter the bodies of others a form of possession, then this particular case is more like reincarnation. If possible, I'd rather not explain the science behind it at this moment, as it's somewhat convoluted. The science behind reincarnation? She asked. I wouldn't have thought the terms went together. Why not? I asked in turn. Science, in the end, is simply the process of asking questions and seeking answers. To that end, it goes together with pretty much everything. I suppose, she acknowledged after a moment of silence. And I assume that you're a scientist, then? I suppose I don't much look the part, do I? I asked, smiling. But yes, that would be a fair assessment. I value the power of my mind a great deal. You see, I am simply aware that neglecting other things would be unwise, in a world such as our own. From experience? Yes. I see, she mused, nodding to herself. Very well, I will accept that for now. So you enter someone's soul, face Conquest, overcome the infection, and their maker gets involved, I replied. Unfortunately, the Grim are connected in a way to their master, and slaying Conquest within a person can apparently draw his attention. I learned that the hard way with Mr. Arc, and in the end I was forced to put him down, along with the other infected. I didn't have to fake the regret in the words, and Raven raised an eyebrow slightly, making me send a rueful smile her way. Believe it or not, I do not like killing and avoid doing so if at all possible, I informed her. Where I come from, we could ill afford to waste lives that could be put to better uses. You see, though they were not wholly our allies, the loss of those hunters was regrettable, for at least some of what they did served the whole world. True, she acknowledged, inclining her head. What were their names? Joxark, Tenku, and Keppel and Carmen Cordelia, I replied. I knew them, if only distantly. She nodded slowly. They were good hunters and good people from what I knew. It is a shame. I thought you might think so. I smiled at her, making her roll her eyes slightly. Are there any methods to prevent infection, then? She asked, getting back on topic. If it could be cured, there are several methods that have shown various degrees of success, I nodded. The simplest but also least desirable is to remove infected parts of the body. Beyond that, I can create airtight defensive shields around people to protect them within infected areas, but combat with the infected remains risky. I'm working on additional methods at the moment. But how do you resist infection, then? She asked. If you fought them directly. Observant, I thought with a smile. I have several advantages, owing to the unique nature of my body and soul, I answered. Simply put, my body is simply less important to me than it is to you, so if it's damaged or changed, it's simply a matter of restoring it back to its natural state. What? She asked. Allow me to give you an example, I offered, extending an arm to the side. Baitu gripped it tightly, one hand at the shoulder and one at the elbow, and then he tore it away with the tiger's jaws. I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to show me, Raven stated after several seconds when nothing visibly changed. That was me losing an arm, I explained, and restoring it very quickly. Of course, if you'd wish to test for yourself, you may use your sword to remove it. She frowned at me, looking at me both like I was mad and, with slight alarm, the realization that I was serious. Go on, I chuckled. I assure you, even if I did lose an arm, I could easily reattach it. She was silent for a moment before shaking her head. Very well, she said, hand going to her sword, and in a blur of motion, I felt my arm fly off and my HP drop. Looking down at it, I flexed my fingers once and healed the damage that light blow had caused. See? I said, still smiling under her stare. Good as new. The games we play. Consolidation. Raven held her sword up to the dim light of the room, letting it gleam off the edge as she looked it over. Though I'd long since observed her weapon and scoped it out as thoroughly as I could, which was very, very thoroughly in my case, this was the first time I'd seen it in its active state, so I took the chance to do so again. The blade was long, far longer than its sheath, in fact, due to how it had expanded upon being drawn. But what was more interesting than that was the material the blade itself was made of. It was dust. It and the dozens upon dozens of other blades kept in the revolving sheath were made of a dust alloy in all the colors of the rainbow and then some. Even amongst hunters, it was one of the most impressive weapons I'd even seen, and must have been one of the most expensive as well. And though this particular blade was pristine, the weapon as a whole must have seen quite a bit of use throughout Raven's career as a huntress. Some might have wondered what things such a blade had seen, but I could do more than that and shamelessly did so. While Raven pondered the blade, I took the opportunity to take a deeper look, reaching out to touch it at range and activate my psychometry, bring up an immediate rush of images. Very, very boring images, primarily. The vast majority of it was just darkness, presumably owing either to the fact that the blade was normally sheathed, that it used disposable blades, or both. I suppose that neither would really surprise me. Someone like Raven probably didn't have much need to use her sword in the average week, beyond some training to keep her skills sharp, and for a weapon that used as expensive ammunition as hers did, she probably had a practice sword of some kind that she used instead. Actual uses of the blade in the memories were few and far between, with nothing especially calling out to me, but then if she did actually draw her blade, it was probably over before anyone knew what was going on. It was a little disappointing, though not particularly unexpected. Psychometry allowed me to pick things up from objects, but that wasn't the same thing as learning everything that had happened around them. Raven's sword didn't have eyes or ears, after all. The things I picked up from it were merely the marks the oars of others had left upon it that I then analyzed visually. Objects were most strongly marked when they were in use, and for a weapon, that was mainly when it was being used to attack or defend, or else exposed to scenes of high emotion or the use of aura. With it usually at rest at Raven's side, all I really saw was its owner and the immediate surroundings illuminated by the light of her soul. At various points in time, I saw vague figures in the distance, the signs of people who'd come close but not too close to Raven. At various points, the images clarified, probably because Raven was using her aura to watch something through a portal or created one to travel, but oh well, I thought I hadn't really expected much, but it was worth a shot, and it was hard to truly be disappointed with it when I got a new skill out of the deal. A skill has been created through a special action. By drawing on the experience of a grandmaster, the skill Ieta was created. But only one skill, I noted, probably for the same reason as the vague imagery. Raven hadn't needed use the sword enough in the last few days for me to really derive much sense of her personal fighting style. I'd picked up my father's, but then, he'd fought for his life even before Conquest took a hold of him and started up that colossal mess, and there'd been aura flying around all over the place. For Raven, though, I guess I'd have to try again later, after she'd fought something. Certainly, I felt my blade connect, she mused, turning from it to me. It even passed through you with some resistance and yet didn't leave a mark. I didn't even see a wound. You can heal yourself that quickly? I have to be able to, I replied, focusing at once. After all, what if someone destroys my head? That's not a situation that allows much time to respond, so I have to make sure I can recover quickly. You can heal even from wounds like that? She asked, sounding impressed. Yes, though it's a touch more difficult, I admitted, as it was a critical hit location and attacks to it caused more damage. I endeavor to take care of it, but I've learned to be prepared. So it would seem, she mused, lifting a finger to touch the side of her sword, as if checking to see if I'd left some kind of stain on the blade that must be useful from time to time. Very much so, I smiled. Should you ever have reason to suspect that someone is impersonating me, feel free to use this as a test method, provided you give me some warning. Needless to say, nothing has managed to kill me since I perfected this ability, but there are always certain difficulties in testing what you're capable of surviving. It shouldn't be an issue, but I would appreciate the courtesy. Noted, she said dryly. And this allowed you to defeat Conquest? This time, yes, I replied. Though by his nature, Conquest's power is dependent at least somewhat on his host and varies a great deal. Though I defeated the hunters present fairly easily, there are a number of opponents who would have been more difficult to deal with, for a variety of reasons. We are fortunate that none of the Taken possessed powers that allowed them to move between locations quickly. Should a portal maker with power such as yours have been taken, the results would have been rather catastrophic. I can imagine, she murmured before shaking her head. And what of the other writers? I'd already considered what I wished to say here and so shook my head slowly. To be completely honest, my information dwindles rapidly from this point on, I admitted. Conquest was the one I knew the most about, and it took a great deal of quick thinking to overcome him the way I did. My ability to leave behind my body and enter another's were things I created out of necessity, as were various other things. In truth, I've only met one other rider, as far as I am aware. As far as you are aware? She asked, tone vaguely concerned. What do you mean? I sighed slowly and turned my face deliberately away from her. Matters are complicated by the nature of our enemy, I told her. The riders are called such because they ride host bodies, in various forms. Although those touched by conquest quickly mutate into monstrous forms, this isn't necessarily the case with all other riders, and evidence would support that it's not. I've honed my senses enough that I'm all but certain I've noticed them, but there remains a slight risk. Worse, in some cases, I may not recognize the symptoms due to a lack of familiarity with the subject. Though I can easily spot the presence of bacterial grim, I nearly missed the Red Rider when I first saw them, for rather than an invasive organism, they took the form of a chemical substance in the blood that was all but indistinguishable from its surroundings except when viewed in the upper portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. One of Raven's eyebrows lifted slightly at that. Because of this, I can't be entirely certain of what I'm looking for until I'm sure someone is a rider, I continued regardless. And until I do so, all I can do is notice discrepancies and make theories until I think it's safe enough to act. I have several suspicions, but I shook my head. Suspicions, she repeated, frown returning briefly. So there are those you suspect of being riders within the kingdoms? I didn't have to fake my hesitation before replying to that. Yes, I admitted carefully. In fact, I know where the Red Rider is for certain and there are many signs pointing to the location of another. However, while I feel you should know, I also think that you deserve to choose for yourself whether or not to listen to me. You see, paranoia can be a plague as dangerous as any rider and I may already have been infected by it. Spreading it deliberately may not be wise and should I be wrong, it might color your views against the wrong target. Do you wish to know regardless? Yes, she said in a tone of voice that implied I was asking a stupid question. Who would choose ignorance over knowledge? I chuckled at that, if a bit bleakly. I can say I don't feel much the same way, I replied, and under the circumstances, I believe that you, if anyone, should know and I would have had to ask you about it at some point, whatever choice you made. Taking a slow breath, I met Raven's eyes through her mask. The Red Rider currently lingers in an inert state within the bloodstream of your daughter's half-sister, Ruby Rose, I said, and I suspect it has something to do with the death of her mother. I felt her react to that sharply, the implications of the words striking her deeply enough to keep the emotions from even touching her face. For a long moment, she simply stared at me, silent and still. Attacking her outright may awaken the rider within her, I continued, making sure I didn't say the words too quickly. And as its capabilities are unknown, I felt that would be unwise. But I also felt you deserved to know, given her proximity to your daughter and former teammates. I have not gotten the chance to examine either Taeyang or QROW, but Jiang did not seem to have been touched by the chemical within her sister, which is part of why I believe it's dormant. But I cannot say why it's in such a state, nor to what end, nor even when it is likely to wake. Should that happen, I shook my head slightly. I am, of course, working on a way to cure her, just as I am continuing to do so for Conquest, but I cannot be certain of how successful my methods will be. Should their maker get involved again, I can't make any guarantees, but even beyond that there's just no way of knowing how the rider may react to an attempt to remove it. Worse, though I've had plenty of chances to examine the progression of Conquest's disease, I cannot say the same for this one, and I honestly do not know how it will affect her or even if it already has. Her medical records indicate a history of severe nightmares that might be related to her mother's death, but I had no way of confirming that without getting very close to her. Raven nodded, remaining silent though I could feel her emotions changing rapidly. I could tell without asking that she knew what could happen and what might be necessary, but even I wasn't sure how she felt about the thought, mostly because I doubted she knew, given what I was feeling from her. But it never touched her face and she never said a word. Should it become necessary, I can deal with the matter alone, I offered. It may be safer that way, as I am the one most likely to be immune to whatever the Red Rider might bring to bear. And though I don't particularly enjoy the idea, I can kill Ruby Rose if I truly must. It wasn't a bluff. Before, I might have wondered if I could do it, though I knew the power of the gamer's mind, but after cutting off my own father's head and slaying 3 friends of the family, I knew beyond the shadow of a doubt I could do it to some girl I barely knew, if I absolutely had to. If I couldn't cure her and if her infection put the lives of others at risk the way Conquest had, I could kill her to save thousands of others. I could, and I was pretty sure Raven could, too. You can prove she's infected? She asked, speaking at last. I can prove that she has a unique and foreign substance in her blood, given an access to some of it, I mused. Proving that it's the infection itself would likely require awakening the Red Rider, but I could do that too, provided we could extract her to an isolated location where others would not be at risk and given time to properly prepare for whatever might come from the awakening, of course. But you're convinced she's infected? She pressed on, to which I nodded. I am, I said. I've seen it within her, after all, and I trust my eyes a great deal. She nodded again, in acknowledgement more than an agreement. If you can prove it and should there be no other way, then I will do what is necessary, she stated at last, her tone low. If I can approach her safely, I will handle the matter myself. I owe Summer and Taeyang that much, at least. Very well, I replied. For your sake as much as theirs, I hope that does not happen and will do all I can to prevent it. For now, however, I believe we should keep our distance with your daughter so close to her, though. Thank you, she said quietly, for informing me. I will be sure to keep a closer eye on them all in the future. Closer, I noted. Well, I'd figured she'd probably checked in on the people she'd left behind every now and then. I mean, who wouldn't? With portals as hard to detect as ravens, there was little harm in it, beyond whatever she must have felt watching her teammates mourn and then move on. Her daughter grew up without her, so probably a fair bit of harm, but it was the type of pain that probably wouldn't make someone stop. Do you know what happened to Summer Rose, Raven? I asked her after a moment of silence. Whatever is now happening to her daughter, I feel like she must be involved. Too many trails lead back to her for her to be anything else. I looked into it. When I heard the news, the huntress replied. I didn't notice anything particularly out of the ordinary. She went on a mission. She never came back. No body was ever found. She was originally listed as MIA, but as the Grimm tend to devour corpses, her status was changed to Key a few months later when nothing more was found. Like they did with you, I noted. Yes, she agreed, which is why I tried to search for her anyway, though I had little luck in that regard. It doesn't necessarily mean anything as the world is a very large place, but after several months of cursory searching, I stopped. If no one had heard from her in that time, she was either dead or didn't want to be found. Either way, it stopped being a priority. But you kept an eye out, I guessed, and made it sound like a statement. And you peeked on the other people searching for her, to coordinate your own efforts. Beneath her mask, she nearly smiled. Of course I did, she admitted. There was a part of me that wondered if she might follow my footsteps, so I keep an eye out for the appearance of any powerful, mysterious women, something that lead me to several allies and enemies. In fact, but when I first began searching for her, I started by gathering what information I could about her mission. RWBY and Taeyang were heavily involved in the search, so it was simple enough to learn about what happened. Even so, I didn't find anything useful. The mission took her into Southern Vital, to some set of ruins. When I checked, the ruins themselves were leveled, but I didn't find any sign of Summer. Ruins, I mused. My type of ruins? I'm not sure, she replied. All I ever saw of it were smoldering ashes and broken rocks. It looked like there had been some sort of structure at the center, but it had been almost entirely crushed, along with much of the surrounding forest. When he examined the site, RWBY thought it might have been a Humbaba or some other massive Grimm, and I agreed. But from what you've said, I suppose a rider could have been responsible as well. But how would it have gotten from some destroyed ruins to her daughter in Vale? I wonder aloud before tilting my head. What type of mission was it? Scouting, it would seem. Another team had discovered the ruins several weeks prior but had avoided it because there were signs of Grimm. Summer had been sent to investigate and record everything she could of the interior and exterior, for the sake of determining if it was worth the risk of sending a team for a more thorough search. So she would have wanted to preserve the ruins, too, I considered. At least until she finished examining it. She would have tried to avoid drawing Grimm to the place, as well. But obviously something went wrong anyway. Logically speaking, the most likely explanations are that she either found something inside or something followed her without knowing. I came to the same conclusion, Raven agreed before spreading a hand. Most things that can destroy ruins aren't very subtle though, so I favor the former. The wreckage didn't tell me much as to what it might have been. However, perhaps I should take a look, I said, mulling the idea over. Though any trails are likely very cold by now, I could likely get a feel for what the ruins had once looked like. If the creature had been lurking unnoticed within them, that might give us a rough indication of its size and perhaps of the ruins' purpose. Would you? Raven swept her sword in an almost lazy arc and tore open a hole in space. After you, she said, lifting a hand toward it like she was holding open a door, at once checking if I trusted her and possibly threatening me with the knowledge that she could send me to all sorts of unpleasant places. I merely smiled at her, though, and also sent my senses through it to verify the shit out of it, making sure I knew exactly what was on the other side. I checked the air content, the ground, the ambient temperature, and then the sky, piecing through the veil of refracted light to see the stars as they truly were, and gauge the location of the place on the other side. Somewhere in Southern Vital, as she says, and I didn't sense any signs of betrayal from her either. It was safe, as far as I could tell, and I could tell a whole damn lot. Even as I was doing that, I tried psychometry on her blade again and got nothing new, which I'd pretty much expected. Even if she'd swung a sword to make them, it had been Raven's power that had made the portal, not anything she'd done with the blade. I'd already checked to see what types of skills my psychometry could let me pick up from objects, and it didn't include things they were merely witnesses to or semblances. But, oh, well, it had been worth a shot. Why, thank you, Raven, I replied as if I hadn't done anything, and rose from my seat on the counter, and with the fearlessness of someone certain of their own safety, I stepped into the swirling void. the games we play. Puzzles. I stepped out of the portal onto wild grass. Naraka's tinted sun was hidden by the branches of scarred and ancient trees, letting only small streams of light slip through the canopy. Almost the moment we touched down, I could hear the distant shifting of the grim Beowulf spawning in the darkness of the forest in response to the change in my location. But I didn't care about that. Generally, I kept the grim Naraka spawn deliberately weak, simply to avoid the bother, but they weren't very threatening one way or another. I tested it a fair bit as it leveled up at a glacial pace, summoning things like Nevermore instead of Beowulfs, but while they weren't actually dangerous, their ability to fly made killing them en masse more trouble than their piddling experience rewards were worth. After enough time, a giant Nevermore would appear and I could kill that instead, but the spawn rate was pretty abysmal for the level I was at now, and killing something that many levels below me every few hours was more tedious than anything else. As such, I usually stuck to the Beowulfs who, if tremendously unrewarding, at least were not annoying and didn't require any actual attention on my part that would disrupt my efforts to train. They also appeared in greater numbers than Ursa, so they didn't really make up for anything, but they won the quantity versus quality argument in a technical sense. In terms of pure numbers, it was the better options between the two, even if it didn't amount to anything of much value. Holding back a sigh, I turned my attention to the ruins before me, which were really ruins of ruins. At this point, though I could see where there had once been buildings, now there were mainly just fields of shattered stone, the vague skeleton of a foundation, and some structural support that had managed to survive. Plants had grown around or upon the rubble, the wind and rain had worn away at them, and much of the metal appeared to have rusted. I couldn't tell without having seen how it had looked before, but it seemed likely that the local wildlife had probably claimed various bits and pieces of the wreckage for their own purposes as well, to say nothing of what any grim that came passing through might have done. All told, it looked exactly what it was, the broken remnants of something that had already been a broken remnant, left to rot for about a decade. It was a dim shadow of whatever it had once been, and after this much time, well, picking through it for clues would be a pain in the ass for just about anyone. Thank God I was me. As I pondered the best way to go about this, Raven stepped through the portal to join me in front of the ruin, eyes focused on the back of my head as she came to a stop just behind and to the side of me. "Find anything yet?" she asked. "Patience," I murmured. "I've been on the case for less than 10 seconds. "And you haven't found anything yet?" She clicked her tongue chidingly, making me smile slightly even as I continued to slowly look around. After a moment, I nodded to myself and made a decision. "I've been busy despairing over the general ambience," I told her, "which is why I'm about to close Naraka. You may wish to prepare yourself for whatever might be waiting on the other side." Her hand dropped to her sword in a way that seemed bizarrely casual, as if the weapon had just happened to be there. As she did that, I closed my eyes for a minute, mustered my will, and shattered the barrier, returning us to normal reality with a feeling like static inside my body. At once, I let my senses flood out in every direction, training over rock, tree, animal, and grim nearby. The latter I singled out to examine more closely, and, when I didn't find anything deserving of concern in our immediate vicinity, sent Arab and Levan out to handle the matter. Those close enough that they might notice our presence found themselves abrupt sinking into the ground, their howls and screams muffled almost before they left their throats. They fell in quick succession, as if the dirt had turned to water beneath their feet, and then the earth tore them limb from limb beneath the surface. One by one, they died, taking no more time to fall than a stone would take to fall into a pond, and not even one of them got off an audible sound. From her slow exhale, I figured Raven had probably scoped out the area, too, and had likely seen at least some of what I was currently doing, but she didn't comment upon it, and neither did I. Instead, I remained focused on the task at hand and the sight before my eyes, contemplating the ruins one last time, seeing what differences there were in the real world. "I can never be certain of what carries over to Naraka," I said, because a part of her was wondering why we'd left the barrier. "It's based on the real world, but there are minor differences. You've seen how the sun's dimmer there, but there are other differences too, in ways people wouldn't usually notice. Some bacteria remain or exist there naturally, while others fade, and the air molecules are in slightly different locations than they were before the barrier opened. That type of thing. Then there's the odd emptiness you can see sometimes, where things that should be there are simply absent." I nodded towards the ruins. "Biological evidence doesn't tend to appear in Naraka," I told her. "If I used it at the scene of a crime, things like broken glass and such will remain, but bloodstains and corpses won't, unless I specifically brought them along, and graves tend to be empty. If I don't limit the barrier to prevent it, more obvious changes can occur as well." "What do you mean?" she asked, a finger tapping the hilt of her sword as I finished drawing the last of the nearby grim beneath the ground. She seemed to realize this was my attempt to make conversation as I cleaned up and prepared. "Though I've yet to find a way to make a place completely inaccessible to the grim, I can force it to only allow, say, evolves to form, I explained as I checked our surroundings again, as well as the spaces above and below ground. This tends to result in worlds very similar to our own. But if I don't restrict it in such a way, or if I allow the cracks within the barrier to widen as they're inclined to do, then things change more obviously. Though the trees and plants within Araka aren't alive, they seem to be at first glance, but the leaves could fall out as the world darkens. Running water might turn stagnant as well, among other ominous things. Personally, I think it's a bit much. If you're going to attack someone, it may as well be on a nice day. There's no need to darken the sky or make a city look more rundown. Raven hummed, a sound that was, again, in acknowledgement rather than agreement. Beneath the ground, the last of the Grimm ceased twitching and I called RWBY and Levant back to my side. Though it usually doesn't make much difference, the things left behind by Naraka might disrupt an investigation like this one, hiding things we might otherwise find, I continued. On the other hand, it means things that otherwise wouldn't might find us, so be on your guard. I've cleared the area, but more Grimm may come, and though it's rather unlikely, whatever did this might still be around, waiting for my intruders. Just in case, I'd rather it not find us. Raven tilted her head and calmly swept her eyes over the field of rubble laid out before us. Noted, she said dryly, though I'm more concerned with how we're going to find anything simple. I looked over my shoulder and smiled at her. Think of it as a giant puzzle. All we need to do is put the pieces back together in the proper order. The hundreds of thousands of pieces, she noted. I count 133,586 pieces of meaningful size. Myself, I pondered the mess for another moment. Though that's for a rather broad definition of meaningful. Granted, I've never liked jigsaw puzzles, Raven continued. Putting a broken building back together seems like it would be significantly more miserable. It's too early in the morning for such a negative outlook on life, Raven. I shook my head at her. It's too early for any of this, too, she replied, gesturing vaguely at the mess. But here we are. I assume you have a way to expedite things. Expedite? I repeated, smile widening. I considered commenting on her word choice, but simply shook my head in the end. As a matter of fact, yes. Go do it, then, she ordered. I'll supervise from here. How kind of you, I chuckled, slipping to one knee and placing a hand on the ground. With a silent command, I let RWBY slip into the earth again and sent him reaching out towards the mass of stone. Crocia Morse followed a moment later, sliding into the surprising amount of steel that had apparently be a part of the building, and then I drew upon Levant and sent the air gliding over the debris. I felt the objects clearly in my mind, but though the sheer amount of them should have reduced it to a singular blob of sensation, I had no trouble discerning between the many individual pieces. I checked my math again quickly and felt gratified, as I'd thought. There were 133,586 pieces of this puzzle. Now all I had to do was put them all back together in the right order, to compose an image I've never seen, from over 100,000 massive pieces. Like I said, simple. It's a good thing I like games, I told myself as I held back another sigh. Shutting my eyes, not that it made much difference anymore. I finished up my preparations, summoning a temple and Sanctum Sanctorum around myself to boost my MP Regan. With that raised, I let my elementals spread through and into the stone and steel that remained, making the valley of rubble shift and shudder in place. Even those small motions required moving a tremendous weight, and I felt it as a drain on my MP, but that didn't matter now. In real combat, how I used my MP could make a world of difference and be the decisive factor between victory and defeat. But in a situation like this, when I had time to spare, well, spending a few thousand MP was nothing. Not to me, especially when I wanted to push my MP low to take advantage of my skills. To that end, I took the chance to accelerate, increasing the rate I moved through time several times over. Even without opening my eyes, I could feel and thus, see, hear, taste, and smell the difference in the world around me. Though the effects of acceleration were, in many ways, identical to super speed, they reached those ends through different methods, and it was those differences that mattered with powers. If speed was distance over time, then super speed increased the former while acceleration decreased the latter, and that changed the way I perceived everything. Even things that should have been mathematical constants shifted, because the speed that light could travel in a second became a nebulous thing when the length of a second became variable. So light shifted oddly, in ways that were hard to describe or define. At the same time, the air near my skin seemed to heat, an illusion caused by the heat that was trapped between two different time zones. The world quieted as sound lagged further and further behind me. The faint breeze softened, so many things changed as the world slowed around me. And then my eyes blinked open again and I got to work. It was just another puzzle, I reminded myself, comparing edges and the remains of markings as I tried to get a feel for the pattern. With each glance, I felt as if I were brushing my fingers carefully over every stone, tracing every edge as I carved them into my memory. I separated them by the information I gathered from each, by markings, materials, and so on, and then began to extrapolate. It wasn't as simple as merely glancing at the broken edges of the stone, not even when I could see things on a molecular level, because the same thing that aided me now had worn away at these ruins. In the decades since this place fell, the wind, rain, and nature as a whole had gone to work, dulling edges and washing away signs. Traces still remained, of course, but I knew better than anyone how quickly things could change, to say nothing of the fact that I may well be missing pieces of this puzzle, with vital bits having been stolen away while this place was left to rot. But I may do. Based on their position in the rubble, I could take a fairly good guess as to which pieces had hit the ground first. Starting with the largest piece, I reached into the material and glanced it over, getting a feel for the patterns within it, not merely of those carved on its surface, but of those within the stone itself. From there, I drew upon my analysis of the other pieces nearby, singling out those that seemed most similar in my thoughts, and then set them to shaking in a slightly different fashion from the other pieces. Moving on, I expanded the process to the surrounding stone, touching upon the bits and pieces in the next layer of debris to repeat the process. Where I found bits of stone that seemed to fit with the first batch, I set them to shaking in the same fashion. Others got their own different tunes, and there were others, hundreds of them, with large chunks of stone that could be as big as a wall surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of tiny stones. I didn't move anything from their original positions, however, or, at least, I didn't move them more than the teams that had been here before us already had. Simply by making them shake slightly, I was able to divide them into groups and move on, working my way from the bottom up, oldest to newest. When I was done and the entire field was trembling with perhaps 100 different tunes, I focused on the pieces I'd left by the wayside in the initial run-through, where they hadn't seemed to be an obvious fit anywhere, looking at them again with most of the pieces divided. Most of the pieces that didn't seem to fit with the lower levels matched with higher ones, so I adjusted a song here or there and drew back for a moment to observe my work. All told, I spent about 20 minutes merely sorting through the rubble, which was perhaps 5, outside of my accelerated time. Simply moving all the pieces in so many different ways while so accelerated was a massive strain, despite the boosts from both my barriers and monoreactor, but after looking over my math again, I thought I had the right of it. At last, I rose and layers upon layers of steel and stone rose with me. Where I'd sorted the pieces from the bottom up, I now worked in reverse to rebuild the ruins, lifting those on the uppermost layers into the air. Lifting a hand, I curled my fingers as if squeezing something, and dozens upon dozens of pieces changed position in midair, smaller parts connecting with larger ones or else gathering into larger ones. I watched carefully as the pieces came together, shifting positions slightly here and there as I saw new patterns emerge. Then, with a flick of a wrist, I set the giant stone block down. Lifting my other hand, I drew 100 more pieces into the air and started to arrange them as I saw fit, fingers curling again as I did so, but this time I didn't even wait until it was finished to raise my right hand again. Another tune, if one only I could hear, rose to a crescendo as the pieces fell into place again and again and again, and I set down block after block, arranging them in rows I could all but see from the wreckage. Within mere seconds, as broken carvings gave way to complete or near complete images, I was certain, and that surety made me move even faster. In perhaps 2 minutes, the majority of the massive structure had been assembled from the wreckage, rebuilt in the opposite order in which it had been destroyed, as if I'd pressed rewind on an extremely convincing hologram. It was an enormous step pyramid, almost a ziggurat, really, or so it seemed on the surface. But behind me, Raven exhaled slowly again, eyes focused on me. She wanted to ask, but didn't want to give the question voice, so instead she chose to say nothing for several long moments. For my part, I stood like a statue, arms falling back to my sides, and simply allowed myself several seconds to regain my strength. "It's odd," I said at last. "I've noticed how there seemed to be a surprising amount of metal in the rubble, but now I'm sure it's not solid. There are hidden chambers within the pyramid and an entrance beneath the altar at the top." "An altar?" Raven asked, tone considering as she elected to focus on the task at hand. Glancing over my shoulder, I nodded at her. "A normal altar, or?" "It's what you think," I told her. "The type they used for sacrifices. Probably human sacrifices, in fact." "How can you tell?" she murmured, taking a step to stand side by side with me as we both looked back up at the pyramid. "Do you see something?" I nodded. "Bloodstains in the ultraviolet," I said. "Enough that I can still see some of it after who knows how long, all the way down the stairs." She considered the pyramid silently for a long moment. "Those stairs must be 100 meters long," she said. "A little more than that," I replied. "But yeah, it would take a lot of blood to leave stains down a stairway that long," she continued. "A lot of people," I nodded as she looked around again. "Any moral abhorrence aside, it seems like a rather odd place for it," she mused. "I did not see any other signs of civilization nearby. Could this place be so old that it's the only things that remains?" "I doubt it," I answered, following her gaze. "Not so completely that nothing remained, at least. I doubt this place is more than a few thousand years old. If there was a city here, I'd think there'd still be something to show for it. The Grimm can be quite thorough when they wish to be, Raven noted. Such as with Babel. True, I nodded. But I think the Grimm are why this was built out here, far away from anything else. That many people waiting in line to be sacrificed on an altar would draw them in like moths to a flame. But then why do it? She wondered. Why sacrifice that many people, knowing the Grimm would come by the thousands? Perhaps to make them come, I murmured before shaking my head. But I honestly don't know. But if we want to find out, I can think of a few ways to do it. And with that said, I started walking up the once blood-stained steps. Raven followed with another quiet sigh. The games we play. Temple. In the process of putting it back together, I'd already memorized all the symbols on the pyramid, but on the way up the stairs I took the chance to get a second look at the ones I deemed most important. Though it was unlikely, there was always the chance I'd missed something in the midst of putting an entire building back together, or that I'd gotten a misleading impression from what I'd felt. For something of this magnitude, it was best to be cautious and double-check. The pyramid was ornate, with the surface of each and every block carved. Here and there, chunks were missing, simply because not all of the pieces had been present, but the vast majority had been reassembled into a whole and fused back into one piece by Arab and crochet Moors. As it was, the designs on the stones flowed smoothly as if they'd never been broken, with the majority simply being a complex array of lines, curves and angles, cross stones and steps alike in a complex and beautiful array centered on the temple at the pyramid summit. Though I couldn't tell what, if any, meaning the design held, I could filter out everything else to feel the sheer magnitude of it all, and knew that if it were seen from above, it would have looked like a beautifully constructed mandala, so beautiful that I had to wonder what it was doing on a temple with bloodstained, or, at least, once bloodstained steps. Was it ironic that a place of so much death had been designed to be beautiful? And if so, was it intentionally ironic? Had the temple been adapted from some other purpose, or was it a cultural thing? Looking around, I couldn't be sure. Around and through the greater carvings were what I could only assume were words in languages I didn't recognize, plural. Even if I couldn't read any of them, it was easy to tell them apart because most were so vastly different. On one side of the temple were rows of hieroglyphics, while another was lined in what seemed to be some kind of cuneiform. A third was covered in markings that I would have thought had been the result of brushstrokes were they not set into stone, while the last of the pyramid's faces were covered in some kind of runes. Each language occupied one and only one side of the pyramid. Given that, they might have said the same thing in 4 different languages, though it was impossible to say for sure as each seemed to be arranged differently. Each of the sides left the upper and bottommost layers bare, but the remainder was variable in how it was covered. From the positioning of the symbols and characters, I was pretty sure at least one of the languages was read vertically, for instance, and the hieroglyphs and runes covered very different amounts of space. At seemingly random points, either a row or a column of blocks were left clear of any words, presumably based on which direction the language was read, and then the markings continued in the same language but differently. If the previous parts had been written in sentences, then those that followed were fragments at best. They might have been names or a list of things or who knows what else. Even though my vision was almost impossibly sharp, there was only so much I could discern from the words, though I could tell that they hadn't all been carved at the same time, except for certain parts like the sentences. Beyond that, pretty much all my eyes did was let me clearly see that I had no idea what any of these words meant. Even so, it was an archaeologist's wet dream. Someone who knew even one of these languages might be able to crack the code of the other 3, given enough time. Granted, I didn't have the slightest clue what any of these languages were, so it wasn't the type of possibility that helped me right this moment, but if I could figure it out and begin translating it, who knows what I might find. Even if it wasn't anything useful, merely doing so might be enough to let me develop some type of skill for languages that could assist me with Babel someday. If I could do that, but it would have to wait. I'd memorized all the languages, so it thankfully could, and the libraries of Mistral might help me the rest of the way. But I had bigger things to worry about right now, namely, What was at the top of the pyramid? Raven and I climbed the stairs in silence until we stood before the altar. It had a square roof but no walls, so each direction led to facing a different set of stairs, and furrows in the floor had ensured that blood had flowed down each. Even though time had brushed them away, they were as clear to my eyes as if they'd been freshly spilt, and it was a grim reminder of the amount of death that had occurred here. And for what? The closest thing I had to an answer was on the temple's stone roof. A spiral was set into the square, the carving detailed and intricate. At the very center was a small figure that could have been a boy or a man, laying as if on the altar. The next image showed what was presumably the same man, surrounded in an aura of power, or perhaps an aura of power. The next showed him with a sword, standing amidst slain enemies, monstrous and human alike. The next few simply built upon that theme, with more men and stronger, grim and different weapons, until the shape of the man began to change. In the next image, he had armor that covered the whole of his body, which swords and spears seemed to break upon, and it was followed by a number of arms that each wielded a different weapon, and then strange markings that seemed to hover over fields of corpses as if he'd cursed them to death. With each image, the man's presence seemed to grow, as did the extent of his victory, until all his enemies were gone and an army cheered behind him. Just a step behind me, I could feel Raven following my gaze and hear the muscles in her face shift as she frowned. I gave her a moment to look over the images, dropping my gaze back to the altar's surface. There were stains in it, of course, but other things, too. Sweat, perhaps, and maybe the remains of oils. Signs that it had been laid upon. The sacrifices had gone here, but perhaps. What does it mean? Raven asked at last. I can't be certain just from these images, I answered honestly, remaining focused on the altar. However, the spiral is obviously a progression of some kind. Time is a river and all that rot, Raven mused, tilting her head at the image. I figured that much out myself, but I'm not sure I understand this progression and how it's connected. I pursed my lips for a moment and glanced back up at the diagram before shaking my head. I think I do, I whispered. I might be wrong, but I think I understand the purpose of this place. Do you see that second image? Yes, she replied. It would appear his aura was awakened. For a moment, I thought this place might have been used as a primitive way to do such a thing, but the rest of the images tell a rather different story. Do they? I asked, nodding at the first image. Ignore the images later on and focus on the beginning. First, we have a man whose aura is awakened. He gains martial prowess and slays his enemies, growing stronger and stronger with each image. Raven's frown deepened for a moment before vanishing as she shrugged. I suppose you would know better than I, she replied. You think this place was used to awaken auras then? No. I shook my head, confidence growing as I continued to look around. Not just that, at least. This place was used to create hunters. What? Raven asked, blinking once. What do you mean? The images don't stop with the man awakening his aura, do they? We see him go on to become a fierce warrior, too, winning battle after battle. I suppose, she acknowledged. They trained them here, then? Or did they? No. I shook my head again, looking from the image to the altar again. I meant exactly what I said. This place was used to create hunters. There are no images of a man training, and I don't think they just left it out. No. In the first image, the man is on the altar and then he gains power and then he goes into battle, just like that. At first he was a normal man, but he gains a skill with weapons, an aura, and more, and suddenly, he's a skilled hunter, leaving behind piles of grim and men. But that's... Raven paused, stopping herself for a moment. Is that possible? To just make a normal man into a hunter like that? I was silent for a moment, mulling it over one last time before speaking. I want to say no, but I can think of a way, I said at last. Conquest. He gained the memories of those he infected, learned from them. More than that, you've probably seen what he's done to people's bodies, mutating them into... I gestured at the later images. Extremely powerful monsters. Now imagine it, I continued. Imagine if, all of a sudden, a warrior could be blessed with the skills of every fighter that came before him. If in a day, you could make a normal man a master of 100 different weapons. If you could make him stronger, faster, make him heal more easily, make him brush off even horrible pain, and give him the experience of all those who came before him. And then imagine if you could do this to anyone you wanted. Or, if it helps, imagine if the kingdoms could. People would kill for something like that, Raven answered in a tone just as low. I tapped a foot on the bloodstains that trailed down every side of the pyramids like rivers. People did, I replied. She fell silent for a moment after that, looking down at the stone altar. I wasn't sure of exactly what she was thinking about, but I could guess the basics of what people would sacrifice for power. You think they were infected, then? Raven asked at last, tearing her eyes away from the altar to look back up at the images again. By the second rider? How? I don't know for sure, I admitted before gesturing around, but there would seem to be a common denominator. The Red Rider was dormant in Ruby's blood, and here we are at the scene of thousands of blood sacrifices. It seems safe to assume it's not a coincidence. Okay, it has something to do with the blood, then. Raven nodded as the frown on her face deepened. Vague, yet unhelpful. A better question, Then why would they infect their own people with a grim pathogen? Perhaps they simply didn't know, I answered, nodding at the spiral above us. By all indication, the people in power looked normal, at least at first. Conquest mutated his hosts immediately and obviously, darkening their flesh and then growing plates of armored grim bone. But what if the Red Rider doesn't? If there are no masks and spikes, if the person infected acts the same way as before, why would they think it had anything to do with the Grim? Look at all the fallen Grim in those images. The people empowered were hunters, protectors of the people, and heroes. But that's just it, she replied. They fought the Grim. Why would they do that if they were infected by a rider? Did they control it? Somehow? Did they manage to bind it to their will? I considered that for a moment, looking around with pursed lips. Truthfully, there wasn't any way to be sure when I had no idea what any of the words on the temple meant, so I had to consider the possibility, at least from what I knew right now, that didn't add up. Because, in my experience, you usually don't sacrifice thousands of people to your servants, I mused. It sounds more like an attempt to earn the favor of a god. It could be a ritual, perhaps, Raven suggested, gesturing at each of the temple's four sides and the stairs they led to. All these symbols and markings could be some kind of spell, some way to control the rider, maybe. As far as I can tell, they just look pretty. I shook my head, though I glanced over the markings with all of my senses for the umpteenth time. As before, they seemed to be just normal stone under every form of sight I had. If there was anything special about them beyond the power I'd put into piecing them back together, I couldn't see it. I suppose it's possible that there was something there once and the temple's destruction broke it, but if so, I cannot see any evidence of it anywhere. So there's no point to this temple? Raven asked, nudging the stone altar with a toe. All of these things are just decorations? Decorations, perhaps, but why would that make them pointless? I questioned back, treading carefully over this particular subject. After all, it certainly looks important, doesn't it? Real enough to make someone wonder, at the very least. Abstract designs, all those words, and more. Perhaps it's a lie, but it could seem authentic in the right light, and in this case, that may be what matters. How so? She tilted her head as she turned to me. Think about it, I whispered. You asked, why? But think about the implications of this place. Assume I'm right and that hunters could be made on this altar. But nothing is ever free, is it? And from the amount of blood spilled here, I think we can guess what this particular cost was. Human lives, she answered. Yes, I agreed. Many human lives. Then it's a ploy, she guessed, eyebrows furrowing as she tried to imagine it. An attempt to make kingdoms kill their own people for power? I looked at her for a moment, hearing the tone of her voice. She said it like she could see it happening, which I suppose was fair, because I could too. Not willy-nilly, perhaps, but in the right situation, when things got bad enough. I could see it. But no, this went beyond that. The riders went beyond that. Think bigger, I told her, feeling more certain by the second. Imagine what might have happened. Someone, perhaps a god, to all appearances, or perhaps someone claiming to be a servant of one, tells people of this place and the power it holds. He tells them of how he could give them warriors to protect them from their enemies and slay the monsters at their door, give knowledge and wisdom that has been lost for ages, and save them from the darkness. But in return, he requires something from them. He could dress it up, say that it's some sign of faith or a necessary evil to keep the god strong or whatever else. But in the end, the truth is he needs something, and something big. Let's say the lives of 100 normal men to give strength to one hunter. I've known people who'd take that deal. Raven noted. I know, I nodded, smiling at her. But it's not a single person involved here, is it? And 100 lives might seem a bit more costly when one of them might be your own. Imagine some government official coming down and telling the entirety of Vale that the cost of hunters would be paid in blood from now on. How do you think they would react? The words "oh shit" come to mind. So do outrage, objections, and panic. I had to chuckle a little bit at that, but nodded again. Indeed, I agreed, and I'm sure a great many people thought something along the lines of "oh shit" when they heard it would cost 100 or 1,000 or however many lives to do something like this. But after a while, with the Grim attacking and so much on the line, the lives of an entire nation at stake, I imagine someone would eventually stop for a moment and think to themselves, he didn't say it had to be our men. Raven looked at me for a moment, blinking quickly beneath her mask. You're talking about war, she said. That this message would make a nation go to war to capture sacrifices. It's not a message. I shook my head, gesturing to each side of the pyramid in turn. It's 4 messages. There's a language on each side of this pyramid, each completely different from the other. 4 languages and, presumably, 4 different kingdoms to speak them, and each was told the same thing: what it would cost them to keep their people safe. And they turned upon each other to pay that cost, Raven whispered as she puzzled it out. Even though they'd have had the same enemy, they'd have been at each other's throats, weakening each other every time they fought. But every time they captured enough of the enemy, they could sacrifice them here, kill them by the hundreds, and new warriors would be born. And each time that happened, it improved the position of whoever did it. I said it made them stronger, safer, and better able to win more battles. The only response, then, would have been to get more hunters of your own. They'd have fought each other and amongst themselves and worse overpowered like this, bleeding each other dry as the entire region was destabilized by the fighting. Divide and conquer. She closed her eyes and shook her head. It's a classic strategy for a reason, I told her with a shrug. And when it was over, she asked, when they finished fighting. In a war where the enemy can profit so much from death? I lifted an eyebrow. By the time they'd finished, only one kingdom would have remained, and from the blood of their enemies, they'd have empowered thousands of hunters, maybe even tens of thousands. An army like that would be terrifying in any era, and coming off such a vicious war. I shook my head again. Maybe they simply continued, I said, turned on other nations to further the growth of their power or to satisfy their god or whatever. Or maybe, once they'd killed the other three kingdoms, they felt safe and content in the former. They'd continue, tearing apart everything that got in their way, but in the latter, when they stopped, they'd have had one of the strongest armies in history, and every single member of it would have been a pawn of the Red Rider. I held out a hand and set it on the altar, closing my eyes for a moment. Thick as the bloodstains seemed in my eyes, they were long since faded, and there was nothing for me to gather with psychometry, but I didn't need any skills to image how many people must have died screaming on this altar. I wondered how many of them had been surprised by who put them there. You wondered why the infected would kill Grimm, Raven, I continued without lifting my eyes. But it doesn't really matter how many Grimm die, does it? We know that, in the grand scheme of things, a few hundred or 1,000 or 10,000 Grimm wouldn't make so much as a dent in their population, and though they're careful and cautious, the Grimm do not hesitate to sacrifice themselves when needed. And for this, the deaths of entire nations, they die gladly by the thousands, throw themselves on as many swords as they needed to convince the people they were safe. These kingdoms could have stood as one, united as fellow men to stand before the threat of the Grimm, but they didn't. All because of this decorated pile of stone, and the Grimm they probably thought it was funny to watch. Raven looked down at my hand and the altar beneath it. Perhaps, she whispered, it's a good theory, but there's no way to know for sure, and so we can simply assume it's fact. And even if it is true, doesn't explain what happened to Summer or Ruby. I looked at her for a moment, and then I pushed the altar to the side, revealing what lay beneath. The games we play. Rating. Beneath the altar was a trapdoor. It was well hidden, or would have been for someone without my eyes, elementals, and the fact that I'd literally built this place and knew every nook and cranny within it being more of a fake block of stone than anything. But on the other side there were latches and supports to keep it in place. With a thought, I made them shift and the block lifted into the air, raised by my Arab's will. Setting that aside as well, what was left was a doorway into the temple's hidden interior. Without a moment's hesitation, I stepped forward and dropped onto the staircase within, fire pooling in my open hand as I went to give light for Raven when she dropped down a moment later. Every few steps, I let the flames slip from my hands and hang suspended in the air, like wordless torches illuminating our path. The staircase spiraled down further down than the pyramid was high, and every bit of it was, well, it had obviously been done by the same hand that had crafted the exterior. The walls were covered in delicate tracery, showing images of battles and heroes with enough detail that I felt certain that the scenes were of either mythical or historical figures. I didn't recognize any, but the ones given the most importance all looked unique enough that they probably would have meant something to whoever was intended to come here. Each side of the pyramid had a different art style with its own figures, the forgotten legends of forgotten nations. The staircase spiraled down the center with tight circles, leaving plenty of room on each side even as it forced you to see the whole of it. When we reached the base of the pyramid, I had to use my power to open another hidden doorway, and we continued our downward trek into the earth. We walked down perhaps 300 meters further, until the inside of the pyramid gave way to a massive room, and I mean massive, with each dimension being over 100 meters in length. There was a throne at one end that could have seated a giant, and the length of the hall leading up to it was marked by adorned columns. The ceiling was painted in a beautiful imitation of the stars, and the walls decorated in much the same way that everything in this place seemed to be. Instead of the glory of heroes, however, It seemed to tell the story of a god of some kind, appearing in many forms across the earth. At one end, opposite the throne, was a carving of some kind of egg or jewel, and spiraling outwards from it were scenes of its birth, of a god descending on a war-torn earth to combat the darkness, and legends and tales I had no context for. Beside the statue, however, there was an image that caught my eye, even though I'd sensed it long beforehand. It showed a figure of light, features apparently hidden by his own radiance, but with wings outstretched and a sword in hand. Lesser warriors stood beside him, hundreds of different shapes and just as many weapons, united against a monster with countless eyes and mouths and 36 wings. In the next image, the monster lay dead, but the other figure was simply gone. The back of the throne was carved like a tablet, covered in giant words I couldn't read, a message of some kind that was lost on me. Even so, I couldn't help but note that the monster in that image looked a lot like how Bianca had described my soul. And if so, then the other figure would be the father of the Grimm, someone else, something that had been completely fabricated, like the rest of this temple. At the moment, I had no way of knowing, so I turned my attention to the floor of the room. It was oddly carved, with most of it set deep into the ground, with an elevated walkway that led from the foot of the stairs to an empty circular platform in the center. "What is this place?" Raven asked behind me, voice low. "It's where the writer lived," I answered back, having already drawn a tight shield of air around us, just in case. "See how the floor is deep there? I think this used to contain a pool of sorts." "Of sorts?" Raven asked, tilting her head for a moment before lifting it slightly in understanding. "I'm guessing it wasn't water." I shook my head. "There were quite a few blood stains," I said, "and other things. Besides, though I don't think any of it was what truly filled the pools. I can see what I think are signs of the same chemical that's in Ruby's blood, enough that it left marks all over the bottom and walls. I figure they'd probably seemed like blood. But should we be here, then?" Raven asked, drawing her power in to make a portal, if she needed to escape. In response, I simply lifted a hand and knocked on the air in front of me like it was a door. "I'm shielding us," I told her as she reached out to press a hand against the space near her. "Even if I wasn't though, there's nothing here. The Red Rider's gone, whether because he left or because he died and vanished like all Grimm do. He just left markings behind when he left. Still, I don't recommend touching anything." "I didn't intend to," she answered distractedly, pondering the empty pools. "If the Red Rider was here, was this where the hunters were made, too?" I shrugged lightly. "Perhaps," I said, "though not necessarily. This seems like a place used for important occasions more than anything. Look at the images and the throne. I think this was where people met their god, while the altar was for rituals and sacrifices. Why they'd need this place, too, I'm not certain, but it seems fairly safe to assume that whatever blood sacrifices they carried out above, they probably weren't actually necessary for the rider to infect others. Instead, once he received whatever he considered to be a satisfactory amount of sacrifices, he most likely infected them through some other means, which probably involved the pools here in some fashion. As the Red Rider seems to be chemical in nature, however, I can't be certain of what that entails. Signs indicate that he was in a liquid state here, at least, but I wouldn't be surprised if he possessed a gaseous state as well." "Did you see the image upstairs where the man looked like he'd cursed an army to death?" "I did," she nodded. "You think it was an airborne toxin?" "I think it could be," I shrugged. "Could also be some type of aura technique or any number of other things, but a sapient chemical probably has a fair number of ways to kill people without drawing upon any of that. As is, I can't be sure of which means he might have used, whether to kill or to infect, but considering its nature, contact, ingestion, injection, and inhalation seem like the most likely possible means of infection for the Red Rider. Whatever method he chooses, he could easily infect people without needing to bring anyone here, so it may have simply served as a backup site or a way to make the lie more convincing." "Possibly," Raven mused. "But what does any of this have to do with Summer or Ruby?" I lifted a finger. "Let us assume for a moment that Summer didn't abruptly decide to engage in any ritualistic behavior upstairs," I said. "Though you would know her better than I, it seems unlikely that her first reaction to seeing the altar above would be to spill large quantities of blood on it." "I don't recall her ever engaging in sudden human sacrifice," Raven agreed. "And somehow, I felt as though that would have stood out to me. And yet somehow, she managed to encounter the Red Rider," I continued. "And as it happens, we aren't the first people to come down here." Raven frowned and looked around. "Let's pretend for a moment that you see something I don't," she replied after a moment. I smiled at it and nodded slightly. "There are signs," I gestured. "Mostly faded biological evidence, some dirt from old footprints, things like that someone was here, relatively recently. Given that Summer was in the area 10 years or so ago, she seems like the most likely suspect." "And notice the condition of this part of the temple." Raven frowned at me for a moment at that before pausing and taking a slow look around at the dust, the paint, and the carvings. But it wasn't what was there that mattered most, but what wasn't. Did you repair this place, too? She asked. When you fixed everything else? My smile turned a bit sad at the question. No, I said. Only what was above ground and part of the stairway was destroyed. This room was completely intact. Raven considered that silently, taking a step to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. I watched her out of the left side of my face, observing as she turned slowly to take in the massive room. Without waiting for her to ask, I let more flames float from my fingers, positioning them quickly throughout the room to provide illumination. I felt her contemplation as she considered the images, trying to discern some meaning from the pictures, but she probably had even less context for them than I did, which was saying something. At last, she turned her gaze to the giant throne, looking at the words carved into its back. Why? She asked after another moment of silence. I wasn't entirely sure if she was asking me or herself, but then, she was probably aware that neither of us had an answer. What's so special about this room? I shook my head. Process of elimination would say it has something to do with the imagery, I replied. There's nothing special about the stone and the paint beyond that, as near as I can tell. Perhaps it meant something to the writer, perhaps it serves an ordinary purpose, or perhaps something else entirely. Then what does it mean? She wondered, turning around to look at the image of an egg. A birth of a god? Hero? Possibly, I nodded. Although, remember that this place was most likely constructed by the Grimm and housed one for quite some time. This hero might not be such from her perspective. She nodded, turning her head to glance over the walls to either side of the egg-like image. Those were by far the vaguest of the images, featuring groups of strangely dressed men and gleaming towers, with a hero standing over each. At the top of the walls, the sky was bright white, as if lit by a second sun, but with each segment of the wall, more of the monster lord, until at last the hero challenged it. If we assume that, then he's most likely. Raven pursed her lips, frowning. One of the riders? The creator of the Grimm? Would those cities be Babel? Then, that's my guess. I agreed. Assuming the images mean anything, of course. It seems unlikely that the writer constructed this place to aid in history lessons. I had to pause for a moment to give that some thought. Or perhaps he did? I mused aloud, drawing Raven's attention. Perhaps not an accurate history lesson, but then, history is written by the victors. But if it's a lesson, that implies it's being taught to someone, Raven said, making an encompassing gesture with a hand. Who could this lesson have been meant for? I considered that for a moment. It could be me. I suppose the Grimm had shown an interest in guiding me towards something, presumably an end I wasn't going to enjoy. Could this be part of that? An attempt to deceive me or shape my thoughts? It didn't seem likely. If there was some kind of poisonous message hidden here, it was entirely lost upon me, since I had no idea what any of it meant, and though it might have been arrogant of me, I considered myself a fairly wary person. Even if I hadn't been aware of the writers and didn't know they were connected to this place, I don't think I'd have taken it at face value. Taken it into consideration, definitely, but I didn't think of myself as the type of person who'd simply trust whatever some carvings told me, much less in a place that was stained so heavily in blood. More than that, though, there was a big problem with it being for me, namely, getting it to me. I was only looking at it now because of several coincidental meetings, a number of past connections, and the fact that I was acquainted with the teleporter who'd known about it. Granted, I could have found myself here other ways by following Summer Rose's trail, but no, it seemed more logical for someone else to be the target. But how? Who could possibly walk into this room, look around, and go, oh, I get it. From the carvings above to the ones in this room, this place was pretty opaque. Maybe it would have made sense to someone hundreds or thousands of years ago, but now you'd need someone to explain every detail. I paused again, frowning as I took a look around. Had there been someone to explain it? Sure, the room was empty now, but had it been that way when Summer had seen it? I didn't see any signs of inhabitation beyond the remnants of the Red Rider, but perhaps there would have been enough. Could it have been capable of speech? Somehow? I wasn't sure how a chemical substance would have been able to communicate vocally, but hell, if we were getting into things that the Grimm shouldn't have been physically or biologically capable of, there were several lists worth of things before getting to that. A chemical talking was no more ridiculous than the idea of a giant nevermore flying on its own power. Beyond that, it was a chemical, so perhaps it was capable of several mind-altering effects, such as causing hallucinations. Having someone here to explain the pictures, possibly in the guise of the god of this temple. That was a message that might be a little more easily grasped. Perhaps it was meant for whoever came here before us, I said, taking another look at the stains in the stone. It was easy to see that the Red Rider had lain here for a long time, but it was a touch harder to tell how long he'd been gone. A few years, at least, maybe even about 10 years. Perhaps Summer found something more than an empty room. Raven was silent for a moment at that, bowing her head even as her eyes closed beneath her mask. You wanted to show me something related to her, she said. When you moved the altar, did you find? That's the interesting part, I said. I took another look around the room, making sure I would remember every inch of it across the entire spectrum of my senses. Then I turned around and began walking back up the stairs. "Follow me." Raven glanced up at the massive staircase with a slightly sigh but followed without complaint. Once we'd left the giant room and made it about halfway up the stairs, I killed the lights eyed below us and held up a hand to stop her, placing the other on the carved wall of the vertical tunnel. When I first sensed this part of the pyramid, I was surprised to sense how intact the room below was. I explained, tracing a finger over the marks on the wall. As I did, parts of it began to crumble, slowly breaking away from the wall and falling as if through syrup. But more than that, I was surprised to sense this. This was the lowest sign of damage to the temple, and it was done by human weapons. Raven frowned and leaned closer, looking over the deep cuts that began to slowly appear in the wall and reaching out to touch one. "It's Summers," she said after a moment. "I'm almost sure." I nodded and took another step up the stairs, gesturing for her to follow. All around us, damage was written on the walls in slow motion, scratching away carved faces. "Watch what happens as we go up." I nodded towards the slowly forming scratches as we went. Her frown deepened as she caught on, keeping pace even as she made sure her passage didn't disrupt the slowly expanding rubble. When she realized what that meant, however, she stiffened and reached out to catch my shoulder. "Is this how the temple was destroyed?" she asked, a note of urgency to her tone. "In this order?" I nodded at her, because it was, or as close to it as I'd been able to guess. She swallowed once and opened her mouth before shutting it with a click. "Move faster," she commanded after a moment, before hesitating with a twitch of her lips. "Please." I nodded again, understanding how she was feeling, and hastened both my ascent and the redestruction of the pyramid. In a few seconds, we came up through the trapdoor again, and for a moment, we simply stood at the top. Raven's eyes focused on the signs of destruction that began to carve themselves into one of the sides of the pyramid before cutting across to another. With each passing moment, the pace of the destruction rose, until entire chunks of the temple were being torn away. The process appeared, at first glance, haphazard, but it was a methodical kind of destruction, tearing down the entire structure with devastating speed and leaving it an utter ruin. Holding out a hand to Raven, I waited patiently as she glanced at it, unsure. When she took it, however, I took a step and rose into the air, and though she paused for a moment, she quickly followed. Instead of walking diagonally down the temple stairs, we walked straight forward and turned to look as it slowly crumbled. In a few minutes, the temple was back to the state it had been in before our arrival, exactly the same state, ignoring some disrupted plant life. And through it all, Raven was silent. I knew what she was thinking, of how the destruction had progressed up the tunnel and then how it had turned upon the exterior. I could feel the storm of her emotions rising, but she simply watched the rubble. "So," Raven whispered at last, the lowness of her tone the only thing giving away what she felt. "Summer's alive." I looked at her for a moment before answering, choosing my words carefully. "I can say that conclusively." I shook my head as I followed her gaze down to the ruins, gesturing at it with a finger. "But at the very least, she didn't die here." "She walked away from this place," Raven murmured, and though it wasn't a question, I nodded. Whatever had happened, whatever she'd found in that room below, Summer Rose had survived the experience and walked away, and I was betting she'd taken the Red Rider with her. The games we play. Funeral rites. We returned to Vale in silence, slipping into Naraka and then another of Raven's portals. It took mere moments and then we were atop one of the city's skyscrapers, looking over the empty city. Raven hadn't said a word the entire trip back, but I didn't press her on it. I knew what she was feeling as well as she did, but also knew she wouldn't want a blatant gesture of support. Instead, I simply stood beside her silently, watching the city gleam. Beowulf spawned in short order and began to tear apart the city beneath us. In moments, the sounds of windows breaking and doors splintering began to rise in the distance, and I knew from experience that sheer accumulation of damage would soon topple buildings. Within an hour, much of the city would be in ruins. By the time night fell, it would seem like a mutilated corpse of its former self. Amazing how quickly even the weakest grunt can destroy things, given the chance. It was a reminder of what would happen if humanity ever fell or stopped fighting. It was also a rather dismal sight. All told, though it seemed to match Raven's mood, which was why I restricted my elementals to slaying only those that drew near our tower, killing them without physically moving while leaving the rest to run rampant. Raven didn't feel any joy watching the scene, nor anything like pleasure, but one didn't always need to feel something positive to draw strength from a sight. And as she looked down on the grim and bone-deep contempt and hatred, Raven seemed to feel a bit better. As a huntress, I figured she'd just learned how to keep going on sheer spite when things got bleak. Given the job, it was probably a survival trait, and the situation was not necessarily bad, but neither of us seemed able to muster up a lot of optimism from the picture the facts seemed to paint. Even if we didn't know the specifics, Summer had almost certainly been the one down in that room and had almost certainly encountered and contracted the Red Rider, in whatever form it had taken. And after that, she'd vanished, and though there was no way to be certain, she seemed the most likely cause of Ruby's infection. Whatever had happened, she hadn't told any of her loved ones about what had occurred or how she was. That is, not only had she never spoken to them directly, but she hadn't, as far as I was aware, even picked up a scroll to call them. If Summer had managed to keep a hold of herself, to whatever degree, there was no reason for her not to try and inform someone of the risks and the dangers, if she'd been aware. And there certainly wasn't much reason for her to have gone completely unheard of for at least a decade, had she been in her right mind. But then, her having retained her own mind at all was unlikely in the extreme, and both Raven and I knew it. Even without knowing anything concrete about how the Red Rider worked, we knew one thing: neither it nor any other Grimm were natural. They were designed. They'd been made as weapons or whatever else by an intelligent and ruthless being, for some purpose. And that being the case, we could thus assume that they'd built intelligently. As such, it seemed rather unlikely that the Red Rider gave power to humans without a firm way to control them afterwards, because, well, that would have been a rather glaring design flaw. I mean, why would you do that? Even beyond the general issues of creating super soldiers you couldn't fully control, doing so via a drug which could, most likely, only be used by your enemies was stupid. Sure, the temple set up all but guaranteed that the surrounding nations bled each other dry, but that's still no reason to not include a way to ensure the created soldiers' loyalty to their maker's cause, or at least a kill switch of some kind. Sure, it's not exactly fair to your enemy, but that's exactly why you would do it. And Conquest proved the Grimm had at least one way of controlling a host, even beyond a similar means of taking over a host body. For presumably sapient chemical mind-altering substances were on the table, or perhaps even direct tampering with the host's brain chemistry. Addiction was a possibility, too, I suppose, though that seemed like it would be harder to ensure absolute obedience. Whatever the case, Summer had left the temple and vanished without a trace for 10 years. Logic dictated that she was probably compromised. I knew that, and Raven did, too, which meant she'd been told that a friend she'd long thought dead might still be alive, and also told that she would likely have to kill her next time they met. Though if the Red Rider's hosts were in anything like the state Conquests had been, trapped in their own minds and forced to watch the horrors their bodies wrought on the things they loved, and really, when you're a godless abomination, why not, right? Then death might be a mercy. Even if her body existed, if likely in an extremely mutated state to fit the Rider's purpose, God only knew what had happened to her. Everything but saying that aloud would have been callous, and Raven was probably thinking it anyway, so instead I waited for her mood to not quite lighten, but achieve a more lively shade of black, and then spoke. Even now, I look for a way to cure those taken by the Riders, I said, still staring out over the city with my eyes. At least the rest of my body was looking all over the damn place, as per usual. No matter what's happened or will happen, I believe it can be done, and I won't give up until I find a way. For the sake of all the innocent people that have been taken by those monsters and all the heroes that have been tortured by them, I'll find a way, even if it takes me a lifetime. And if I should find a way and encounter Summer Rose, I promise you that I will do everything in my power to help her. Raven didn't so much as shift her gaze as I spoke, but I'd felt the entirety of her attention fall on me the moment I opened my mouth. After a long moment, she nodded once. "Thank you," she said at last. The words simple but meaningful. I nodded back and lifted my gaze slightly to watch the clouds as Raven's eyes closed for several seconds. One of the many perks of having eyes as keen as mine was that I could watch the stars whenever I wanted, piercing through the refracted light that colored the sky with ease. Toggling my vision further revealed all sorts of things, from cosmic explosions that lit up the heavens to faint shifts in the stars that revealed more about them. I took a closer look at several, my clairvoyance reaching far without the curvature of the planet or any obstacles getting in the way. After a moment, I turned my sight to the broken moon and its many pieces, mulling over the sight as I sometimes did and wondering how it might have gotten that way. Not for the first time I pondered exactly what one would need to make the trip there and back on their own power. If I was right, it might have been within my power, though preparations would need to be made, but it would have to wait. "I heard you were a healer," Raven spoke after a few seconds of silence, drawing me from my thoughts. I admit, I was a touch surprised. From what I'd heard of your reputation up to that point, You hadn't seemed the type. I'm a man of many skills, I replied, lifting my hands and lowering my gaze to them thoughtfully. For a moment, I pondered them and considered everything I could do with them in better circumstances. Healing is one I value a great deal. Had things been different, had there been no grim to face or discrimination or any other problems I couldn't keep these hands from, I do not think I would have minded being a healer for a living, or a scientist, or... Well, I suppose I've done a bit of dreaming of what could have been and could be. Haven't we all? Raven whispered, making me smile slightly. I don't get to sleep much of late, but I do like to dream, when I have the time, I said. And I like dreams where I manage to make things better a great deal, as from time to time it seems I make things worse. Perhaps that's why I like healing people. I know I've definitely helped someone in a tangible way. I like to think I help people in many ways, but most are harder to measure or point to, and sometimes the costs. I shook my head. And perhaps I mused slowly, not hiding the emotion on my face. No, without a doubt, I sometimes dream of healing, because of the lives I didn't manage to save. In the end, they were those I couldn't save, no matter how hard I tried. So I'll save others, not out of grief, but so other people don't have to feel grief, and because I think they would be proud of how I've lived without them. Does that make sense? Yes, Raven replied without lifting her voice, the single word carrying certainty. At last, she turned her head to look at me and met my eyes with her own. I will leave it to you then, Jin. With our business concluded and arrangements made, Raven and I went our separate ways, promising to meet again in Mistral. I dropped Naraka to let her go, watching as the damage faded and life returned to the city, only to slip back into Naraka the moment she was gone in order to get back to work. The way things were now, I had to finish up my training here in Vale and tie up the remaining loose ends as quickly as possible. My family was aware more or less of what I was doing now and so wouldn't worry too much about me while I was gone, but I noted the time anyway and absently started a running count of the seconds in the back of my head. If possible, I tried to go home before they had cause to worry, but this was important enough that I'd stay here for a few days if I had to. Things were beginning to move, and now that I knew how, well, there was nothing to do but move even faster. In the blink of an eye, my elementals were around me, calling their power. I felt their forms muddle in my thoughts, the process almost routine now, and a storm began to rise out of the echoing crash of breaking glass. I closed my eyes as it happened, because there was no real need to keep them open when no one was around, and continued to prepare myself. I removed my clothes with a gesture, just in case, and then stored Kronos away as well, and then I drew time around me like a suit of armor in their place, compressing it into a shell between me and the outside world. At once, the sound distorted and stuttered, warping as I accelerated. The first of the glass shards, razor sharp and as long as my hand, slowed in its approach and seemed to gleam in the mid-daylight as it sluggishly approached. Baihu rose around me, taking a step out of my body until only the tail around my ankle connected us, and then turned to face me. Without a moment's hesitation, a magic missile appeared in his hand and flashed through the short distance between us, hitting me in the upper arm and even through my adamant skin and all my defenses. I felt it drive a clean hole straight through my arm, my HP dropping a fair bit as it went. Good, I thought, paying no real attention to the blade that found its place in my throat a moment later, shattering against it. I took a moment to gauge both the damage I'd taken from the missile and the minuscule amount the glass shard had chipped away, double-checking my math. Then I cut the power to the adamant serpent skin and tore my way out of the shell of my flesh. For a moment, I felt, well, skinless, but all it took was a quick healing to erase the sensation. A moment later, the next storm of shards followed in the wake of my testing attack, ripping through my flesh like bullets and scrapping hard against my bones. I felt pieces of myself fall away, kilograms of my body being shorn from my frame, but I ignored that, too. Amazing what one can get used to, given time, though the fact that I had gotten used to this probably said something about me. I like to think it would be about my ability to endure pain, persevere for the sake of others, or something similarly heroic. But given all the things I'd done and intended to do, one could probably make an argument that I was crazy, or at least that I reacted differently enough from the norm to seem that way, especially since I didn't think it was enough anymore. I pushed my acceleration to give myself more relative time to work with and shifted my power, curling my fingers by whose fingers around another magic missile and firing it point blank at the exact same spot as before. This time, I felt my arm explode right beneath the shoulder, the attack tearing it away despite my physical resistances. I kept myself from stumbling in the face of the attack, healing myself as the swirling storm of glass shards added more wounds to my body, and waited for my other arm to be blown off. I didn't keep myself waiting long. I had too much self-respect to do such a thing and was quickly in need of another healing. The process repeated 5 more times, the attacks carefully hitting different parts of my body to allow me to observe the results. After testing it on each of my legs in turn, I blew a trio of careful holes through my chest, targeting them precisely. Mentally noting the results, I nodded to myself, nodded back simply because I could, and fell into a rhythm. Glass shards swirled through the air, tearing at me viciously, but by whose attacks were far fiercer as he shot me through with magic missile after magic missile, the attacks coming exactly as fast as I could heal them, which was quite quickly at my current speed. It took a bit of getting used to. My magic missile was an attack with defense penetration and I'd been grinding it for some time now. Once there'd been a time when I'd have been pleased to level a skill from 0 to 10 in a day, but I was a fair bit faster now than I was then and had MP to burn besides. The skill had improved quickly and its power had risen with it, enough so that I needed to control precisely how I used it, but for the same reason, directing the attacks upon myself caused enormous amounts of damage and gave me a great deal to heal. Enough was enough. It was time to rank up Soulforge Restoration and see if it would yield something I could use. If it didn't, I'd have to find something else to do so, which might require leveling up an entirely new healing skill. But I was hopeful enough that I stood in the center of a storm of glass shards and repeatedly blew giant holes in my own body until the sun set and the moon rose more visibly in the sky. That was about 8 hours, 17 minutes, and 39 seconds, real time, and several times longer for someone within a pocket of accelerated time. I'd have complained, but honestly, I got used to that pretty fast, too. So quickly, in fact, that a part of me wondered what I would do if someone ever managed to somehow capture and torture me. Get really bored, probably. But none of that mattered, because beneath the moonlight, with a final throw, I did it. I pierced myself through the stomach with a lance of light and a window appeared. By raising Soulforge Restoration to level 99, you have gained the skill Soulforge Reformation. At once, the storm stopped. Glass shards halted abruptly in midair and then fell as one, by who drawing back into my frame as it did. I took a moment to take a deep breath, hope for the best, and drew up the window. Soulforge Reformation active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 500. Within the darkness, man learned the truth that the soul is something infinite in distance and unbound by death. By releasing it, they found immortality even in their own passing and hope in even the bleakest of days. In her search to cure the pains of man, the healer Zaldna created the skill, perfecting her own abilities over decades as she devoted her life to mending the broken. Without Dust Crystal, 5,000 horsepower restored, high-ranking illnesses removed, low-ranking negative status effects removed. With Dust Crystal, 5,000 horsepower restored, 2,500 MP restored, high-ranking illnesses removed, low-ranking status effects removed, mid-ranking status effects applied depending on type of dust. Yes, I whispered, hands curling into fists by my sides as a smile grew across my face. Yes, I knew it, or, at least, knew there was a good chance of it. For a technique that could already heal such massive amounts of damage and even erase some status effects, the next step would likely build on that. I hadn't been sure, but I'd hoped, and I was right. If this worked the way I thought it would, fixing my mother would be simple. It might even be possible to. At once, I felt my body begin to change, mutating as I began to undergo a metamorphosis. I helped the process along with Soulforge Restoration, raising Conquest status effect to max in short order. I felt power flow through me, immense even though the skill was still at level 1. When the only way to return to normal was to sleep for 6 hours, it was a difficult skill to grind, but if I was lucky, putting my hands together as if praying, which I might have been, just a little bit, I used my new skill for the first time and felt a change. Opening my status window as I grew excited, there was no change, but I was sure enough to try again, charging the technique as much as I could, paying 10 times the normal cost in the process. I pushed it hard and felt something hard to describe, like black sludge in my veins and light rising up beneath it. In a way, it reminded me of when I used Luxeterna, drawing upon something, and so I focused on that feeling, grasped it, and called to the same light as before. The armor covering my hands cracked and pieces fell away, revealing hints of the dark flesh beneath. Watching the process with wide eyes, I did it again, lengthening the cracks, and pushed 1. When I had done it 10 times, the status effect dropped from max to high, and my armor had fallen away. By the 29th, it was intermediate and I could see spots of human color in my hands. By the 47th, it was low, over half my body was clear, and I was laughing in sheer, unadulterated joy. I kept going, pushing more of the color back with each healing, drawing closer and closer to normal. But when I hit 74 and the status effect didn't disappear, I realized something was wrong. When, determined, I pushed on to 100 and then 150 and then even more and it still didn't vanish, I was certain. Spreading my hands, I watched as spots of black slowly began to form on my skin. Should have known it wouldn't be that easy. I glared at my own skin. You persistent son of a bitch. Was it because the riders were entities in their own right in addition to being status effects? Because they were grim and somehow resistant? Could they somehow impose themselves again when they should disappear? Or was it because Conquest was tied to my aura as well as my body? I had no idea, but it was progress and I'd gotten what I'd wanted. If not completely, I could practice with this train, experiment, learn, and grow until I found a way, but for now I'm not quite there yet. But if I'd had this, maybe I could have saved you, Dad, I sighed to myself before smiling. But don't worry, I'll make up for it by fixing Mom, so rest easy. I'll keep trying until I find a way. even if it means going away for a while. I looked out over Vale, knowing I'd be leaving soon and not sure for how long. Even so, I kept smiling. So for now, goodbye. I spoke to the open air and turned away. 1. The games we play. Full recovery. I knocked on the door, my grandmother standing just a few steps behind me. Though I dressed as casually as ever, she was wearing an expensive-looking business suit, as if she were planning to spend the day hammering out a contract with an associate. Hell, given the circumstances, maybe that was exactly what she was planning on doing, listing the specifics of our coming stay in Mistral. It was a little odd to think about, as any planning at this point was just a formality, as everything was already in place. The therapists had made their judgments, with or without outside influence. Grandmother had arranged rooms back home, those who kept track of that type of thing had already been informed, and so on. Everything was already in place and we all knew it. But the moment I told her I was going to heal my mother today, Grandma had gotten dressed for legal warfare. She even had a briefcase in one hand and a series of notes prepared on a scroll at her side, presumably all to assist her in the demolishing of paperwork, red tape, and other such sundry beings. And yet, despite the fact that she seemed prepared to commit assault by contract the moment Mom fulfilled at least half of the of sound mind and body criteria, I didn't get that feel from her. I was pretty certain she'd have been fine with letting Mom stay in Mistral for as long as she needed with no strings attached. But maybe Mom wasn't. I mused. Maybe she'd feel better about this if there seemed to be some very obvious strings to be wary of, and if her mother came calling for her to sign her name in blood the moment she was physically capable of holding a pen again. If instead of kindness or, as she might see it, pity or charity, this was business, with cold terms and conditions and obligations that she could argue over, wiggle through, and make her own peace with. Yeah, it sounded about right, and it would give Mom the chance to try and manufacture her own silver lining from the storm cloud she'd been dealt. I wondered if Grandmother would show her some mercy and throw her a few bones, to subtly help her out. Probably not. Even when it came to taking care of each other, my family could be a bit dysfunctional. Come in, my mother's voice answered, sounding a touch hoarse. I wondered if she'd been drinking enough water. There was a machine there to assist her with it, but I could already tell she'd have preferred to do it herself. Hopefully, that wouldn't be an issue for much longer. Hi, Mom, I said with a smile as I pushed open the door. Glancing her over once, I called to Jai and drew water through the tubes of a nearby container, forming a floating orb in front of her with a bendy straw of water. Have you been doing okay? Mom stared at the spear for a moment and did a good job covering however she felt about needing assistance just to drink. In turn, I pretended I didn't notice anyway and went to her side as she took a sip. Oh, you know, she answered, sounding a touch better now. Just lying around. Been trying to get some exercise when I can. Push-ups, jogging, that type of thing. I've gotta hand it to myself. I think I'll have a real leg up on the competition next time the marathon rolls around. I flashed a smile at the jokes, even if they were self-deprecating, because doing so was enough to make her crack a smile in turn. That's cool, I guess. I shrugged lightly. But don't you think it's about time you got up? You can't stay in bed all day, Mom. At that, she turned her head towards me, eyes widening even further as she glanced quickly towards her mother. She drew a slow breath and I heard her heartbeat quicken as understanding sank in. Jaune, she whispered, swallowing. Or can you? Shh, I replied, putting a finger to my lips and then extending it to poke her lightly in the nose. As I did, I let my power surge, charging my new healing spell fully and releasing it with a 5-second charge. Quick soul granted. I could boost the effect greatly in exchange for about 5,000 MP, and with the amount of MP I had access to, I could cast it 3 times back to back. So I did. At once, light filled the room, shining brightly over the healed stumps of her arms and leg. The color was a bright, pure white, the color of my aura, and existed as a trio of flat discs that slowly began to move. They slipped easily through the holes in my mother's hospital gown, down from her shoulders and thigh, and in the space they left behind skin was new, whole flesh. The growth of it almost seemed to be pushing the discs away, but at the ends of the reforming limbs were patches of flesh that glowed for a moment before dimming and becoming flesh, casting off sparks as they went. It took most of a minute, but we watched as my mom healed. When it was done, my mom looked down at her hands in awe and seemed to have been struck speechless. "You didn't doubt me, did you?" I asked her, resting my chin in the palm of a hand. "I told you I'd heal you." "I know," she sounded breathless. I knew you would. It's just... I thank you, Jaune. These are..." She shook her head and blinked quickly, before seeming to remember that she had hands and lifting them to touch her face. For a minute, she just seemed lost in the fact that she could do such a thing, to touch things, hold them, and use her hands. "Something you take for granted until it's gone?" I tried to finish for her, drawing her back to the conversation. "Yeah," she nodded quickly as she clenched her hands into tight fists and rolled her shoulders. "Exactly." "Well, they're not gone anymore," I told her, lay a hand on hers. "How do they feel? Is everything alright?" "They feel..." She paused, tilting her head to the side as she struggled to find the word she was looking for. "Different. Not bad or anything, but..." "New?" I suggested, looking the new limbs over quickly to make sure they were okay and spotting the changes quickly. She nodded slowly once and then again with more confidence. "Yeah, that's a good way to describe it," she mused. "They feel new. Your own aura can heal you pretty well," I considered. "But while it tries to restore you, your body's limits mean it can't always do so perfectly. That's why people can get scars and such. Sometimes, small signs of damage remain, and if there's enough of it, it can add up over time. I guess what you're feeling now is that going away." "It feels nice," she assured me, "but odd, especially with my legs. One's old, one's new. It's strange, is all." "We could always cut off the other leg and have Jaune regrow it," Grandmother suggested from her seat by the wall, her tone deliberately distracted. She had her briefcase open on her lap and was quickly flipping through it, making a show of organizing files that were already perfectly arranged. "At this point, it wouldn't be that big of a deal." Mom's smile became somewhat strained, though whether at the suggestion or the reminder of her mother's existence, I wasn't sure. "I'll take it under consideration," she said, dropping a hand to the bed and shifting. Realizing at once what she was about to do, I rose to assist her, curling my fingers around her own and placing a hand at her back. "Need a hand?" I asked, smiling. "Hiya," she answered tonelessly. "That was pathetic. If you're not gonna try, don't even bother." I shrugged, expression unchanging as I helped her out of the bed. "It seemed like an easy shot," I defended. "And I was the one who regrew the damn things. I think that gives me a free pass or something." "Pretty sure that's not how that works, Jaune." She shook her head as she settled her feet on the ground, breathing carefully as she stood at her full height as if expecting to topple over any second. "Then what was the point?" I asked myself. "Helping your poor mother," she reminded. "Ah," I said as if suddenly remembering, and placed a hand on her shoulder. "But really, I'm glad to see you up." "Me, too," she smiled. "I take it you'll be going to heal the others now?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Onyx, Ren, and a few patients I missed on my first run-through. But I can stay a minute if you need me to." "Go," she chuckled, looking lively for the first time since, losing most of her limbs. "We can talk later." "Yes," Grandmother said, tapping a stack of papers against the bottom of her briefcase to smooth the pile. "Your mother and I have several matters to discuss now, after all." "I assume you've had time to prepare, Isabel?" A touch of cold but comfortable seeming steel slid into my mother's shoulders as she looked at Grandma, and it was something that had been missing from them over the last week. "Naturally, Mother," she replied with a slight tilt of her head. "Shall we make arrangements, then?" I rose and left them silently, allowing them to play this game of theirs in peace as I moved on to my next visit. In the silence of the mostly empty hospital, a result of my frequent visits this last week, I heard them both easily. Nora was laughing loudly, her honest exuberance uplifting in its own right. Despite a week in a hospital room, Ren's mood seemed bright enough and his heart beat steadily, a fact that made me smile. Whatever happened, it seemed those two would be okay, and I decided to go along with the good mood and see if I couldn't help improve it even more. "Hey, Ren," I all but shouted as I reached his room, throwing the door open and striding quickly towards his bed. Without a moment's hesitation, I slapped my hand against his, already upraised to reach for something on his bedside table. "Give me 5. Ren blinked once at the sudden act and then again as the stump of his other hand began to glow brightly. Instantly, both his and Nora's gazes swerved to the limb in question, widening as they saw what happened. The room was completely silent as his hand and fingers returned, and even afterwards, they couldn't tear their gazes away from it. "What?" Ren breathed, surprise coloring the sound of his voice. "How did you?" And since his attention was on said limb and not upon, me, he was caught completely unprepared by what I did next. "Now drop and give me 20. I ordered as I literally rolled him out of bed. With his friendship with Nora, I figured he was probably used to it. "Gah," Ren grunted as he caught himself with both hands and rose enough to look at me. "I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to treat hospital patients like this." I sniffed disdainfully. "I'm the miracle worker here," I stated. "I do what I want." "Ren," Nora breathed, going to her friend's side at once. She took his new hand in her own, helping him up quickly. Even when he stood, his other hand on the bed to support him after a week of bed rest, she held his hand between her own, as if worried it would fly off and disappear if she let it go. Ren allowed it without complaint for a minute before gently laying his other hand over hers. Immediately, Nora let go and stepped back, eyes intent on his fingers as he flexed and stretched them. He tested the range of motion, flexibility, and steadiness of his new hand as calmly as a soldier inspecting their weapon, making sure it was in order. I could tell from the furrow of his eyebrows that he'd noticed the same newness as my mother had, but it seemed to mean less to him than it had to her, most likely due to the simple fact that he was far younger than her and had taken less damage over that shorter lifetime. "All good?" I asked. "Yes," he replied simply, rolling his wrist several times. He paused for a moment, gaze tracking to Nora, and then tilted his head before nodding with something almost like resignation. "Thanks for the hand, Jaune." Nora's face promptly split into a massive grin, and in a moment she was hugging him tightly enough that I checked to make sure he wasn't going to need any replacement ribs to go with that hand. Despite the fact that Nora was significantly shorter than him, I had to step back as she swung him around in a wide circle, lifting his feet completely off the ground. "Yes," she shouted, stopping quickly enough that I added whiplash to the list of injuries Ren was suffering on his way out of the hospital. "You're okay?" "I'm fine," he assured her calmly, not at all off-put by the fact that Nora had needed to force him to his knees to look him eye to eye. "I'll need at most another week to make a full recovery, and most of it will just be getting used to the new hand." I hummed in agreement, quirking an eyebrow as they turned my way, as if only now realizing I was still here. "I already checked it over and there's nothing wrong with it. That's kind of the issue, really. It's brand new and in perfect condition, while your other hand is showing some wear and tear from a few years of use. Still, it shouldn't be an issue once you get used to it, but if it is, just get in touch with me and I'll see what I can do." About halfway through that sentence, I was forced to lift my arms as Nora collided with me and wrapped her arms around my chest. On anyone else, it might have been a bone-crushing hug, but my bones were made of sterner stuff than most, even without getting into my atom and skin, so I bore the hug with grace. I even kept talking over the stream of thank yous that poured from Nora's mouth as she squeezed me hard, patting her on the back as I did. "Will do," Ren nodded, talking the matter as seriously as it deserved to be. I honestly didn't think it would make much of a difference for Ren once he'd had a few days to get accustomed to it, but if it threw him even slightly out of sync, it might be enough to put his life in danger one day. "Will you be sticking around, then?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "I'll actually be leaving Vale before too long. My mom and I will be moving in with my grandmother for a while. I'll leave you a way to contact me, though, just in case." "I see," Ren replied, expression contemplative as he nodded again, more slowly this time. After a moment, however, he extended his new hand towards me. "Then I should thank you now for everything." I chuckled but took his hand in my own and shook it once. "You don't need to talk like we'll never see each other again," I told him. "I'll be heading to Mistral, but not permanently. Once my mom's okay and we have everything in order, I'll come back." "That's good news," he smiled. "With any luck, maybe we'll see each other again." At last, Nora let go of me and bounced a step away. "There's no need to bring luck into this, Ren," she shook her head, beaming. "We're friends, so we will see each other again, right?" "Right," I nodded firmly. "I take it you two have decided where you're going as well, then?" "Headmaster Osborne came by to speak to us a few more times." Ren smiled slightly. "With everything that happened to the village, we weren't sure, but he said there wouldn't be any problems enrolling at his school, since we'd intended to do so even before all this. He said he'd pull some strings once we were healed. He even threw in free housing," Nora chirped, which didn't fully conceal the uncertainty she felt about that. She was thankful for the offer, even glad for it, but I suppose it just hammered in that she had nowhere else to go. No house, no place to call home, not even a family except for Ren. But maybe having each other was enough. I'd hope so. For my part, however, I covered and put aside any suspicions or reservations I might have had concerning Osborne, refusing to let it put a damper on my good mood today. For the time being, it was a problem I had no real way of doing anything about without exposing a lot of people to a lot of risk, so I would keep my paranoia to myself. "Oh?" I asked aloud, illusory face smiling. Ren tilted his head towards his friend, the gesture somehow carrying a confirmation. "I wasn't clear on the specifics," he said, "but it seems there was already something in place for people like Nora and I, kids with the training required but who lacked." Ren paused and frowned, seeming to search for the proper word. "So it's like a scholarship fund?" I put forth to save him the trouble, getting the general idea. "Yes," Ren said, sitting up slightly and all but snapping his fingers. "Exactly like that." I nodded, not having known about such a thing but not surprised by its existence. either. I'm sure there were a fair number of hunter kids who had been left abruptly orphaned and suddenly had a whole new set of things to worry about that went beyond training to kill Grimm. The kingdom made arrangements to aid the children of fallen hunters for that very reason, but at the same time, it wasn't hard to imagine a few families falling on hard times. Having a system in place that allowed those children to go to places like Signal or Beacon anyway made plenty of sense, both from the perspective of supporting the families of those who died, keeping the kingdom safe, and the somewhat more cynical perspective that noted that the honor, prestige, and money involved with being a hunter would all but ensure those children followed in their families' footsteps. It made me wonder if Keppel and Carmen's children would receive offers like that someday. I'd stayed away from them thus far at Osmond's request, giving them time and space to breathe without the fresh wounds I might have opened, to say nothing of the dangers if they learned the truth of my actions. I wasn't entirely sure what story had been woven about their parents' deaths, but I was sure it was heroic, daring, and awe-inspiring, however much of a lie it may have been. A part of me was nauseated by the idea that they'd grow up never being told the truth, but another part reminded me that in a world ruled by the Grimm, beautiful lies were worth more than painful truths. Knowing that, however, I had to wonder how many lies I'd been fed in my life and what I might have been told about my parents, had I not come into my powers all those months ago. That's good. Then, I clapped my hands brightly, shrugging the thoughts off. Everything's in order. Then, not quite, Ren admitted. He said there will be a few tests and other conditions, to ensure the process was fair. Professor Osmond said he didn't control the selection process. Bullshit, I thought. And there might be other applicants. He shook his head and rested his hands on the bed. But even so, we'll get in, Nora stated, sounding certain of that fact. Ren's practically a genius and I'm, well, on me. There's nothing to worry about. Well, that's good. I smiled. I think you're right, though. I've seen you both in action and you should have no trouble getting into Beacon. See? Nora told Ren. I told you so. You did, Ren allowed before looking at me again. Will you be going to Haven, then? Maybe, maybe not, I replied, shrugging slightly. I don't have much interest going to school right now, but a friend told me a few things that have made me think about it recently. I guess I'll figure it out when I get to Mistral. I paused for a moment, considering something. Although, I slowly mused, lining things up in my head. Talking about it reminds me, all the big hunter academies always meet at the Vital Festival later in the year, along with everything else that happens around that time. To be honest, I usually just stay home and watch it on TV like a normal person, but my sister's going to start teaching at Haven this year. I hadn't thought to talk to her about it, but a lot of the teachers always go with the students to keep everything in order. If she goes this year, maybe I'll tag along. If I do, maybe we'll see each other around. Would you be allowed to come along? Ren asked, raising an eyebrow, to which I simply shrugged. Sure, I said, chuckling a bit at the question. Whether as a healer, my sister's +1, or just because my grandmother said so, it should be fine, and if not, I have other ways to travel. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, I've found life to be pretty full of surprises, but we'll see how things play out. The games we play. Destination. I was so worried I couldn't stand it, but now I think I'll have a leg up on that. Mom already made that joke, I said with a smile, shaking my head as if in disappointment. In the end, I'd left my mother and grandmother to sort things out alone, and I hadn't wanted to be the third wheel to Ren and Nora, so I'd made my way up to Onyx's room and fixed his leg. The older hunter was standing and stretching, rolling his new leg in small circles before balancing on it. AWW. Onyx groaned, making me chuckle as I looked around his hospital room. In most ways, it was pretty much the same as everyone else's, but there was a marked difference between his, Ren's, and my mother's. Unlike the latter two, whose rooms had been barren, the table beside Onyx's bed was stacked high with flowers and candy and colorfully, if crudely, drawn get-well-soon cards. Ren didn't have any family to speak of besides Nora, who'd pretty much been stuck to his hip during his entire stay thus far, but as for Mom, Well, I suppose it was to be expected that she wouldn't get anything. I'd known I'd be able to heal her eventually and had focused entirely on that. But my sisters, well, like I said, it was to be expected. Did your daughter make those? I asked, nodding my head at the table. Onyx asked, lifting an eyebrow as he followed my gaze. Yeah, she comes by every day, after school lets out. With any luck, I'll be able to surprise her today and pick her up instead. There shouldn't be any problems checking out, I said. The lady at the front desk knows what to expect from me, so you'll probably just accept it if you say you're good to go. I mean, your leg is right there. Might be some paperwork to fill out, but nothing that should take you too long. I don't think. School doesn't let out for about 5 hours yet, and I can't imagine anyone inflicting that on someone fresh out of the hospital. You'd be surprised, Onyx assured me. Though it really depends more on how you got into the hospital. There was this thing up in Atlas that I'd tell you about, except I am not allowed to tell you about it. I chuckled at that and my smile widened. Thanks for the heads up before, I told him, inclining my head. It turns out I'll be traveling some after all. Onyx's voice fell and he paused in changing into the clothes he'd been keeping in a bag in the corner. After a moment, his desire to be out of a hospital gown seemed to overcome everything else and he switched into comfortable-looking black pants and a floral print t-shirt that made me suspect his daughter's involvement. When he finished, he cracked his neck and looked at me over his shoulder. Where to, Mistral? I said. To my grandmother's. He said again, face scrunching up, and thought, yeah, I vaguely remember hearing that your mother was related to the big bad wolf. Didn't seem much like the type of thing she'd want anyone asking about, so I never did. Probably for the best, I nodded. My family is pretty dysfunctional. Plenty of it with hunters. He shrugged. You got any plans for what you're gonna do over there? He asked. I only ever spent a little while in Mistral, but while it's a creepy place in a lot of ways, it's easy to have a good time there, too. I guess that's what you get when you run by. He gestured vaguely. Yeah, I agreed. And sort of. I have some ideas, but most of them are works in progress. A lot of unexpected things have been happening lately and it's kind of hard to plan things out the way I'd want to, but I've been talking with my family and friends a lot about it. Whatever happens, I'll work something out. Well, with skills like yours, you shouldn't have any problems getting by. Onyx laughed a bit and stretched again, probably glad to be out of bed. With your skill at healing alone, you could probably set up shop and let the money roll in. And I know you can hunt pretty goddamn well, too. Your grandmother might have to smooth a few things over, but you could do just about anything you wanted, once you had a little time to set everything up. I hummed quietly, the sound acknowledging. You want me to help you check out? I asked. Nah, you don't need to bother. Onyx shook his head. I'm sure you've got a lot of things you'd rather be doing than helping me with paperwork. Not really, I said. I've just about run out of things to do, but I need to wait until Mom's done. Might as well help out a friend, right? Onyx snorted at that, eyeing me for a moment. Yeah, I suppose that would be an issue for you, he said. If you become a healer full-time, you'll probably spend a lot of your career being bored. I guess there's nothing worth watching on TV this time of day either. I shifted my attention away from the boring news broadcast I'd only distantly been paying attention to in order to quickly scan the other frequencies, checking. Most children were in school and most adults at work, so a lot of channels weren't airing anything of value. There were a few interesting videos that people in houses near the hospital were streaming, but even then, I wasn't all that interested. Not really, I said before tilting my head as I felt the door to my mother's room open. Although it seems Mom and Grandma are done talking, I can still stay if you go. He rolled his eyes. Like I said, don't worry about it. I've been getting buried up to my ears in paperwork since the day I entered Beacon. I'll be fine. Pretty sure that if that's true, it means you're doing something wrong, I said, but rose obediently. But if you say so. Take care, Onyx. Hopefully, we'll see each other again someday. Hopefully, he agreed, turning to face me fully. But really, Jaune, you take care of yourself, okay? I owe you one for the leg, so if anything happens, I'll keep that in mind, I promised. If you or your daughter ever needs help, you know who to call, too. I'll try to remember you even when I'm ludicrously rich and famous. He laughed again but extended a hand for me to shake, which I did. Then I left and ambled on down to my mother, to save her a trip up the stairs. Mom, I greeted as she turned the corner that led to the stairwell. Jaune, she blinked once but recovered quickly. I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? You didn't keep me waiting at all, I answered. I was just talking to Onyx upstairs, but I sensed you coming and headed down. You and grandmother settle things? She sighed slightly, looking over her shoulder. More or less, she said. Though saying we settled things might be a bit of an exaggeration. I'm fairly sure everything was decided long before we started talking. Would I be correct in assuming you already know everything? I made my smile demure at her words. Well, saying I know everything might be a bit presumptuous, I mused. But she snorted at that and rolled her eyes. Saves me from having to explain everything, at least, she said. When I first woke up, I figured. I know, I replied. That's why you called grandmother, right? Yes, I suppose it was, she sighed deeply. But going back to Mistral after all these years. She shook her head. It can't be helped, she muttered under her breath. But are you okay with it, Jaune? It's fine, I assured her. Location isn't really an issue for me, given everything, and it's not like I couldn't just swim back to Vale if I needed to. But really, Mistral's probably the best place to be now. Anyway, you, grandmother, Violet, Indigo, Olivia. I even made some friends last time I was there, who I can go and catch up with. She reached up to bat me on the head. I'm glad to hear that, at least, she said, ruffling my hair slightly. Did anything important happen while I was in bed? Not too much, I said, lying right to her face. Plenty had happened, but most of it wasn't stuff she'd benefit from knowing. We, the girls and I mean, had a hunter's funeral for Dad. I figured you and I could have one of our own once you were okay, but we were playing around and it seemed like a good time for it. We didn't quite scour the city to the bedrock, but we gave it a pretty good shot inside Naraka, of course. Beyond that, though, I shrugged. I was kind of focused on practicing my healing, though, I continued. I told the others about what I've been doing the last few months and then threw myself back into my training until I got results. I talked to grandmother and Ospen a few times about the Mistral stuff, but other than that, I was busy working on my healing. Her smile turned a bit sad at that. Thank you for all the hard work, she told me, patting my head again. Sorry I made you go through all the trouble. It wasn't any trouble at all, I shook my head at once. And besides, with this power, I'll be able to help a lot of people. Everything I had to go through to get it is worth it because of that. Yeah. Her smile became at once wider and sadder. I figured you'd say that. She closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. We never really got to talk about it, did we? She asked at last. Your father, I mean. It's okay, I said gently. I spoke to a lot of people about it and more than that, I was the one he spoke to last. I'm mad about what happened and sad and I miss him, but no matter what happens, I'll keep fighting to protect people, just like he did. So, you don't have to worry about me, Mom. Even in just this last week, I've gotten stronger. I'll be okay, Jaune, she whispered, hugging me tightly. I already know all of that, but this time, I was the one to put a hand on her head. Yeah, I smiled softly. I know, but we have time, so you don't have to force yourself to talk about it, alright? She blinked away several tears and nodded quickly. Yeah, she said. Alright. Then, taking another deep breath, she stood up straight. We have to get ready to leave soon, she stated, probably more to herself than anything. We'll have to make arrangements for the house, the mail. Ospen already knows, but I'll need to. No need, I shook my head. Grandmother and I already handled all of that. She stopped and pinched the bridge of her nose, annoyed at herself. Right, she nodded. Of course you'd have thought about that. Everything's done then? We can leave whenever you're ready, I confirmed. Or we can stay a while longer, if you'd prefer. We'll leave soon, then, she muttered distractedly, as if making notes in her head. She turned her head slightly to stare out the window with a slight frown, mulling something over and then nodding to herself. Yes, that's probably for the best. We'll make the final arrangements tonight then, after I talk to a few people. Okay, I accepted. Shall we check out, then? Yes, she whispered, tone still absent-minded until she paused and looked at me again. You said you'd become even stronger this last week? Yeah, I said, tilting my head slightly. Quite a bit stronger. In fact, then without a doubt, you must be quite a bit stronger than me now, she mused and then stood on her tiptoes to kiss my forehead. You really did grow fast, didn't you, Jaune? Lunch and dinner that night were pleasant affairs, at least for me. My sisters barely spoke to my mother and she didn't say much to them either, though she obviously wanted to, but I spoke to everyone over the course of a meal. We had a large meal that night to say our goodbyes and made arrangements to stay in touch and meet each other later. As hunters, they were all used to separating for vast lengths of times, and so didn't make a big fuss about it. It wasn't quite a cold or casual occasion, because they also realized that anything could happen, but, well, they didn't show it in big ways. We were all together, having fun, and that was enough. And the next morning, we left. Not all of us, of course. Most of my sisters would stay for a few more days until arrangements could be made to travel back to Atlas and Vaco, but since we'd been planning this out for several days already, the trip back to Mistral was easy to set up. We left in the same ship my grandmother had arrived in and were in the air by the time the sun started rising. Whatever my grandmother claimed, I knew it wasn't a coincidence that the airship was just large enough to fit all of us, and so did my mother, but neither of us mentioned it. Violet took up watch near the front, her body now almost entirely back to normal, while Olivia seated herself in the middle with her power slowly unfurling from her skin. She wasn't choosing it to do anything yet, but she seemed prepared to, just in case. It was a good mindset, but I wasn't worried. While there was always the chance that an unkindness of giant nevermore would happen upon us, to say nothing of the worst creatures that ruled the skies of Remnant, I wasn't especially worried. This airship was packed full of enough firepower to trivially slaughter just about anything we were likely to come across in a routine flight, and I'd sense anything we couldn't long before we actually encountered them. I wouldn't say we were completely safe, because nowhere in Remnant was that, but we were as safe as could be reasonably expected. Indigo seemed to share my opinion, because she'd fallen asleep in the back of the airship, shadow curling around her. After a moment, I followed her example and slipped, for the first time in quite a while, into a meditative state. It was something I'd fallen out of the habit of doing lately, simply because the benefits were now relatively minor compared to the sheer amount of MP I could already regenerate. It just wasn't worth the time or effort of falling into a trance when going from 0 to full took less than a minute. Still, with little else to do, I took the chance to accelerate as much as was sustainable, made sure all the other skills I maintained constantly were functioning as they should, and let my awareness expand. The world my meditation revealed had changed since the last time I'd seen it, but then, I had become accustomed to that at this point, figuring it was most likely because of my extrasensory perception and the other passive skills I'd gained lately. I accepted it easily and took in the differences. It was more, for lack of a better word, the patterns of energy, the shifting motions of the world, the breadth and depth, the sheer scope of it all had grown. My mind expanded through the open sky to touch the land below and sink deep into the earth. As I did, I felt the wind on my skin and the titanic motions far beneath the ground. At once, I felt myself standing beneath shaded trees, amidst the clouds in the sky, in fields open to the rising sun, and in the hidden caverns of the earth below. I could sense it, not simply in massive patterns of energy, but as if I was there in truth. I could see it, smell it, feel it all, though very little left an impression on me. In the slowed time of my acceleration, the world turned sluggishly, with monsters and beasts alike almost holding still. But it went beyond that. I reached farther than I ever had before, using senses that were now so much sharper. For all that it seemed as if I could feel everything, my mind didn't focus on anywhere in particular, but rather exploded from my body in a wave that seemed to carry me from horizon to horizon. I heard voices and whispers that were so small even I struggled to notice them, but after a moment it just didn't seem to matter. Power flowed through the entire world in a circuit that I was but a part of, but I played my part well, and in an instant the beating of my heart matched that of the world's. I felt it encompass me entirely, like I was a drop of water that had fallen into the sea, and yet I remained separate from it, retaining myself thanks to the gamer's mind. If not for that, I could imagine myself being subsumed and losing track of the world. With my skills and the form of enlightenment they granted, I could have remained that way for weeks, months, or even years, doing nothing but listening to the crashing flows of the world around me. A part of me considered it, but only briefly. While such a state would allow me to grind the skills I kept around myself persistently, it would do little for my active skills, nor would it allow me a chance to find and invent new ones. Even beyond that, I couldn't afford to simply drown myself in the soul of the world when there was so much to do and I could grind my persistent and passive skills as easily while awake as I could like this. Although it was peaceful and relaxing, it wasn't worth it. For the moment, however, it was nice and interesting and new. My awareness slipped into the sky and the earth, the rivers and trees, the light and the shadows, and it flowed as easily into me as I did into it. For a moment, I wondered if this was how my elementals felt and considered asking them about it later. But then I realized there was no point in doing that when they were already here. Our souls would be one until they met their ends, and so they were with me always. I felt my heart beat along with the pulse of the world and became aware that they had been with me all along. Levant danced through the skies even as her arms embraced me from behind, while Jai coursed through the rivers and settled in the puddles and dew, swimming beneath my feet. Volturnus flicked through the earth and sky alike, potential more than reality, and Suryasta stood with him, a fire waiting to happen. Even so, they stood at my shoulders, watching as I did for a moment, and the path Arab walked beside me in the caverns of the earth, rested with me beneath the dirt, and climbed with me to the mountain peaks, standing still whenever I saw him, yet always in motion between my thoughts. Even Crosiamores was there, though he stayed close, in the hull of the airship and the weapons of my family. We didn't say anything because we didn't need to, but we saw each other now and our gazes, if they could be called such, were acknowledging. I stayed with them, or perhaps they stayed with me when the airship took us over barren wastelands and beaches and then the sea, and throughout the rest of the trip that followed. I kept track of the time absently, altered as it was for me, but remained aware that we were moving and getting closer to our destination when, through a combination of the airship's travel and the turning of the planet, we were facing away from the sun. I distantly sensed that we were close and opened my eyes, and when I did, I saw my elementals watching me, all of them spirits within the ship. For a moment, I thought that they'd returned the moment I'd awoke, but realized just as quickly that that wasn't the case. What I saw before me now were just the parts of them that were small enough to stay beside me, within the limits of my power. That was true, if somewhat less so, of what I'd felt out there that had been them, too. Just more of them, pieces of them that I had never been able to see, parts of a greater whole. When my skill with my elementals improved, I wasn't making them stronger. As such, I was merely drawing upon more of them. Obviously, I told myself, somewhat annoyed I hadn't fully realized it until now. As it leveled up, summon elemental didn't make the elementals themselves stronger. It merely allowed me to summon more elementals which I happened to be able to shape into a single, more powerful form. Even the name of the skill should have told me that only a small fragment of their awareness was here with me, compressed down to a human scale and time frame, while most of them was scattered throughout the elements they embodied. It was both humbling and amazing to realize that as I looked at them and I smiled at them all. When they smiled back, I felt certain that they'd seen me out there, as I'd seen them. I guessed that no matter where I went, they were watching over me. Awake? Violet asked, looking back at me. Gu was standing at her feet, allowing her to scratch his ears and looking like a normal dog if one ignored the fact that we're going through a spot of turbulence and yet the motions of the ship completely failed to move him. Noticing that I was awake, he turned back towards me, trotting my way and absently leaping into my lap to sniff at Autumn's blossom. My daughter was wrapped tightly around my chest, quietly enjoying herself as she fed upon the aura I expended a fair bit over 10 million MP thus far. She was squeezing me hard, I noted. Tightly enough that she would have left marks and steel and horrific wounds in a normal human. Was she having a bad dream? Wasn't asleep, I answered, stroking her petals absently. Just meditating. She pondered me for a moment before shaking her head. I'm actually not sure if that's a joke or not, she said. It wasn't, I assured her, removing my seatbelt and ignoring the turbulence as a matter of course. As I rose, turning my head slightly to the side, I looked at my grandmother who was hard at work on her scroll. Grandmother, there's a herd of Goliaths less than 30 kilometers from the walls of the kingdom. She kept working for a moment, but I knew she'd heard me by the slight frown that crossed her face. Looking into her scroll, I saw her bring up a file on grim movements in the area and check it over, but I finished reading it before she did. 30 to 50 is the norm, I told her. She nodded once, reading the file for herself before typing something towards the front. Violet looked at us both with a raised eyebrow, but said nothing. Do you think something's wrong? My grandmother asked, not mentioning what happened the last time we saw a Goliath or bringing up the possibility of a repeat incident. I shrugged. They aren't moving particularly fast, either, so probably not, and if they tried anything, they'd be noticed by the sensors in the pass. But they are there, I said, and I do kind of hate Goliaths. How many? 3, I said, double-checking. It's a smaller herd than normal. She closed a window and typed a few words in a document, probably more to do something while she was thinking than anything else. Could you kill them all and catch up to us? She asked. I cracked my neck and nodded. Then do so. She gestured dismissively, glancing towards Violet once, who nodded. Return before we get near the city. Got it, I answered. Going to the doors of the airship, I saw the pilot look up to glance quickly at us and knew that grandmother wouldn't have him do that unless she trusted him completely. Open this for me, would you? Sir, he whispered quietly, risking a look back. Do it, grandmother commanded, and a moment later the hatch was opening. I controlled the air absently to keep the open door from making a disturbance and stepped into open air a moment later. Time to get some exercise, I thought, marveling at how things changed. The games we play. Second try. I hit the ground running and took off through the rock fields of Mistral. Moving quickly enough to bake the stone around me, I reached out with my senses and checked my surroundings again. In the distance, I could sense the volcanic fields to Mistral's southern border and could literally taste and see and hear and everything else the volcanic ash and smoke that rose into the sky. To the east and west rested the ocean and an inland sea, the latter of which was now behind me, and the winds carried the cool touch of the waves and the smell of salt. I could feel the ice to the north and heat to the south as well as the ground beneath my feet and knew where those extremes gave way to more normal climates, with fields and forests. Like its people, the land around Mistral was a strange, perhaps even conflicting, patchwork, made of oddities that somehow managed to balance. Somehow, mankind had found a way, and naturally, so had the Grimm. As my senses expanded, I marked each and every one that I sensed. I tracked them by displacements in the water and air, vibrations in the earth, interplays of heat and charges, and through a myriad of my own senses. Even this close to the walls of Mistral, the creatures of Grimm thrived, from twisted shapes that resembled sharks, octopi, and whales, to the draconic tyrant scales and towering Goliaths. The common beowulfs ran through the forests, but I also sensed mighty Caledons leading packs of Borbalisk, Nemeans waiting in the plains, as well as the other beasts that lived beyond the safety of the kingdoms. They were titanic creatures, one and all. Monsters great enough to have earned their places in storybooks and tales of terror. A part of me, a large part, wanted to swing by and have a go at a few of them just for fun, but there'd be time for that later, so I stayed focused. Tensing minutely as I came to a cliff, I lunged hard and high into the air, rising most of the way to the ship I'd left behind me before contorting in the air to put my feet above me. Pausing for a moment to target myself, I raised my acceleration abruptly and lunged again, drawing Bite around me for just an instant and hiding him beneath an illusion. All but flying through the air, I collided head-on with the first Goliath and then rebounded to the second and then the third as if I were a human pinball, each impact rocking the elephantine monsters. Though it didn't quite blow them away, they all went skidding along the ground in different directions, their pillar-like feet leaving massive trenches as the force pushed them away. Landing hard on the ground a fraction of a second after impacting with the third Goliath, the fields of stone shattered beneath my feet and threw dust high. I rose easily, or curled protectively around Autumn's still sleeping form just in case something went awry, and turned to face the Goliaths even as Baihu momentarily withdrew. There was probably no point in worrying about it with the ship so far behind me and the city so far ahead, especially when everyone on the ship already knew except the pilot, who I was fairly sure would never tell anyone anything. My grandmother didn't want him to, but there was no reason to get careless now, was there? Besides, I didn't need it for this. No, I wanted to try something a little bit different this time. Hey, guys, I greeted, cracking my neck as I looked up and up and up and up, because the beasts were about 20 stories tall apiece at the Goliaths. What's up? The Goliaths looked down at me with blank, red eyes, trunks twitching as they saw the creature that had attacked them. For a second, no one made a sound and I got the feeling we were all waiting for each other to act, but I remained as I was, fearless and patient as I waited for the monsters to make the first move. I let my gaze trace slowly to the strongest of the beasts, wondering how it measured up to the one I had fought before, but didn't otherwise react. Whose footsteps shake the earth? LV-84 Goliath. After another moment of silence or perhaps silent communication, I felt something change and quickly focused on the smallest Goliath as it lifted its trunk and gathered familiar power within its mouth. It only took it moments to charge the attack, but it was still more than enough time for me to observe the process. A massive amount of heat gathered in the creature's mouth, directed and focused by the inside of its throat, and I took this chance to take a closer look at the process. The flesh of the beast shifted and moved on a cellular level, the dark cells changing in structure and shape to aid in some kind of reaction, even as they were fueled by power that rose from within the creature's body. I watched the Goliath's throat. I suppose the only term was activate, weaponizing itself before my very eyes. Looking past that, I could see materials being supplied and consumed by the cells, accelerating and focusing the gathering heat again and again, even as it prepared to release it at its target. But even with the head start, I shot first. At the last moment, I gathered my power into a thunderbolt and threw it hard, straight into the Goliath's open maw, unleashing a rush of electricity to play havoc with the process occurring within its body. And then I vanished. Slipping quietly under an illusion, I quickly stepped aside, moving silently out of the line of fire for an attack that never came. Lightning wreathed the Goliath's mouth as if it were foaming, but nothing happened as the power it had gathered was neither released nor allowed to run loose within its body. The patterns in its throat shifted at the sudden attack, preventing its own weapon from firing instead of risking that power turning on the Goliath. The grim stuff bore the touch of electricity well, once again far too well for it to be at all natural, and nothing else happened as the beast began scanning the surroundings for me. I suppose I wasn't surprised, though. If I were building some type of mystical death machine, I'd probably install a circuit breaker to keep it from exploding in response to random power surges, too. Making sure that hitting the obvious, glowing weak point didn't actually accomplish much seemed like it would be fairly logical as well. Still, it was interesting, I admitted. I'd wanted to observe a Goliath again, specifically for the heat ray it had fired, having now seen Kromkrults do something similar on a much larger scale. I wondered how creatures without aura had been able to do such a thing. I mean, attributing anything the Grimm did to conventional biology was rather absurd, but organic death rays were pretty out there. Even so, I'd seen and heard of other examples, too. Of particularly massive nevermores whipping up tempests with their wings, of aquatic beasts manipulating the currents, and, of course, I'd seen Ziz casually unleash a horrific storm of fire and death upon waking up and having been laser-sniped by Kromkrulch on top of that. It made me wonder how, because knowing that might tell me that much more about what I was dealing with. But this The term biological weaponry was a bit ironic in this case, because they were literally turning parts of their body into weapons. Suddenly, I was reminded of the evil, magical, sapient Minobots theory I'd spoken to Ozpin about during the fight against Conquest. Thinking about it that way, I suppose there were explanations for some of the crazy shit the Grimm could do, and if they were outlandish, they were no more so than the absurd notion that they were capable of any of the things they did solely through biology. I'd already accepted that they had been designed and combined, presumably, with materials provided by Malkuth theory or whatever else. I suppose it wasn't completely absurd. Something like Krumkrulch could even devour materials underground, process them within its body, and generate all sorts of horrifying weapons. It was something to look into. More than that, it was a place to start, and that's all I'd really wanted from this. Given time to train, perhaps my metamorphosis would reveal more, but for now, that was informative, I said, smiling at the Goliaths as I was revealed. The illusions I'd curled around myself warped briefly before being sucked into the light I'd gathered in my right hand. The night darkened further, seeming to almost empty the sky above us as light fled from it. The rising surge of my aura illuminated my surroundings only briefly before it was torn away from my skin and slithered into my fingers. For a moment, I seemed to hold the only light in the world, at once burning steadily and illuminating nothing but itself. So thanks, but I don't need anything else from you, so you can just go ahead and die now. Then the moment passed and night turned to day. Light poured from my hands in a blinding torrent, burning away the shadows and Grimm alike. It took the Goliath in the side and pierced through it as if it weren't even there. Where the creature's dark flesh was touched by my Luxeterna, it simply melted away, replaced by shining wounds that seemed to devour its body further, pushing outwards to enlarge the already massive wound my attack had made. The Grimm shifted as the attack struck but didn't even have time to scream as it was swept away, so its fellows screamed for it, trunks rising in a trumpeting chorus, and they edged away from the light. Even though they weren't the targets of the attack, wounds began to mark their skin as if they were burning, mere proximity shredding their skin. I didn't flinch away even as the light rose into the sky like a second sun. I'd angled it upwards, just in case, and it split the heavens like a bridge as it pierced the darkness around it. In its wake, the sky was briefly marked with everything from bright daytime blues to the beautiful colors of dusk and dawn, and where the light didn't blind, it illuminated as if it were noon instead of night. And when it faded, everything in its path was gone. All that was left of the Goliath I'd hit were the mighty pillars of its legs, the rest of its body gone as if it had simply stopped existing. The edges of what remained were smooth where they didn't erupt with white and silver fire, but from its belly to its trunk. I'd made the Goliath disappear. To either side of the beast, its companions were alive, if worse for wear. They smoked where the light had burned them, the color lightening as it rose from their skin black to gray to a pure and scattering white that rose into the sky like snow falling in reverse, and in places they seemed just a touch thinner, as if partially melted away. Even so, they didn't back down, and their eyes focused on me intently, crimson orbs intelligent and waiting. I could see them both gathering power as I stood, weakened from the sheer breath of power I'd just released. I felt myself sweating again, panting even as I met their eyes, but it wasn't enough to keep me from chuckling. Please, I rolled my eyes as I felt my power return with each passing second. Already, a magic missile had formed in either hand, and I launched one at each of the second Goliath's eyes. The moment they left my hands, I was gone, lunging away from an counterattack and vanishing beneath another illusion. I slid into the ground like it was water, barely slowing as I did, and circled behind them even as I gave myself a moment's rest. My monoreactor was working full force, accelerating the return of my strength, and less than a second after the first attack I was prepared. When I slipped out of the ground on the opposite side of the Goliaths, one was trumpeting loudly, red eyes popping under the force of my attacks. Heat and power poured from the jaws of the other, slagging the stony wasteland around us, just missing me entirely thanks to my quick escape. Smile widening, I crouched slightly before leaping high into the air, palming another pair of missiles as I focused on my already wounded prey. I launched both at the back of its head, where the skull met the neck, and followed it up with 8 more over the course of a second. The Goliath jerked once, pain scream coming to a sudden halt. It quivered in place for a moment, rocking slightly on its feet, before beginning to topple, its sheer size making the motion slow. The other Goliath turned to see its companion come crashing down, its size and weight shattering the ground beneath it as it fell. Its head paused on its fellow's figure for only a moment before continuing to turn, crimson orbs searching until I kindly saved it the trouble. What are you going to do, moving that slow? I asked as I landed on its mask, standing vertically on the bony material so I could look down at it. Though its eyes had no pupils, they shifted in its skull to focus on my comparatively tiny form. I already had another pair of magic missiles at the ready and twirled them absently as I waited, their tips hovering just above eyes larger than my entire body. The Goliath twitched once, trunk rising, and I promptly lifted both high above my head before slamming them straight down into its right eye. It cried out, the sound loud enough to blow a normal person's eardrums and shake them to the bones, but didn't stop, shaking its head roughly from side to side, It tried to throw me off and away, and so I obligingly went, skating down its trunk and gliding gently away. It stomped its feet hard to shake the earth, cried out with a roar like thunder, but I merely floated on the breeze and danced away from it all, vanishing beneath another illusion. With its remaining eye, I saw it looking for me even as its trunk spewed a waterfall of disgusting black fluid. The tar-like substance pooled on its back and face, oozing down over its ruined eye, and immediately began to stir. It bubbled up into familiar shapes, stretching into long wings and wicked claws. Long limbs stretched up towards the sky as if reaching for the night, and a myriad of voices cried out as a legion of monsters was born into the world. It was a little sad, I thought, being born only to die. A flare crashed down on the Goliath's back, sending fire cascading over its form. The birthing cries turned into dying screams as grim flesh melted like wax in the heat, and the tar from which they were born ignited. The Goliath itself, a creature capable of bathing in lava, merely hunched its shoulders against the flames, but everything it had summoned or created burned quite nicely, sending up horrible screams and plumes of noxious black smoke. "Brace yourself," I warned as I reappeared a few seconds later, stomping hard on the ground. The ground shook as trembler created a localized earthquake, and Arab slid into the earth to make the ground buckle and writhe. The Goliath rocked and slipped, struggling to remain upright as the ground beneath its feet literally fought against it, but it was too much and it finally lost its footing. I kindly assisted its resulting fall with a gravity crash focused on its ribcage, multiplying its already titanic weight along with the speed of its fall. Stone shattered in every direction even as a deep imprint appeared on the Goliath's side, as if it had been struck by a giant's hammer. Slowly, I began walking towards its fallen figure, watching dispassionately as its legs and trunk twitched as it struggled to rise. I formed another magic missile in my left hand as I went, charging it as I moved to face the creature again. On its left side as it was, its remaining eye was close to the ground, and I stopped before it, standing like an ant before an elephant. Fallen and in pain as it was, it turned its gaze on me, still watching me quietly. It wasn't afraid and wouldn't have begged for mercy even if it could, but something in its crimson eye glimmered. It would have been impossible to miss the movement of its trunk, even if I hadn't had such keen eyes, but this time I didn't dodge. I held out my free hand silently and let the swing smash into it full force, pushing into the blow as it did. Beneath my concealing illusion, I felt my flared aura react, slipping briefly back into my skin. My adamant skin and the sacrifice to the wolf swelled with that power, almost pushing against one another as they did, before aligning smoothly. The ground to the left of me shattered for 40 meters, but I didn't move. With my aura gathered around me, there was more to me than mere mass, size, and weight, and though I faced the power of the Goliath head-on, I didn't even budge. Instead, the force of its own attack worked against it, driving my arm up to the shoulder in its own flesh. I felt something hard touch my hand and grasped it tightly, holding it fast as it tried to pull away even as I continued to meet its eye. "Was this some kind of test, then?" I asked as if bored. "Did you want to see that I'd gotten stronger?" I lifted my fully charged missile and aimed at its eye. "Well, look all you want," I said. The Goliath's eye exploded as the spear of light flew straight through its head and I shook off its trunk as I turned away. The games we play. First sight. Your level has increased by 1. 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 It was done. I exhaled slowly as the windows appeared, confirming my victory. 4 levels wasn't a bad haul for the amount of effort I'd put into this, though I couldn't help but remember what I'd gotten from the first Goliath I defeated and how large a difference there was, now that I was a bit closer to the monsters in level. Even so, I was rather pleased as I felt the familiar shift in my power, relatively minute as it now was. I glanced around to see that my item drops had already formed and sent the van out to fetch them with a quick breeze. Most of it seemed to be money, but there were a scattering of things here and there, nothing on par with the mask and clothes I'd already gotten from the first Goliath I'd fought, but a few things that looked like they might be interesting nonetheless. A few bars of metal, a roll of paper, that type of thing. Taking only a moment to observe them, I then turned my gaze up towards the slowly approaching ship above. I could hop back up there easily enough or else go home the fast way, but either way, I knew I didn't want to stay here long. Just in case their creator had been observing things through their eyes, I'd wanted to put on a show and give at least the appearance of strength, but only a blind man could have missed that light show, and I'd rather not explain myself unnecessarily when people inevitably showed up to ask about what had happened. I'd need to go soon, however I chose to do so, but, well, I suppose I had a minute or two to address another issue. That decided, I looked down, a slight frown touching my lips. "I'm sorry, did I wake you, sweetie?" I asked, lifting a hand to touch my daughter's petals. I'd been a touch nervous, even though I was certain I'd be able to protect her. This was the first time I'd brought her into a combat situation, and while the opponent wasn't threatening, per se, I'd been aware of that for the time being. However, I wanted to keep her as close to me as possible, so she could feed off the aura I burned around the clock. I'd had to keep her out of things for a while, due to the recent string of emergencies and the danger the training I'd undergone might have posed to her, but now with my new skills especially, I wanted to feed her all the power I could so that she'd get big and strong. With things as they were now, well, I couldn't be sure of anything, but I'd rather she be able to protect herself, and at the moment, she couldn't. At the rate I fed her experience, I was hoping that would change soon, but this was a little unexpected. Her grip, if anything, had tightened on me, squeezing down hard on my waist, shoulders, and neck. Her vines quivered for several seconds, making her tiny form shake like a leaf, and then spots of bright white abruptly began to shine through the green of her skin. They pulsed as they flowed up towards her blossom, beating like 100 miniature hearts, and then her blossom twitched. Autumn's flower opened wide as she woke fully, the interior of the petal now pure as freshly fallen snow, even as the outside remained a lively red. And at the center, revealing itself slowly as the rose spread its petals, was a single, lidless eye. It was a simple organ as eyes went. I knew the moment I peered into her flesh, but it looked functional enough. It might not have been able to perceive a range of colors, but it could perceive light just fine. Even though the iris was so pale, it seemed to blend right into the sclera as it rolled within a non-existent socket. This was a surprise, but not an unpleasant one. Slowly, I lifted a hand, smiling down at her as she opened a true eye for the first time. Already, I could see the beginning of other growths, signs of where they would later hang like fruits, but I lifted a hand to touch her vines as she went still, soul eye locked on my face. "Be careful not to strain yourself," I whispered soothingly, speaking aloud even as I let my aura convey the real information. She squeezed me tighter, cords like a rope wire at my throat, but I cracked my neck once and ignored the feeling. Her eyes stayed locked on me the entire time, wide and unblinking for obvious reasons. I wondered if I looked strange to her, which made me think about how alien everything must seem to someone viewing the world for the first time. "There will be plenty of time later and I'll help you. You don't have to rush." Her eye didn't move from my face, but the jerking motions across her form ceased as the additional eyes stopped trying to bubble up to the surface. Is this because of Lux Eterna, perhaps? I continued to speak, a part of me wondering if she developed the ability to hear next. "Something in the light that allowed you to see? Or was it something about the Grim? I suppose this was your first time being near either, but I suppose we can look into that later. For the moment, I'm just glad you can see me." "Well, what do you think of your old man? I'm not too hideous, am I?" Her eye twitched and then hung limply to the side for a moment. Then her branches trembled for a moment, stem-like structure extending up above me and then curving to hang back down right in front of my face. The veins around her white eye were green instead of red, and the retina behind it seemingly made of some type of conductive wood. But for a moment she just looked at me, pondering my face as I looked back with a smile. Additional vines and then branches extended to grow over my face, twitching slightly back and forth as she watched, as if, of course," I said, reaching into my inventory to withdraw a mirror to hold up to her. "Here I am standing around you. Must be more curious about what you look like. Well, beautiful, aren't you?" Autumn shifted her attention to the mirror at my words, expression almost eager as vines and branches grew around it and held it fast. She peered closer and closer at her reflection until her eye bumped right into it and she drew back with a flinch, raising curling, thorny vines like tiny fists. She approached the mirror more cautiously this time, coming closer and closer, and then split her eye into 4 quarters that unfurled into a toothy interior. She pressed it flat against the mirror's surface as if to eat her own reflection, but drew back after a moment when that failed, petals folding back into the shape of an eye. "I told you," I whispered gently. "That's you. Try moving. See how it moves with you?" "That's because it's your reflection." She seemed to consider that, petals flexing slightly opened and closed before spots of color began to grow across them. She drew back thoughtfully, form liquefying around her eye. It surged up and over, taking the form of one of those eyeless heads she seemed to favor, except it wasn't quite eyeless anymore. As she opened its jaws wide, a massive orb was revealed behind the rows of knife-like teeth. It only seemed to take her a moment to realize the flaws of such a design, and her body turned to quicksilver yet again. "Try putting your eye on top, maybe," I suggested kindly. "That way it won't get in the way when you're eating, and you won't have to blind yourself to open your mouth, either. See? That's how Daddy does it." She retained more or less the same shape, returning to her eyeless form briefly before tumorous growths began to bubble up on her skin, bursting to reveal an array of randomly placed eyes. I saw several of them focus on her mirror image and then turn up to look at me. "I think you look beautiful," I assured her, reaching out to trace a finger across her face. "Might want to spread the eyes out a bit more to increase your field of vision and give them some form of protection, but it's a very good start. Now that you can see, we'll be able to work on all kinds of things, too. There's so much I've wanted to show you, Autumn, and with your shape-shifting, if you can see, we should be able to come up with something for the other senses, too. Your eyes are beautiful, but they could use a little fine-tuning, so you can see color better." But I clicked my tongue, stopping myself. "Sorry," I apologized. "I'm getting ahead of myself, forgive me. I'm just really excited right now." Her form rippled again, adding rows of crown-like ridges down her back and sides, white in the center with a rose-red trim. Additional eyes grew into place on the ridges, looking in every direction as Autumn seemed to rejoice in her newfound sense of sight. She writhed in midair before splitting down the center, dividing into a pair of identical shapes as she pulled from the pool of mass she'd consumed. Given what little I now know about Malkuth theory, I had to wonder if that was related to where she kept the majority of her mass at any given time. It was something to keep in mind given that she couldn't be keeping all of it here anymore. Dimensional shenanigans, perhaps. Putting a hand on each of her heads, I brushed a finger down the length of her ridges, which rose in place at the touch. I smiled at her and then rubbed a soothing circle between a pair of differently sized eyes. "Yes, you're right," I said. "I should introduce you to the others again, now that you can see their faces. Let's go." If the airship's pilot had ever thought about betraying the Roma family, I suspected he reconsidered it along with all his other life choices as we crowded around Autumn. She'd reverted to her compact, rose-like form to allow me to better carry her into the ship, but once I'd made the big reveal she expanded into a small tree, enlarged eyes hanging from her branches like fruits. As a tolerance for weirdness was something of a necessity for hunters, this didn't seem to bother anyone in my family, but the pilot had focused his eyes straight ahead, looking back only when Autumn had unfurled her eyes into toothed blossoms to devour the snacks Violet had taken to tossing her. After that, though, he didn't look back, even at the crunching sounds. "We'll be landing momentarily, Mrs. Roma," he said, only a touch stiffly. "Thank you, Vicar," Grandmother answered distractedly, only occasionally toying with the scroll on her lap as she watched her great-granddaughter take in the contents of the ship. It all must have been pretty odd for Autumn, seeing faces and everything else for the first time. Gu had approached her quickly, which I feared might have confused her, seeing what her family so far all looked like, and suddenly there was a dog, too. But she didn't seem to have any particular problems, likely because she didn't have a large enough frame of reference to realize it was odd in the first place. He and I were still the only ones who could directly communicate with her anyway, and she accepted him readily once she attached a voice to his face. And though I answered her silent questions as best as I was able, he translated her words to the others before I had a chance. "Autumn says that your eye is very beautiful, Ms. Violet," he said as ropes of green vine slowly grew to cover him. "She can sense it in ways beyond her newfound sight and seems to consider it quite vivid." "Yeah," Violet preened at the words. "Why thank you, Autumn. I think your petals are very beautiful as well. You look like an Oceria." "It's a nice look." "She can sense the aura," Olivia guessed. I replied. I wasn't sure how clearly she could perceive the world that way, but having eyes seems to help. I suppose it allows her to tell exactly what it is she's sensing. Indigo shadows stretched across the airship at the words, slipping under and around Autumn and Gu. Where their shadows touched her, they came alive, flowing like someone had spilled oil on the ground to take the shape of a growing plant, dark blossoms upon its branches. Autumn's eyes immediately dropped to the floor and she froze, taking a moment to realize the aura was Indigo's. Once she did, she tried her best to follow along, branches spreading into the air and flowers opening as she shadowed her shadow. When she did, Indigo's shadow shifted, its humanoid shape separating from the rest of the mass and smiling at her niece brightly. By which, of course, I meant that the shadow pulled away, leaving a spot of light in the darkness, curved in a crescent smile. Other dark shapes began to appear beside her as the rest of our shadows were dragged to stand beside Autumn's, and then others formed in the shape of my missing sisters and even my father family portrait done in sourceless shadows. "I hadn't realized you were an artist," I told her, glancing her way. She shrugged once, glancing down at the floor with a half smile. "You should see me with shadow puppets," she said, lifting a hand and making a scissoring motion with middle and index fingers. On the wall next to her, a dragon exhaled a wave of dark fire over a shadowing village, wings spread open wide. I chuckled slightly and tilted my head her way. That's your family, Autumn, Violet told her niece. Or an image of them, at least. We're a bit more colorful in real life, you see. She says she's sure you all look beautiful, Gu answered, seated and still as he upheld his self-appointed duties. She thanks you kindly for the picture as well, Ms. Indigo, and hopes to see them all again herself, in time. I'm sure there will be chances, Indigo promised. Mom peered down at both the flower and the dog quietly, rubbing her shoulder where old flesh met new. She was the newest to the idea of a talking dog, ignoring the pilot who I wasn't sure was actually aware it was the dog. When he'd heard a new voice start talking, he'd simply gripped the controls harder and continued to stare forwards. I got the feeling he was eager to land. You're remarkably well-spoken, Gu, she praised. I would have thought you'd have more trouble, being new to the language, but you compose yourself admirably. I thank you for saying so, Mrs. Arc, he replied, tone both polite and humble. I often fear that I shall exhaust my grasp of your language and embarrass myself, but I like to think that I have done my best thus far. Oh, there's no need to worry about that, she replied. You speak better than many people I know, I assure you. I chuckled again as Gu inclined his head respectfully. He'd grown quite a bit in the months since I'd first found him and was well on his way to the average size of his breed, but I had no idea how large he'd actually end up being, considering everything that had happened to him as my familiar. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up a giant, but I'd handle that if it came up. For the time being though, everyone's attention was on him and Autumn. Shifting my leg slightly, I bumped it lightly against my grandmother's. Though she didn't react in any obvious way, I felt her attention shift towards me immediately, even as I turned my head to look at Olivia. My youngest sister was letting her power spill through the air, arranging a delicate framework around Autumn and Gu in an attempt to draw her niece's attention as well. When do you start working, Olivia? I asked, making her sigh. As soon as we get back. Really? She said. The semester starts next week. After all, that when the new students have initiation, right? I guess they'll want to do that over the weekend so they don't interfere with classes. That's how they did it at Beacon, she nodded. Everyone gets in over the weekend before classes so the newbies can get shot off of a cliff and everyone else can point and laugh. Huh, I considered, making her quirk an eyebrow. Why? She asked. Are you interested? A little bit, I admitted. I was thinking on checking up on some of the friends I made in Mistral last time. That Para girl? Olivia asked, tilting her head and squinting at me. If so, you might be a touch late. She's probably in Vale by now. Oh? I asked, a touch surprised but only for a moment. I hadn't really given much thought to where Pyrrha might go after Sanctum, but going to Haven hadn't seemed to fill her with enthusiasm. Thinking about it and the way she'd acted when last we'd spoken, it really wasn't all that surprising. Yeah, I can see it. I kind of wish I'd gotten a chance to say goodbye, but I can always shoot her a message. I suppose she'll do well at Beacon, I think. But she wasn't the only person I was talking about, actually. Gianos and the others are probably getting ready for Haven right about now. I wouldn't mind checking in on them. I never got a chance to see much of Haven either. Now that I think about it, I actually have some business to attend to in Haven soon, Grandmother said, catching on to my intentions quickly, even if she wasn't clear on why yet. I try to take something of a hand in things every year, you see, just to keep an eye on things. If you'd like, you can accompany me, John. I can show you around the campus as well, or Olivia could, if she has the time. Olivia seemed to consider that quickly. Yeah, I should be able to make some time. Cool. Thank you, Grandmother. Olivia, I answered, smiling at both of them. In the rush to get everything packed and ready to go, I hadn't had a chance to bring her and Olivia into things without drawing the attention of the others. Well, perhaps that wasn't completely true. There was a part of me, an admittedly paranoid part, that felt it would be wise to get a better grasp of the situation before bringing my grandmother, much less my sister, into this. Whoever this third party of ours was, they were strong enough and smart enough that Raven was working with them even if she didn't really like the idea. If something happened, best to be sure, just in case. It would only take a glance to get a rough idea of how dangerous they were, and if they were in the school, I'd find them quickly. I'd like to take a look around, if it's not too much trouble. A lot of people my age will be going there, after all. Maybe I'll meet someone interesting. Oh, Olivia asked. Looking to make some friends? Always, I replied, nudging her foot with a toe. I have a few other friends to check on when we land, too. I nodded towards the window a moment before we began to lower. Ma'am, we're here, the pilot said. Shall I get the car? That won't be necessary, Vicar, she said, smile almost kind even as she glanced at me inquisitively. You've been away from home for a while now and we're all hunters here. We can walk, and I for one would like to see my city again. Hopefully nothing's burned down while I was away. The games we play. Recommendations. I let my senses flow across the city, searching even as I calmly walked with my family. Even though it had only been a short while since I'd last been here, both my power and my senses had grown by leaps and bounds since then, and with my new senses, it was almost like I was seeing the city for the first time. Crocia Moore slipped silently from reflection to reflection, a mercurial figure without a source to be found, hopping between 100 pieces of steel. Levant found the highest structure in the area and stood at its edge, power expanding through the air currents as they flowed between buildings. Jai flowed through rivers and pipelines alike, even as Volturnus raced through a glowing web of power lines. Suryasta appeared out of fireplaces and kindles, furnaces and engines, forming pictures in my mind written in shifting flames, which Arab walked beneath my feet, matching my stride exactly as he walked on the underside of the street, in the hidden earth. But even without my elemental's eyes, the city was different now. I felt thousands of emotions bubbling up like air in the sea. Ephemeral hopes, seething anger, and hundreds of different flavors of love and fear and despair alike. I felt a sudden shock of a man watching a horror movie, the deep-seated fear of a woman waiting in a hospital, the burning surety of a young man who thought he knew what love was, and the quiet certainty of his parents who didn't need any grandiose displays or proclamations to know what they had. There was the pain of the grieving, the fear of a child huddling in the dark as her parents fought, though that was a fear that had the taste of routine, as did her parents' anger, sadness, and guilt. There was exhaustion in the back alleys, joy in the nursery, enough dreams to fill the skies, and celebrations gross and subtle, things meant to be kept private, locked behind walls and doors, but no wall, physical or mental, were enough to keep me out. Even without trying, even just standing there, I felt them all. I knew them all, even if I dismissed most of what I sensed with no more than a cursory glance, as my passive empathy kept me aware of the truth of the city and its many people, things I hadn't even thought about previously. And then my more physical senses came into play. I picked up every radio signal in the city, every show on the air, and a flood of information from every direction. Though I could focus my clairvoyance and ESP far better than I could my empathy, I kept my senses open as I searched for old friends and new enemies alike. I heard everything around me, saw things on levels that most people probably didn't know existed, smelled traces of things that had happened days or weeks ago, and more. Once again, I had to give thanks to the gamer's body and mind, without which I was sure I'd have long since been driven mad by my own powers. My empathy alone would likely have driven me far away from any city, and just attempting to use my other senses the way I did now would likely have probably driven me to my knees. Instead, it had reduced all of that to little more than an occasional agony that I'd quickly gotten used to healing, and even that had faded as the power of my skills increased. Remaining constantly aware of my surroundings had become a simple habit to maintain now, and I was able to stay calm and focused despite the scope of my senses. As such, it didn't take me long to find what I was looking for. It was simply a matter of searched for a person of the right shape, size, and body mass while screening out anyone who didn't fit. Since my target was a rather distinctive person besides, it didn't take me long to find him. Adam, I spoke across the distance without moving my mouth, Levant giving form to the words with her own lips as she stood invisibly by my friend. At the sound of my disembodied voice, he nearly jumped out of his own skin, a hand falling to her weapon as Rosen spun around. Seeing nothing, Adam paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes beneath his mask. "John," he said after a moment to calm himself, "don't do that." "What if I hadn't been alone?" "Then I'd have waited until you weren't," I said reasonably. "I'm not an idiot, Adam. I checked before I started talking. No one's nearby. Feel free to keep talking at the top of your voice, by the way, because I silenced the room, too." He looked around as if to see some evidence to support my claim, a frown on his lips. "Okay," he nodded in acceptance after a moment. "Fine, John, don't do that because you nearly gave me a fucking heart attack." "I also improved my healing abilities recently," I informed him helpfully. "Should you have suffered a heart attack, I'd have rushed to help you." "That's nice." Adam's frown became a scowl. "But you aren't promising not to do that again?" "Don't think I haven't fucking noticed." I hummed noncommittally, making the sound come from all around him just to be an ass. Adam snorted like a bull. "I heard you might be coming to town," he said after a minute. "Didn't think it would be quite so soon, though I'm not sure why, knowing you." "I don't like wasting time," I admitted. "I take it Raven told you the important parts?" "God only knows," he said. "She was obviously keeping stuff to herself, but I wouldn't know if it was important or not." "Your names came up, though, both of them, along with several of your family members. Supposedly, you're working for yourself." "One of the perks of being a self-made man," I answered. "You get to be your own boss." "Ha," he feigned a laugh. "But are you sure you want to bring them into this, John? It looks like you're playing a pretty dangerous game." "Well, you know how much I love my games," I replied. "But yes, I'm sure, for better or for worse, I trust Raven." "You trust her with the lies of your family," Adam wondered. "But not enough to tell her who you really are?" "In fairness, even I'm not sure who that is anymore." "What?" "It's a long story," I sighed. "I don't know what Raven told you, but Well, a lot of what I told her was true, if perhaps not complete, and part of that is because I don't know the complete truth. I'll tell you the full story when we meet up in person. Adam stared ponderingly into the air for a long minute before nodding. Okay, he said. As it happens, I trust you, so I'll accept that. I just hope you realize what kind of spot you're putting me in here. I haven't said anything about who you really are, but... He shook his head, looking aggrieved. I know, I answered after a moment, adding the traces of a sign to the words again. I know, Adam. If it makes it any better, I honestly intend to tell her the truth, once I know what it is about me and everything else. If I was the only one involved, I would have told her everything already, but you know there are other factors. I do. He nodded. That's part of why I haven't said anything. But I don't like being stuck between a friend and the woman who raised me. It ends with me feeling like crap no matter what I do. We were both silent for a moment at that before he brushed a hand through his hair and looked to the side. But it's whatever, he said after a moment. You want my help looking into our new friends, right? Yeah, I replied. Raven and I are both concerned. She said you would be her representative. Anything you can tell me? Not yet. He shook his head. For something that seemingly everyone in the White Fang knows about, no one seems to have any actual information. Raven put me in charge of this recently to try and find out more, but haven't made any progress yet. Seems their boss is out of town. I wanted to frown, but Adam wouldn't have seen it and it might have drawn my family's attention, so I kept it inside. But I was told she was working out of Haven. I wondered, has it changed? Not to my knowledge, Adam replied, but it seems she wanted to make the most of her break. We only found out recently. Oh? I asked, trying to force the impression of an inquisitively quirked eyebrow into my tone. How'd they get that one past Raven? Seems they have an illusionist on their side, he answered. She left. The illusionist took her place. We didn't even realize until yesterday. Raven was pissed, let me tell you. But what are you going to do about it? I interrupted. Say it's like they don't even trust us, when we only knew about it because we were watching them constantly. Yeah, Adam smiled grimly. Sort of forfeited the moral high ground there, so we decided to just pretend like we didn't notice anything. Knowing that they have an illusionist is help in its own right. Besides, true, I agreed, having already filed that fact away. It's stuff like this that makes me feel vindicated in my paranoia and reminded me of why I scanned the ever-loving shit out of everything I encountered. Do we know where she went? Apparently to Vale. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Son of a bitch, I said, bemused. But they'll be back by the time Haven starts? Presumably, he shrugged. What little I've found seems to point towards that. How do you want to handle this? I've got a few ideas, I answered, but it'll be easier to just show you. You free tonight? Oh, are you coming down here? He asked, faking surprise. I was worried I was the only one getting tired of your stupid voice of God impression. I watched him sullenly for a moment, knowing he couldn't see me, and promptly took revenge for that comment. But if they have an illusionist on their side, I pretended to muse. We'll need to be more careful from now on. Adam paused, gears turning fast enough that for a moment I thought I could hear them. Jaune, he started before hesitate. Jaune, no, don't worry, I said, ignoring his words entirely and speaking over him. I'll make an entrance so you know it's me. Oh my fucking god, Adam swore tiredly, shoulders falling. Jaune, look, I'll just believe it's you. Okay, just knock on my door like a normal person. Hell, there's a bunch of stuff only you can do. Just prove it's you that way, or use that goddamn barrier of yours. I didn't reply, effectively hanging up on him. I crashed through the wall, sending shards of worn stone flying in every direction, a feat made especially impressive by the fact that Adam's room was underground. As I did, Baihu rose around me and roared as I discarded the illusion I held over my form, filling the room with the blinding light of my soul and the sound of shattering stone. Adam, who'd been waiting tensely for the half hour I'd spent watching him, fell back in his chair and hit the ground rolling. His impromptu somersault wasn't particularly graceful, but to his credit he moved quickly, drawing his sword in an instant at the sudden intrusion, lashing out with the trained instincts of a hunter. Letting the edge of his sword scrape roughly against my chest, I withdrew the light that surrounded me, drawing it back into my illusion. As I did, I revealed the scene we'd made of the room. A moment into their flight, the shrapnel from the wall had frozen in place and now hung suspended in the air, parting like a curtain as I walked through them before beginning to move as if in reverse, flowing over and around me in places to fully reconstruct the shattered wall. I paused for a moment to let him see me as my entryway vanished. Then I calmly walked over to his fallen chair, righted it, and claimed it for my own, quirking an eyebrow at him as if he were behaving oddly in a public place. Adam, I greeted, making my voice sound bemused. Son of a bitch, Adam swore from where he'd thrown himself to the ground, the sound of my voice seeming to jar him from the silence. You motherfucker. I take it back, I fucking hate you, Jaune. I'm gonna go tell everyone everything, you fucking insane, flamboyant. Fuck. You don't mean that, I informed him, because he didn't. And now you know it's me, see? Go suck a bowl full of dicks, he snarled, staggering to his feet. I chuckled, which made him growl, and then lifted my hands placating. I'm sorry, Adam, I said. I was just screwing with you a bit. No harm done. I hit my head, he said petulantly. Poor baby, I said as I held him with a glance. Better? And then I reacted without thinking and tried to cut you in half. He continued as if I hadn't spoken. Then he paused and frowned, seeming to remember who he was talking to. Wait, never mind. I don't fucking care that I hit you. You fucking deserved it. I just wish it had actually done something so you'd remember not to barge into my room like an asshole. Would you like to hit me again? I offered. I'll let you take a shot at me if it'll make you feel better. It wouldn't do anything and we both know it, he said, but now that the initial surprise had faded, his heartbeat was calming down. He took several deep breaths and sat down on his bed, closing his eyes for a moment. He wasn't actually all that upset with me. It's just that the shock of my entrance had left his blood running high and it took him a minute to calm down. I waited until his emotions and heartbeat both settled before talking. You reacted well, though, I continued. Granted, I gave you a warning to expect something, but you still reacted fast. Now that we know that they have an illusionist on their side, it's best that you be able to respond that way if something happens. If you're lucky, your aura will be able to tank their first attack, but there's no way of knowing if it'll do anything more than that. If you survive their first shot, you may have only a moment to respond, so it's best that you respond with extreme prejudice. You, too, he snarled, heartbeat rising again. You and Raven, I swear. I interrupted him with a laugh. Oh, I should have figured. I smiled as he fell silent. Of course Raven would try to get you ready, too. Has she been dropping in unannounced, then? Yes, he nearly spat. Woke me up at 3 in the morning by dropping from the ceiling with her sword drawn. So believe me, I get the idea. I can already tell she's gonna make a habit of this, so I don't need you making this even worse. Okay, I might have to disagree. I shook my head. Raven's power makes her really great at sudden sneak attacks, but that's only part of what you need to worry about with an illusionist running around. Whereas I need to worry about people blowing through the walls of my underground room, shining like the sun, and making an ungodly amount of noise. He asked. Because I'm pretty sure that you're the only one who'd do that, you crazy bastard. That was me being nice, I denied. I stuck to the basics. I made a lot of light, a lot of noise, trying to disorient you. If you're targeting an opponent who seems ready for an attack from any direction, why not make it seem like an attack is coming from every direction? I just wanted to see how you'd take something like that, and you did well against the first attempt. Adam considered that for a moment before ducking his head in begrudging acceptance. Fine, he acknowledged with a sigh. I forgive you and whatever. He fell silent for a moment and I waited patiently as he considered what had just happened, pretty sure I knew what he'd say next. Sure enough, after a moment, he tilted his head at me and spoke. If that was you being nice, what would you have done if you were trying? He asked. I might have approached you like Raven, I said. My voice changed mid-sentence to make hers and making him start chuckling for a moment. I returned my voice to normal and gave him a half smile. Or perhaps I'd have done things exactly the same way. See, even if you try and train yourself to be wary of everyone and everything, it's hard to do that all the time, especially with the people you trust. Take right now, for example, even after that entrance I made, you're back to being completely calm. I closed the distance between us in an instant, hand outstretched. Suddenly, I stood in front of him, the claws of my right hand pressed lightly against the fabric of his shirt. I didn't press down hard, but I made sure he could feel their pointed tips through the cloth, that he realized how quickly I'd approached him. We both knew that if I'd wanted to, I could have continued that motion until my hand was in his chest, my fingers around my heart. It occurs to me, I said quietly, that if someone really wanted to approach you, doing so in the guise of someone you trust would be an obvious way to do it. It also occurs to me that pretending to give a test to keep you on your toes might, ironically, be a good way to put you at ease. Even after that light show, after all that noise, you relaxed the moment I told you it was a test and never saw this coming. And now, here you are, dead to rights. I pressed down just a tiny bit harder and a muscle in his cheek twitched. Your paranoia's showing, he said after a moment, the sound of his heartbeat loud in my ears. But I get the point. Do you? I asked, using delusory to create the illusion of spiders on my arms, my face. Do you really? How do you know I'm not actually the illusionist, here to trick you again? If you were John, I'd be dead, he stated. I shook my head. Not necessarily, I said. Not if I needed you alive for something. Try again. You healed me, he said, without even touching me. And when I hit you before, I felt it connect, but you didn't even flinch. Better, I said. Far better, enough so that it's probably safe to assume I'm me. What are the odds that someone could heal and take that shot like I didn't know how to act like me? It's enough to conclude I'm me, but how can you be sure? I can't, he answered after a moment of silence. Not just from what I've seen. Good. I took a step away, watching as he took a deep breath. That's right, and in cases like these, it's best to be certain the enemies we're fighting now. I shook my head. We can't assume that things are always as they seem. I told him. We'll need to be careful. What do you propose? He asked. Caution, I said. Just in case, don't assume anything until you're sure it's me. We'll come up with security measures later, but just to be on the safe side, it's probably for the best that you attack me on sight, unless doing so would draw too much attention. We both know I can take it, so watch how I react to the attack and how it feels when it connects. My power will be the real key here, though we both know there are things only I should be able to do, and will use that to confirm my identity. With a thought and a gesture, I invited him to join my party. He glanced at the window carefully for a moment and then drew up his status screen with a word, nodding slowly. Got it, he replied. And I take it you can tell who I am just fine. I smiled slightly. Yes, I said. And once you're sure of me, I'll clear everyone else. We'll check to make sure, but I think we both know my senses are up to it. He nodded again, heaving a sigh. Okay, he said. Okay, now what? I assume you are just here to make sure I'm sufficiently paranoid. Yeah, I confirmed. That's just an amusing bonus. Come on, we're going out. Out? He asked, raising an eyebrow. As in, outside? Obviously. Are we going into the city? I raised an eyebrow to match his. Where else would we go? Adam looked at me for a moment. In case you haven't noticed, some of us have trouble walking around in public, he stated. It's an internationally wanted terrorist thing. You see, my union's really strict about these things. Hey, I said. I'm an internationally wanted terrorist, but you don't hear me whining about it, now do you? He took a breath and exhaled slowly, refusing to play along. You've been cooped up too long, I continued, rolling my eyes. It shows. I bet you've hardly done anything but jump between missions since your face was revealed and our party got crashed in Vale. Let's hang out for a bit while we sort thing out. Okay? If I ask you how, will you tell me? He asked. I held out a hand, letting the spiders on it dissipate. They aren't the only ones who have an illusionist, I reminded him. Now let's go already. The games we play. Faces. To be honest, it wasn't actually something I'd done before. Use my illusions to make myself seem like someone else. I mean, I simply didn't need to, since I could actually become someone else with a change of a title. Physically shifting from John to Gian in an instant. My height would change several inches, my features shift, and I'd even grow a tail, all of which was completely real. A transformation, rather than an illusion. Even beyond that, I just didn't usually need to pretend to be someone else. With my senses as sharp as they were, I could pick up conversations from enormous distances and pick up tremendous amounts of detail, and with Naraka, I could flat out break into places without leaving a trace. If I didn't want to be noticed, it was usually a simple matter for me to hide myself completely, whether by crawling underground or by turning invisible. Between those advantages and the fact that I hadn't possessed the power very long, I simply hadn't needed to try and change my appearance. And then there were the obstacles that got in the way of doing so. I could bend light to make myself seem smaller or larger than I truly was easily enough, but both came with their own limitations. If I made myself seem smaller than I actually was, I'd need to both craft an illusion and turn any part of my body that didn't fit into the illusion invisible. Simple enough, in and of itself. But there were other things to worry about, too. If I was smaller, I'd need to fake a proportionally smaller reach. Similarly, I'd need to use my powers to make sure that anything that seemed to come in contact with me was made to look like it had touched the smaller figure, rather than the true me. And if I came in contact with an actual person, if I didn't feel the part of whatever I seemed to be, the same applied to making myself larger, if somewhat differently. Rather than faking the inexistence of any part of my body that shouldn't have been there, I'd need to fake the existence of the parts that seemed like they should have been there. Then you get into other issues of the disguise. Minor things, mainly, but a large number of them, accounting for how a larger or smaller person moved, making the motion seem to flow naturally, potentially adjusting a fighting style to a different body, that type of thing. It was annoying and had been, at least thus far, completely unnecessary. The simplest solution was to disguise oneself as a person of the same size and shape, which limited things a fair bit and, really, and at that point, you might as well just say screw it, turn invisible and, if absolutely necessary, whip up an illusion without bothering with any overlaying, use it for a short time, and discard it. But that only applies to someone who has access to the wealth of options I do. I didn't bother because I was already spoiled for choice and could address the problem in a broad array of what were, to me, simple ways. For those who couldn't bend the elements, turn invisible, or shapeshift into an entirely different person with what amounted to the push of a button, there were some uses for such a thing, here and there, which also made this the first time I cast an illusion on someone else, actually, and I was betting that maintaining such an overlay on someone else was going to get annoying after a while, but hey, what are friends for, if not to be occasionally annoying? Thankfully, I was pleasantly surprised. Halfway through laying an illusion over Adam, I felt a practiced ease come over me, despite the fact that I had no actual practice at doing such a thing. It became abruptly clear to me that I could anchor such an illusion to a person's body and aura. After all, I mused, if you actually thought about it, my illusions were already anchored to Remnant, through some means. Despite having no mass or, at least, no more mass than light, I didn't have to adjust them in regards to the rotation or revolution of the planet I lived, nor the vaster motions of the galaxy or the universe. When you thought about it that way, it was obviously possible to do such a thing, so it was just a matter of figuring out how. Although admittedly, at their most basic level, pretty much everything was just figuring out how and then actually doing it. Doing it in practice tended to be a touch more complicated, but at the very least, my power seemed to know what it was doing. A skill has been created through a special action. A skill to magically conceal oneself, glamour, has been created through the combination of delusory and disguise. But why did I get it for this and not for the illusion I constantly used to hide my light? Was it because I hadn't actually changed how I looked, or had my skill with delusory been too low at the time? Maybe a combination of both, with touches of my new skills thrown into the mix. It didn't matter, I supposed. My power was so absurdly useful, I guess I couldn't fault it for occasionally being picky. I wove strands of my aura into Adam's, placing a layer of bright white over shining red. As I did so, his hair changed, darkening even as red streaks faded from brown. His horns, thankfully, were fairly subtle in appearance to begin with, and I merely blended them into the rest of his hair before adjusting his skin tone so that he didn't look like someone who did almost all of his work in the dark. I brushed away anything that might give who he was away, changing his mask to sunglasses, erasing the symbols on his coat, and adding colors that were blood red and pitch black. His clothes hid most of his body, but I altered what I could of what remained. I'm doing the best with what I'm given, I told him, but limited as I am to. Well, there's only so much I can do. I'll do what I can to fix your face, but I think it's a lost cause. He kicked at my shin, and given everything I put him through tonight, it seemed only fair, so I allowed it. His foot slammed right into my adamant skin and other defenses, and he swore. "Gah, you asshole," he snarled, lifting his foot off the ground. I stubbed my goddamn toe. "Oops," I said mildly before healing him, despite his actions against my person. Truly, the kindness within my heart knows no bounds. I didn't even alter the glamour I was setting up. I was that nice, and after a few finishing touches, I was also done. "There, it's not much, but you're not so hideous we have to keep you locked up in the basement anymore. Let's go." He ignored me, taking several quick strides towards the mirror he'd left lying on a desk. Blake's mirror, I noted after a quick glance. He looked at for a moment, glanced himself up and down, and gave his opinion. He pronounced. "It'll do, I suppose. I'll probably still look great standing next to an ugly human like you. I could write the words Princess Blowjob on your back at will, you realize," I told him. "Literally at will, anytime I wanted, without you even noticing." And on that comforting note, "Let's go already." He sneered at me, but turned and angled the mirror to check before setting it down gently. "Fine," he said, tone a tad sullen. "Where are we going?" I snapped my fingers and drew us both into Naraka before gesturing towards the same wall I'd just come through with a hand. The wall exploded outwards as if sucked through an enormous tube, leaving a smooth set of stairs straight to the surface that I immediately began to walk up. "Around town," I answered, letting Jian's features fade away as I switched back to my usual out-of-combat title. "Let's go see what we can find out about my new friends." Adam frowned at me as he followed. "You sure you want to be seen with me like that?" he asked. "Yeah, I know what you mean," I replied instantly. "Usually a loser like you wouldn't get to hang out with the popular kids like me, but I'll tolerate your presence somehow. Just think of it as me doing charity. You're a poor disabled child that I'm trying to draw from the social void with my general magnificence. No need to thank me. I'm just doing it for the tax deduction, and then back into the hole you go." "Oh, shut your whore mouth," He snorted. I'm serious. I chuckled and cracked my neck, vanishing completely between one step and the next and causing Adam to jolt forward. Johnny began before cutting himself off as he walked into me and bounced off. I reached out and grabbed him before he could fall down the stairs, reappearing as he righted himself, and tossed him a smile. Don't worry about it, I shrugged at him. If I sense anything worth worrying about, I'll vanish in a heartbeat, or I'll change my face, or we'll just leave. But even if they do somehow see us without me noticing and somehow recognize you through that illusion, so what? We're allies now. Raven and my grandmother are working together. We'll just say you're my bodyguard, because Jean Roma wanted an extra layer of protection for her youngest grandchild. I even had an actual bodyguard last time I was here, so it makes sense. If you really have to, just say it was a request from Jian Bing and that before his overwhelming masculinity there was nothing you could do but obey. I would literally die before saying that, he told me seriously. But I see your point, I suppose. Besides, I continued, there are advantages to being me, millions and millions of them. This specific one is that being the grandson of the Roma matriarch gives me a lot of leeway. All sorts of doors open when I ask them to. See? Ah, he nodded slowly, having apparently forgotten what that meant here in Mistral. I suppose I could see that coming in handy. Where to first? You tell me, I said, continuing my climb up the stairs. You're the one in charge of keeping in touch with these guys, right? Where do they usually hang out? The illusionist, you mean? He asked. Or whoever else you want to see, I replied, giving another shrug. Might as well check them all out, right? He nodded at that expression, considering they don't usually stay in one place for very long. He answered slowly, but there are a few places they seem to return to every now and then. Couldn't hurt to take a look. I agreed, smile widening. And besides, we got interrupted last time we went out for drinks. I owe you for the dust and, you know, showing up. You're paying, then? He asked immediately to avoid any awkwardness. Of course, I chuckled. Try not to get too drunk though, you lightweight. I rolled the glass between my fingers, shifting the amber liquid inside. Adam had picked it from the bar when we came in, but I didn't recognize the brand. Well, truthfully, I didn't recognize any of the brands. After confirming that drinking alcohol would do absolutely nothing to or for me, I'd lost all interest in it. I played along as Adam drank so that my friend could enjoy himself without worry, but my thoughts were elsewhere from the moment I sat down in the bar. Thankfully, it wasn't difficult to find distractions. I'd say we'd gotten lucky with our first choice, but I like to think I made my own luck. The moment Adam had told me the possible locations, I'd scanned them all for signs of activity and then picked the one with the most. We'd picked a bar a few blocks away, got in without so much as a word about my age, and then I'd started keeping watch. When did they start using the white fang for muscle? I asked, glancing at Adam. He intoned, reclining in a chair beside me as he watched a game on one of the holographic displays in the bar. I knew more about sports than I did about drinks, primarily because of the many video games about them, but knowledge wasn't the same thing as interest, and I honestly didn't care even a little bit about who was playing, much less winning. I kept track of the game in my periphery, as I did with everything around me, but nothing more than that. There are a lot of members of the White Fang working down there, I clarified. Grunt labor, mostly. When did it start? Ah, he said, frowning abruptly. That pretty much since we began to work together. I'm actually not entirely sure because it was kept under wraps in the beginning, but maybe 7 months ago. It was just minor things in the beginning, though. Given how little we seem to know, I assume they don't get told much. I guessed. No, he stated, tone annoyed before he drained the rest of his glass. They seem to consider us a delivery service more than anything. They call us up, tell us what to do, and expect us to do it. And we fucking do. That must grate on a lot of people, I muttered. No wonder they aren't very well liked. Adam grunted in agreement. It's the main cause of dissent between us and them, he nodded. A lot of people say they treat us the way, well, the way most humans do. Thing is, they aren't wrong, at least not entirely. Anything you can tell me about the stuff they make you fetch for them? I asked. If they're having you deliver it for them, you must have some idea of what they're up to? You'd think so, he sighed, topping his glass off. I rolled my glass again, downing it, and put it on the table. But honestly, I have no idea what they're up to. Most of it's just information, pretty much whatever we can get from the other kingdoms and local businesses. Really, most of what's left tends to be small stuff that won't be missed and won't draw attention, or stuff we can buy from stores. Since we got set up in Mistral, we've been doing a lot more of the latter, so it really is mostly delivery work. We actually picked up a few trucks just to help transport stuff. They might be building something, but if so, it could be just about anything you could make with access to a bunch of hardware stores and the supermarket, which I assume is a lot. You could build a few things that way. Yeah, I understated, nodding slightly even as I frowned. Doesn't really narrow things down, but you just deliver normal stuff, things you could get in a store? He nodded and I pursed my lips for a moment, musing. Can I assume that a shipment of nearly 4,000 guns is outside the norm, then? I asked. I'm not really familiar with the gun laws in Mistral, but this seems a bit extreme. Adam looked at me for a long moment. Huh? He asked eloquently, and I nodded in the general direction of our friends. The crates the White Fang down there are moving, I said. They're full of guns. 4,300 and HM 27. One of the crates was opened recently, so I assume there are at least 3 more somewhere around here. My friend was silent for a moment, a frown slowly working its way onto his face. That's a lot of guns, Adam noted, putting down his drink as he slowly caught up. You didn't know about this, I stated, certain of the fact even before he shook his head. Someone else is doing then? He paused to organize his thoughts. I admit, I don't know what everyone in the White Fang is doing at any given time, but I feel like I would notice if we had that much firepower lying around. If nothing else, as the guy responsible for them, I feel like I should be aware of this. Anger was slowly working its way through the haze of alcohol, and I tilted my head at him in consideration. Could someone be working with them behind your back? I asked, providing them more attention, drawing things without making you aware? They better fucking not be, he growled. What else can you see? A lot, I answered at once. The guns look new. No offense meant, but given the way they're all neatly arranged in marked crates and such, I'd sort of figured they were stolen. He tilted his head in acknowledgement, but his frown didn't fade. It's possible, he answered, but that type of theft, that's fairly newsworthy, as in, worthy of being on the news, to say nothing of how word would travel within the White Fang. Even then, why would we give it to them? I'm not entirely sure of the size of their operation, but I can't imagine they'd need that many guns. I don't think they have enough people to use them if they wanted to. That's pieces clicked. I drew out. Then perhaps they're the ones delivering this time? What? He asked again. John, what do you? I let my attention drift, eyes turning up to the skies as waves of light filled the air. I shifted through the frequencies, searching for anything that would stand out even as I turned my gaze slowly towards the CCT. There was a bombing in Atlas recently, I said slowly, the sound of my own voice briefly distant as the transmissions filled my senses, the news reporter's face as clear in my eyes as his voice was in my ears. A lot of stuff got destroyed, including several warehouses. They're still not sure what the purpose of it was or if anything was missing, but I'm going to go ahead and say yes. When I returned fully to myself, Adam was staring at me with his eyebrows raised. How? There's a news report about it, I answered. It was on several channels, so it must be getting a lot of attention. I found it in the airwaves. God, he muttered before shaking his head. Whatever. You sure it's connected? I haven't bothered with guns much since I learned how to outrun bullets, I admitted, but I think they're of Adlesian make. The design on the box matches to one of the buildings that was on the news, too. Seems a bit unlikely to be a coincidence. I assume you'd know if the White Fang was responsible? I dearly hope so, he answered, sounding a touch worried. If we were responsible and I wasn't aware. He shook his head. Can you show me? He asked, voice a bit uncertain. I considered it for a moment and then nodded, taking a quick glance around the bar before raising my hands to either side. The air above them filled with color before consolidating into distinct images, holograms I crafted with illusory. The scenes I was viewing, both in the sky above and the warehouse below, rose from my hands in miniature, as clear as if on television, and after a moment, I had the vent provide audio as well. John, Adam whispered urgently, head snapping towards the other people in the bar. Chill, I said distractedly. I was splitting my attention 3 ways, focusing simultaneously on the news report, the warehouse, and everything around us, and on top of that, I was maintaining an illusion around myself, around my table, and above each hand, the latter of which were in constant motion and thus, in constant need of readjustment, which itself meant I needed to pay close attention to the scenes I was displaying and recreate the scenes in the spectrum of light that Adam was used to. I'd say it made it a little hard to think about breathing, much less talking, but the truth was that I'd stopped breathing so I'd have one less thing to worry about. They won't hear us. They won't see us. Adam fell silent at that, focusing on the images I created with a frown firmly in place. He seemed to catch on to the fact that I was preoccupied, because he didn't say anything else, watching both scenes in silence. Sure enough, the White Fang began transporting the crates into trucks after a few minutes, one of them getting a signal on a scroll that made Adam purse his lips. The news report played out after several minutes and I switched frequencies to another station when I found one. Several people entered and exited the warehouse as the minutes passed, one of the White Fang's trucks leaving and another arriving a few minutes later. It wasn't the same truck, however, and the contents. Adam, I muttered in exactly the same tone, frowning when I remembered to adjust my own expression. I obviously needed to train illusory some more if maintaining 4 illusions was giving me this much trouble. Independent images or no, I could keep track of entire neighborhoods with my senses. This should have been nothing, but it wasn't. I see it, he said. Can you see who's driving? What kind of question is that? I sneered after a moment's delay. As I did, I shifted my gaze a tad to pierce through steel and stone alike to see who was inside. 2 humans, I noted, taking down mental notes fast as I memorized everything about them. 1 male, 1 female. silver and green hair respectively, making them stand out almost as much as the rest of them. The way they were dressed and the weapons they held made me think they were hunters, or, at least, hunters in training, and if that wasn't enough, a glance above their heads would have made it obvious. The thief, LV-53 Emerald Stripe. The butcher, LV-58 Mercury Black. The games we play. Cited. Anyone you know? I asked as I observed them, letting the hologram of the news broadcast fall away. I showed him the information my power displayed, focusing on their stats, levels, and titles, and saw Adam frown slightly out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't very hard to guess why, especially when he'd gotten to take a look at his own profile so recently. The Beast. LV-45 Adam Taurus. Yes, he said after a moment. They're with her. Important? He shrugged slightly, but couldn't shake the frown on his face. I got that impression, he said. She kept them close, sent them to handle important things like deliveries of large quantities of weapons. I noted, a frown of my own touching my lips. Neither of them is the illusionist. It was a statement of fact, but he nodded anyway. I never got a look at the illusionist myself, he admitted. But Raven described her as a small girl, less than 5 feet, with pink and brown colored hair. Shouldn't be too hard to find, then, I answered, raising an eyebrow at the description even as I filed it away. If you can find her. Most of us can't, if you recall. I'm not most of us, I shrugged. I'll find her. Anything else you can tell me about her? He grunted and thought about that for a moment before nodding slowly. She works for Roman Torchwick, he stated slowly. But he seems to work for our new friend. So she's a subcontractor? I wondered aloud, shaking my head slightly. Well, at least we know how Roman's involved in this whole mess. No, we don't. Adam sounded annoyed. We have no idea what any of them are up to. That's why we're watching them, I reminded him. Be patient, Adam. But even if we don't know his exact intentions, we can tie him to our new ally. I cut myself off to roll my eyes, abruptly annoyed. Does she have a name? I asked him, because not having one for her is getting pretty annoying. In fact, I don't seem to have names for any of my real enemies, and it's starting to piss me off. He grunted again, this time in heartfelt agreement. You should see all the reports I have to write about her, he snorted. Last time, I ended up including a note at the very bottom saying you know who I'm fucking talking about. Even you don't know? I asked. They want you to work as a correspondent without any idea what they're after or even who they are? I'm all for being discreet and cautious, but there comes a point where you have to wonder what you expect anyone to do when you don't tell them shit. I'm getting the impression that all sorts of people aren't telling me things. He scowled down at his drink. Like why we're getting a shipment of weapons that could equip a small army? Like that, he agreed, sighing as he leaned back in his chair and walked the screen I was still maintaining. Mercury and Emerald had opened the new truck to reveal even more weapons, enough to make me wonder if the local White Fang even had enough hands to use them all. Maybe they were planning ahead, though that was as worrying as the knowledge of how armed the White Fang was soon going to be. Stuff like that wouldn't even qualify as an annoyance to me, but logically, weapons like that weren't going to be pointed at people like me. I felt pretty sure that the more militant side of the White Fang was going to be pretty pleased by the dividends this alliance was paying. It made me wonder what I should do. I could jump down there, tear through the walls, and put a stop to all of this right now, but that would have been foolish, and I didn't entertain the thought for more than a moment. Even if this was something that needed stopping, that wouldn't be the way to go about it. I didn't even know who was involved yet or what they were planning. Even beyond that, such an overt act would likely cost me my standing in the White and possibly, depending on precisely what was going, my alliance with Raven. Granted, that was a bit unlikely given that Adam, Raven's representative, seemed to be completely in the dark, but that the thing of acting blindly. You have no idea what's going on and thus what is likely to happen. If necessary, I'd do it, but there was no rioting in the streets at the moment, no sign of innocent people dying, and thus it wasn't necessary to do such a thing. That didn't preclude more subtle methods, though. If I wanted to, I could ruin this with no one the wiser. It would be as simple as sending Crocea Moores into the steel of the weapons and having him tamper with them, render them useless. That would have repercussions of its own, undoubtedly, but they likely wouldn't be directed towards me. Rather, the fallout would likely be aimed towards the people who supplied such faulty weapons, our annoyingly nameless ally. But I didn't want that. Not yet, at least, because I didn't know anything about them, either, and something like this might be enough to break ties with them permanently, or at least strain them severely. For all I knew, they could be as useful an ally as Raven. Did I want to risk throwing that away or complicating it for something as comparatively minor as an arms dealing? My dad had once told me that the toes you step on today might be connected to an ass you have to kiss tomorrow. Even though these weapons weren't a match for a real hunter, so it didn't make sense to risk throwing away a potential partnership over something like this. Even if a weapons shipment of this size might one day endanger lives, that just meant it was something to keep an eye on. After all, the weapons were being given to an organization I had a great deal of power in, and I could address stuff like this without showing my hand. The wiser choice would be to wait and see. I had a lot of pull these days, could speak to Raven and my grandmother and apply pressure indirectly if I had to. I could get involved directly if it proved necessary, but I shook my head slightly and sighed. Leave it be, I said at last. We'll handle this intelligently. Adam nodded after a moment, probably coming to the same conclusion. Raven, he suggested. You didn't know about this, I answered. Stands to reason that Raven probably didn't either. What that says to me is that either someone is working behind our backs or our new friends are up to something. Either way, I'd say it's worth finding out what's going on. No, it might be a power play, Adam mused. Bringing in hardware like that could improve someone's position in the White Fang a great deal. Being able to say you could arm a few thousand men right then and there. He shook his head. And this would help their position, of course. He nodded at my screen. A gift like this will silence a lot of the complaints against them, neither of which is necessarily a bad thing, but I'm really getting tired of being left in the dark, even if I do have good night vision. I chuckled at it and nodded. That led to the obvious question of what to do about it right now, however, and evidently, Adam was wondering the same thing. Should we split up? He asked after a moment of silence. If I leave now, I can probably catch up with that truck. You could keep watch here, and we'll see where that leads us. I shook my head. No need, I said. I've been keeping track of the truck's GPS through the signal it's been giving out, along with the signal of the scrolls inside it. I'll know wherever they go and we'll track them down afterwards to see what we find. I'll be able to recognize the signals later, too. So I shrugged as Adam grunted in understanding, rolling his eyes beneath his mask. Of course you can do that, he said. You'd be a scary guy to try and run away from. You know that. I see all and know all, I admitted humbly. I've been getting the feeling I was in charge of keeping track of stuff in a past life. He snorted as if I was joking, which I wasn't. My soul had about a million eyes and a humongous book, after all, and it hadn't escaped me that I seemed to have a propensity for sensory skills, above and beyond my talent for just about everything else. But I didn't tell him that, figuring it could wait until another time. Instead, I continued my watch over the group of figures down below. Should we make an entrance, then? Adam asked after another minute of silence. We could go down there and speak to them, see what we find out. An appearance by Jian Bing might make a few people talk. I nodded, though not in full agreement. The idea had plenty of merit, of course, and it would be a quick way to learn what was going on, even if it might reveal that we'd been watching them and start rumors. Appearing clueless might hurt our position, appearing knowledgeable might hurt our position. It had pros and cons. Even so, it could work. But something else was bothering me. They're 17, I mused, putting several thoughts together. Adam looked at me for a moment before catching on. You think they'll be going to Haven? He asked. It'd fit, I nodded. Mysterious has been using the place as her base of operations. It wouldn't be surprising if she wanted a few subordinates on hand. No, more than that, any ally she wanted to bring into whatever it is she's working on would need to be able to fit in. They match and they're strong. I've only seen one person my age that was stronger, and she was a bit of an exception. And Mercury is almost as strong as she was last time we met. I assume you're excluding yourself from that equation? I'm a super weapon that walks like a man, I said, which may or may not have been factually accurate, depending on precisely how this whole reincarnation gig worked out. I'm an exception to most rules. Adam snorted but didn't argue the point. In a few days, I'll be checking out Haven, I continued, musing as I leaned back in my chair. My sister works there and my grandmother has business to attend to, or, at least, she's making up something for my sake. I wanted to check the place out and see if I couldn't hunt down our new friend. She should be there, and if she's not, then the illusionist will be. He nodded. Sounds like a plan, he said. What do you want me to do? He looked him over for a moment and considered that before nodding. Why don't you come with me? I suggested. What? He asked, eyebrows rising. I shrugged. You have a hard time working in the daylight, right? I gestured towards his face. Because if you go outside and people see you, they either realize you're a wanted terrorist or see your face and assume you're a horrible monster that needs to be put down. I figure you have to stay indoors a lot. You're a fucking asshole, Adam stated calmly. But yes, so, your job is to keep up with these guys and you can't do that underground, I answered. But I can hide your face, so you can follow me around. Like I said before, it wouldn't be odd for Jean Roma's only grandson to have a bodyguard and I could make it official easy enough. If nothing else, it's better than being locked up all day, right? He was silent for a long moment before grunting slowly. I guess I don't have anything better to do, he admitted. And though you're an insufferable little shit, I'll probably get more done with you there. I smiled. And besides, it gives us a chance to do some training. Training? He asked. Well, I shrugged. I was planning on killing a few more Goliaths since they seemed like a good way to grind and, really, I can't have my henchmen being weaker than hers, can I? You need to work out more, Adam, and I guess I can spare a few kills for your sake. Are you certain this is a good idea? Adam asked mildly, hands at his sides as we walked through the plains outside of Mistral. Even just this far north, it was possible to see where the valleys of Blackstone and Ash met the gentle slopes of snowy hills in a marked dichotomy. It was beautiful in its own way, though, if one could look past the endless hordes of hungry beasts that roamed both lands. Won't your family worry? I told them I'd be gone all night. I shrugged. I don't sleep, so there's not much reason to. I said I'd either be in my barriers or in town, and they accepted that. Why? Are you worried about the Grim? Always, he stated. Though that's only part of it. No offense, John, but you have a tendency to get into trouble when you do anything, really. The Grim especially seem to be drawn to you. If I seem worried, it's just me bracing myself in case another monster out of myth and legend decides it wants in on the fun. I snorted. It's possible, I admitted. It's not like I could ever be certain whether the Grim's creator would take a shot at me or not. I just wasn't especially worried about it. Not because of the potential threat it posed to me and those around me that was still massively concerning, but simply because I knew that if he really wanted to take a swing at my face, being inside the walls of a kingdom wouldn't be enough to stop him if he decided to send Ziz or Crown my way again. So being out here didn't frighten me. The possibility of Adam getting drawn into it worried me a bit more, but even then, if Mr. Grimm decided to actually try, there weren't many places anyone would be safe. If something happened that I couldn't handle, I'd have Levant carry him back towards Mistral, where he might be a touch safer. And Adam prompted after a moment of silence. And if it comes up, I'll handle it, I promised with a shrug. But for now, let's focus on the task at hand. My senses are sharp enough that if anything happens, I'll notice in time to do something about it. He took a deep breath and nodded, rolling his shoulders once and doing his best to dismiss his concerns. He mostly succeeded, though I could tell that the sheer scale of what I mentioned we could be fighting had him a touch on edge. He was well aware that if something went wrong and he made a mistake, then there was a good chance he'd never have an opportunity to make another. But I also felt his trust in me, as well as his respect. He didn't mention either out loud, but that didn't change anything. He believed that if anything went wrong, I'd step in before he was in any actual danger, and I would. Fine, he said. How's this going to work? Then, we're more than 10 levels apart, so sharing the experience equally isn't on the table, I answered. Instead, we'll each get a percentage based on our contribution to the fight. I'll find something strong and punch it in the face until it's almost dead. You deal the finishing blow, rinse and repeat. I'll still get most of the experience, but I shrugged and looked off into the distance. Just do what I say and things should be fine, I continued, picking my targets silently. We can keep in touch easily enough and I'll tell you if anything unexpected happens. Other than that, we simply train until we get stronger. With the monsters around Mistral, we should make some good progress, at least for a while. Okay, he nodded slowly, masked eyes scanning the skies. Where do we begin? Are we actually going to hunt Goliaths? Not yet, I assured him. I think it's best we get a few more levels on you before we do that. Goliaths are fairly rare, after all, and since you'll get rewarded based on how well you manage to do against them. He grunted in understanding. Let's try to get you to at least level 50, I mused aloud before frowning. 55, 60. I guess it all depends on how much you improve with the stat points you get. Any idea how you intended to spend them? I've given it some thought, he nodded. You seem to do pretty well with a focused approach specializing in intelligence and wisdom, right? Yeah, I nodded back, recognizing what he was getting at. I like to think that's worked out pretty well for me thus far. There are advantages to being both a generalist and a specialist, but the way I figured, all else being equal, a specialist will beat a generalist in their field of specialization, especially in my case, where I get more out of each tier of specialization. In the end, though, it really comes down to whether you can force someone to play your game. If a generalist forces you out of your specialty or another specialist forces you into theirs, it'll be easy to find yourself at a disadvantage. Luckily, When part of your specialty is stabbing people in the face, it's pretty easy to make them play ball. He snorted. Have some experience with that, do you? He asked. Maybe a little, I allowed. Intelligence gives me a lot of options and wisdom makes me pretty good at making use of them. I can usually find some way to make people fight me on my terms, whatever that might be at the time. I paused and then shrugged again, smiling slightly. Well, even if I say that, I do like to keep my hand in with the physical stuff, I said. Most of it was stuff I got through grinding, rather than skill points, but it comes in handy. Something else to keep in mind is the synergy between stats, which can muddle the benefits of specialization a bit. That's why I specialized in intelligence and wisdom. After all, a lot of that is the skills I get from improving my skills, but it applies to the basic stuff, too. Adam nodded seriously. I was thinking of specializing in strength and dexterity, he stated. I considered following in your footsteps, given, well, everything you do, but I don't have your skill at picking up skills. He paused awkwardly for a moment before shaking his head slightly. As such, I figured I'd have a hard time learning and developing new techniques the way you do. He continued. Having a lot of potential skill doesn't matter if it'll take me a decade to learn how to use it, and there's not much point, since you can already do all of that stuff better than I'll ever be able to. I figured it would be better to leave picking up skills and working magic to you and focus on what I'm already good at. Might help cover our bases a bit, who knows? It's not a bad idea, I smiled, tilting my head at him in support. Hitting fast and hard has worked out pretty well for me, and like you said, if you need someone to fill the intelligence or wisdom roles, I can do that pretty well. If we can get both of those stats to, say, 200, you should be in pretty good shape. You might want to consider taking some wisdom, though. It helps a lot with MP Reagan. I don't think it'll do as much for you as it does for me, but it might help take the edge off some of your more exhausting attacks. He nodded again, filing that away. You're the expert, he said. Now what? Let's start with. I mulled it over for a moment, scanning the wealth of options I sensed one last time before smiling again. Let's start with some giant nevermore. I killed a few the last time I was here and it was pretty satisfying, I must say. I'll clip their wings and ground them. You should be able to handle things from there. Don't worry about conserving energy too much, either. If you start running low, I can always heal you. Got it, he said. Where? That way, I nodded, knowing he probably couldn't see them from here, but I stopped him when he started walking in that direction. One sec. I want to test something out. He paused, casting me a glance beneath his mask. Another new trick? He asked. Something like that, I answered, rolling my shoulders for effect. I told you about the Pandora shell back in Vale and how I was immune, remember? Yeah, he drew out, slowly raising an eyebrow. Well, this is a skill I got from that, I continued, cracking my neck. Well, it's actually a set of skills, but that's not the point. You know what Pandora shells can do to the bodies of the infected? He stared at me for a moment and I knew he'd caught on. He was getting used to my shenanigans, I suppose. Besides drive them insane? He asked, a touch of warning and concern in the words. Gamer's mind, I reminded him cheerfully as I looked myself over. I was still me, that is, Jaune Arc. I'd equipped my Grim Reaper title, since we were going hunting, but thinking about it, well, of the two forms I'd taken thus far, the 3-meter-tall hulking brute with spikes and 5 faces seemed like it'd be the more alarming, so I shifted into Gian. What title I wore wouldn't matter in the end, after all, because it would simply be replaced, and the smaller form was more convenient in a number of ways. He clicked his tongue but accepted that explanation easily enough. I guess that after Lenore, this was just more of the same. Much more. Should I do anything? He asked. Nah, it's cool, I replied and began my metamorphosis. It began on my left arm this time, a patch of dark spots above the wrist that swiftly began to spread, bolstered by my own healing. In a matter of seconds, everything from wrist to elbow was pitch black, at least until jagged white armor began to erupt from my fingers and follow the spread of my discolored flesh. Its progress hastened as it grew, covering my arm, growing over my chest, and then rising up my neck and down my legs. In short order, I was back in the form from before, faceless mask hiding my face completely in a mirror image to the one Conquest had dropped. Turning towards Adam, I brightened my tone slightly, knowing he couldn't see my face any longer. There, see? Done. Everything okay? Just fine, I answered. Don't worry, I made sure I wasn't infectious. I just haven't really gotten a chance to test this out in live combat and it would unnerve most people, so I wanted to give it a whirl. He looked me over for a long, silent moment before nodding again, trusting me completely despite my warped visage. Never more now, then? I replied, hunching over slightly. With my new healing skill, I've been able to grind metamorphosis some, training it far faster than the glacial pace I'd used before. It wasn't much yet. Relatively speaking, I couldn't do anything on par with the Goliath's throat cannon, but there was something I wanted to try. Having seen Conquest do it before, I felt the armor on my back bubble and shift, not melting, but growing in a way that was hard to describe. funneling matter both inwards and outwards. I felt several of my bones break and reconnect differently, the muscles of my chest, arms, and legs shifting to accommodate the change, and then felt the complex spikes burst free from my body and expand. For a moment, they were nothing but skeletal shapes, hanging uselessly. A second later, however, whips of dark material exploded from my back hard enough to make me lean over even further, wrapping around the bones in layers of muscle and then growing patches of flesh fueled by my massive HP Reagan. Even before that process finished, even as the beginnings of black feathers began to slide from my skin, I gave my new wings an experimental flap and was pleased when they responded. I stood upright as the change finished and began to rise into the air. Even with such a massive wingspan, over twice as wide as my body was tall, I knew they shouldn't have been able to support my weight, but they did, easily, and in that moment I felt something odd brushing my feathers, itself a strange sensation. At once I was sure that however I was flying, it had little to do with aerodynamics. Hell, I wasn't entirely sure I was flying on air at all. It almost seemed like it was just something that happened to be there for the process, a witness to impossibility. I had no idea what they were truly doing, honestly, but that was fine for now. Come on, Adam, I said as I continued to rise. Let's go kill some monsters. The games we play. Tag team. The truth was, I'd learned how to fly a long time ago, at least to an extent. Ever since I'd first summoned Levant, I'd been capable of at least some degree of flight and had used it a little during the White Whale incident. It wasn't something I'd been willing to rely on at the time, when Levant's part in that mission was so vital, but I'd been capable of it. Or rather, Levant and I had been capable of it, and that distinction was important. Flying, it turns out, was pretty complicated, a series of endless balancing acts to stay in the air, and I'd need both Levant's power and more intense focus to make it possible. When the only thing between me and a 1,000-foot drop or worse, a high-speed collision with something less yielding than the human body, was my ability to keep everything together, flying was a monumental task. Or, at least, it had been at the time. I'd come a long way since then, for all that it had only been a few months ago. Physically, my defensive abilities had skyrocketed, to the extent that I didn't have anything to fear from hitting the ground at high speed or making a mistake and running headlong into a mountain. But more than my body, my other skills had grown in leaps and bounds. Where keeping constant track of everything around me would once have been an effort, now it was just something I did all the time. The strain of lifting and supporting the weight of my body was marginal at best, thanks to the growing power of my elementals and my vastly improved MP supply and regeneration. Further, whatever difficulties remained in regards to making calculations had been rendered trivial by the mathematician's answer. Now, flying would have been a simple task, and yet, I hadn't truly flown since the day I'd learned the White Tiger's 500 years, for one simple reason. It was far, far too slow. The nature of drawing upon Levant's power to fly was that I could only move as fast as Levant could move me, as fast as her winds could propel the full weight of my body, which was fast, especially with my elemental's ever-increasing power. If she needed to, Levant could whip up winds that went hundreds of kilometers an hour and craft storms fierce enough to shred houses. Her power was great, and it would only grow as I kept drawing upon her. But even so, I was far faster. From the day I'd first learned Baihu's penultimate technique, there'd been little point in having the winds carry me anywhere, to say nothing of when I'd mastered the White Tiger of the West and gained other ways of enhancing my speed. Acceleration, for instance, affected only my personal time and left even my elementals moving at sluggish paces, though that never seemed to get in the way of our ability to communicate. Still, as my speeds grew faster and faster, the use for flight dwindled. When I needed to move in 3 dimensions, I simply created platforms of air for me to lunge between or addressed it in some anyway. There was no point to truly flying if it reduced my speed that much. That same issue should have applied to my new growths, but I suppose it was fairly obvious that the wings of the Grimm, like the rest of their bodies, didn't play by normal rules. Perhaps normal Nevermore could fly on their own power, and maybe they did, but they're giant cousins or monsters like Ziz. It should have been impossible for them to exist, much less get off the ground on their own power, partially or completely diverging from the natural laws that should have covered such things. And now, with the power Conquest's infection had given me, I did the same. They didn't beat fast, certainly not fast enough to justify the speeds at which I was moving, but they carried me through the air as if I were running at my top speed. I felt them flowing through something I couldn't make any sense of even when I unified my senses, as if I were swimming instead of flying, and perhaps that was the best way of describing it. It felt like I was swimming through something. It wasn't anything I recognized and barely seemed to have any presence at all, but it supported my weight fully as I moved freely through the air. Was it tied to the other mysteries of the Grimm? It was quite possible, but if so, I'd need to examine it later. For now, I kept my senses trained on the Grimm even as I rose higher and higher into the air, observing them carefully. That was the other thing I wanted to test with this experiment, how the Grimm themselves would react to my drawing upon Conquest's power. The Grimm within Araka didn't seem to care at all, but I still wasn't sure what, if any, differences existed between the ones created by my barrier and the real things. There didn't seem to be any visible differences, but with the unknown power of their creator and his apparent connection to his offspring, well, who fucking knows? So here and now, I had to wonder, would they react to the presence of Grimm flesh inside of me and notice my presence? And if they did, would they recognize me as another Grimm or as an enemy? Would they attack, be drawn towards me, or something else? I paused just beneath the clouds, watching and waiting even as I prepared to lead them away from both Adam and Mistral, if need be. But nothing happened. There wasn't the slightest reaction. That lack of reaction could have meant any number of things, from not sensing me to simply recognizing me as another Grimm, but I could consider the implications of the experiment another time, once I had the full picture. For now though, the next question was a simple one: how would that reaction change if I attacked them? Double-checking to make sure Adam was in position, I returned my attention to my chosen target and lunged. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say I dove, since I moved my wings instead of my legs, adapting the skill to a new purpose. It worked just fine in the end, though, sending me tearing through the sky like a bullet as I accelerated and landed at my chosen position right in the center of a giant Nevermore's back. The moment I touched down, sinking my legs up to mid-shin into the beast's flesh in the process, I went one way and Baihu rose to go the other. We each grasped a wing where the joint met flesh, used another hand to provide leverage, and, with a piercing cry from the monster's lungs, ripped a wing free with mighty, crushing tug. It went down at once and I sank my claws into its flesh as it went, guiding its descent for a moment before crouching and lunging away. I rose perhaps 100 meters into the air before stopping abruptly in place, halting my momentum entirely with the flap of my wings. I watched passively as the Grimm crashed into the ground with the echoing sound of shattering stone, stripping away another massive chunk of its HP until less than 10% was left. I probably could have afforded to leave more for Adam, but it was a test in that regard as well, and so I watched as Adam laid a hand on the hilt of his sword for perhaps 5 seconds before swinging his blade in a vivid red slash that ended the creature's life. I observed the attack itself, checked Adam's status screen to see the change the experience had caused, crunched some numbers, and then looked over the Grimm nearby, gauging their reactions to the attack. Many of them had responded to the Nevermore's dying screams and to the crushing impact that had followed, but none of their attention seemed focused on me. Musing for a moment, I summoned my map with a thought, glanced at the moving red dots nearby, and then created an illusory copy of it beside Adam. "This one next," I said, Levant speaking the words directly into his ear. I highlighted one of the dots and drew a line from his position to its. Adam moved without a word, all business now that we were on the job. As he did, I crossed my arms and fell forward to hang upside down in midair, simply to see if I could. As I expected, the different position had no effect on my ability to fly and I continued to slowly beat my wings. Then I summoned Levant, manifesting her physically at my side. She stood lower than me in the air, such that she was able to look at my non-existent face as I floated upside down. For the sake of being polite to my friend, I turned my body with my head as the axis, meeting her eyes with the smooth face of my mask. Our thoughts aligned a moment later and she understood what I'd brought her forth to ask, but before her physical form completely unraveled, I stretched my wings out so she could see them. "We'll go flying together sometime, Levant," I told her, remembering the words she'd spoke when I had first contracted her, and she smiled brightly before coming apart. I saw her reform a moment later, stepping lightly onto the head of my next target, and at once the air around the giant Nevermore turned against it and it began to falter in its flight. No, rather than that, it lost control completely as Levant adjusted the flow of air around its wings to forcibly guide its flight. It tried to let out a cry, but Levant strangled the noise in its throat as she guided it down for a relatively soft landing, though the force of it wouldn't change the fact that it would never leave the ground again. Adam was on its way and Levant wouldn't let it rise from the ground again, much less escape. For all intents and purposes, it was already dead, caught within my control of the air, just like the first one had been, all those months ago. But now, with my own grim wings, I had to wonder why I wouldn't have fallen in its place, because it wasn't the wind that was beneath my wings, yet it fell despite the fact that its wings alone couldn't have kept it in the air. For whatever reason, it seemed the giant Nevermore's wings weren't quite as divorced from the world as mine were. Were there limits to the effect that now allowed me to fly, or was it simply because I was stronger and using conquest wings? Certainly, the Grimm tended to grow in size as they grew stronger, such as with the 20-story Goliaths whose own footsteps should shatter their bodies. Was that change in size merely a result of the fact that it became possible for them to exist in such forms, further and further from the bounds of rationality? And if so, was this strange force I was now sensing the cause? Did it allow the Nevermore to fly and let the Goliaths exist? Was this another part of Malkuth theory, or had I stumbled across something new? I sighed. Every time I tried to research the Grimm, I found more and more questions and very few answers. It was rather irritating, really almost enough to make me want to do something about it. But, well, I was going to kill all the Grimm here anyway, so there just wasn't much point, was there? I watched calmly as another monster died in a flash of red light before quietly moving on. Giant Nevermore, Karkinos, Tyrant Scales, and so many more. They were a lot of creatures to kill, but I had all night. You okay? I asked hours later, fingers digging into the exposed flesh of a Karkinos as I dragged what was left of its body behind me. I'd stripped off all of the crab-like Grimm's limbs and had shattered most of its protective shell, but it was still alive when I drew it back above the waves. A quick swing of Adam's sword fixed that, and then there was a long moment of silence as he stood there, his breathing careful. Fine, he said after a minute, lifting a hand to his head. Just feel weird, tired and not at the same time. I nodded to show I understood, tossing away the corpse with a flick of my wrist. We'd been at this all night and had fallen into a steady routine of fighting and healing, making sure that Adam didn't succumb to exhaustion. I'd noticed that seemed to affect him a bit oddly and wondered if there was a split between physical and mental exhaustion, but he'd put it aside and kept going, battling non-stop until the sun was almost prepared to rise. I was about to say we should get ready to wrap things up here, anyway, I said, clicking my talons against my armored chest. Slowly, I began to heal myself, starting with a series of charged and focused bursts and then keeping up the pressure. In a matter of minutes, my altered form had faded away to a small dot on my arm, taking my new wings with it, and I took a seat on an invisible platform of air. It's almost dawn and I'll need to get back soon, especially if I want to set up the whole bodyguard thing. There's still a lot for us to do in regards to the White Fang and our new friends, as well, and it's best not to leave such things alone for too long. Adam took a look at my invisible chair and rolled his eyes, but nodded at my words as he relaxed. We'd limited ourselves to the creatures that hunted near Mistral and had systematically slaughtered anything and everything that caught my eye. But though I'd had to restore his aura more than 100 times throughout the night and the constant battle seemed to be wearing on him, I was satisfied with the results of tonight's work. The beast. LV-56. Adam Taurus. How'd I do? He asked after a moment, carefully taking a seat in the grass before me. Why don't you see for yourself? I asked right back, smiling down at him. Unlike me, he didn't receive pop-ups except as related to the party system, and the changes hadn't been as obvious to him, and when he opened his status screen with a word, there was no mistaking the surprise on his face. 11 levels already? He breathed, sounding both amazed and confused. The benefits of having an awesome, higher-leveled friend, I replied, shrugging humbly. Aren't you glad I let you hang out with my magnificent self? It's easier to be grateful to you when you're silent, Adam noted, giving me a mild look. I chuckled a bit at that. It's not surprising though, I said. I made sure to target things that were above you in level, after all, and we've been at this for hours. It's not surprising you'd grow quickly, under the circumstances. What about you? He asked. You were doing most of the work, so you should have gotten most of the experience. How many times did you level up? I chuckled a bit and glanced over at the windows that had popped up while I was in the midst of working. With my sensory abilities as high as they were, I tended to note what the pop-ups said and then push them out of my mind rather than concern myself with closing them in the middle of combat. Still, it was hard to ignore these particular announcements, accompanied by a rush of power as they were. Your level has increased by 1. Your level has increased by 1. Twice, I told him, shrugging slightly at his look. Again, it's not that surprising. Enemies that were 10 levels above you when we began were nearly 20 below me. I tried to balance the experience out as much as possible, though I think I was still getting about 60 to 80% from each. I have a few skills that improve the amount of experience I get, but yeah. He was silent for a moment and then nodded sharply. Thanks, he said after a moment. For the help, I mean. I snorted. Don't worry about it, I said. We stuck near the city this time, but next time we'll go further out to face the stronger creatures. As you level up, we'll keep facing more and more powerful monsters, so we'll both get experience. Just think of today as getting some of the annoying stuff out of the way so we can have fun later. Is that what I am? He asked, lips twitching ever so slightly upwards. In annoyance? Damn straight, I replied at once. But who knows, maybe you'll be useful eventually. I know it's a bit of a sunk cost fallacy, but I keep hoping that if I help you just a little bit more, you'll manage to shape up somehow. He rolled his eyes beneath his mask. Gee, he answered with a dull-sounding tone. Thanks. Truly, your magnanimity is inspiring. I try, I admitted, laughing briefly before adopting a serious expression. But really, Adam, you've come a long ways and it's only been a few weeks or months of this and you'll go even further. As you are now, you should be in about the same league as Emerald and Mercury, and if you stick around as my bodyguard. I can imagine, he murmured before slowly tilting his head. Or perhaps I can't. Stuff like this reminds me of just how quickly you grow, Jaune. It's been a little over half a year and look at you. Fuck, I remember when you were the scrawny runt who couldn't drive a truck worth a damn. Bitch, please. I sighed as if listening to his madness was exhausting. I was a great truck driver. It was your fault for not obeying the law and wearing a seatbelt. What? He sounded disbelieving. You broke so many traffic laws that I'd wonder who the fuck gave you a license if not for the fact that, you know, you were driving without a license. And I drove spectacularly, I stated firmly. Remind me, who is it that's alive because of my driving skills? He rolled his eyes again. Whatever, he said. The point is that you've come a long way since then. And this, I can already tell that tonight will probably be worth months, maybe even years of effort on my part, and it was a snap for you. In another year or 5 or 10, God only knows where you'll be. I smiled at that, not saying that I was pretty sure things would come to a head sooner rather than later, whether because of my enemies or the deterioration of the kingdoms. It was, after all, something I myself wondered about fairly often, just like I wondered about what I might have once been if I'd had this power then, if I was connected to the monster in the Red Rider's temple in some way. How powerful had I been then? As powerful as the creator of the Grimm himself? Obviously not, I thought to myself, or I wouldn't have died. Whatever I'd been in the past, I knew I'd lost that round at least. I'd just have to do better when it came time for the rematch. Don't worry, I assured him aloud. As my minion, you'll be able to bear witness to my meteoric rise to greatness. Just think of it as your paycheck, because let's face it, being allowed to bask in my greatness is worth more money than you'll ever have in your entire life, so there's no point in paying you for the honor. Please, he snorted dismissively. I'm no minion. I'm your second in command at the very least. Oh, I chuckled, leaning back and spreading my hands. And when exactly did that happen? When you failed to find anyone else who was capable of putting up with you, he stated, meaning it's just you and me and, therefore, that I am your second in command by default. I mulled over that for a moment before closing my eyes and smiling. I suppose that's true, I allowed, at least until I find some better minions. But I guess you make a passable right-hand man. You'll have to keep training hard if you want to keep the position, though, because I'm going to keep getting stronger. If you fall too far behind, you'll make me look bad and, really, what's the point of having an ugly friend if they don't at least make you look better in comparison? How did you survive to adulthood? He wondered. What series of events made that possible? I got a really awesome semblance, I answered. Ah, true, he nodded before looking at me. What did you have in mind? Let's say, I made a show of pretending to mull over it. Let's say you get within 10 levels of me and manage to stay there. Stuff like that's the minimum for a right-hand man. He snorted. Fine, he answered. It's not like I intended to stop getting stronger. I deserve this much for tolerating you this long. After a moment, however, he tilted his head to look at his status screen more carefully. Speaking of getting more powerful, what do you think I should invest in first? He asked, finger hovering in front of the screen. I hummed for a moment. I suppose it's really just a matter of preference in your case, I said after a moment of thought. We'll keep grinding until you can improve everything you wanted. After all, you figure 50 strength, 50 dexterity, and 25 to 50 wisdom should be enough. That's 14 to 19 more levels, which shouldn't take too long, once we get far enough from Mistral. He pursed his lips in consideration. How big of a change does wisdom make? A pretty huge one, at least for me, I replied. For me, my base MP Reagan before bringing in any of my skills was 1% a minute. Every 10 points in wisdom increased that by another percent, so adding 40 points would raise it to 5%, which means it'll only take 20 minutes to fully recharge. That's just for me, though. Still, it should work similarly for you, relative to however long it takes you to recover your aura. He mused. And the other two? Strength and speed. I shrugged. Still pretty damn useful, and the more damage you can deal and the faster you can deal it, the better you can contribute to fights like these, which means you'll level up faster. Wisdom's pretty great in my opinion, especially for the other perks you get from it, but I can keep healing you for the time being. I mean, hey, you're the one who got me this dust, right? He nodded decisively. Right, he answered, cracking his neck. Here goes nothing then. The games we play. Masked. My grandmother lifted her eyes from her work to quirk an eyebrow at me. And who is this? She asked, flicking a glance at the man standing stock still behind my chair. My new bodyguard. I nodded back at him, smiling widely. Your bodyguard, she repeated, eyebrow climbing higher as she watched at him for a long moment. I chuckled slightly as her skepticism. You gave me one last time, I reminded, smiling slightly. Grigio, I recall, she gestured dismissively, returning her gaze to me. Of course, last time you were my youngest grandchild, who I'd seen only a handful of times, and in all of those occasions, you were struggling in your effort to become a hunter. When I saw you again, I knew things had changed, but I had no idea how much until you told me. Grigio was there to ensure nothing got out of hand if the other families chose to test you, and to see that none of my enemies made any choices they'd regret. Now, though, well, I think we all know you don't need someone to protect you, which makes me wonder who he really is. Through it all, she didn't so much as glance back at Adam, her expression blank. Her words were directed solely at me, and we all knew it, which was why Adam stayed professionally silent, hidden within my glamour. His name is Adam, I answered. You've heard of him, I'm sure. My right-hand man. Adam, she repeated, pausing to squint at the man. Adam Taurus of the White Fang? Adam inclined his head silently. You look different, she noted dryly, returning her gaze to me even as she spoke to him. I didn't recognize you. I spread my hands and smiled even wider. Hence the disguise, I answered brightly. We can hardly have a wanted criminal walking around in broad daylight, can we? She hummed in acknowledgement. Since he is here and you are yourself, she said by way of answer. I assume he knows the truth? He does, I confirmed. He was my assistant during the White Whale incident and has helped me out a number of times since. I consider him a close friend and trust him completely. Is it wise? She asked. I leaned forward slightly to rest my elbows on my knees. I'd know if it wasn't, I answered, smile unchanging. Like I said, he's helped me many times and has never betrayed me, despite having a number of chances to do so. How can you be sure? She challenged, to which I met her eyes and slowly raised an eyebrow. She glanced at the ceiling and shook her head before nodding at me once. Of course. Then I welcome you into my home, Adam Taurus. A pleasure, he answered, bowing his head even deeper before falling silent again. My grandmother returned the gesture a touch less deeply and made several motions on her computer. I take it you'd like this bodyguard business to be official? My grandmother asked me, tone a touch tired but accepting. And I assume he'll need paperwork supporting his new identity? Yes, I answered. We'll be working together for some time, you see. She answered, making notes. To what end, might I ask? Adam's the White Fang's official representative to our mysterious third party, I explained. He'll be helping me in that regard as well. My grandmother paused in her typing, a frown of consideration touching her lips. I see, she whispered, nodding slowly. Interesting. And what do you know of these friends of ours? Adam Taurus. Annoyingly little, he answered rigidly, containing a disgusted snort. They're good at staying out of sight. I must admit, I've never even seen the woman in charge personally. A woman, she mused. Do you know her name? No, I answered in his place, holding out a hand. Images formed above my fingers, taking the shapes I remembered. But look into Emerald Sistri and Mercury Black. They're associates of hers, and they were the ones responsible for transporting a shipment of weapons they stole in the recent bombing in Atlas. Do you mind looking into a few things for me? Her frown deepened as the image changed from a picture of the pair to those of the weapons I'd seen, and then settled on the symbol that tied them to Atlas. I heard you were in a bar last night, she replied after a minute. I can say I actually believe that you were simply enjoying yourself. Learning's fun, I said, denying her claim. And I learned a great deal. So I see, grandmother chuckled. Very well, I shall see what I can find. Their leader wasn't there, however. I sighed and shook my head. That's why I don't know her name, I shrugged. I suppose it would be unrealistic to expect things to be that simple, she mused. Do you know where she is? In Vale, last I heard, Adam rumbled as I glanced at him. In Vale? Grandmother repeated, sounding annoyed. All this time? Doubtful, I shook my head. But the White Fang only became aware of her absence recently. She has an illusionist on her side, it seems. My grandmother swore under her breath. That would explain a few things, she muttered darkly. We'll have to take measures. Have you checked the house? Of course, I answered, almost offended by the question. Good, she nodded, frowning. If she's in Vale, however, learning about her might be a bit complicated. No need to worry about that, thankfully, I smirked. We know where she'll be, after all. Oh, she asked. Do tell. According to Raven, this friend of ours works out of Haven, I said. She's a student there, it seems, or, at least, is posing as one. A student at Haven, grandmother repeated, a touch of disbelief in her voice until she paused and considered it. Well, I suppose I wouldn't have looked for her there, which makes it a fairly good hiding place. I hummed in agreement. Do you have access to the list of students that will be arriving this year? I asked. Mercury and Emerald are old enough to go this year, and I'll bet they're going to enroll as well. My grandmother didn't answer for a moment, closing several windows and then checking her email. Eventually, she folded one containing a list of names, faces, and profiles and scrolled through it, stopping twice. Mercury Black and Emerald Sistri, she said, nodding. I assume these profiles are full of lies, but they're on the list. I'll look into them further to see what I can find. Then she looked up at me. I wondered why you wanted to go to Haven. She told me. You intend to find her? Either she'll be there, I answered, shrugging, or her illusionist will be. Either way, it's worth a look. There's more going on than we know and I don't like it. The arms deal last night was done without Adam's knowledge, though we're still hunting down who was responsible. That implies she has connections in the White Fang and, presumably, the families, as well. She finished for me before pursing her lips. Probably within Haven, too, as well as Vale if she's operating there. And Atlas, perhaps, given her thefts there. That is rather concerning. As far as Vale goes, see what you can find out about a man named Roman Torchwick, I said. He's working for her and he tried stealing the white whale at the same time I did. But yes, the number of pies she seems to have her fingers in is rather alarming, so I'd like to see what I can dig up. If all is well, which I suppose could always happen, then we'll leave things be and simply keep an eye on her every now and then. If necessary, however, then I've considered filling Olivia in on things and having her observe this friend of ours. I shrugged again. Of course, that depends on what I see when I look at her, I continued. I'll only bring Olivia in if it's safe to do so. From the way Raven's spoken of this friend of ours, that might be too dangerous. And if it is? Grandmother asked. What will you do? I'll take matters into my own hands, of course, I replied. She watched me for a moment and I saw when the pieces clicked. Haven, she said. You'd go to Haven for this? If she's a big enough threat, then I'll do whatever I need to. I hedged. With an illusionist by her side, sneaking in and out should be trivial for her, so we'd need someone who could see through such things. And if it needs to be me, it's better than letting her move without us knowing. But you don't want to go to Haven, she finished again. But I really don't want to go to Haven, I sighed. Or any other school, for that matter. Reserve me a seat anyway, just in case. She nodded sharply. I'll see to it, she replied. If you'll excuse me. I inclined my head and rose, leaving her office with Adam at my back. It would take my grandmother time to look into what I'd found as well as make the necessary arrangements, so it was best we went back to work and left her to hers. The sun had risen only a short time ago, but there was enough to do that we couldn't waste any daylight. Hey, Adam whispered as we went downstairs to steal some breakfast. I didn't need it but he did. I hummed questioningly. If you do end up going to Haven, he began slowly. What does that mean for me? I looked over my shoulder and gave him a flat look, to which he made a disgusted noise. What? He groaned. No. God, please no. You're the White Fang's envoy to them, I reminded. A job you previously could not do during the day and couldn't do effectively at night. This would get you close enough to keep an eye on them and find things out. Also, you're my second in command and my best friend. If I suffer, you suffer. Fuck. Just look on the bright side, Adam, I tried to sound soothing. What's the fucking bright side? He muttered. After a moment of silence, he lifted his head and frowned. John, shut up, I'm thinking, I told him. And then, once we'd made it the rest of the way downstairs, gotten some food from the kitchen, and finished eating, I gave him a shrug. Yeah, I got nothing. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that or this is going to suck. Adam and I were fed and out of the house before my mother even made it downstairs. I reminded myself that I'd need to introduce Adam, my bodyguard, to the rest of my family soon, but well, there was no rest for the wicked, or else I'd have made more progress against them by now. With the training out of the way, we had other things to do. I had Adam send the message before we left Mistral, which meant it should have reached Raven by now, and we'd best not keep her waiting. Between one step and the next, the real world faded behind the walls of Naraka, and in that same step, Jaune Arc and his bodyguard were gone and Jianbing and Adam Taurus walked in their place. I let Adam set the pace, which still let us move decently fast, and we quickly found our agreed-upon meeting place by the tallest building in the city. Adam silently followed my lead as I formed an invisible, airy staircase and then took a seat beside me on the edge. I shattered the barrier I'd erected with a flash of power, tearing it down, and instantly scoured the area with my senses, just in case. Then, once I was certain no one was spying on us, I met the eyes of Raven's mask and smiled in greeting. It seems we're being led to, Raven, I said, Yvonne carrying my voice over the wind so I didn't have to raise my voice. Jian, she greeted as she walked closer. As talented at starting conversations as ever, I see. Then she tilted her head to look at her son. Adam, she frowned beneath her mask. You look different. He grunted once and nodded. I've been training, he stated, jerking his head my way to shift her attention towards me. I merely chuckled at being thrown under the bus, however, inclining my head slightly. I've merely been giving him a few tips, I explained easily, giving him a knowing smile. Best he be prepared with an illusionist running around. No? I could tell Raven understood the true intentions beneath my words from the way her aura flickered, how her heartbeat rose, and from how her emotions flared, but none of it showed in any more obvious manner, and Adam didn't react. I felt her gaze settle more fully on me, but I didn't react either. You'll have to tell me about it sometime, she said at last. But as you said, yes, we're being lied to. I trust you examined the location I sent you? Of course, she stated. It's Kijani. By my side, Adam took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, so I nodded as if the name meant something to me. You don't seem very surprised, I noted. The method itself was surprising, she denied, but the fact that he attempted something was not. I suspected he would do something for quite some time. I nodded. Then would you like to take the lead on this? I offered. I would be happy to bow to your experience on this matter. I'll handle it myself. She shook her head. It's not a problem as of yet, especially with what we now know. And it's always possible that he knows something of value. A pleasure to be of service. I inclined my head. I shall leave this to you, then. But that's not all you wish to discuss, is it? She pressed. You found something? Indeed, I answered before gesturing to the empty sky around, drawing us silently into Naraka. I learned of Kijani's actions while pursuing a different and this friend of ours. I learned a great deal in the process, and if you have the time, perhaps we could discuss them somewhere that's not an empty rooftop, perhaps? She looked at me, silent and expressionless, emotions caught between confusion and disbelief. I chuckled slightly and glanced towards Adam, drawing his glamour back around him, making Raven's eyes widen slightly. In response to our newest problem, I thought it best to dust off my own skill with illusions, I explained as I made something of a breakthrough. I thought we might meet somewhere more comfortable for once, though naturally, the choice of location is up to you. May I? I held out a hand to her expectantly, fairly sure I knew what was to come. She looked at the hand for a moment, settling her own on the hilt of her blade, and a fraction of a second later, I felt my arm come off. I closed my eyes for a moment, exhaled slowly as I healed the damage, and continued to hold out my hand to her as she sheathed her blade, apparently satisfied but unsure of what to make of my offer. In the past, you and Adam have had difficulties moving in broad daylight, I continued as if nothing had happened. A side effect of being officially deceased and a wanted terrorist, I assume. It occurred to me, however, that under the circumstances, it might be better if you were able to move a bit more freely. Don't you agree? She hummed slowly but placed a hand in my own. At once, her appearance shifted, details changing as they went. As she changed, however, I drew a mirror from my inventory and offered it to her. I thought of making you blonde, at first, I stated, but I feared it would make you look too much like your daughter. Instead, I tried to match your appearance more closely to your son's, or, at least, to how he seems to appear. Should you have any different preferences, however, I would be happy to oblige you however I may. She took off her mask and looked at her new reflection for a few seconds, lifting a hand to her face once and nodding before handing me the mirror back. It's fine, she answered, glancing at her son. And I know a place, as it happens. She paused to look down at herself. I turned her dress pure black for the sake of simplicity, but left the mask and her weapon be because there were only so many ways to adjust the appearance of either without turning them invisible or making them even more attention-drawing. I'll hide them if you wish, I said after a moment, returning the mirror to my inventory, or hold on to them if you desire. Slowly, she extended the mask, a silent gesture of trust in my ability to hide her, but kept her sword as I'd expected her to. Smiling, I stored the mask as well. Where do you put them? She asked after a minute. The things you make disappear? I paused for a moment to consider how to explain that. I bobbed my head from side to side. I suppose the easiest way to describe it would be as a dimensional vault I keep attached to my person. Beyond that, details get complex, but it's very useful. It allows me to carry everything I might need with me and hide things I don't want people to see. She nodded slowly, staring at the air her mask had vanished into for a moment before snapping a finger and turning on her heels, shoulders tense as she walked through the portal she'd pulled together. She wasn't used to the idea of showing her face, but then, that was part of the point of all this, getting my friends used to the possibilities my glamour created. I followed her in, Adam a step behind me, and we found ourselves striding quickly down an alleyway. I shattered Naraka and we returned to reality, the noise of city life returning abruptly, and Raven guided us to a restaurant I didn't recognize. A glance at the sky told me we were still in Mistral. However, Adam, why don't you go get a drink? Raven stated as we enter. Gian and I need to speak in private for a moment. It's pretty early in the day, Adam noted before pausing to think, probably about going to school. Though it's never too early to drink, really. In fact, I'm going to get into a drinking contest with myself now. If I should start dying of alcohol poisoning, don't bother saving me. It's how I'd want to go. Raven's eyebrows furrowed in abrupt concern as she watched Adam beeline for the bar. She turned to glance at me questioningly. Bad news, I explained. I'll keep an eye on him. Did you bring him into this? She asked, keeping her eyes trained on mine. If by this you mean our issue with the writers, then no, I replied, making sure not to react. Although the illusionist gave me the opportunity to begin preparing him, I trust his judgment. As do I, she whispered with a sigh before nodding decisively. And I trust yours. So I'll leave that choice to you. He really has gotten stronger, hasn't he? In just a few days? Best to be prepared, I answered, smiling. And with time of the essence, it's best to prepare quickly. He will be assisting me for a time, so I felt it best to make sure he was ready. For her? She asked. I looked at her for a moment, shaking my head minutely. I think it best to handle that myself, I said. But she is gathering friends around her. Best to do the same. Friends? I assume you know of Mercury Black and Emerald Sister. I arched an eyebrow her way. A boy with silver hair and a girl with green? I've seen them, she confirmed. They will be entering Haven shortly, I stated, presumably to aid their mistress's plans, whatever they may be. And she has begun to move. Raven took a breath, held it for a moment, and exhaled slowly, looking around. Perhaps we should find a seat, she suggested. I assume you have something in mind. It's driven Atom to self-opposed drinking contests. A few chairs may be warranted. I pride myself on being able to make people feel that way, I smiled. And though his reaction is for personal reasons, I do have several things to discuss with you. The games we play interconnected. I take it something has gone wrong? She began the moment we were both seated, even as I brought an illusion around us and made sure we wouldn't be overheard. Doesn't something always? I answered with a smile, making her close her eyes and smirk for a moment. I suppose that's true, she admitted. But what, specifically, has gone wrong this time? It would seem this friend of ours is more dangerous than we realized, I said. Torchwick in Vale, the bombings in Atlas, and her ties here to the White Fang. She has a lot of influence in at least 3 of the kingdoms and the power needed to transport thousands of stolen weapons between at least 2 of them, and I would bet that she has friends in Vaco, as well. She had an ally within our own organization that we didn't know about until now and likely has similar plans in other places. Whatever she's planning, all signs point to it being something big. She's powerful. Yes, Raven whispered before tilting her head slowly, voice growing just a touch annoyed at my words. There is a reason I have handled this alliance with care, Jian. I inclined my head to her in an apology. I was not trying to imply anything, I told her. I merely wished to lay down the facts before making a request. Will you allow me to handle things from here? She watched me, face as expressionless as her mask, though that did nothing to hide what she felt from me. Why ask me? She wondered after a moment. Because I respect you, I replied at once. And I respect your abilities, which are invaluable. But the circumstances have changed again. Again, she repeated before pausing momentarily. You were thinking about what happened to Summer and Ruby? In a way, yes, I nodded. This friend of ours is a problem that needs to be handled carefully and monitored closely. But the difference between Ruby and this friend of ours is that we can keep an eye on the former, even from a great distance, and she hasn't acted up yet, while the latter has proven herself able to evade notice should the situation call for it and has most certainly been acting up because of the illusionist, she stated. Yes, I agreed anyway. Because of the illusionist, she has changed the entire game and we need to change with it. Like Ruby, this is a problem we cannot leave unwatched. Should the situation change, we need to be made aware of it as quickly as possible, which means we must be able to perceive such changes. And I can't, she stated, sounding annoyed but not at me. The fact that the illusionist had pulled one over on her seemed to irritate her on a personal level, simply because of how bad it could make this already tenuous situation. Slowly, however, her eyes fell to her reflection in the table, or rather, the reflection of her illusory disguise. But I take it you can? At the risk of sounding arrogant, very few things escape my notice, I nodded. But in order to be sure, I'll need to be relatively close by. Your abilities allow you to keep an eye on people like Ruby from a great distance, but I'm afraid my eyes don't reach quite that far. If I am to watch her, I will have to remain in Mistral while I do so. Ah, she said at last, seeming to understand. And you wish for me to handle things elsewhere, in your absence? I nodded once. Information still reaches me, thankfully, I answered, and I managed to handle most things satisfactorily before my arrival here. But there are still a number of duties I will have to delegate if I am to remain here, the most important of which is our rider problem. Do you think she's part of it? Raven asked, sounding at once curious and serious. Do you think she's a rider? I don't think anything yet, I'm afraid, I stated with a sigh, having considered the possibility myself. There wasn't anything pointing to it, but I'd have been a fool not to at least check for it. I began researching her as soon as I returned, but I cannot scan her directly without knowing where she is. Do you, by any chance? Raven grit her teeth slightly, shaking her head. I admit, I was going to ask for your assistance in this matter myself. She told me she's become rather skilled at evading my notice. In light of her recent actions, I find that a bit concerning. Understandably so, I replied, wondering how she'd felt about my abilities in that field. Does her illusionist remain here in Mistral? Raven was silent for a long moment. Perhaps, she said, pursing her lips. It would be a lie to say I've seen her. I see, I nodded in understanding. No matter, I know where at least one of them shall be. Oh, she asked. As says, Emerald and Mercury will be joining their mistress at Haven. I smiled. Therefore, either their mistress will be there or an illusion of her will be. Either way, I'll find them and keep a very close eye on them. Whatever they do, I'll know. On the condition that you're close enough to do so, she mused. How close does that need to be? I sighed again. It seems you've uncovered the source of Adam's pain, I replied, nodding my head towards my friend. Close, within a few kilometers of it, preferably, and for a mission that may last weeks or months. Well, closer is better. I'll need to be able to react quickly to anything I find and pick up whatever they're doing, so ideally, I would be within the building itself. Raven arched an eyebrow. For weeks or months, she repeated, and I could practically hear her putting the pieces together. She looked slowly from me to Adam, who was constructing a pyramid out of shot glasses. I saw her ponder the illusion on Adam's face for a moment and then nod. I began to understand. I nodded, tired. It's not what I would prefer, I admit, but I shook my head. It may be necessary. I'll need to see both her and the illusionist to be certain of anything, but if they're as big a threat as they seem to be, it would be foolish to leave them unattended. And you're the only person who can keep track of them. She nodded. Yes. You have a plan, I assume? I met her eyes for a long moment, checked my math again, and told her the truth. More or less. My reincarnation will go. I paused to shake my head. Or our reincarnation, if you prefer. Our? She asked, eyebrows rising. You've probably realized by now that Jianbing was not the first name I went by, I said. This soul of mine was first born when Babel still stood tall. Then what was it? I shut my eyes and shook my head. I don't remember, I admitted. He and the riders took that life and left little behind. You mean, you saw me? I told her and chuckled. Or an artistic depiction of me, at least, on the walls of the Red Rider's temple. The beast with eyes and wings. I fought them, in the beginning, and I lost. I clicked a nail against the tabletop, sighing without losing my slight smile. I tried and failed, I continued, but all that meant was that I had to keep trying. So I did, and I will, until I win. Too much is on the line to do anything else. She nodded seriously. And so this incarnation continues that fight, she said before pausing. Are you many minds in one body? Or no? I shook my head. Can you imagine such a thing? It would be curse on the recipient. But our souls are one, even across different lives, and so are we. And who are you now? She asked. I gave her a half smile, tilting my head at her. I think you know, I answered, or at least suspect. With this, you should be able to put together any pieces that remain. Perhaps, she replied. But will you tell me your name anyway? I chuckled again. Of course, I said. My name in this life is Jaune Arc. And it is, as always, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. A few minutes later, Raven departed. We spent a short while discussing our plans, but now that she knew who I was and where I likely would be, there was no real rush. If she needed to say something to me, it wouldn't be hard for her to pop into my room or something, which rather simplified things. Though it had preserved a measure of secrecy between us, it had taken far too long to meet one another by passing messages through Tucson and whoever she used as a contact. Even if it was one-sided, being able to get in touch quickly was a necessity when there was so much that could go wrong. It was part of the reason I had told her who I was. If the writers or whoever else acted, we needed to be able to react quickly. With things the way they were now, I'd shorted our response time from days to minutes, and that alone might be worth the risk. But more than that, the truth of the matter was, I didn't think there was much risk in telling her anymore. For better or worse, I trusted her. I'd told her enough at the temple for her to put most of the pieces together, and I'd waited to see how she'd act upon them, and she hadn't. From everything I knew of her now, I was certain that she wouldn't bring my family into this if she didn't have to, and that had been the last thing I'd felt worth worrying about. As such, the story I'd given her was all but true, though I'd left a few details out about the specifics of my semblance and how it was modeled off of a game. Other than that, though, I tilted my head back and sighed slowly. With this, almost everything was in place. I was in Mistral, but Raven could still use her powers to keep an eye on more distant things. Even beyond the practicality, It had felt good telling her. Now, she knew most of my secrets now, and I knew her well enough that I didn't really care about most of hers. If she didn't want to tell me about any of the specifics, that was fine as long as it didn't cause any problems down the line. And between the two of us, the three of us, with Adam, we held a great deal of power in the White Fang, just as my family held a lot of power in Mistral. If necessary, I could reach out to my sisters, as well, lay down a few roots in the other kingdoms, but I'd keep those cards in reserve as long as possible. Already, I was getting more and more used to monitoring signals on the airwaves and keeping track of current events. I'd look for patterns, threats, and opportunities for us, and with Raven's help, well, even if I did end up in Haven, I could step out for an afternoon and go pretty much anywhere in the world. Whatever happened now, I could at least be confident that I had eyes and ears everywhere, that I could react quickly to anything that came upon. I just have to hope that would be enough, because it was the best we could do right now. So for now, the most important thing for me to do is follow the plan and continue to get stronger. I couldn't be sure how long I truly had before things got moving, so I'd need to work hard while I still could. That in mind, I rose from my seat and slipped over to the bar, claiming the empty seat beside Adam. A fair number of people had gathered around him to watch as he constructed a series of impressive shot glass towers, but since they were being designed by a drunk, no one seemed to want to sit right next to him. Adam turned to me for a moment, his expression passive, even solemn. For a moment, he was silent as he observed me, expression contemplative. He began before stopping himself, furrowing his brows. Maybe he wasn't sure what to call my disguise, or maybe he was just struggling to remember my name through the alcohol. I had enough faith in his ability to hold his liquor to assume it was the former. He shook his head once, which seemed to make him a bit dizzy, and then frowned. You done? Yup, I replied, nodding easily. Your mom already left, huh? He asked, looking over his shoulder for her. He slowly scanned the bar for her, looking focused, and the fact that he was still capable of distinguishing faces struck me as somewhat miraculous. Then again, I already knew how functional Adam was as a drunk. So she is. We leaving, too? Yeah, I nodded. I was thinking we'd do some more hunting, but I can drop you off somewhere and train alone if you'd rather be drunk for a while. He looked more than a little tempted but shook his head. Nah. Training's more important, he said, shutting his eyes and swallowing for a moment. Sober me up. I tapped him on the shoulder once and held him, making him shudder once and crack his neck. Ugh, he said after a moment, not opening his eyes. Yeah, that's sobriety. Every time I do it, I remember why I tried to avoid it. You already pay? I asked, lifting my eyes to the bartender as Adam nodded. Paid at the start and told him to keep it coming, he answered as the bartender gave me a slight nod, looking impressed. I know how much I can take. I eyed at the pyramid, which was flanked by a pair of towers with occasional holes for windows. Sitting down, all three structures were over my head. Okay, I accepted easily. Ready to go? He grunted in affirmative, nodding to the bartender as he rose. A few people clapped as he walked away on his own power, but we quickly made our way outside. You and Raven figured things out? He asked after giving his eyes a moment to adjust to the sun. More or less, I shrugged. I told her who I was. He glanced over his shoulder at me. Ah, he said after a moment. Well, that's good then. I assumed she took it pretty well. Yeah, it was fine, I answered. This should make things easier for you, right? I told her just about everything but the specifics of my semblance, autumn, goo, and I think that's everything important. There's a few things I need to tell you, too, but they're kind of a pain in the ass to explain. There's no short version. He raised an eyebrow. I considered that for a moment and shrugged. Raven had given her permission. After all, there's a lot of stuff implying that the reason my semblance is so powerful is because I'm some kind of ancient, reincarnating weapon from the days of Babel, I explained. And it seems the guys who killed me last time are still around, too. And they're kind of dicks. Ah, he replied after a moment, squinting against the light and pondering me. His eyebrows furrowed for a moment and he nodded slowly. I agreed. These assholes, he said after a moment. Anyone I know? They're grim, mostly, I answered. One is the sapient virus inside Pandora shells. He calls himself Conquest. Their leader is the problem though. He's the one who created the Grimm in the first place. I don't know the specifics, but it seems he and I fought before. Since I ended up reincarnating afterwards and he's still around, seems safe to assume I lost that fight. Huh, he frowned. Well, that's... Yeah, maybe you should give me the long version later. I shrugged and smiled as he lifted his mask, still hidden as a pair of sunglasses, to rub his eyes. But I think I get the basics, he mused after a minute. So we have to kick these guys' asses? Yeah, that's the idea. I smiled at him with the inclusive we, even if he didn't have the full picture of what we were up against yet. Actually doing it might take some work. Always does. He huffed. What's the plan? For now, we get stronger, I stated. Everything I know about what happened makes me think old me was a badass. Oh, my sister Bianca can see people's souls or something like them, I shrugged. She described me as a giant with a lot of eyes and wings and mouths. Raven and I found a temple one of our enemies made, and it had a lot of people fighting a creature that looked a lot like that. setting it up as some grand enemy. He bobbed his head, seeming to accept that. Fair enough, he allowed. Any idea what you need to do to win round 2? Not yet, sadly, I sighed, still trying to put the pieces together and learn whatever I can. I know there's something there, but I shook my head. But I do have one lead, I continued. Near Jericho Falls, there's a place that... Well, everything we know paints it as a death trap. It's so full of grim, but inside of it, adjacent to it, really, in a dimensional barrier similar to the ones I make, there's an empty Babel City, and inside of that, there's a computer that seems to have survived all these years. I don't know what's in it, but mentioning it pissed off Conquest, so I'm thinking about taking a look inside when I'm strong enough. Raven said she'd probably tag along herself. Hey? Adam chuckled before quirking an eyebrow. A death trap in some ancient ruins, huh? How dangerous is it? Last time a few dozen hunters went in, only one guy walked out and it was Osborne, I said. And he... Well, that's another long story, but he didn't win that fight. He just survived it. Adam whistled slightly at that and smiled. Sounds like fun, he replied. You have room for one more? Only if you get strong enough, I snorted. I'm not taking anyone in there with me that I don't think will walk back out. Then let's go get stronger, then, he answered. That's why we're going hunting, right? Yeah. I closed my eyes for a moment, a smile on my lips. That's right. Well, I don't have anywhere better to be, he stretched for a moment. So I'll ask again, what's the plan? Same as before. I opened my eyes, smile still firmly in place. We kill a lot of grim, we get strong as hell, and then we kick ass. I like this plan, Adam snorted. Let's see if I can't get to level 60 today. Fuck level 60, I replied. You're 14 levels away from 70. I'm 5 away from 80. Let's get to work. The games we play. Passage. With our goals decided, we returned to our training with renewed vigor. My family knew the truth about me and knew not to get too alarmed over prolonged disappearances, so I shot them a message and put them out of my mind. After the last day of training, we were more or less ready to dispense with the small fry that ventured close to the kingdom's borders and start hunting the real monsters. The lands beyond the kingdom's walls were held solely by Grimm and ruled by the greatest examples of them. Where before we'd hunted the Carquinos, now we chased the mighty beasts called Tegmenes, their pitch-black shells like mighty hills as they dotted the beaches around the inland sea. Most of the creatures, sometimes surrounded by what seemed like entire fields of their lesser cousins, lay underwater and we had to compensate. But there are benefits to being the master of so many elements. They were powerful creatures, with pincers that could scoop up buildings and crush them to powder. More than that, their shells were an order of magnitude more durable than those of the smaller creatures that gathered around or even upon them, enough that it took a focused assault to crack them enough for Adam to get some hits in. The monsters that inhabited the sea were wholly different from those on land, and the shell beasts called schools of Grimm to their aid. From the shark like a Kalos to the Scolopendra, a creature that had no direct analogy, but appeared as something of a cross between a millipede and a lobster, the Grimm of the sea attacked, aiding their greater comrades in their battle against us. But though the Tegmenes were as mighty as glaciers, they were about as fast. Adam and I made short work of the small fry, pun intended, and then focused on them. It wasn't the leisurely battle of the night before, but we made do. I buffed Adam as much as I was able, healed freely, and wasn't afraid to step in and erase everything in an area when need be. They had an army, but Jai turned the seas to our cause and I underwent a metamorphosis to adapt to aquatic combat. After about half an hour, the 3 Tegmene we'd found lay scattered like broken mountains, the shattered remains of their shells reaching up towards the sky. On the miniature island created by one of them, I found the prizes for our victory. Besides the usual enormous sum of money that I split between Adam and myself, There were items that I claimed for my own. You have obtained the item Cancer. You have obtained the Scalebook Crushing Grip. You have obtained the Scalebook Armored Shell. When the battle ended and we returned to the surface, I led us to the northeast, where the stony wasteland around Mistral turned abruptly into gentle plains. Gentle, that is, if you could somehow ignore the monolithic shapes that wandered it, making the ground shake with their footfalls. Nemeans roamed in the distance, even the smallest of the creatures standing more than half as high as a Goliath and hunting in packs of up to 60. All the creatures in sight had the slick look of lionesses, their hides layers of white grim bone with only occasional patches of dark flesh. Rooks circled in the sky above, their wingspans casting massive shadows on the ground below as the eagle-like beasts occasionally took flight, large enough to casually grasp a grown elephant in each claw and swallow one whole with a gulp. Caledons led herds of Borbidus in wheeling swarms, casting dust clouds high into the sky, and in the distance I could see the sky turning red from where the tyrant scales were no doubt making themselves comfortable. There were other creatures, so many others, giants that roamed the plains freely far beyond the reach of man. In places, the grass of the plains rose high above our waists, providing concealment to thousands of natural creatures, but it did absolutely nothing to hide the greater creatures of Grim, and even without my enhanced vision, I'd have been able to see the creatures for miles and miles, the kings of the open plains. Here, even we moved carefully. If I was alone, I might have taken more chances than Nemeans were attempting sight, I had to admit, but they were too powerful and too numerous to risk opposing with Adam present, at least for the time being. We'd venture further into the savannas later, but today we merely skirted the edges, facing the creatures that ventured too far from their herds or didn't hunt in packs, slaying many of the massive creatures we had before as well as a few new ones. I risked bringing down a ruck for us to fight, even though I feared the fall would attract attention, and faced several of the Caledons. I'd thought I might see a few basilisks or even the mighty Maritsagers, but the serpentine creatures were nowhere to be found, for better or worse. Even so, this far from the walls, we were not wanting for prey, and though we regularly waited and moved to avoid drawing too much attention at once, we fought long and hard until the sun began to sink over the horizon, slaying monster after monster until we'd both gotten what we wanted. The beast. LV70. Adam Taurus. Your level has increased by 1. 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 You have obtained the item Erymantheus. You have obtained the Scalebook Stampede. You have obtained the Scalebook Spiraling Strike. Adam, I spoke, making sure he was the only one who heard me. We were both crouched low in the tall grass, hiding from sight as the night drew even more creatures to the plains. Let's take a break. My friend relaxed a touch beside me, cracking his neck. My regular healings had kept the exhaustion from slowing him down, but constant exertion had left the both of us drenched in sweat, and he looked glad for a short rest. That about do it, then? He asked. For now, I said, smiling brightly. Despite the worlds, things will move more quickly now that we're within 10 levels of one another. Time for you to do all the work, huh? He snorted. Can't say I mind. You can think of it as paying me back for all my valuable time. You wish, I replied, rolling my eyes. You're not getting out of this that easy. All this means is that I won't be holding your hand as much, and I'll hold back less. We've still got a lot to do over the next few days. I take it we're not going home tonight, then? He asked, lifting a hand to push the grass away from his face as he took a seat. Why would we go home when there's still so much fun to be had? I replied, raising an eyebrow challengingly. Progress has been a bit slow of late, but I think I can get a few more levels before it's time for Mistral. There's so many types of Grim here I haven't had a chance to fight yet. We killed a ruck, but we couldn't find an Aethon. We didn't see any of the snakes. I didn't get to fight any Nemeans. I shook my head. Now that we're done getting you up to snuff, I want to have some fun, Adam, I finished. You are such a whiner, Adam snorted. If you wanted to kill everything we saw, we could have stayed in the sea. We could have, I agreed. If somebody could learn to fucking breathe underwater. I was getting tired of you taking air breaks every few minutes. Can't you breathe on your own time? There's no pleasing you. You realize that? He asked. You're just an endless fountain of bitching and moaning, and you complain about every little thing, I replied. Like I haven't slept in 2 days and I can't breathe underwater and I can't fly. You know who else complains about stuff like that, Adam? Losers. He gave me the finger, making me smirk. So, you want me to spend my points, then? He asked after a moment of silence, expression turning serious, and he stretched carefully, staying in motion. As he did, a muttered word brought up his status screen, displaying his stats. That's the point of this break, right? It's not just for you, this time, I told him, bringing up my own. I'm going to invest a little myself, before we go play with the big boys. Joy, Adam snorted, pushing the buttons on his screen carefully, raising dexterity. This time he raised it as high as he had his strength before pausing in thought. Hey, John, what do you think I should? 1 sec, I stopped him as I finished raising my intelligence. Now, that's odd, no random skills this time. By greatly heightening your brain functions, you have learned to draw upon the power of the psychomachia. By raising INT above 200, you have gained the passive skill Costitas. By raising INT above 200, you have gained the passive skill Temperantia. By raising INT above 200, you have gained the passive skill Caritas. By raising INT above 200, you have gained the passive skill Industria. By raising INT above 200, you have gained the passive skill Patientia. By raising INT above 200, you have gained the passive skill Benevolentia. By raising INT above 200, you have gained the passive skill Humilitas. I took a deep, steadying breath as I felt the changes take hold, shutting my eyes for a moment as power coursed through my veins. In many ways, my power was tied to my intelligence, both in how closely it was related to my MP and due to how many of my skills, both passive and active, relied on it. Even as new energy began to well up within me, I felt the skills that had been settled comfortably over my form stretch and grow to accommodate my unified senses world for a moment before consolidating and settling once more. My aura burst forth even more powerfully than before, my skin thickened and hardened. The sudden increase caused major shifts throughout what felt like my entire being, as if I'd swallowed a storm. But like a storm, it soon passed, leaving me changed in its wake but still whole. Though energy raced through my body, my power quickly struck a balance with itself, and by the time I exhaled I was fine again. Jaune? Adam asked. You okay? Better than okay, I answered as I opened my eyes. I lifted my hands so I could see the trails of power coursing through my flesh, a network of energy given form and function. Sorry, it's just always a bit of an odd feeling. I know what you mean, he nodded, rolling a shoulder and stretching again. It does feel kind of weird. Not bad, but when I train normally, improvements are so gradual that sometimes I won't notice for days or weeks at a time. But when I do this, it's such a sudden and massive increase that I feel. Well, I guess you know better than anyone. Yeah, I nodded, staring into space. My awareness reached out, getting used to the changes in how I perceive the world. I could see better, of course, view things that were even further away or smaller than I had before, distinguish shades and differences more clearly, and countless other differences, major and minute alike. But the changes to my other senses were by far the greater. I could hear something I could only describe as a song, and it took me a moment to trace the sound back to the aura surrounding Adam. I could feel the sharpness to it, near as I was to him, and smell it. And it took me a moment to rein my senses in, until the sound of Adam's soul was a quiet background noise rather than a song that filled my ears. Other sounds, sharply different and not quite as vibrant, reached out to me from the aura around every living thing nearby, but I screamed them out for a moment as well, slowly getting used to the chorus around me. There were other things that called out for my attention, from electromagnetic radiation to the motions within seemingly stationary matter, but I gave my senses a moment to adjust and simply altered my worldview accordingly. I'd had quite a bit of practice with something similar from when my ESP had first expanded my senses. This was just more. Before, the tastes and sounds were almost meaningless, but now I could gather things from them that I was having trouble placing. It was not what I really needed to worry about right now. I'd get all of that in order in a bit. Sorry, I said, shaking myself. Was looking at something else. You had something you wanted to ask me? Just wanted your take on how I should spend the rest of my points, he asked, gesturing towards the status screen only he and I could see. I've raised my strength and dexterity by the same amount and I still have some points left over. Do you think I should use the rest to increase my wisdom now or keep focusing on my physicals? It must be kind of a pain for you to have to restore my aura so often, so I was thinking it might be a good time to improve my own recovery rate. I looked at him and saw the thin veil of red light clinging to his form. Even without taking a look at the HP and MP bars above his head, it was plain to see that he was running low on power from the fighting beforehand. I hadn't used a dust crystal to heal him in a bit, but something occurred to me as I looked at him. I reached out with an invisible tendril of my aura, shaping it in a fashion I had simultaneously never done before and was certain of down to my bones. The tendril pierced Adam's chest like a spear, burying itself deep into his heart, and then power raced down the line like it was a power cord. I saw Adam jerk in place once, drawing back a step, but it made no difference now. Beneath my sight, I could see his heart glowing like a red star inside his chest, and each beat sent a pulse of the same color through veins, illuminating them beneath the skin. His eyes became solid orbs of the color in the world I saw, and the song that had faded to the background doubled and redoubled into an echoing symphony. In moments, his MP bar was full and mine had dropped the difference. What the hell? Adam all but shouted in alarm, raising wilt and blush. In the bleak realm of visible light, the effects were more subdued, limited to a glow in his eyes and around his skin, reminiscent of a person whose aura had been freshly awoken. Holy shit, John, are you the one doing this? I nodded slowly, still not completely certain about what I'd done, but now that I'd seen it in action and knew what I was looking for, I could feel it at work, though that merely raised more questions. It shouldn't have been possible to simply give him my aura, but that was what was happening. There was none of the usual resistance because Adam's aura didn't try to reject my own, even though it should have. I wasn't adjusting my aura into a more consumable form as I would if I were trying to heal him, either. I just gave it to him somehow and fortified his strength. I didn't know how, but I was certain of the cause. Looking through the windows that had popped up, it took me only a moment to find the one I wanted. Karita's passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The generosity and sacrifice that cannot be seized by the hands of greed. Similar to the process in which a soul infuses all living beings, this skill represents the ability to sacrifice one's own soul to bolster the light of another's. For greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. The owner of the skill may sacrifice their own MP to restore the MP of another. Range, 70 meters. Restoring your MP won't be a problem, I said after a moment. I have enough for the both of us and I can just give you mine. Now, raising wisdom might still come in handy since I won't always be there, and being wise is pretty useful in and of itself, but you don't need to raise it right now if you have your eye on something else. It's up to you. Huh, Adam murmured, barely seeming to hear me as he looked at his glowing skin. Since his aura was full and he wasn't doing anything to drain it at the moment, I severed the connection between us and the light slowly faded, drawing back beneath the skin. That's something. You don't have to spend them all right now if you're not sure what to do, I continued after he was silent for a moment. But you should be good to go. Ready to get back to work? Yeah, I'm ready. He nodded slowly, lowering his weapons. What do you have in mind? Same as before, really, I answered even as I brought up the party screen and went to options to adjust a few settings. We should split the experience equally now, so just go wild. I'll keep an eye on things and tell you if anything comes up, but we're in a target-rich environment so feel free to go wild. That I can do, Adam smirked, taking a slow look around. Any recommendations on what I should kill first? I chuckled and tilted my head. What kind of question is that? I asked him. Obviously, you should just kill anything that moves. He gave a smile that showed all his teeth and was gone, dashing away with his newly improved speed. A moment later, I saw him slip right under a Kaladin and jump into the air, sword aimed at the giant creature's vulnerable belly. The sheer force of the blow was enough to lift the beast wholly off its feet and cut most of the way through it at the same time, red aura bright in the growing darkness. It was interesting to be able to see the improvements from the outside, especially in a relatively controlled setting. I'd always focused on the mental stats, too, so it was nice to see how the physical ones changed as well. Though he'd only improved his strength and dexterity by a little more than 50, raising each by a bit more than half, the resulting effect was significantly greater than that even after taking into account the matter of his aura. To use a gaming analogy, I suppose his strength and dexterity were merely part of larger formulas to determine his damage output and movement speed, and they may have even been a part of the same formulas in places, building off each other like I'd figured they would. If nothing else, his increased strength went together well with an improved attack speed. So long as he was cautious and as long as I kept an eye on him, he should be fine even on his own. I just need to swing by to restore his aura periodically and there shouldn't be a problem. Which left me free to do some hunting of my own, and I had my fair share of multipliers, too. My fingers closed around a magic missile as if I'd plucked it right out of the air. Taking a step forward, I began to climb the invisible staircase Levant helpfully provided until my healing returned my metamorphosed form to normal long enough for me to tweak the mutations. Once a new set of wings sprouted from my back, I stepped from the top of the stairs into open air and floated in a gentle circle, counting as I went. One by one, I marked my targets, picking out every grim in a radius several kilometers long. There were tens of thousands of them nearby, monsters of every shape and size, but I paused for a moment to consider them. The ones at the edge of my little circle of life and death were the most likely to escape if something overt happened. Best to work from the outside in. Then, rearing back, I hurled my new and improved magic missile across the sky. To the normal eye, it would have vanished into the night, reduced to a spark in the darkness at best, but I tracked its flight all the way to its destination to make sure it hit. Nearly 5 kilometers away, a rock began to fall from the sky. By the time it hit the ground, a legion of spears had followed on their predecessors' heels, a lethal meteor shower meant for anything unlucky enough to be in my way. The games we play. Homeward. Your level has increased by 1. 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 The sun rose high into the sky, illuminating the battle-scarred and silent plain. Everything that had once called this place its home were either dead or were wise enough to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Not that staying silent did much to hide the creatures that called this place their home from me. Everything I thought worth targeting had learned that firsthand. Shortly after I'd begun my full-scale assault, the Grimm of the Plains had come together, presenting a united front against me. Those capable of flight had taken to the air and tried to swarm me, whilst those restricted to the land around us had organized quickly. Through a series of echoing cries, they'd gathered until the sheer quantity of them seemed to hide the ground beneath them, and then they'd attack as one. The wings of the Rooks conjured up storms, while the jaws of the creatures beneath me unleashed waves of furious power. When a convocation of Rooks managed to force me closer to the ground, the gathered creatures leapt for me and tried to tear me apart. A pride of Nemeans, a quiver of basilisks, a sounder of Kaladins, even a cast of Karkinos that seemed to bubble up from the river and form suits of living armor for the mightiest creatures. As the night deepened, a parliament of Strix arrived to aid in the battle, armed with what I briefly thought were nets of barbed wire, until I spotted the clutter of Arachne skulking in the distance. The Avian Grimm took to performing sweeping formations with the webbing held between them, trying to herd me where they wanted. With the sheer number of creatures gathered beneath me 2 weeks ago, before conquest and everything else, I'd have been certain I was a dead man. A week ago, I'd probably have focused on escape. 2 hours ago, I'd have probably thought I was facing long odds indeed. But things change, especially in time, and my new skills helped see me through. I held nothing back as I fought, shedding power at a pace that would have been reckless for anyone else, pushing myself far beyond my previous limits. I fought far beyond even what the breadth of my aura should have allowed, and kept going without a care, because things were different now. I was different now, in ways that weren't easy to point out or describe, but which were now as much a part of me as my beating heart. The first, at once obvious and subtle, was the change in my aura, and how every bit of it seemed filled to the brim with power. It went beyond the increase to my MP capacity, beyond the normal feeling of power an aura conferred. My aura had been altered on a fundamental level, and it was a change in substance, rather than size. It was, perhaps, the greatest of my new skills. Humilitas passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The quality and purity of spirit that comes not of thinking less of oneself, but of thinking of oneself less. This ability represents the quiet humility that surpasses even the most ostentatious displays of pride. The skill denotes an enhancement and refinement of one's aura, such that it is capable of producing and supplying a greater amount of energy per unit. Reduce the MP cost of all skills by 50%. Above and beyond the increase granted by my increased MP, the reduction in price had changed the game. All my persistence skills had adjusted automatically, but this opened up new options for me. For skills like my acceleration, where I could increase the effect by adjusting the cost. Well, having the price opened up plenty of new resources for me to play with. And there was more, as my new skills combined to form a greater whole. Industria passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The effort and passion that succeeds where sloth might make one falter. This ability represents an inherent quality of persistence within the aura of its wielder. As a result of this skill, the aura of the user displays a natural integrity that allows it to better retain its structure over a period of time. Skills possessing a duration last twice as long as normal. Skills which require upkeep over time now double the length of time between payments. Armed and empowered by my new abilities, I threw myself into the fray. By having the base cost and doubling the time between payments, I was effectively paying only a fourth of the initial cost per minute, which further freed up resources for me to make use of. Add to that the simple increase in MP that went with increasing my intelligence, and, well, I found myself easily accelerating to speeds I'd only briefly touched during the battle against Conquest, even after improving my aura as well. Furthermore, all my persistent skills, most of which had a negligible cost to begin with, were reduced to only a vague strain upon my power, even as my increased INT and new skills improved their power. Between the improvements Humilitas and Industria gave my skills, I was more lethal than ever. My speed swelled as the cost of my attacks shrank, and I unleashed magic missile after magic missile at everything that got in my way. It was a testament to the might of the Grimm, then, that it took me the entire night and much of the following morning to defeat the horde arrayed against me. Despite the time it had taken, however, those who faced me died, a fact that those that watched from beyond my decided upon range must have realized, because they simply waited and observed, red eyes intelligent and aware, even as the last of my enemies fell and leaving quietly as the battle drew to a close. I considered pursuing, but I could already tell that they were headed for a more advantageous position, more Grimm gathering in a dark line over the horizon in a mass that dwarfed even the one I had just faced. Behind the line, I could already see movement as the Grimm prepared for another round and another attack. It was a grim reminder that however many Grimm we slew, There were always more. I'd stayed close to my initial position, focused on clearing my 10-kilometer sphere, but what were 10 kilometers to creatures that owned this world? They ruled almost the entirety of every continent, dominated the seas, reigned freely in the skies above our heads and the earth beneath our feet. For now, closing my eyes with a smile, I let myself fall to earth, hands falling to my sides. Adam, I spoke, letting Levant carry the words even as I began to collect the items my defeated enemies had dropped. You ready to leave? We have business in town later today. Wouldn't mind taking a shower, he admitted as he stared into the distance, towards the approaching line. He'd stayed close at my command, remaining where I could heal and restore him as needed while also wading into the fray. Putting his improved stats to use, he'd slaughtered the lesser Grimm with the ease of a master huntsman and worked with me to deal crippling blows to the stronger creatures as opportunities presented themselves. He'd come a long way in just a few days, especially with an equal division of experience. The beast. LV82. Adam Taurus. I wouldn't mind you taking a shower, I answered, making myself sound disgusted. You reek, Adam. I tell you how much so, but most of the analogies would be racist and I don't want to injure your delicate sensibilities. Did any of these Grimm drop something you can go fuck yourself with? He asked. And you smell like shit, too. That's where you're wrong, I stated lazily, clicking a nail against my armored hide. I don't sweat when I don't want to, because I have heat vents to do stuff like that for me. Add in some help from my elemental friends to clean me up and I smell wonderful, as usual. So while you waste time doing stuff like bathing, I'll be doing something of value with my life. Speaking of which, when are you going to stop wasting time, Adam? Piss off, Adam snorted, lifting his shirt to wipe away the sweat dripping from his face, proving my point. Let's just go before those Grimm start sandwiching us. I lifted an eyebrow at that. Do you mean in an anthropophagic sense? I asked. Or is there something you want to tell me about? Either or, he replied. While you were fucking with those birds, a pair of Nemeans followed the smell of badass right to me. Things got kind of awful for a bit when they flanked me before I knew what was going on. They were the bread and I was the meat. Oh, that, I nodded. Yeah, I saw it, but I knew you could handle it. Thanks for the help. Then, he rolled his eyes. Hey, someone had to distract the rest of the army, I answered with a smirk and a shrug. And I healed you afterwards, didn't I? He grunted, casting another glance towards the approaching army. Also, I continued. Anthropophagic means people eater. I know what it fucking means, he lied with a scoff, making me smirk. If you say so, I answered. Hey, maybe a trip to Haven would be good for you. You never did finish school, did you? Neither did you, he answered. Yeah, but I went a lot further. You were, what, a primary school dropout? I asked. He showed me the middle finger of each hand, waving them back and forth for emphasis. Will they stop after we leave? He asked, nodding towards the monsters without lowering his hands. Or do you think they're feeling motivated? We're about to find out, I replied with my arms full of books and masks. If they look like they'll keep going towards Mistral, we'll just prolong our trip to walk up and down some asses. But I'm pretty sure they'll stop when we vanish. He nodded without questioning me, waiting patiently until I'd stored my rewards and then following me as I began to walk away. Just in case, it was probably a good idea to take the long way home. Adam and I moved quickly, far more quickly than before, now that Adam's speed had been so improved and stayed out of sight, hidden underneath my illusions. Just to be on the safe side, we spent several hours watching the Grimm, making sure they didn't show any signs of heading towards Mistral, which they thankfully didn't. The dynamic of the planes had changed, however, and those that remained moved carefully and in groups. Not simply groups of the same species, either, but what were almost teams of creatures. Avi and Grimm watched from above while serpents and arachnids crawled over massive Nemean forms, keeping a lookout with an array of different senses. It was an interesting tactic, especially since none of these creatures had actually fought against us. This was all learned behavior, but, more than that, it was stuff they'd managed to pick up just by watching us from a distance. It was to be expected, I supposed. Grimm as massive as these creatures couldn't be anything but intelligent enough, in fact, that they could probably make the connection between humanoid attackers and the nearby human city, which was why I watched them as carefully as I did, but nothing came of it. I chose to accept that as a good thing for the time being, odd as the behavior was. As we kept an eye on them, however, I took the chance to look through the rewards I'd taken from my fallen foes. You have obtained the item Maz. You have obtained the scalebook Sapphire and Hide. You have obtained the scalebook Claws of Regulus. You have obtained the item Garuda. You have obtained the scalebook Bane of the Prometheans. You have obtained the scalebook Flight of the Vimana. You have obtained the item Azteca. You have obtained the scalebook Shedding of the Serpent Skin. You have obtained the scalebook Gorgon. You look happy, Adam noted, sitting on a rock I'd drawn from the earth. That everything? I cast my gaze across the masks and texts I'd obtained as they floated in a loose circle around me. More or less, I replied. A few pieces of equipment, too, but I shrugged. Just in case, I flipped the books open and flipped through the pages rapidly, making sure I got a glimpse of each page. Then, one by one, I devoured the texts and took a deep breath as windows notifying me of my new skills appeared. Even without the windows, I felt the knowledge settle into my mind and felt as certain of my new skills as I was of my ability to walk. All that left was the masks. Everything but the arachne and the strix. Huh? Adam mused, looking between them. No Neith showed up, I answered with a shrug. And I didn't see an Asclepius, either. Maybe next time. Adam snorted as I slowly drew mask after mask from my inventory, until the entirety of my collection floated around me in a wide circle. I'd collected a fair number of the things since I'd begun all those months ago, but most I'd never worn, partially because I was usually able to rely on one of the stronger masks when I chose to wear one. But more than that, I was just uncertain, worried, even not of what the masks could do to me. Personally, I had plenty of faith in my power's ability to keep me safe, but ever since I'd fought Conquest and learned of the power behind the Grimm, I'd been forced to wonder what were these masks. I'd wondered several times about the items created by my power and whether they were completely original creations or, like the skill books, had been modeled off things that had existed. The description of Kronos, the necklace I wore even now, tilted that towards the latter. But if that was the case, had these masks existed once? And if so, for what purpose? I couldn't be certain of exactly what effects they'd have if worn by a normal person, but close observation, careful consideration, and the possession of a fucking brain told me that anyone who put them on would probably regret it. But if they had been real, then, presumably, someone had put them on and likely experienced that firsthand. Given that the masks looked exactly like, well, Grimm masks, the implications of that were rather concerning. Could these masks be tied to the origins of the Grimm? It was worryingly easy to imagine those who put them on transforming into horrific monsters, but it didn't quite fit as the source of the Grimm unless, of course, there were a metric fuckton of masks and an endless supply of people stupid or unlucky enough to put them on. The Grimm could produce more of themselves. Hell, with Naraka, I could produce Grimm and in enormous quantities. Whatever was responsible for their creation, it couldn't be limited just to mask mishaps. But there had to be some connection, surely, or why were there so many connections? And thinking about that made me think about the quest I received so long ago to collect these masks. No, more than that, to collect every mask, and with a name like, what lies beneath what is hidden. On top of that, I wondered several times if completing that quest would lead me to understanding the origins of the Grimm, and it would be a damn lie to say I didn't want to know that. But to an extent, I already knew where the Grimm came from, namely, their asshole of a creator. And if this quest was leading me to him, that was a fight I wasn't sure I was ready for. In fact, this entire quest sort of reminded me of the lead up to an ungodly motherfucker of a bonus boss. Despite my power, reality didn't necessarily act like a game. But this was a quest my power had generated, and I had to beat at least one major example of every species of Grimm, apparently including the riders. So yeah, and, come to think of it, I hadn't gotten the quest after collecting my first Grimm mask, Lenore, but rather after I killed an Alphabia wolf. And that monster was the first time I'd noticed the odd behavior in the Grimm that I'd later associate with their maker. Maybe it was just me, but this felt like it was leading up to something bad. And powerful as the masks were, that made me worry. If the masks had existed in some sense before my power manufactured them, and if this quest to collect them was somehow tied to the creator of the Grimm, then what? It seemed safe to assume the maker would be aware of the mask's existence. In that case, could he sense them? Could he do something to them or the person who wore them? When I fought Conquest after getting infected, the mental effects of the disease had run headlong into the gamer's mind and splattered all over it, but that hadn't stopped Conquest from getting at me physically, transforming my body into a Pandora shell. I was pretty confident that none of the masks could get into my head, but they might not have to if the maker played his cards right. If it was as simple as attacking my body, I could escape my own flesh with my Hu, but it was something to keep in mind, if nothing else. On the other hand, I had another question, and one I'd been hesitant in experimenting with because of my other concerns. Just as I was now forced to consider what dangers might lie in the masks, I was also able to see the potential within them. They were Grimm masks, after all, and I'd recently come into the ability to transform myself in very grim ways. What would happen if I did that while wearing a Grimm mask? And even if it made no difference, with the power I now possessed, unlocking the full potential of some of the masks should be within my power. If I did that, who knows what I might find? New power, intimate knowledge of the Grimm, or maybe more. It was tempting as all hell to take a mask, put it on, and see what happened. It's just that there was also a chance of it being dangerous as all hell, too. A slim chance, perhaps, and probably a long-term one that wouldn't screw me over until the worst possible time, but I couldn't ignore the fact that I'd be playing with weapons that my archenemy not only knew far better than I did, but had probably fucking created it was worth at least some consideration testing, too, if I could do so safely, which sure as hell meant I wasn't going to do it with my best friend standing right there, so I put the masks away after another moment of observation. If some dark being chose to seize control of my body and turn it against me, that would kind of suck, but hey, I could manage. What I couldn't do was expose a friend to that type of danger just to satisfy my curiosity, especially when I could easily test this later, in the woods or the ocean or another dimension. So Adam drew out as I put the last of the masks back into my inventory. I assume you can't get constipated, so are you? What? Trying to create diamonds right now? I could, however, probably throw Adam down those friendship stairs Shawnee mentioned, or maybe a friendship cliff. He'd leveled up a lot recently. He could take it, no problem. It's called thought, I answered. You should try it sometime, Adam. I do every now and then, he replied easily. But I'm so strong, handsome, and talented that I keep losing sight of the fact that I'm smart, too. It's hard to juggle so many blessings. You wouldn't understand. Sounds rough, I acknowledge. But yeah, I really have no idea what that's like. Unlike some people, I can multitask. Speaking of which, the Grim Arc moving. It should be safe to go now. About fucking time. Adam stretched and rose from a seat. I thought about going to sleep, but I kept imagining myself waking up surrounded by nothing but hideous monsters and grim. Sleep is for the weak, I replied. Now hurry up. Tomorrow we scope out Haven. The games we play. Initiation. Bright and early the next morning, Adam and I were waiting in my grandmother's massive living room, watching the news as we waited for the rest of my family to wake up and come downstairs. Specifically, Adam was watching the news on the massive holographic display, listening to a reporter go on about statistics related to Haven, while I was looking out the window and parsing the signals that filled the sky. Despite the fact that the sun had only just risen, I could sense that Olivia was already getting prepared for her big day, and surprising, honestly, since worry and excitement had kept her up most of the night. Grandmother was stirring in her bed as well and would undoubtedly be down shortly, given all her files and papers were already stored neatly in her briefcase. The rest of my family would wake up a little later to bid Olivia good luck, though it was up in the air whether or not Indigo would be able to formulate intelligible sounds at 6 in the morning. Until then, however, there wasn't much to do but wait. I let Adam sleep after we got back, leaving him to rest and dream and do all that other stuff I generally avoided, and worked through the night within Naraka to get some last-minute training done. But now, as the deadline drew near, there was nothing to do except wait, and so I did. After a few minutes, Adam finished his bowl of cereal and set it down on the floor for Goo to drink from. Autumn circled him, growing into a large, pink blossom tree, a cherry tree, sort of, except eyeballs hung from it instead, retina instead of stems. They twitched and rolled in place, flickering towards anything that happened to move, but Adam had gotten used to it and so merely inclined his head and walked past her. So, Adam murmured as he came to stand beside me and rest his back against the wall, looking every bit the bodyguard he now officially was. How are we going to play this one? I glanced away from the skyline to look at my friend, quirking an eyebrow. You mean if we end up enrolling? I asked, knowing he was aware of the plan up to that point. Sure enough, he nodded at me. Yeah, he said. If we end up being students, John, you and I are way above that. Actually, a few days ago you'd have fit right in, I teased. I've seen a few students around your level. He scowled slightly at that. You know what I mean, he answered. I do, I confirmed, smiling easily. What about it? What about it? He repeated. It's a hunter academy. They'll want to test our strength. We'll fight Grim, each other, all that stuff. We'll have exams and homework, too, I chuckled. Don't worry about that, though. I understand you're not prepared for something like that, so I'll help you. That's not. He paused, thinking. Actually, to find help, I'll do all the homework. I gestured lazily. Should only take me a minute or so. Exam-wise, I'll just whisper the answer in your ear with Levant or take control of your pen. I know what your handwriting looks like. Don't worry about it. He nodded slowly, looking a touch relieved. There goes one pain in the ass, at least, he replied, relaxing a touch. But that's what I meant. If we end up fighting, either of us could crush anyone that gets in our way, but that might draw attention. What do you want me to do? I chuckled again. Do whatever you feel like doing, I answered. You're a professional and I trust your judgment. Yeah, but, he sighed. Playing with kids isn't really my area of expertise. Playing with kids? I laughed. You sound like an old man. You realize I'm the same age as those kids, right? You're too fucking weird to count as a kid. He shrugged as if that was that. Fair enough, I smirked. But honestly, it's probably not that different from what you're used to. He gave me an admirably skeptical look. I rather doubt that. Remember where we are, I chided as I shook my head. Even beyond the fact that Haven is a school for hunters, it's a school in Mistral. And like everything else in Mistral, it's pretty much run by the families. The people who graduate from it will work to protect the kingdom, of course, but there's more to it than that. He frowned for a moment before nodding slowly. It's about power, isn't it? He asked, catching on. Being a hunter means getting put on a fast track to power somewhere in Mistral's hierarchy and everyone knows it, I confirmed. More than that, however, the school itself is all about power. It's a proving ground of sorts. Most of the students there get their ways paid by sponsors of some kind and there's often more to it than that. Think of them like sports stars. A lot of them get contracts and deals, support for their families, paychecks, all that stuff. And I take it this all leads back to the families? He guessed. Doesn't everything in Mistral? I asked. A lot of it's done through proxy businesses, which is why you see a lot of hunters in commercial and on cereal boxes and stuff. But yeah, if you trace it back far enough, you'll find people in the families signing the checks. That's part of why the tournaments are such a big deal here. It gives people a chance to see prospective students in action before they start making sales pitches. And Haven is where all of them gather, Adam mused, nodding slowly to himself. I see. And these groups fight each other? Adam, I chided at once. We're all friends here and civilized men and women besides. He made a sound of understanding. Nothing that obvious, of course, he continued. We just lie, work against each other, make shows of power, and work to gather more. Now you get it. I nodded with a smile. It's more subtle than it sounds. Of course a lot of people probably don't realize that's even what's going on the surface. Most of it will just seem like fun and games and to a lot of people, that's all it is. But the students at Haven compete and are set against each other constantly. There are a lot of different factions within the school itself that vie for power and the faculty tends to step back and watch a lot to see how things shake out. It's one of the ways the families still compete with each other without seeming like they are, and gathering power around oneself is a very big deal, by design. You're right. He sighed. This does sound familiar. And I take it we're representing the Roma. You got it, I said with a wink. So don't worry about hiding your strength too much because here, power is everything. If we become students, the first thing we'll do is establish the pecking order and make our lives easier. Don't hurt anyone too bad, but otherwise, go crazy. Take on an entire team by yourself if you want. It doesn't matter if you draw some attention because as far as anyone that matters is concerned, we're advertising. Okay, he smiled slowly. Yeah, I can work with that. I assume that if any questions arise, grandmother will tell them to direct them towards someone who gives a fuck. I finished. All we have to do is keep from doing anything too alarming, and that's mostly for me to worry about. For you, just don't do anything that'll get you recognized as Adam Taurus. Is your semblance known? He shrugged a bit. Probably, he replied. It's a bit noticeable, so it might be best to err on the side of caution. It's not like I'd ever use it on a student. Anyway, I nodded in understanding. Shouldn't be an issue with your stats as high as they are now. Anyway, I told him. Everything else, well, between my glamour and the levels you gained, it should be hard to identify you. So don't worry about it. Got it, he answered. One more thing, though. The teams? I guessed, having thought about it myself. He nodded. From what I understand, hunters in training are separated into teams of 4 during their initiation, he said. That's how Raven said it worked at Beacon, at least. It's more or less the same here, I told him. I looked into it a bit, checked past records, did some reconnaissance while you were asleep, that type of thing. I've got a pretty good idea what to expect. I lifted a hand and a 3-dimensional image of the city appeared above it, along with a vast block of the ground beneath it, displaying the tunnels below. They went down almost as far as the buildings above ground went high, set in layers upon layers of reinforced material. They call it the labyrinth, I told him. It's a series of catacombs beneath the city that the rulers of Mistral used to use to well, do lots of horrible things to people that annoyed them. Now it's mostly used by Haven and a lot of the passageways are sealed, but there are openings even outside the city, allowing the Grimm inside. There's traps, too, and it's designed to be a maze where people wander until they run into a monster and die horribly, run into a trap and die horribly, or just get lost and die horribly. It's where Haven sends its initiates. Sounds fun, Adam answered dryly, lifting a hand to touch his horns. I assume there's a point to it? I nodded. From what grandmother said, there are several different ways in, but all the students are told to head towards the same place. I already scouted it all out. Of course I marked a massive room I've noticed on one of the lower levels. Here's where they'll probably put the checkpoint. The tunnels are designed so that the labyrinth's shape can be changed at any time and entire sections can be locked off entirely, but it doesn't look like anything to worry about and I can take us through the walls if needed. We'll get there first. And our teammates? He asked before catching himself. If we have to enroll, I mean, whoever arrives next. Probably, I shrugged. I have some friends who will be enrolling and I can rig the teams if we need to, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Adam frowned for a moment. I suppose not. Whoever arrives second should be decently strong, right? That's fine, I guess. Glad you agree. I smiled and then raised my voice, dismissing the field of silence I'd established with Levant. Good morning, sis. Less than an hour later, we stood at the gates of the ziggurat, positioned dead in the center of the city. It was a massive, solid structure that had lasted thousands of years and majestic in its own, worn way. Even before it had been an academy for hunters, it had been the heart of Mistral, or of the place that would eventually become Mistral. At least, back then, people had lived in the catacombs below, with the only way in or out through the fortress that was now called Haven. Although, in a way, it had still produced hunters, both those that fought Grimm and those who ventured out into the harsh lands around Mistral to bring back supplies. Eventually, as the population of the city grew, they began to expand the tunnels and eventually crawl to the surface, building a city above the ground. The hunters, those who protected and provided for the people below, had always ruled the city, but it was then that they first became kings and queens. Thanks to Mistral's geographical position, lava fields to the south, ice to the north, and seas to either side, life had been harsh for the people, but that same harshness had given them at least some respite from the Grimm, which had allowed them to grow strong. Having already dug so deeply beneath the city, they were one of the few nations of that time with access to metallurgy and dust, grasping hold of such resources long before any of the surrounding nations. In time, they expanded outwards, using that military power to crush their opponents, bringing what they could back to their homeland. In a time where most nations had been composed of roving hunter-gatherer societies, unable to ever sit down and truly mine the land for resources, Mistral's magic and steel had seized them control of this land. The rest, of course, was history. And now, here we stood, at the birthplace of the kingdom. It must have said something that even after thousands of years of war against men and monsters alike, Haven stood strong. We'd gotten in early by design, and while Olivia and grandmother had gone inside, Adam and I waited at the top of the stairs, giving me a chance to look at everyone who came in. I didn't recognize most of the faces, but I committed the names, levels, and titles to memory, observing them one after another. I glanced over backgrounds, gauged capabilities, and scanned each and every one of them with my many senses. Nothing too alarming stood out to me, though I noticed genetic defects here and minor health problems there. Most of the entrants had levels between 30 and 40, and I noted anyone who deviated from the norm, but didn't find what I was looking for. Nothing. Adam grunted under his breath after half an hour of watching students. He and I got our fair share of glances from the students as well as a few greetings, but most seemed to think we were older students keeping an eye on things. We nodded back at greetings and I gave directions when people asked, but most of the students seemed too preoccupied to engage either of us in conversation. It was just as well, I suppose. Most of these guys are the freshmen, I answered quietly. They're all nervous and most of them got here early, just in case. They had to bring all of their luggage, get their paperwork looked over, and now they're trying to find people they know and relax. Most of them probably aren't sure exactly what's going on, but the older students do. Initiation's not until tomorrow morning, so most of the older students probably won't arrive until later tonight. Then why are we here now, instead of later? Adam asked after a moment of annoyed silence, to which I shrugged a shoulder and smiled slightly. Partially to check out the freshmen, I replied. This gives me a chance to look them over and see if anyone else stands out, but mostly because Emerald and Mercury are freshmen, and given who they're working for, she might show up early. Adam finished. To make sure everything goes smoothly, I made a small sound of confirmation in the back of my throat as I watched a young woman scale the steps. Just as it was easy to separate the freshmen from the older students, it was simple enough to guess who had already made a name for themselves. Even without the higher levels, a number of the students had a confidence to them that said they were sure they were ready, while others nervously wondered if things would be okay. They just walked in feeling certain. It was sort of like what I felt, except that I was completely certain and a little bored. And I want to see if they gravitate towards anyone in particular. I nodded. She would know that Haven has 4-man teams, so there might be others. Found anyone like that yet? He asked with a tilt of his head. No, I answered, shaking mine. It might just be Mercury and Emerald. Then, getting 2 people on a team might be easier to manage than 4 students get sorted into pairs before and during initiation, and then pairs are made into teams afterwards. With the labyrinth the way it is. I shrugged. How are pairs made? Adam asked. Is it something she can rig? What kind of question is that? I rolled my eyes. You can rig just about anything in Mistral. It's just more difficult to rig some things than others. In this case, though, yeah, it's fairly easy to rig. Students are paired up beforehand according to their capabilities. I assume capabilities means money. In this case, money. I nodded. And deals between the people sponsoring them. Of course, in some ways, you could think of it as a low-budget version of an arranged marriage. 2 companies working together might have their respective students team up. In the case of heirs and important figures especially, such deals are seen to have a lot of weight, because teammates are expected to grow close and work together for years. So if 2 companies put their heirs together, it can often be taken as a sign of a future alliance. In Emerald and Mercury's case, that doesn't really apply. But all she'd need to do was have the companies behind them put down some money, make some announcements, and be done. Adam nodded slowly, seeming to understand. Is that what's going to happen to us? He asked. More or less, I answered. Grandmother is sponsoring us both and has a lot of power here, so she'll just lay down the law. What about the families? That's a bit more complicated, I sighed. Traditionally, the heirs of the families would all be on the same team. That's how it worked with grandmother's team, at least. There used to be this whole complex arrangement where the heads would try to have kids of roughly the same age, specifically to renew that alliance regularly, but, well, my mom kind of blew that plan all to hell. But you're about the same age as the other heirs, Adam noted. Covering a few age brackets is pretty easy when you have 8 kids, I shrugged. But yeah, I've noticed that, too. I'm not really the heir, but I figure there was some talk when I showed up in Mistral, especially since I met pretty much all the heirs my first night. If I was anything like a normal person and my family less dysfunctional, they probably would have arranged something. As it is now, I've got bigger things to worry about. I paused for a moment to consider it before chuckling. Although, I smiled and bumped a shoulder hard enough to jostle him in place. When you think about it, I guess you and I are part of an alliance ourselves, aren't we? The grandson of Jean Roma and the son of Raven Brennan. He grunted, sounding annoyed at either the bump or my words. Whatever, he said back. Where are these heirs? Then I raised a finger and then dropped it to point down the steps. Right over there, I answered. They arrived just a while ago. Oh, hey, a familiar voice shouted. Look who it is. I heard you were back in town. Turning my head so he'd know I was looking at him, I smiled at the foursome that was making their way up the stairs. I knew 3 of them, and even without the words floating above his head, I'd have been able to guess the identity of the 4th. Gianos, I said with a nod. Ulan, Melania, it's good to see all of you again. Then I turned towards the last of them, a pale, dark-haired boy with tan clothes. And you must be Itri, I smiled, inclining my head slightly. Gianos said you were busy the last time I was in town. A shame we didn't get to meet until now. I suppose it was, he murmured, looking me up and down. I saw your performance against Ms. Nikos. It was rather impressive. It's kind of you to say so. I smiled a bit wider. I was starting to feel a bit worried, since no one seemed to recognize me. I guess the people in the stands didn't get enough close-ups for me to be recognized on sight after so much time. That must be it. Gianos nodded with a yawn. Though you look a little different. Time will do that, I chuckled before glancing them over. You guys look a bit stronger now, too. The 17th Scourge, LV-42. Ulan Kagan, the glinting helm and driving spear, LV-41. Gianos Alexandria, Nymph's Shadow, LV-38. Melania Delphos, the Arrested Destiny, LV-42. Itri Barca. Thanks, Gianos replied, smiling before hanging his head in fake exhaustion. Man, but Gramps can be a slave driver when he wants to be. Well, but I guess I probably can't complain about stuff like that to Aroma. Huh? I guess, I answered with a shrug. My training really wasn't all that bad though. I'll take your word for it, he chuckled. I heard you're going to be in town for a while. Seems that way, I nodded. I had to leave because of family issues and that's why I'm back now. You going to Haven, then? He asked. I heard Gramps talk about you, but he didn't say anything about you going here. I've given it some thought, I admitted. I'm just waiting for something to make up my mind, you know. Better make it up fast. Initiation's tomorrow. The Alexandrian stretched. I told grandmother I'd decide before the end of the day. I nodded before glancing down the stairs. Emerald and Mercury had entered my sights and were slowly walking in the direction of the school, side by side. In response, I slipped my gaze across the city, making use of my vantage point as I searched. Any idea what you're looking for? Gianos asked as I paused. Maybe, I said with a slow nod, focusing completely on the words above the woman that caught my eye. Yeah, maybe. LV? Cinderfall. the games we play, accessories. I couldn't see her level, I realized with a touch of surprise. It wasn't a possibility I'd been unprepared for, admittedly, but that didn't stop it from being an alarming confirmation. After everything I'd heard, I'd figured that Cinder, as I now knew her, was a powerful and extremely well-connected person. Her level being high had been extremely likely under the circumstances. After all, her potential power was the entire reason I had cooked up this whole school scheme. But at level 86, it should have been within my power to see levels up to 137. The fact that I couldn't see her put her on a very exclusive list of extremely dangerous people. Worse, the fact that all I saw were question marks meant I couldn't be certain how high her level was. It only told me the minimum. After all, the list of people I couldn't see still covered a large breadth of power, like Osborne, Raven, and my grandmother. Without being able to observe her or see her level, I couldn't be certain precisely how dangerous she was. No wonder Raven had been so cautious. At once, the world began to slow even further around me, buying me time to think, making the movement of the crowd around me sluggish. Moving this fast, I could close the distance between us in an instant, leap from the top of the stairs to the street below and rush full speed through the city. But I entertained that thought for only a moment. No, as expected, there were no easy solutions to this problem. I couldn't say I had much hope of this being a minor problem, but this confirmed that we couldn't ignore her or allow her to move freely. Someone with power like hers could easily wreck cities if left unchecked, and we had no idea what she was plotting. We'd need to continue approaching this matter with caution and handle it with care. I couldn't do that acting blindly, however, so I immediately focused the entirety of my senses upon her, revealing her in a multitude of colors and sensations. The first thing I noticed was that her clothes were woven with dust, primarily red dust, and I made note of the fact that she was likely a skilled fire user. The clothes themselves were well made, handmade, in fact, and all signs pointed to it being her hands that had done it. It was an interesting choice. Sewing dust into cloth was an ancient art and one that had largely been cast aside. I could do it with my dust weaver, but I usually prefer to use dust eater instead. Dust clothing could be used more frequently than either using it in its crystal form or taking it into your body directly, while also being safer to use and easier to control. But as with everything, there were trade-offs. Though it was easier to control and use, it was hard to match the power of more direct means. It wasn't as versatile as the cartridge or crystal forms, either, depending entirely on what you wove in advance, and, once used, it was a timely process to weave new cloth, to say nothing of the skill required to do so. Much as Dust Eater's wild power and physical dangers had eventually seen it shuffled out of popular use, Dust Weaver had been all but forgotten with the rise of simpler means. I could count the number of dust-woven clothes I'd seen on one hand and have fingers left over. But then, I've never seen anything like Cinder's either. Complex patterns were embroidered into her dress, forming arrays I knew would come to life at the touch of her aura. All the clothes I'd seen had, at best, simple patterns to the cloth, while Cinder's had configuration set into it meant to. I honestly didn't know what they were for. I myself had chosen Dust Eater over Dust Weaver, since I didn't need dust to manipulate the elements. Instead, I'd favored bold displays of massive power, even if they weren't long-lived. The consequences to my body had never been a major concern of mine, and I could heal whatever occurred, so I'd rather spend a moment feeling like I was burning alive and release a conflagration than waste time sewing clothes that let me do stuff I could already do. But the patterns in her clothes, though, they seemed like reactions waiting to happen. It was like opening up some foreign machine to peer at the wiring inside, but I felt like if her aura powered and completed the circuit, it would cause something to occur. It was like a program, I thought as I considered it. She wrote the lines into her dress beforehand, and then, when the moment was right, all it took was the press of a button to make the magic happen. It might not unleash the sheer devastation Dust Eater could, but sometimes it was less about how much power you had and more about how you used it. If you took half, or a quarter, or a tenth of the power I could unleash with a red dust crystal, focused all that power into an area as thick as a pencil or even a thread, and aimed it at the center of somebody's head, it wouldn't be as flashy, but they'd still die. And she had a lot of patterns written into that dress of hers. Input aura, output immolation. I memorized the patterns and made notes to figure out what they could do later. Observe told me a fair bit when targeted at the dress instead of the woman wearing it, but it was vague about the end results, probably because it was dependent on the wearer's power. I'd make drawings of it, hand them to Raven and grandmother, and see what we could find. If that didn't work, I'd practice my own weaving and try to make my own. But though she was dressed to kill or at least commit arson, her clothes were just a weapon, like a gun or a sword. Though power illuminated the fabric as if someone had written upon it in flames, It was the woman who wielded it that was truly dangerous, just like with any other huntsman or huntress. Filling away my notes on her dress, I took a closer look at what was beneath it. Cycling through my senses, I gave her a complete medical checkup from most of a kilometer away and deemed her fit for just about anything. A startlingly small number of past injuries for someone of her level implied that she had a preference for longer ranges or else was a lot better at hurting people than they were at hurting her. After making sure she had no diseases or noteworthy medical issues, I checked to confirm there were no signs of conquest or the Red Rider in her body. As I did with everyone I met, cycled on and paused. In the upper end of the electromagnetic spectrum, her body glowed with markings like the ones that had been on her dress. They were like tattoos, almost, somehow luminous even though they were pitch black, and set in complex patterns similar to the ones on her dress. My first thought was that perhaps she did a little dust eating of her own, but as I cycled lower in the spectrum and checked her over again, I didn't see any traces of that, nor any sign of dust inside her body. In fact, now that I was looking for it, I noticed a complete lack of dust in her body, even though she obviously worked in close proximity to the stuff. If nothing else, it should leave traces on her from exposure, inhalation, smears on her fingers and skin that were invisible to the naked eye but not to mine. But she was clean, at least under visible light. At higher frequencies, however, I could see the marks, just like the ones on her dress, maybe even exactly like the ones on her dress or at least on older dresses, now soaked into her skin like ink. Well, I thought, that's odd. In fact, though I'd scanned literally thousands of people, I've never seen anything like it before. But I had seen my share of weirdness and some of it stood out more than others. It could be her semblance or something related to it. It could be some advanced use of dust even I didn't know about. But if it wasn't either of those, then time returned to normal and Keanu's finished blinking beside me. Well, he asked. What is it? I shrugged at him and smiled easily, as if nothing had happened because to him, nothing perceivable had. I was just worried I'd get bored. You know, I replied. I mean, school is pretty boring in and of itself, but you add on the rules and stuff. I shook my head. It just felt like going to school would mean leaving a lot behind. God, do I know, Keanu droned, shaking his head. Not to imply that I was anything but an angel during my free time, but I feel like the whole adult supervision thing is going to get old, especially on Friday nights. Ulan gave a grunt that carried agreement and Adam looked him over, apparently recognizing a speaker of his native tongue. Pretty much, I agreed, though we probably had different priorities on this front. Nothing against the school itself, but I sometimes feel like there might be better uses of my time. I made some new friends I've been hanging out with lately. Speaking of, I smacked Adam's chest with the back of my hand, making him release a grunt of annoyance that caused Ulan to glance over in turn. This is my friend Adam, I introduced. We Pinky swore that we'd be best friends forever and here we are. Pinky swears are serious business. Keanu's nodded in understanding before inclining his head towards my friend. Sup, man? You going to Haven? If he goes, I go, Adam answered flatly, tilting his head my way. Keanu's raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded, seeming to catch on. Already recruiting, huh? He asked. Something like that, I answered with a chuck. Let's just say he impressed me and leave it at that. Oh? Keanu's raised an eyebrow. Are you strong then, Adam? I'm the second strongest person here, he stated without any emphasis whatsoever. I smiled a bit at the resulting silence, watching as my friends looked him over. Adam stared right through them, the brown eyes I'd given him staring past them through his sunglasses, drawing things out. Itri's brow furrowed in consideration. Keanu's raised an eyebrow in challenge. Ulan simply turned his attention towards him more fully, and Melania was looking at her scroll and ignoring the entire conversation. Keanu's, she said after a moment, tilting the device so he could see the screen. Keanu's glanced at the message telling the students where to meet for orientation and snorted. Sorry, John, he said. We've got to go. Hopefully we'll see you around some. Yeah, I said back, smile still bright. I hope so, too. See you, man. He waved back as he went in, while Melania and Ulan each gave me a nod. Itri watched us both as he followed, expression slightly puzzled, but was gone just as quickly. The area around us was promptly silenced and surrounded by an illusion. I found her, I told Adam. Adam blinked once before looking my way. You mean? Yeah, I answered. She's coming this way now. Name's Cinderfall. Well, thank God it's not ominous or anything, Adam muttered as he looked down the stairs. Chill, I commanded, nudging him with my elbow. I'll tell you when she's close enough for you to see her. He nodded and returned his gaze back to the front. Is it bad? He asked after a moment. I looked back down the stairs, watching her approach through the side of my face. I saw the black marks on her skin, all but one of them invisible to normal eyes. The only symbol that remained was the one on her back, a pair of black marks split straight down the center, with the shape of a heart in the middle. At least, that's what it looked like to the eyes of everyone else. To me, it was glowing like a dark sun, sending currents of power through the other markings. Yeah, I said, absently touching the sleeve of my shirt, beneath which the signs of my infection grew and shrank as my power made it ebb and flow in a cycle of metamorphosis and reconstruction. Maybe I was just imagining things or being paranoid, but it's pretty bad. You think she's a writer? Adam asked as we walked through the halls of Haven, keeping his voice a whisper. There was little point to it as I was keeping any sound from escaping the air around us, but I guess I couldn't fault his desire for caution under the circumstances. I don't know, I admitted. To be honest, I still have no idea what the writers are or what they're up to or anything. Conquest wasn't exactly forthcoming when it came to his secret plans or weaknesses. Bastard, my friend snorted. What about the grim thing you've got going on, then? Are you getting any weird vibes from it? I rolled up a sleeve to show him my arm, revealing the asymmetrical spread of black dots. Every now and then, small spikes rose from my skin and quivered briefly before retracting back into it as I fought the infection back down. Maybe, I mused. I'm not sure. I've been training my metamorphosis a lot lately, along with my healing, and it's weird. I've been experimenting, you see, testing how much I can change things, but in the process I've been getting a lot of weird sensations in my arm. The biology of the Grim is fucking weird as shit. I've noticed, he answered. I've cut open enough to see how strange they look inside. I nodded. They don't really have blood like we do. I began to elaborate. There's some liquid in there, but it's not part of any respiratory system because they don't have a respiratory system. Hell, they don't have anything like organs that I can find, not even brains. For all that, taking their heads off seems to kill them. Instead of true bones, parts of the red matter inside of them harden to provide structure, while other parts expand and contract to serve as muscles. But it's all made of the same stuff, when you get down to it, and I hesitate to call it organic even if it acts lifelike in some ways. I've compared the Grim to evil magical nanites a few times, and I think that might be the closest comparison. They're like machines built to adapt and learn and destroy, except they run on magic. Adam frowned, considering that as he looked at my constantly shifting flesh. Odd, he agreed. And your arm is like that? Sort of, I hedged. It isn't. The parts that are infected change to work more like the Grim, and as it does I start getting all sorts of odd feelings. The Grim don't have a nervous system anything like ours. I haven't seen anything like nerves at all, though they can obviously feel things, and the infected parts aren't really hooked into mine. Technically, I shouldn't be able to feel anything from them until the infection spreads far enough to compensate, but I do. I'm just not sure how to interpret it. I can make my arm move, control it, and detect some stuff from it, but it's all messed up. I don't know, and with the way I've been leveling it up, I keep finding new pieces of the puzzle. He nodded slowly at me words, accepting them without question even as he pondered the issue. But you feel something? He asked. When you look at her? I nodded to the first part of his question and then shook my head. Not really at her, I answered, but I've been feeling something for a while now. It could be her, or it could just be feedback from my messed up body. In my case, I have normal biology meshing with whatever the Grim have through the lens of the gamer's body. So, I shrugged. I'd left the infection within my body, wondering if it would provoke a reaction or alert me to anything odd. I knew the Grim could communicate with one another somehow and probably sense one another. It had been a long shot, but just in case I encountered another writer, I thought that maybe it might give me something, whether that was a reaction I could understand or one they could. If whoever I was suspicious of reacted with surprise or interest, I'd sense it, and that might be the heads up I needed. And yet Cinder hadn't so much as twitched, even when I let the infection spread up to my shoulder before reining it in. While I had no context for interpreting what I felt, Conquest cells had exchanged information via contact, so it was possible it just required me to get closer, but no, not yet. But we're going to assume it's something bad, right? Adam asked. Oh, yeah, I nodded empathically. Writer or not, it's definitely bad. I could see her level, which means she must be at least 50 levels above me. Adam whistled softly under his breath. That's bad. Alright, he agreed, looking at the halls around us before shaking his head. Damn, I've asked myself this a bunch of times, but what the hell is someone like her doing in a place like this? I have no idea, and that offends me on a personal level, I answered before reaching out through the winds. Yvonne's spirit drew itself from the air, forming an invisible shape in a nearby room, and it was through her lips that I continued speaking. Grandmother. She put down the glass she'd been twirling idly and rose from her chair in the meeting room with a muted flash of interest and excitement. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, she said before leaving the room without an explanation. As she stepped out of the meeting, Adam and I turned the corner and quickly went to her side as she continued walking, and without the slightest change in her posture or tone, she spoke. You found something, I presume? Her voice was steady, almost disinterested, presumably out of habit because I'd have notified her if we were being watched. Her name is Cinderfall, I answered the same way, holding up a hand. A small illusion of her appeared above my hand, rotating above my palm. 5'11", black hair, amber eyes. Her main weapon is her dress, which is woven with dust, primarily red but with trace elements of various others. Here are the designs I saw, but I am not an expert in this particular field, so I can't be certain of what they mean. If need be, I can practice it myself, but I was hoping you knew a few badass seamstresses. She glanced at the images as I highlighted the patterns in Cinder's dress, nodding sharply. I'll see what I can do, she answered. And what I can dig up about Miss Fall? How big of a threat is she? I took a slow breath, more to indicate that I was about to be the bearer of bad news than anything else, before changing the image to show the words I'd seen above her head. Or rather, what I hadn't seen. I couldn't see her level, I admitted. She might be as strong as you are, grandmother, maybe even stronger. She took a deep breath and growled slightly, and yet she slipped right in without anyone noticing. She said with a slight scowl, "Wonderful, just wonderful." "There's more," I said quietly. "There always is with you, Jaune." She snorted. "Out with it then." I altered the image again, revealing what I'd seen with my more in-depth scan, the networked arrays of black markings like invisible brands on her skin. "I saw this in the high end of the electromagnetic spectrum," I continued, "and after some consideration, I think there is an above-average chance of her being the host of a writer." At that, my grandmother stopped walking and closed her eyes for a moment. Her lips twitched into a brief rictus of fury before smoothing as she sighed. "That is horrible news," she said without opening her eyes, "though sadly not unexpected." "Is there anything we know yet?" "There were no traces of dust in her body," I answered promptly. "Despite the fact that the dress appears handmade and that she must have extensive experience with dust, there's no sign of it anywhere in her body. Instead, where I would expect to find it, I see those black markings, so I suspect that whether it's caused by a writer or something else relates to the usage of dust. Other than that, however, no." "It's too soon for me to say anything, grandmother." "Then I take it we'll be putting that plan of yours into motion?" she asked. "If there's even the chance that she's a writer, we can't leave her unsupervised," I replied. "And even if she wasn't, she'd still be too dangerous to ignore. She has too many connections, too much power, and with her operating out of a school for hunters, we need to know more. With that illusionist of hers, she can evade Raven and probably anyone else that we could put to the task." "Except for you," she stated. "Except for me," I agreed. "I can keep an eye on her and make sure nothing happens, and if something does, I'm our best chance at containing it long enough to organize a response." My grandmother sighed slightly, looking out one of the decorated windows as we walked past. "You're right, of course," she whispered tiredly. With all the thing you could be doing, going to school seems like such a waste." "Let's not go crazy here," I said with a smile. "You make it sound like I'll be here forever. I'm just here to keep the world from ending. Once Cinder stops being a threat, or once I'm able to deal with her in a better way, Adam and I are getting the fuck out of here, even if it means jumping out the first window we see." "Am I right, Adam?" "You are right, Jaune," he confirmed, breaking the silence he'd kept while my grandmother and I conversed. I chuckled a little and shrugged to my grandmother. "Just think of this as a brief display of power," I continued confidently. "No one in our family has been to Haven in a long while, so I'll stop by to check on things. I've spoken to Raven and made arrangements so that I can move quickly should anything come up, and if you need me for anything, I'll just skip a few days." She was quiet for a moment longer before nodding. "Then I'll see to it that you're both enrolled," she replied. "Perhaps the two of you should get to orientation." "Why bother when I can hear every word from here?" I asked a touch smugly. "After all, Adam doesn't give a shit about anything they have to say." "He's not wrong," Adam confirmed, making my grandmother roll her eyes. "Off with you both," she dismissed with a flick of her wrist. "I've business to attend to." The games we play. Initiative. In the end, we did go to orientation, if only to watch it from a distance. I did a head count of all the prospective students and noted what details I could, looking for signs of anything important. I told Adam that Cinder might have other allies at the school if she was using it as her base both among the students and the faculty. I observed the teachers and students one by one, which, though it didn't give me all the details, at least provided me with context for who they were as people. It gave me a rough idea of their skills, the basics of what motivated them, and often at least a word or two about who they were associated with, if only the companies sponsoring them. From those details and what I saw and overhead, I began piecing together the puzzle. I didn't have enough information to guess how the teams as a whole would turn out, but knowing how partners were decided, it was simple enough to guess what most of the pairs would be. Comparing how their powers worked together gave me a rough idea of who were likely to work work most effectively together, leaving out the human element. Of course, though given time, the teams would likely come together anyway. I noted a few that I thought had potential, but for the most part I just watched. Adam and I stayed apart from things, even when Headmistress Turchina finished her speech and the students began making beds for themselves on the floor of the hall. Tomorrow, we'd be students, but it wasn't technically official yet and I therefore felt no need to sleep on the ground. Adam and I withdrew to the roof instead and I let him rest while I stood watch over everything. While Mercury and Emerald slept beneath us, Cinder was already a student and went to her own room, but I made sure to keep track of her. Even so, the night was boring with nothing to do, but I wasted time watching the signals that filled the sky and toying with my new powers. And soon enough the sun rose. Adam, I said, and he woke at once to the sound of his name. Sitting up, he held out a hand and I gave him his sunglasses back wordlessly, which were actual sunglasses, as his mask was in my inventory. There was no point in carrying around something so easily recognized. Is it time? He asked. Soon, I answered. You can take a shower and get breakfast before we get to work, if you want. He did, and soon we were sitting side by side in the cafeteria. I was mainly just peeking at my food since I didn't get hungry, but it was a visible enough place to draw attention. So you decided to stick around after all? Gianos asked, taking the seat beside us. What made you decide to stay? I was tempted to tell the truth and say something about hot older women, but there was sadly the possibility that someone might make a connection down the line, so I kept it to myself and shrugged instead. Family stuff, I said, making a face. Duty, honor, etc. It's been a while since Aroma was at Mistral, so I'm doing my time. You make it sound like a prison, he replied. Which parts of it have been over the years, so fair enough. You all set to go? Not quite, I shook my head. Since it was a little last minute, Adam and I are still waiting on some stuff from home. School supplies, backups, and a few things that are important, like Autumn. Since Adam was going to be hiding his real semblance anyway, he'd agreed to pretend that he had a plant-related semblance, in this case, one tied to a particular rose. We'd either keep her close or in our room and explain any of Autumn's oddities as a result of the supposed power. They were weirder semblances, after all, such as mine, which had sort of created Autumn anyway. So yeah, making arrangements for Goo would take a bit longer, at least officially. Unofficially, he would come if I called, and there wasn't much anyone here could do about it. Nothing that'll get in the way during initiation, I hope. I'm not worried about it, I answered with a shrug. Adam and I will deal with it, no problem. So you two are officially partners, then? He asked, to which I nodded. That's cool. And I take it you and Melania are, too? I asked back, as if I wasn't already sure. Thankfully, he said, sighing as if relieved before jolting slightly. Wait, sorry. That probably came off as rude. You know about the team thing our families have going on, right? Yeah, I confirmed. My mom sort of broke it. There was a little talk of me fixing it, but I had other plans. Sorry. No problem, he dismissed. I was about to say I wasn't talking about you. It's just, with Aroma gone, there was an empty spot, you know? So there was a lot of talk about who was going to fill it, and for a long time, the answer looked like it was going to be Pyrrha, who's a badass and all, but, well, hates me, which would have been a little awkward. I can imagine. I nodded. But Melania's filling in instead? Yup. He nodded. Did anyone tell you the Pyrrha left? Well, she did, and it was kind of last minute. A lot of people wanted to take her place, have their kids take it. I mean, but there wasn't a lot of time. There were issues of trust, and Melania had proven herself repeatedly. Gramps agreed, and she tagged in. Then I take it Itri and Ulan are a pair, too? I asked. And you're going to team up? That's the plan. He nodded. No idea how that's gonna work out or what the hell they're gonna call us, but I guess you know how it is. What about you? You've got Adam or anyone else? Not yet, I answered with a smile and a shrug. Figured I'd use initiation to see what everyone was made of and choose whoever's best able to keep up. Oh, he wondered, raising an eyebrow. And how are you going to do that? By finishing in first place, of course, I stated frankly. How else? He hummed, peering at me. I suppose that's one way to pick a team. And if it's you, I don't doubt you can do it. You already know about the labyrinth? Scouted it out a while ago, I confirmed. Attaboy, he chuckled. You better get ready then. We'll be starting soon. I nodded once, listening to the faculty finish their preparations. I waited a few more minutes for Adam to finish his food and then rose. My friend followed me without a word, staying reserved in public. Once we turned our dishes in, however, I took us on a route through Haven that kept us away from most prying eyes. We were about to begin, so it was time for a few finishing touches. With a word, I drew up my status screen and looked it over contemplatively, considering my stats, my points, my options. I still had around 30 remaining from my last 6 levels, which I'd been slow to spend, primarily because I had several choices to make regarding their placement. Thanks to my training, my physical stats, my strength, dexterity, and vitality were all over 90, which meant that with the 30 points I had left, I could raise all 3 over 100 and reap the free skills they'd grant me, gaining a total of 9 skills in the process, something I'd need 20 more points to do with either intelligence or wisdom. My other options. I knew full well how powerful powerful any of the skills I got from raising my stats could be, how much they could change the game, especially after synergizing with each other. If I could, for example, double the strength of my attacks and double my attack speed, the end result was a fourfold increase to my damage output. If I was twice as good at dodging and took only half the damage from any attack that landed, I would be far harder to kill. 9 skills could yield amazing results regardless of which stat they were in, and if my physical abilities synergized like my mental ones and played into the skills I already possessed in a number of ways, it was tempting. For 30 points instead of 50, I could get what appeared to be the same results as raising my intelligence or wisdom. But appearances could be deceiving, and the fact that I'd get 9 skills from either choice didn't necessarily them equal. There were other factors to consider, such as how improvement in my stats slowed as their values rose. That was as true of my physical stats as my mental ones, but at least in their case, I had ways to compensate. Even beyond the experience increase I received from understanding of the enlightened, I had things like acceleration, which could multiply the effective time I had to train myself. If understanding of the enlightened gave me what amounted to 3 times the experience I might normally get effectively making a day's work worth 3, then acceleration could easily turn that into effective weeks of training, especially if bolstered by things like temple. And in just the short time since I fought conquest and been able to focus on such things, I'd made major improvements. The knowledge that I was facing an unknown but probably horrific threat made me want to react, to spend all my points on something immediately tangible, but I held back, knowing it would be a waste. In at most a week or 2, my training would take my physical stats high enough to receive those skills naturally, and though having 9 skills right now would be nice, I wasn't in danger right this moment and could afford to wait on my physical abilities a bit longer. Better than to improve something not so easily raised. With it already over 200, making even marginal gains towards improving my intelligence would be difficult. I'd spend time in the library when I could and hopefully shave some time off by reading multiple books at once, but getting meaningful results would likely be the matter of weeks. My wisdom, however, well, I probably couldn't improve it at all, at least not the normal way. So that's what I put my points into. Not only because of the difficulty of improving it through other means, but because of the benefits of doing so. By raising my wisdom, I improved both the amount of experience I received and my MP regen, which itself allowed me to train even better. With this I would regenerate a little over 500 MP a second, 3 times that, so long as I kept my total MP low. With the cost reductions from my various skills, especially my new ones, as well as the improvements I could get from barriers like Temple and Sanctum Sanctorum, 30 points in wisdom would go a long way. Even now, I had time to prepare. I needed to use that time wisely, but that didn't mean rushing. In time, I'd get 9 skills from wisdom and 3 from each of my physical stats, and that was worth waiting for. Patience, after all, was a virtue. Taking a deep breath, I quirked an eyebrow at my friend. "Do you have any points left to spend?" I asked. "I just put 30 into wisdom." He shook his head. "I'm all set," he answered. "We ready?" "Almost," I said, reaching out to put a hand on his shoulder. At once, I laid an array of buffs over Adam just in case. He lifted a hand and flexed his fingers once before nodding sharply. "That arm of yours okay?" he asked, nodding towards the infection hidden beneath the sleeve of my shirt and an illusion beneath it. "Of course," I nodded. "It's nothing worth worrying about. I can keep it in check." One of my new skills improves my healing skills, as well as my buffs and stuff. Benevolentia passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The loving kindness that soothes the flames of wrath and mends that which it would destroy. This skill characterizes a natural tendency of one's aura that allows it to more easily mend wounds and reinforce the body, that those one loves will not perish. Double the effectiveness of all healing and support skills. "Then let's get this over with," he said with a sigh. Despite all my preparations and the fact that I knew it would be important in the months to come, initiation was kind of a letdown. In fairness, I was a bit overleveled, was bringing along my similarly overleveled friend, had completely mapped out the labyrinth beforehand, and had stacked an entire deck of cards in my favor, but still, when the time came, Adam and I each received notifications in our scrolls directing us towards a specific entrance to the tunnels below, found our places at the starting line, and waited until we were told to go. And then we went. Moving as fast as I could without losing Adam, I took us along my decided pathway. I guided us around what few traps we couldn't simply run through, and we moved with the speed of certainty. Periodically, we crossed paths with the creatures of Grimm that called this place their home, and said creatures proceeded to die. But other than that, there was little we couldn't simply move through. I suspected, backed by my awareness of the maze, that the entire test was probably designed so that it would get more difficult later on, once the initiates were all deep in the labyrinth and vulnerable to manipulations of the maze itself. At that point, those controlling the structure could use it to forcibly guide groups towards one another, as well as towards appropriate challenges that they'd be forced to work together to overcome. At this point in the exercise, however, they couldn't very well risk some pair of newbies running into a den of monsters and getting themselves killed, so the paths were more forgiving and more dangerous routes were locked off. So were the routes straight to the finish line, of course, but there were ways around that. End result, we reached our destination in less than a minute. When you already know exactly how to get where you're going, there's not much challenge to be had in getting through the maze. Several of the faculty were waiting for us there, looking at their scrolls as they monitored the progress of the students above. Most of the maze was monitored, and not just because of the test. As the labyrinth had once been home to the first people of Mistral, there were a fair number of places for, say, criminals to hide, and, Mistral being Mistral, there had always been quite a few of those running around. When the maze came under Haven's rule shortly after the families seized power, the labyrinth had been thoroughly purged of all within it. That is to say, everyone who had tried to oppose the family's rise to power through what were deemed criminal means and had fled the streets above, thinking they'd be safe beneath. They'd been wrong. In order to survive the harshness of Remnant, the people who'd built the labyrinth had made sure that it was as dangerous to their enemies as it was safe for their allies. If you knew how, it was easy to turn the place into a death trap for the unwary and unprepared. The families descended from Mistral's ancient rulers knew their way around the place, and, well, the Civil War, especially so soon after the Great War, had caused tremendous damage, both through the fighting itself and through the general despair that war was wont to cause. The constant onslaught of the Grim was something no one wanted to see repeated, and therefore anything likely to repeat it, such as conflict and murder and so on, had been dealt with quickly and decisively. Which is to say, everyone who considered trying to start a fight either died here where their screams wouldn't be heard by anyone who mattered, or else had been forced outside the walls and left to feed the Grim instead. Given the size of this room, a fair number of people had probably died right here, in fact, and now it was being used to promote the power of the people who'd done said killing. I'm sure the irony of that had tickled somebody. Hello? One of the teachers, an elderly man with startlingly bright blue eyes named Mr. Himmel, asked us as we walked in, looking confused. Is something wrong? He'd probably thought that we were upperclassmen, sent down to help with something or to deliver a message. Nope, I answered with a smile. We just finished. Has anything interesting happened yet? The teacher paused, blinking. He glanced down at the screen of his scroll for a moment, furrowed his eyebrows with a touch of disbelief, and then lifted his eyes back to us. Who are you again? Jaune Arc, I supplied before nodding my head towards my friend. And Adam Knossos. Arc and Knossos, he repeated, frowning lightly as he flipped through his scroll and brought up our files. They were full of lies, especially Adam's, but as always, there was enough truth to it that it should have been convincing. The Knossos had been a branch family of the Alexandria and Roma families for over 1,000 years, which was a nice way to say that it had been used to smuggle or marry promising personnel into Mistral back when such a thing mattered in Mistral's imperial days, mostly ever since Chrysander Knossos had awakened with a semblance capable of transmuting gold. It had been used to bring in valuable talents quickly. Anyone who did enough digging would find, to their complete lack of surprise, that he wasn't actually a Knossos, and even more digging would probably reveal a fair amount of well-hidden, scandalous information that was complete balderdash. From what grandmother had told me, he was the bastard son of someone or other and a Bulfanis, had a record of some kind, and various other things. The idea wasn't to keep him from looking suspicious, because anyone even vaguely associated with the families was suspicious by default. Instead, his background was to make him look convincingly suspicious, like the type of person who had something to hide and enough skill to make it worth someone else's while. It should serve as another layer of protection to keep anyone from connecting him to Adam Taurus. Though as for his first name, well, he'd asked and I'd allowed it. Adam was a common enough name and I'd rather he keep it than mess up when I called him by a fake name. Details like that can be tricky. Wow, Mr. Himmel said again, staring at his screen. You boys hauled ass. Why even bother if you're not going to go for first place? I asked. How do we pick our teammates? Himmel pursed his lips, still staring at the screen. It seemed to take him a moment to remember to answer. He said. Well, usually teams get formed in the maze. Groups form to deal with larger threats. Knew it, I thought. Maybe you should have used a harder maze then, Adam answered with a snort, crossing his arms. Maybe so, Himmel replied, sounding bemused. Do you want us to go back for someone? I asked, focusing on the issue at hand. I noticed a few teams we could meet up with. No need, he answered, shaking his head. I said usually, not always. Pairs making it here alone isn't uncommon, it's just they usually take a little longer to get here. I supplied. Just a bit, he agreed, shaking his head as he closed his scroll. He lifted a hand to his chin to look us both over, musing. Besides, I get the feeling that sending you back for someone would be like giving them a free pass. So you're Isabel's boy, eh? I'm her son. Yeah, I replied. You knew her? A long time ago, he muttered, squinting at me. Saw your sisters a few times. Guess I should just be glad you didn't blow a path right through the labyrinth. I thought about it, not gonna lie, I answered, smiling widely. But I didn't want to damage the antiques. He snorted out a quick laugh, but lifted a finger. You've got your grandmother's mouth, I see, he said. Be careful with it, though not everyone's as tolerant of sass as I am, boy. A lot of your seniors are little princesses on the inside and you might hurt their delicate sensibilities. I'll manage, sir, I answered. I'll try to be polite, too, but there's no helping Adam here. Whereas I was raised by wolves, he was brought up by more savage creatures and is rather lacking in the social graces. Why do you look so old, Mr. Adam supplied helpfully, just to prove my point. Hennel squinted at him. Because I'm old as balls, kid, he answered with a gravelly voice before jerking his head at one of the long tables set in the hall. Go take a seat. What about our team? I asked. I was hoping to meet whoever got second place. It'll be a while before anyone else arrives. He snorted. We'll need to pick somebody suitable to be on your team, too. I hope you understand this is going to be a pain in my ass, boys. Sorry, I answered with a smile and a shrug. He snorted again and jerked the head at the various screens positioned around the room. Feel free to watch your fellow classmates run in circles, he said. Think of it as a reward for getting here early, because there's nothing I can do to keep you from looking and I don't actually give a fuck anyway. Even before he spoke, I was letting my senses flow up through the stone around us. I could feel all the others, moving through the darkness and the danger with caution instead of certainty and moving slowly because of it. The tunnels beneath Mistral were elaborate, but not so much that someone with the right training couldn't get through it quickly, if they knew the way. But they didn't, nor were they entirely sure what to expect from a place that filled Mistral's horror stories. It would take them time to find the right paths, to say nothing of the dangers they'd face doing so. The examiners, who were already whispering about Adam and I, would monitor how they performed and keep track of the skills they displayed, so as to better train them down the line. They were watching every move they made and adjusting their plans accordingly. And so was I. Thanks, I answered, already wondering how much I could do from here without being noticed and how much I actually would. It'll be nice to see my fellow students in action. The games we play. Dungeon. In the process of observing and cataloging the entire freshman year, I'd noted several that had stood out, both as individuals and as teams. The first, of course, had been the heirs, the friends I'd made on my last trip to Mistral. Beyond having all received specialized training, they were important in other ways, both because of who they'd one day be and because of who might target them for that fact. Without any idea of Cinder's true intentions, I had no real way of knowing who she might target, but given who they were, well, I resolved to keep an eye on my friends, just in case. They were the first people I'd started watching, but they weren't the only ones. Several others had drawn my eye, for a number of reasons. A few had useful skills and semblances, while others stood out from the pack for their overall power. As my power reached up through the walls of stone, I sensed that two of the people I'd noted had already made it to the second level of the labyrinth, and focused my attention on them briefly, confirming that they were a pair. This monkey's gone to heaven. LV-44 Sun Wukong, who dashes against the stones. LV-41 Neptune Vasilius. The first Sunday Wukong was a monkey faunus that, according to his profile, had moved to Mistral from Vaco. He and his partner, a native named Neptune, had either stumbled upon or been led to a nest of rat kings, and the unusually large rodents skittered towards them with murderous chittering. Though they tended to gather into large groups with plagues of hundreds having been reported, they were only about the size of large dogs, which made them small for Grimm, though it still meant they were more than large enough to eat someone alive, as they were wont to do to the unwary. It seemed pretty unlikely that that would happen here, however, as the two seemed to have things well in hand, which wasn't surprising given their levels. I'd first noticed Sunday primarily because his level stood out from the others, placing him above even Ulan and Itri, and more through observation had revealed several things of interest. For example, his weapons of choice were a pair of shotgun nunchaku that could be linked together into a bow staff, which I'd thought was an odd choice, though it wasn't uncommon for hunters in training to buy or inherit weapons such as I did with Crocia, more as it was more common for them to build their own, creating something they knew inside out and which matched their specific fighting style. While the incorporation of long-range weapons was standard, for use against flying opponents like the Nevermore, I'd been a little surprised to note that his shotguns were built directly into his nunchaku. I assumed the training to use that weapon had been interesting. Nonetheless, train he obviously had, as he was quite skilled in their use. Each swing of the nunchaku was punctuated by a gunshot that, despite the speed of the swings, tore into the ground with brutal accuracy. Beside him, Neptune cut loose with an advanced-looking gun, blasting Rat Kings with electrified blasts of energy. Like his partner, he used an interesting weapon, an energy gun that turned into a beam-edged guandao that could split into a trident. I'd figured as much from watching them before, but the two obviously had a fair amount of experience working together. They steadily reduced the Grimm's numbers with calm, focused attacks at range, that left no openings between them, switching over to melee only when the sheer number of their enemies allowed them to push forward against the tide. When that happened, Neptune strode forward with his guandao and kept them back with wide, shocking swings that made the horde pause. As they did, Sun clasped his hands together in a sign and a glowing figure appeared to either side of him and his hair and tail began to glow. The two figures dashed forward past Neptune, diving into the fray and exploding in the midst of the rodents. Neptune had already pulled his goggles down to shield his eyes and kept firing through it all, picking off any of the creatures who'd survived. A few seconds later, the fight was won and I pondered the results. Having read his profile, I'd already known Sun had clones, but seeing it in action had revealed a great deal more about it. Blake had also used clones, but as with all semblances, there were details that set them apart. Blake's shadow created very short-lived clones that could be dispelled with a hit and could only exist close to their creator. As a result, she used them defensively and strategically, leaving them to take hits while she dodged, to distract an enemy, or even to make her more maneuverable. Sun's semblance, amusingly named Sun, could create clones that could venture further from his body and manifest a number of effects besides explosions. But at the cost of leaving him immobile while using it. It was something that had to be used carefully, though it could be powerful if done well. It was a topic I'd gotten a bit interested in since I'd obtained the skill shedding of the serpent skin. While it didn't allow me to create clones, per se, the movement technique allowed me to leave behind very brief afterimages of myself. I hadn't gotten much time to practice it and the skill only allowed short-range movement, but it was something I was looking forward to playing with when I had the time. Maybe because of that, a part of me toyed with the idea of teaming up with the two of them. If nothing else, they seemed nice. It would have been easy for me to arrange a meeting with them, a few subtle nudges to attract their attention and lead them in the right direction, and they'd make it to the end of the maze faster than they would otherwise, avoiding obstacles here and there. But because they seemed nice, I hesitated. It looked like they were already on their way towards another team, guided by the controllers of the labyrinth and... well, I knew I'd probably end up leaving Haven after a semester or two. At the rate I knew I could grow, I should have a solution to at least some of my problems by then, at which point it would be time for me to go, both for my sake and for the people I could help elsewhere. A part of me was already looking forward to leaving, but I couldn't help but feel a little bad for whoever I'd end up leaving behind when I broke up our team. Maybe I wouldn't need to, a part of me thought. Maybe after weeks or months, I'd get close enough to my teammates to reveal my secrets and then I'd be able to train them like I had Adam. In the end, maybe we could all leave together and I wouldn't have to break up anything. It was possible. But while possible, there was no way to know for sure. I had a lot of secrets nowadays and most of them weren't even mine to tell. More would put people close to me at risk or reveal things that would do nothing but cause people pain in the long run. I toyed with the idea of training others like I'd trained Adam. It would require revealing the secret of my power for all the world to see, and that was something I'd done my best to keep hidden. But if I trained people the same way I had Adam, over and over again, it might slow down my own progress, but with a few days of training I could make a fairly powerful hunter out of even a student. If I did it often enough, if I carefully directed how they spent their points, I might be able to succeed where the expedition to Jericho Falls had failed. Sure, dozens of hunters had failed and died there, but what if I went in with a few hundred? It'd take time, to be sure, but I could do it eventually. I couldn't be sure without getting close enough to see what I'd be up against, but it might even work. But I was smart enough to know that even if I won, most of the people I brought with me to that fight would die. Some would say that it would probably be worth the cost for a chance at the secrets hidden there. God knows the kingdoms had all sent countless people to their deaths for far less. But that didn't change the fact that I'd be sending people I knew, people I trained with, people I'd probably even come to think of as friends to their deaths, purely for a strategic advantage, and that was something I refused to do if there was an alternative. Too often in books and movies, people confuse making hard decisions with things that are actually stupid, unnecessary, and amoral. If it was the only way to save the world, I felt pretty sure I could sacrifice whatever I had to, because what is necessary is what's right by virtue of being the only thing you can actually do. But this stops being true the moment you have access to better options. I knew how much I could improve over time, how strong I could get. Better yet, I didn't intend to run in there and start a fair fight. I had Raven on my side in this, had her portals, and I could approach this from angles that others could not. If possible, I tried to get in without a fight at all, and if not, well, I was more than happy to stack the deck a mile high. Several dozen hunters had given their lives trying to fight the Grim in Jericho Falls. It seemed only logical to learn from their sacrifice. I didn't mind help. I was truly thankful that Adam had volunteered to come along, just because he was my friend, but Conquest had proven how easily the people around me could die. While, for whatever reason, the Grim wanted me alive, they didn't seem to mind destroying everything I cared about. I didn't plan to forget that. So, in the end, I did nothing and let the two continue on their way towards their future teammates, sighing quietly in my chair far beneath their feet. Stuff like this is why I spend so much time training. Being forced to sit still and do nothing reminded me of how depressing my situation was. In a lot of ways, I preferred knowing I was doing something to change that, to improve the odds and help make things better. Let it never be said that cool superpowers and giant explosions could lighten one's mood. Absently, I turned my attention a short ways down the maze, checking on Sunday and Neptune's future teammates. The two of them were also on my watch list, and I couldn't say I was all that surprised they were being paired together. It was a pretty good choice, all things considered. The pair was composed of a dark-skinned young man with green hair who was absently choking the life from a beowulf with his bare hands, and a somewhat androgynous-looking boy with red hair that covered an eye. The mountain thrower, LV-45. Sage Agathir. The crowned and mirrored flower, LV-43. Scarlet Nastenka. I gave another small sigh and wished them luck before continuing my search. Hopefully, they'd all get along. Although I wondered what the hell they were going to name their team. Shaking my head, I moved on and continued my search elsewhere. On the other side of the labyrinth, Gianos and his future team were well on their way. I suppose that wasn't too surprising, though. Even ignoring the fact that they'd all probably been alerted to the nature of the test, getting them on a team together was important to the people in charge of the experiment. Instead of distracting them with the various threats of the maze, ensuring they crossed paths took precedence. Still, I suppose it didn't really matter. None of the politicking going on behind the scenes changed the fact that they were well equipped to handle pretty much anything they'd encounter within the maze. Melania's semblance allowed her to shroud an area in darkness, and while not the most devastating of semblances on its own, it worked well as part of a group. She seemed to be able to adjust it somehow so her allies could see through it, at least somewhat. It still reduced visibility for anyone within it, but while it might be like a blindfold for an enemy, it could be just a pair of sunglasses for an ally. Or, at least, that seemed to be what the ability's profile implied. I wasn't certain exactly how much she could adjust the visibility. Regardless, she'd obviously trained with Gianos for years, because he moved through the darkness as he would the day, using his power to tear apart the Grim that got in their path. Gianos himself was able to manipulate his own inertia in a variety of ways, with one application being to fuel it with his aura to keep from slowing down or to change directions. On an impact with the target, he could use that to drive right through a target without slowing down, limited only by the aura it required to stay in motion. While moving like that, he could maintain his top speed even while punching through walls, fly through the air, and literally splatter anything unfortunate enough to get in the way. And in Melania's darkness, that included a great deal of Grim. I watched him zigzag down the halls of the maze for a moment, peering through Melania's summoned shadows, and then shifted my attention down the path he was headed. Ulan and Itri were already moving towards him, and while they didn't seem to have as much experience working together as Gianos and Melania, they didn't seem to need it either. Itri's power was one that could work well with just about anyone's, adjusting the space around him by degrees to make it harder to move. In a way it was similar to my sister Olivia's, but it wasn't space he was manipulating. Rather, he seemed to be increasing the effects of friction and other forces within an area around himself, making it physically harder to move. Several of the Grim that tried to approach the pair seemed frozen still, while others were tearing their own flesh just to try and push towards them. In either case, Ulan decapitated them one by one as they passed, not even bothering to use his poisonous semblance. In fact, he didn't even bother walking quickly, simply matching his steps to Itri's as they cut a path. At the rate they were going, they'd meet up with Gianos and Melania in perhaps 15 minutes, and then they'd continue on their way together. Having confirmed they'd all be able to make it just fine and getting a rough idea of how they'd improved, I turned away and devoted only a small amount of my attention to them. Unless they ran into something major, they should be fine, and their powers worked fairly well together. Melania and Itri's semblances allowed them to blind and slow an opponent, opening them up to a debilitating blow from Ulan and leaving the target weakened so Gianos could end things. Against a lot of opponents, a combination like that would prove exceedingly dangerous, which had probably been a factor in the making of the team. Looking around for a bit, I noted a few others I'd made note of, whether because of their semblances, their weapons, or their levels. None of them appeared to be doing badly, but a number of them, of students in general, really seemed to be struggling with their partners. Not all of them were lucky enough to have known and worked with their partners beforehand, just as not all were lucky enough to have had sponsors to arrange things behind the screens. Although, even among those who did, there seemed to be spots of trouble. Few had semblances that would mesh without effort. Fewer had personalities that would do so. That would fade with training and time, I was sure, but for their first day I suppose it was to be expected. Still, it was a bit sad to see some of them lag behind for the moment. There'd been a young man with an interesting power to imbue weapons with certain artifacts, and they'd been partnered with a long-range dust user. When they found the other members of their team, both would likely shine, but I'd hoped to see the power in action. Oh well. Sighing quietly to myself, I returned my attention to the pair closest to us, to Emerald and Mercury, who were obviously holding back and just as obviously waltzing through the maze despite it. It was easy to see that they weren't so much concerned with drawing attention as with drawing the wrong kinds of attention, just like Adam and I. Neither seemed to be using their semblances at the moment, but that just gave me a chance to see their skills with weapons. Emerald apparently favored a pair of complex-looking weapons, revolvers that could extend into sickles at melee ranges, and then into kurosarigama to give them a bit of reach. In all its forms, she seemed to favor precision and speed, with the revolvers hitting with pinpoint accuracy and the sickles shredding through the green easily as she flipped between forms. In comparison, Mercury had gone for something simple, a pair of grief boots with a built-in firing mechanism. His fighting style favored acrobatics and devastating kicks that could indeed knock someone's head off. In a lot of ways, his weapons and fighting style were similar to Yang's, just favoring his feet instead of his fists. I'd need to see if I couldn't draw from that skill with my psychometry, next time I met him. I could probably use a number of my own skills with my feet, with some doing. Still, it was plain to see that they were strong, even for their level. Just as Adam and Penny had both possessed significantly more stat points than their levels implied, purely by the numbers, the two were more in the 60s than the 50s. There was still a fair gap between them and Adam, to say nothing of them and me, but the fact remained that they were as out of place as either of us. Again, I had to wonder what Cinder was planning, setting up shop here and drawing in her forces. There had to be a point to it, and if it was just to murder the entire student body, she could have easily done it. A part of me had wondered if she was hoping to spread her sickness to Mistral's future defenders, assuming, of course, that she was really a writer, but she'd been a student at Haven for some time now, and yet I hadn't found anyone else with markings like hers. What was she aiming for? Spending her time at school? I knew I was here to find out, but a part of me was annoyed I hadn't learned anything yet. Despite the breadth of my senses, all I seemed to be able to find were more questions, just like when I had fought Conquest. Hopefully, this round would turn out better, but God, had I really begun to hate mysteries. They just never seemed to turn out well for me. Speaking of how things were turning out, however, given their current position, their lack of teammates, and the fact that they'd likely reach us soon, it seemed like Emerald and Mercury were going to reach the end of the labyrinth next, most likely becoming our new teammates. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Well, maybe that wasn't true. Did apathy count as an emotion, or simply a lack of emotion? Because I suppose I felt a little apathetic. I couldn't say I was particularly worried about them. Should it come to that, I doubted I'd have much trouble tearing them to pieces with my bare hands. I both watched and observed them carefully, and they were nothing that I couldn't handle. But I wasn't happy about it, either. Not upset, but not happy, which was kind of how I felt about this entire school experience. So maybe that was it. While they might be useful as potential sources of information on Cinder and her plans, which in and of itself was plenty of reason to keep them around was a broad term with me. I'd intended to constantly monitor both them and their mistress, so being in close proximity to them wasn't all that useful to me. I suppose it gave me the chance to try and prompt information from them and see how they reacted to me. But, so for a moment, I thought about turning them away or interfering with their progress. I could take them down the wrong paths with quick images and a few sudden sounds, or even shift the maze around them to slow them down. People might notice something wrong, but it's unlikely they'd associate it with me. Hell, if I really needed to, I was pretty sure I could murder them without anyone, or at least anyone who'd do anything about it, knowing. But on the other side of the apathy fence, while having them on my team didn't add anything of value, it didn't really cost anything meaningful. I knew I could cover my own reactions to anything that happened, and could do the same for Adam, thanks to my illusions and senses, so it didn't really make a whole lot of difference. I sighed again, slouching in my seat beside Adam, who'd already fallen asleep. I couldn't blame him, really. While a part of me, the kid who dreamed of being a hunter for years, told me that I should be feeling excited about this, about the day I entered one of the hunter academies and found my team, I was just really bored. Taking one more look around to make sure no one was going to die in my absence, I shut my eyes and began to meditate, following my elementals on a race through the structure of reality until it almost seemed like I was somewhere else. The games we play. Names. I drew myself from my meditation and slowly opened my eyes as I felt someone approach. As I returned to myself, my awareness of the world adjusted, so that the vague array of sensations amidst the background of greater forces solidified into a clearer picture. Most of the teams were closing in now and the majority would make it here in the next 10 to 20 minutes. But Emerald and Mercury had already arrived. Hey, I greeted, rubbing my eyes for the sake of appearances. Just the two of you? The two of them looked at me and then at Adam, who I had awakened with a touch of caritas. Beneath the illusion I had conjured, his eyes glowed as they opened and focused immediately on Emerald and Mercury. Yeah, Mercury asked after a moment of silence, looking us up and down. And you are? My name's John and this is my friend, Adam, I introduced, rising from my seat and then extending a hand to shake. If you don't have anyone else, I guess that makes you our new teammates. Mercury looked down at the hand for a moment before shaking it slowly, expression musing. You'd be right, Himmel said, grunting as he came up. About time people started to arrive. For a minute there, I actually thought this wouldn't be an enormous pain in the ass, but hey, I'm used to being disappointed. Despite his words, I saw him look over the two appraisingly. Though they'd taken far longer than Adam and I, they'd still reached the center with abnormal speed, leaving most of the other teams far behind, and like us, they'd done it without any help. I could feel Himmel thinking the same thing, but all he did was grunt after a moment. Emerald Sistri and Mercury Black, he continued. You're the second pair to arrive alone, so you'll be partnering up with these two. Get along or don't. I don't care as long as you don't bother me about it. And with that said, he shambled away, making notes on his scroll. I figured he was contemplating how big a pain in the ass our team was going to be, which was fair enough, I supposed. If he had any idea about what he was putting together, he'd have probably tried to go on vacation. The thought made me smile a bit wider. You heard the man, I said with a nod towards the seats beside my own. Let's try to get along. I'll be sure to do that, Mercury answered, grabbing another chair to put in front of his own so that he could put his feet up after taking a seat. I took a moment to glaze at his boots. A skill has been created through a special action. By drawing on the experience of a master, the skill Kick Mastery was created. A skill has been created through a special action. By drawing on the experience of a master, the skill Teleria was created. So, I said, still smiling. Did you two have any trouble with the maze? More than you two, apparently, Emerald answered humbly, lifting an eyebrow. When did you two get in? A minute or two after it started, Adam replied with a grunt. It was easy. At that, the both of them looked a bit surprised. Wow, Emerald said, though I could feel the change in her emotions as she focused on the two of us even more. You two must be really strong if you managed that. Adam shrugged, looked them over again, and then closed his eyes again. John, Mercury said abruptly, frowning. Jaune Arc? Hey, weren't you on TV that one time with, Pyrrha? I finished for him. Pyrrha? Yeah. He hummed once and looked at me a bit differently. I saw a recording of that fight, he mused. Not bad. I like the fire thing. Hard to go wrong with fire, I replied, paying attention to their emotions to see how they'd respond. From what I knew of Cinder, they'd likely associate her with the element. Mercury smirked, seeming to remember something fondly. True, he answered. And you're Aroma, right? I remember someone mentioning that. Through my mother, I nodded. Shouldn't you be with the others? Emerald asked, scrunching up her face as if in thought. She was pretty good at faking her role, but I could both feel her emotions and see the electrical signals passing through her brain. There was really only so much she could do. That's how it works, right? Alexandria, Barca, Kagan, and Roma? I thought there were a few of the others in our year. Itri, Gianos, and Ulan, I confirmed before shaking my head. But my mother sort of broke the tradition. I'm not really the heir, either, so I'm free to do what I want, which is why I teamed up with my best friend instead. What about you two? Contract, friendship, or luck? Emerald sighed as if in exhaustion and looked at Mercury. Luck, she said. Bad luck. Somehow, it seems we always get stuck together. Mercury replied. You want me? If by that you mean I want you to shut up, then yes, she answered with a roll of her eyes. Yes, I do. There was an air of routine to the actions, as if they'd both been together long enough to know exactly how it went. Whether or not they weren't friends, they had obviously worked together for a long time, and I suspected their teamwork would show that. I made a note of that and nodded. I see, I mused before shrugging. Well, either way, glad to have you on board, Mercury. Emerald, I think it'll still be a while before anyone else shows up, so feel free to relax. Okay, don't need to tell me twice, Mercury stated as he closed his eyes. Emerald rolled her own beside him, but I chose to follow suit instead. After all, I didn't need my eyes to see what they were doing. I'd enjoyed mediating, but, despite my words, the time for relaxation was over. Hey, John. Gianos' voice woke me as he came in. I guess you got here first after all, huh? Of course, I answered, opening an eye and flashing him a friendly grin. His team had suffered a bit of a delay after meeting up with Suns. The people in charge had apparently taken that as just cause to lead them through some of the more dangerous parts of the maze. I said I would, didn't I? He chuckled and gave an easy nod even though he looked tired. You did, he agreed. And I see you found the rest of your team, too. Mercury and Emerald. Believe it or not, They were just the second team to arrive, I chuckled. Adam and I got in first and had to wait to see who we'd end up with. Oh, he asked, seeming a bit surprised. I guess you just have an eye for talent then. I smirked a bit before nodding again. I like to think so, I stated before glancing past them. And I see you made some friends, too. Yup, he seemed pleased. Meet up with them on accident. These are Sun, Neptune, Scarlet, and Sage. Hey, Sun greeted on behalf of his tired-looking team. They'd run into a few of the larger monsters in the maze. Do I know you? I don't recognize you from Sanctum. I doubt it, I answered with a shrug but rose to shake his hand. I'm kind of new in town. Just came over from Vale. Yeah, he seemed surprised as we shook. That's cool. I moved here from Vaco when I was younger. Been meaning to go there sometime, I said. A friend of mine spoke of it fondly. It's a nice place, he assured. Hot and cold and sandy depending on its mood, but the best food you'll ever eat. I'll look forward to it, I promised. I'm Jaune Arc, by the way. These are my teammates, Adam Knossos, Emerald Sestri, and Mercury Black. Maybe we can hang out sometime. Sounds cool, dude, he nodded before looking around. So, what now? Do we just wait or what? Just about everyone's here, I said, gesturing around. We should be starting soon. Sun groaned. Man, we look stupid, he complained to Neptune. It's all because we ran into that cretin. We ended up super late. I like to think of it as saving the best for last, Neptune replied. Sun lifted a finger and then dropped it. I like that, he admitted. I guess this isn't so bad. I chuckled at them both and glanced towards the doorway as the last team arrived. On the other side of the room, several members of the faculty made notes and someone went over to approach them and check things over. When that was done, I saw Himmel moving towards a podium in the center of the room. Hey, I said, drawing everyone's attention. I think we're starting. Congratulations to everyone here, Himmel said once he was in position. You didn't embarrass everyone by dying on your first day, which I guess means you pass. Kudos for not bringing shame unto us all. At the faculty table, a young woman whose name indicated she was Himmel's daughter put her face in her hands, while everyone else there seemed utterly unsurprised. A low murmur went through the students, however, and beside me Sun blinked twice. Well, he seems nice, he murmured, making Neptune chuckle. For those of you who don't know, my name is Himmel, he continued. In case you can't tell by the wrinkles, I invented the art of not dying and then I perfected it. I'll be passing on some of that knowledge to you kids this year, because as of now, you're students of Haven, which means you're the future defenders of mankind. We'll be making sure you're up to the task however we can, so get ready, because class starts tomorrow. Before that, though, here's a free lesson. I said you passed by not dying, because as hunters, that's what winning means. When you win, people survive. Sometimes you, sometimes someone else, but either way, that's how you measure success. We're here to save lives and we start giving you what you need to save yours, so pay attention and try to learn something. As hunters, we have a lot of weapons to help us do our jobs, including the literal ones you've got by your side. But those swords and guns are nothing without hands willing to wield them, without us. Never forget that you are hunters, the greatest warriors on this goddamn planet, that you're here and willing to fight. Remember why that is and never forget it. He paused for a moment to let that sink in before looking around and smiling. And never forget that you aren't here alone. Whatever your pasts, whatever your reasons, whoever you are, you're here today and that's what matters. You're here to fight despite the danger and you stand shoulder to shoulder with people willing to do the same. To that end, I'm here to tell you who you'll be fighting with for the next few years. Screens appeared, some of them revealing crowds in more comfortable circumstances are upperclassmen and the teachers. Others, however, showed our faces. Jaune Arc, Adam Knossos, Mercury Black, and Emerald Sestri. He began and letters appeared to form the word JAME. From this day forward, you will serve as members of JAME, I thought, eyes widening. The way it was spelled, the way it was pronounced, it was almost as if it were spelling Team Jasmine. He pronounced what? It could have been worse, I decided shortly afterwards. After the initial surprise wore off, I decided the name was more amusing than anything else. It's not like it affected anything, after all, nor did it make us any less powerful. I'm sure someone would make fun of it eventually, but frankly, I didn't actually care what anyone thought of it or me. Hell, for years I'd gone to bed wearing a bunny onesie my sisters had given me, and I'd only stopped wearing it because I'd stopped going to bed. Adam, who'd woken up for the announcement, seemed only marginally more annoyed. How did he get Jasmine out of that instead of Jam? He asked me in a low murmur, to which I could only shrug. To the other side of me, Emerald seemed vaguely pleased by the name, while Mercury just looked at the screen for a moment and then rolled his eyes. Himmel, for his part, simply continued blithely on. A few minutes later, Ulan, Gianos, Melania, and Itri were named Team UAMI, pronounced Ultramarine. Sun's team arguably got off the best with Team Sun, though there were some confused murmurs in the audience at the pronunciation of SSSN. Personally, I assumed that whoever was in charge of making names out of a bunch of random initials either had a lot of fun or hated his job. Either way, I suspected we'd all laugh about it later. The team leaders had been Ulan, Sun, and I, with only the former seeming to come as a surprise to me, but I suppose I could see what they were aiming for. For the short time I'd known him, Ulan had always come off as rather quiet, but perhaps the fact that he was withdrawn was for the best. Keanos had a tendency to charge into the fray and Melania had a tendency to follow him in there. While Keanos was undoubtedly the most friendly and outgoing of the team, in the role of leader someone more cautious was likely needed. And of Ulan and Itri, the former seemed like the one best able to tie the team together. Sun, on the other hand, was nowhere near as cautious as Ulan, but then, his team was focused differently. If UAMI was a team that revolved around the synergy between its members' powers to set an opponent up and bring them down, then SSSN revolved around the synergy between its members as people. Sun seemed to be good at making friends, and his semblance, as well as those of his teammates, was broad enough to fill a variety of roles. What mattered most was that every member of the team worked together well. By comparison, Team Jaune was something of a mess, made of pieces that simply hadn't fit anywhere else. I wasn't surprised by the fact that I'd been made leader, whether at my grandmother's wish or as a result of the fact that I'd finished first. It had probably been inevitable. It was probably for the best, I supposed. If I'd been put in a subordinate position, I'd likely have been a pain to deal with, simply because what the hell was anyone going to tell me that I didn't already know? Odds were I'd notice something was wrong long before anyone else and walk off to deal with it to save myself the hassle of listening to someone try and tell me what to do. On the other hand, I doubted anyone on our team was all that good in a subordinate position, except maybe Adam. Emerald and Mercury's loyalties were already spoken for, after all, and if my interests conflicted with Cinder's, I had no questions as to who they'd chose. They'd probably obey until that happened, but the fact remained that the only one I could really rely on to do their job was Adam, who at least had some experience working as part of a team, even if he was also used to operating alone. Well, but I guess I couldn't really talk, since Adam and I weren't exactly loyal to the team, either. I expected all of us intended to abandon the charade as soon as it was convenient. It almost made me want to sigh. Day 1 and Team Jaune was already a mess, even if we didn't look that way on the surface. I suppose we made up for any flaws with our overwhelming power, but if there was anything Team Jaune had proven in this exam, it was that we didn't actually need to be in a team. We could all get by, if to varying extents, on our own because that was what we'd always done, when it really counted. I wondered if that was a bit sad. While all of the team stuff was going on, though, I focused the rest of my attention on the audience far above us. Within Haven proper, the upperclassmen were gathered to watch the proceedings. Sometimes, when a team would go up onto the stage, a few students would react excitedly, presumably family members or old friends. Other times, when the teams were named, a few students would laugh or boo, no doubt remembering their own times on that stage. But there was only one reaction I was interested in, and it was Cinder's. Since I'd first spotted her, I'd made sure to keep track of her with my senses, so even from this distance it had been easy to pick her out of a crowd. At the announcement of our team of Emerald and Mercury's team, in her eyes I felt a flash of mixed emotion from her. Curiosity, concern, and a touch of interest. I assumed she recognized me in some fashion, though whether as the boy who'd battled Paranikos to a draw or as the grandson of Jean Roma, I wasn't sure. The reaction didn't seem large enough to make me think she recognized me from any of my other suits, which was what I'd been the most interested in. Assuming she was a writer, what did it mean that she didn't know who I was? It didn't necessarily mean anything, I supposed, as Conquest had needed my father's memories to realize why he had been woken up. His creator hadn't gotten involved until the very end, after I destroyed Conquest, which implied what? That he wasn't able to command them directly like he could other Grimm? That he had some reason not to get involved so directly? The truth was, I didn't have enough information to do anything but speculate. But could it perhaps have something to do with souls? That's what this seemed to keep coming back to my soul. The shape of souls, battles in the soul, on and on. It would be a lie to say I understood any of it, much less to the extent that my enemies seemed to, but if I thought about it logically, perhaps it made some sense. A lot of semblances have a hard time directly affecting anything protected by someone's aura. I knew that the creator of the Grimm had a soul, if one that had seemed extremely strange. Could he have the same weakness? That might be a bit too much to assume from one data point. I've never met the guy in person, after all, never experienced his power firsthand, but maybe that was part of it, too. Whatever he was doing, he was projecting his power over a distance, potentially an enormous distance. I had no idea where he even was, in fact, but he'd never tried to walk up to me and speak to me face to face. He always worked through puns and proxies, which could be an indicator of arrogance. But somehow, I suspected it had more to do with inability. For whatever reason, he couldn't involve himself directly. Besides having a difficult time getting past the aura of another, most semblances and aura-based technique shared a few other similarities, if you could call them that. Really, it was just basic logic. It's more difficult to affect something that's far away, it gets more difficult to maintain effects as their duration increases. It's harder to affect a large number of things than a small number of things, etc. If he is somewhere that makes it difficult to involve himself directly, it must be hard to affect things, for those reasons, and if something like a person's aura makes it harder, it might be outright impossible, unless something else makes it easier. Had I done that somehow, when I destroyed the conquest within my father, had my attempt to destroy the connection to its source somehow opened a pathway in? It was possible and therefore worth investigating. If it was true and I could figure out why and how, that might lead me to the answer I was looking for. But then, why would he create soldiers he couldn't directly communicate with? Certainly, Conquest had seemed utterly loyal, but he hadn't really struck me as the type to rely on that alone. And personally, if I were constructing nightmarish super soldiers designed to oppose all life, I'd probably layer my precautions and countermeasures, just in case. Even from wherever he was, he could influence and command the Grimm, if only in small numbers. Why would he design the riders if he couldn't do the same to them? Perhaps he hadn't. Just because he was unable to get involved now didn't mean that had always been the case. Conquest had implied something now kept the most powerful Grimm from running rampant. Perhaps something was holding back their master as well. Or perhaps it was the fact that their master and source was being held back that was holding them back. Maybe when he'd been allowed to run free, he could have done more. There was no way of knowing for sure, but I felt like I might have been on the right track. There were holes in the theory, things I still didn't know for sure, but even just from our single meeting, I felt pretty confident that he wasn't one for fairness. If he was able to just waltz out and wreck our shit, I felt fairly certain he would be doing so. Something had to be holding him back. Something I'd done, perhaps in my past life. I mulled over the thought for a moment and decided it was possible. He definitely wanted me for something, and from the way he'd been leaving me alive, it seemed probable that it was something he couldn't get anywhere else. And whatever it was, he seemed to be working pretty hard to get it. But that's the thing about freedom, isn't it? Anyone who doesn't have it, wants it. Assuming I'm right about any of this, of course. I like to think of myself as fairly smart and wise, but coming to correct answers with incomplete information is always tricky. Something can seem perfectly logical and make complete sense and still be utterly wrong because there's something you don't know, and I could admit I didn't know jack. For instance, if I was right and he was trapped and I was somehow the key to setting him free, there was a major issue with his plan, namely, I had no idea how the fuck to set him free, and if I did, I would never fucking do it. But then, that had been exactly what Conquest had said, hadn't it? That they'd needed to lead me along, because I wouldn't go along with it if I knew. So, maybe I was on the right track, but if so, they must have known I'd figure this out eventually. By default, riddles favor the solver, because however long it takes you to think one up, the solver can puzzle over it until he figures out the right answer. Conquest had been in my dad's head, so he'd have known I favored intelligence and wisdom. He must have also known that as I got stronger, I'd continue to invest in them. So why give me something I could figure out? There must be more to it. I'd considered that the mask quest might be related to the creator of the Grimm, and maybe I was right. But if that was the case, all I'd have to do was avoid killing at least a few types of Grimm, or just not collect their masks, and he'd be fucked. And if that was the case, why not just send legions of Grimm to attack me until I'd killed one of every type? Hell, they could just die on my blade and that would count, right? I was missing something. Far above me, Cinder stood from her chair and left as the proceedings began to draw to a close. Odds were good that she'd speak to Emerald and Mercury soon, to give them orders on how to act around Adam and I, and perhaps to give them further orders now that they were in. Given that, perhaps something good had come from ending up on a team with them after all. Because who knows? I was in school, now maybe I'd learned something. the games we play. Nighttime. A little less than an hour later, the last bits of initiation were concluded. Our scrolls were registered, we were given a room number and some vague directions, and then we were sent on our way. Supposedly, all further information would be sent to our scrolls on a need-to-know basis, including our class schedule, but we were allowed the night to do as we wished. With my senses, I noticed a number of the new teams celebrating, with the teachers turning a blind eye pretty much the moment we were allowed to leave. Team SSS and was off to make noise and have fun, all but dragging everyone around them along for the ride. The festivities weren't limited to just the new students though. Seeing an excuse to have fun before classes officially began, a bunch of the upperclassmen had come down to congratulate the new teams by drinking, eating, dancing, and generally ignoring them to have fun in their own ways. A few team games started, suckering in freshmen to face off with the older students, but by and large, everyone just took the chance to do their own thing. Except for us, of course. It probably went without saying given that literally everyone on our team had ulterior motives for being here, but Team Jane wasn't really the party type. A part of me thought about trying to have fun and maybe challenge a few off those upperclassmen just for fun, but I made a point of not dancing, singing, or gaming unless I could put my heart and soul into it, and right now, well, I was busy worrying about doomsday scenarios and the various ways some greater power may be attempting to manipulate me into starting the apocalypse. Sadly, my buzz died before it even had a chance to live. For their part, my team failed to display any meaningful signs of enthusiasm, though Emerald at least tried to look cheerful. Adam took one look at the meager and already dwindling supplies of snuck-in six-packs and promptly turned his face away, as if dismissing it from reality. Emerald and Mercury subtly for anyone who wasn't trying to get something past me, scanned the crowd, presumably for Cinder or some other contact, and lost all interest after the failure to find it. In the end, we lingered for a few minutes and then, in my first real act as team leader, I lead us back to a room. I found it a little amusing that collectively skulking off had been our first real act of unity, but I supposed it couldn't be helped. Though not all of us were aware of it, we all agreed that business came first. Besides, what kind of father would I be if I kept my daughter waiting? What the hell is that? Mercury demanded the moment we opened the door, drawing back even as I entered without a moment's hesitation. I claimed a bed, hopped onto it, and looked up at Autumn with a smile. She looked like a tree again, if one small enough to fit comfortably in our room, but it was obvious that she's been experimenting again because it was upside down. That is, her roots grew into the air while her branches covered the ground around her in a thin carpet of white leaves. Having apparently realized that this exchange wouldn't work for a variety of reasons, not the least of which being a lack of soil for her to dig her roots or branches into, she'd then taken to remodeling. Now, her roots grew out like a head of hair, each an almost serpentine structure that ended with an open, eyeless mouth. Instead, she'd opened a few dozen around the width of her trunk, seemingly taking my advice to the next level by having an eye stare in every direction. Then, she'd manipulated her branches into a rough approximation of spider legs, which used to remain upright, and as she saw me lay down on my bed, she silently hobbled over to me on her own power. "Hey," I greeted, closing one eye as my smile widened at my little girl's first steps. "Looking good." Adam looked over Mercury's head, one hand on the doorframe, and grunted at the sight. "Your grandmother works fast," he told me. "How did she even get it here so quickly?" "It must have been a special delivery," I answered with a shrug, feeling good edge of the school's property. He snorted, probably knowing me well enough to get the general idea. Ahem. Mercury pretended to clear his throat, making Adam look over his shoulder and wrinkle his nose. "She's mine," he lied. "A result of my semblance. I asked Mrs. Roma to make arrangements for her." "Your semblance?" Mercury repeated, a flash of interest going through him as he took a closer look at Autumn. "How's that work?" Adam snorted again. "It would be a pain in the ass to explain," he answered, claiming the bed to the left of my own, next to the wall. At my direction, Autumn lumbered around my bed as if following him and took up a place between our beds, roots spreading out above our heads. "It works, and that's all that matters." "And she?" "What?" Mercury wondered, finally taking a step into the room now that Autumn was out of the way. He threw a small bag under the bed to the right of mine while Emerald came in to claim the one against the other wall. "Fights for you? Is that why you don't have a weapon?" "I have a weapon," Adam replied, sounding annoyed, as the weapons of hunters were often as identifying as fingerprints. Wilt and blush were currently within my inventory. I could have easily disguised their visual appearance with my illusions, but given the nature of Adam's fighting style and their distinctive nature as a sword and shotgun sheath, there'd been a fairly significant chance of them being recognized. As such, it seemed I was going to be brushing off my rather rusty crafting to help him build a new weapon, which he could hopefully use in a different way. "I'm just waiting for it to arrive. She's something special and a work in progress. She started as an attempt to try something new and now," he shrugged, "we'll see what happens when she finishes growing." He finished. Emerald squinted at him and then at Autumn, specifically the tangled knots of hungry roots that were trying to figure out how to taste the air. That's great and all, but it's She's not going to eat us, is she? Emerald asked, staring at it hesitantly. Let's try to avoid that for as long as possible, Adam answered, making her frown sharply. I chuckled, drawing their attention. Ignore him, I said. She's very well behaved and she'll do as she told. Which was true. That may not preclude the two of them getting eaten at some point, but who knows what the future brings. Really? Emerald didn't stop frowning, probably mulling over the idea of sleeping in the same room as Autumn for at least a few months. After a moment, however, she shook her head and took a breath. Does she have a name? She asked, making me raise an eyebrow briefly before smiling. Autumn, I answered, nodding towards my daughter and my friend. Adam and Autumn, Emerald repeated before nodding. Easy to remember, at least. That having been said, she dropped her bag and slid it under her bed, as Mercury had before her. I'd already scanned both bags and neither contained anything out of the ordinary, which was so unsurprising I could even feel disappointed. With Adam and I keeping our supplies in my inventory and the two of them having a suitcase each, the room was left feeling almost barren, but at least that meant more room for Autumn to grow. Speaking of, as we lapsed into silence, I closed my eyes and reached out towards Autumn with my senses. With an effort of will, I activated Green Thumb and began channeling my excess MP into her, as I tended to do when she was around. The difference was, I'd gotten a fair number of new skills recently between Humilitas and Benevolentia alone. We were talking a fourfold increase per point of MP, and her anima synthesis increased that even more. As things were now, I was pretty sure I could give her at least 100,000 experience per minute, which equated to 144 million experience per day. At that rate, she should level up fairly quickly, especially if I set up a temple in the room, which I promptly did. I even set up a Sanctum Sanctorum around our side of the room, just to help things along that much further. As far as I was concerned, this was as good a time as any to start moving things along. The investments she'd made in wisdom last time had allowed her to grow far beyond the limits she'd previously been restricted to, but she'd likely benefit even more from the synergy between intelligence and wisdom. I'd spoken to her about it several times, and I'd seen her mulling over her status screen frequently, occasionally even making minor adjustments which, until recently, had been one of the few things she could see. I wondered sometimes if, in a way, she thought of that status screen as proof of something, of her existence or mine or something else entirely. But I'd asked and she'd agreed to invest in intelligence next, at least enough to see if it showed meaningful results. We'd made plans and goals, some of which she'd already reached in forming eyes and moving on her own power. It was just a matter of time until she shattered the rest of the limits holding her back and was able to experience the world entirely on her own. And once that happened, someday, perhaps even someday soon, she'd probably join the family business. We'd talked about what that was exactly, and I wasn't certain she understood, but I was pretty damn good at reading people, and I knew that fluctuation in her aura. She was interested, in much the same way I'd been when I first learned my parents were superheroes. I wasn't sure how to feel about that exactly, but once she was capable of fighting, I knew I could get her up to level 80 in no time, so there was that at least. If or when the time came, I'd train her, and then, who knows? I had a rough idea of what my daughter was capable of with her shape-shifting and ability to bind and network with other forms of plant life. One day, my little girl might be pretty terrifying. I looked up at her gnarled, root branches which snapped blindly at one another, finally picking something up, and felt my smile soften. Oh well. A sudden wave of signals interrupted my thoughts as they brushed against my senses, flashing past me and causing Mercury's scroll to ring, and yet even from that tiny sound, the change in the two of them was immediate. A focused intensity streaked through their emotions, and I could tell that in that moment, they both wanted nothing more than to snap that scroll open and see what they'd received. I was pretty sure they already knew what it was, but that fact merely made them want to react faster. It was a summons from Cinder, and they wanted nothing more than to heed it. Even so, they held back, taking care not to act suspicious. Emerald didn't so much as look at Mercury, draping an arm over her eyes, and she lay on top of her covers, seeming nothing more than bored and tired. For his part, Mercury checked his scroll immediately. He had, after all, received something, but drew it from his belt almost absent-mindedly, as if it were any other text. It was only after taking a few moments to fiddle with his scroll and then skim the message that his bored expression changed into a slight smile. "Hey, Emerald, look who sent me a message," he said, leaning back to lay across the width of his bed with his feet dangling over one side. He stretched an arm out towards his partner, who took the scroll and lazily shifted an arm so that she could see it. "Huh," she replied, sitting up. She made a show of pondering the message for a while before handing back the scroll. "Do you think we should?" "Why not?" he answered with a shrug. "It's not like we've got anything better to do." "True," she admitted, "and it's only just starting to get dark outside. I don't really want to go to bed yet." I waited for the two of them to rise from their beds before turning my head their way. "Going out?" I asked, having no intention of stopping them but needing to play the part of team leader. "Just for a while," Emerald answered. "A friend of ours wanted to congratulate us for making it in. She's an older student here now, but she used to help us back when we were in Signal. It's been a while since we've seen her, and she invited us over, So she shrugged and I nodded as if I believed her. Just remember that we'll probably get our class schedule sometime tonight, I said. We don't want to miss class, right? The funny part was that literally everyone in the room wanted to miss class. Even so, Emerald gave me a smile and a nod. We'll be back before too long, she assured me. It shouldn't be an issue. I hands behind my head, crossed my ankles, and closed my eyes. Later, then, I called after them lazily as they left the room. The room was silent for about half a minute before Adam spoke up. "We clear?" he asked and I hummed in response. There was no one around and the sound wouldn't have carried outside the room even if there were. I was careful in that regard, just as I was careful to screen the room for any other methods of observation. The room was secure. "Then are they?" "Yup," I drawled, not bothering to open my eyes since I didn't need to. Instead, I kept careful track of my teammates, sensing as they made their way through the school. If the message and common sense weren't enough, they were making their way right for Cinder. They're on their way to her now. "Have you got it covered?" I won't dignify that with an answer, I replied with a snort. Adam rolled his eyes but leaned back against his bedrest. "I'll just stay quiet and wonder why I'm ever here, then," he stated. "Aw, don't be like that." I raised my voice slightly as I spoke, as if talking to a small, angry child. "I'll be sure to find you some grunt work, Adam." Adam took out his scroll, snapped a picture of his middle finger, and sent it to me. "You've got mail," he stated helpfully as my scroll received the message. "I doubt it's anything important," I answered with a fake yawn. "I'll check it later." With that, I proceeded to focus most of my attention on Emerald and Mercury. I analyzed them as they walked, abruptly seeing them as pieces of a puzzle, pieces I hadn't realized I'd even been missing until I'd seen them. Abruptly, I couldn't help but wonder about them. The way they'd reacted to Cinder's call stood out and made me reevaluate them. For the first time, I wondered about Cinder's henchmen, instead of the woman they served. In truth, until now, they'd been more obstacles than people. As far as I was concerned, there was a major, possibly world-ending threat on the horizon, and who they were or what motivated them just didn't matter. If they got in the way, then they were in the way, simple as that. And for the most part, that was still true, but now that I'd caught a glimpse of it, I realized they might be more important than I'd initially thought, because who they were said a lot about the woman they served. As a ruling and possibly excluding my daughter, hunters didn't grow on trees. They were made, trained, and honed over years. That wasn't something I'd ever forgotten, but also wasn't something I thought about much, partially because I was such an extreme outlier that such things didn't mean as much to me, and partially because it was fairly easy to take for granted. Yes, any hunter or trainee must have put years upon years of effort, but because that was true of just about every hunter, well, so what? If they were here, they'd obviously done the training. That was as true of Emerald and Mercury as it was of everyone else, but there was something that set them apart. They were also loyal members of an international criminal organization that dealt on equal terms with the White Fang. I mean, obviously, that was why I was watching them, but the thing is, why? I didn't really have a lot of room to throw stones on the criminal front, but they were obviously elite members of Cinder's organization, and she just as obviously trusted them enough to involve them in a mission she'd spent a great deal of time working on. Even from their reaction to a simple message, I could tell they were devoted to Cinder and her cause. Stuff like that wasn't easy to do, especially amongst people like hunters. The simple fact of the matter was that any hunter or even any hunter trainee could make it just about anywhere. As a whole, hunters were considered the greatest warriors on the face of the planet, and even a weak academy student had been officially recognized as worthy of that legacy. Making money wasn't a big concern for anyone who could make it this far. Whether as a bodyguard, an enforcer, or whatever else, it was pretty easy to land a cushy life just about anywhere. As a result, earning the loyalty of even a small group of hunter-level combatants was an impressive feat, because they could go anywhere, do anything, and not have to worry about monetary concerns. Add to that the power to slay hordes of normal men and, well, inspiring loyalty and obedience in them was fairly difficult. And then you have the secondary, but just as impressive, feat of inspiring loyalty and obedience in teenagers, which made that even harder. Whether because of immaturity or a simple lack of reasons to care, it was hard to make people who had no idea what they were doing with their lives believe truly and wholeheartedly, even if it meant facing agony and death in someone else's cause. I could say from experience that it took quite a bit of doing to get someone to decide and dedicate their life to something. Hell, when you got right down to it, you could probably argue that that was the entire point of the hunter system, that it was all a way to create loyal warriors. People generally begin their training at a very young age, often trained by other hunters, and then moved on to at least 4 years at a combat school and another 4 years at a place like Haven or Beacon. But by the time someone walked through the doors of a hunter academy, they'd probably spent at least half their life training for it. The combat schools and academies helped further refine that into the finished works that were hunters, but it wasn't hard to see that things could very easily be different. If the kingdoms really wanted to, awakening the ores of hundreds or thousands of people would be pretty trivial, and while training them would be a little tricky at first, it would be doable. More could be done on that front easily enough. There were only 4 major academies in the world dedicated to training hunters, when there could easily be more. If the kingdoms really wished to do so, they could produce hunters in far greater quantities than they did now and raise enormous armies of the powerful warrior. It would take decades to do, certainly, but it would be possible to obtain power like that if they really wanted to. But it wasn't about power, it was about loyalty. What's the point of soldiers that turn upon you or upon each other? That's always been the biggest issue with hunters, the fact that if they decided, as a group, to do so, they could easily take over the world. In fact, knowing what I did now, I'd say there were a number of different factions that could each make a fair play at taking over the world, though would likely lead to them clashing with other major factions. That was the other historic truth about hunters. Leaving them to their own devices in a world where they're effectively in charge tends to result in someone deciding that they should be the most in charge. That was why the system worked the way it did, while producing enough hunters to actually overcome the Grimm, especially before they noticed and put a stop to it, was nothing but a pipe dream. It would be possible to produce enough hunters to give some leeway and allow people to relax within the isolated corners of the world we call the kingdoms, which is something nobody wants, because the moment there are enough hunters for some of them to pull away from the constant task of defending humanity, it'll become readily apparent that a bunch of people with superpowers have no real reason to listen to people like the Council, or even people with lesser superpowers, which could get awkward given the effectively random way semblances were handed out. All men are created equal was great from a moral perspective, but tended to fray around the edges when one guy is created with the ability to turn into a werewolf and the other with the ability to control time. And because of that, whoever was in power could never be certain they would remain in power, because all it took was someone awakening the right semblance to unseat them. There were a number of examples of it in history, of powers that had grown enough to actually thrive and then collapsed upon themselves in fits of internal strife. The system produced enough hunters to protect itself and nothing more. It's also, more cynically, why children were favored for it and adults, while not astute, were at a major disadvantage. Better to have someone trained all their life for a cause and utterly devoted to it than someone who might start questioning it. Even then, the system failed sometimes, with results like, well, Raven. But how did Emerald and Mercury play into that? Had they been disillusioned somehow, as Raven had been? And if so, how? Or had they simply been taken in early and indoctrinated in a different way? Like most of the trainees here, they must have been training since they were very young. Had Cinder taken them in? That was a possibility. The loyalty a child felt for a parent, as with Adam and Raven. Whatever the case, knowing more about the two of them would tell me more about Cinder and how she acted. I knew how they felt about her, if in a broad sense, but knowing how she felt in return could shed some light on things. So as they opened the door to their mistress's room, I watched closely and waited, uncertain of what to expect but eager to find out. The games we play. Liaisons. They knocked once and Cinder opened the door, a smile already curling her lips. Emerald, she said, tone light. Mercury, I'm glad to see you made it in safely. Of course we did, Mercury replied immediately. You taught us. Like taking candy from a baby, Emerald agreed, seeming pleased by Cinder's acknowledgement. Mercury leaned forward, tilting his head to whisper in Cinder's ear. And she would know, he murmured. Mercury, Emerald answered with a shove, forcing the taller boy to brace himself against the doorframe. What? He asked, lifting a challenging eyebrow. Don't even try to say it's not true. I was there. I saw what you did. Emerald's expression became outraged, though it seemed more because he was bringing it up in front of Cinder than anything else. Before she could retort, however, Cinder interrupted with a smooth laugh. Now, she said, a gentle smile curving her lips. Don't fight. At once, they stopped, bowing their heads as if chastised. Sorry, Mercury apologized at once, to which Cinder merely gestured dismissively. It's not a problem, Mercury, she murmured as she stepped aside, allowing them into her room before closing and locking the door behind her. "I'd just rather not spoil the occasion with pointless arguments. We should be happy, instead." "Because we made it in?" Emerald asked hesitantly, glancing at Mercury's back uncertainly. Cinder merely smiled warmly as she went to her bed and took a seat. "Because we're all back where we belong," Cinder corrected. "Together." Emerald brightened at once and smiled, nodding quickly even as she took a seat on the floor. Mercury merely found a comfortable-looking spot to lie down, putting his hands behind his head as he relaxed. "Now then," Cinder continued, "how goes your first day at Haven?" As she spoke, she picked up a needle and some cloth. "Another dress in the making," I could tell, with designs written in dust all throughout the fabric. Inside of her closet, I could see an entire row of such dresses, a dozen, total, each with different designs, set next to 7 school uniforms. Peering closer at the dresses, I saw that most still favored fire, but a few were decorated with other mixtures, including a white and blue gown made with ice dust and a dark dress with purple embroidery that I recognized as gravity dust. It seemed she was of the opinion that weapons of mass destruction went with every outfit. I agreed completely, but that was beside the point. Still, I noticed that there were barely any traces of dust on her school uniforms, which wasn't that odd, I supposed, since students were probably expected not to carry their weapons during their normal classes. Still, it struck me as odd, because Cinder seemed like the cautious type, and as self-taught master in the arts of paranoia myself, I've never allowed myself to be completely without a weapon in a place that could very easily become enemy territory. Sure, the rules forbid it, but this simply meant it would need to be somewhere people wouldn't normally look. In my case, I kept all my weapons stored safely within my inventory, but someone like Cinder. Scanning the room again, I gave a bit more attention to her underwear drawer. Personally, if my weapon of choice was dust-woven clothing and I wanted it to go unnoticed, I'd weaponize that first. And sure enough, Cinder seemed to have the same idea, because she could have killed an army with the contents of that drawer. Further examination of the room revealed a hat, a set of scarves, 3 pairs of gloves, and a finely made purse, all of which had been weaponized by the markings sewn inside them, hidden from prying eyes. It was hard to argue with a woman who knew how to accessorize, I suppose. "Well enough," Mercury answered, staring at the ceiling. "The labyrinth was a breeze, like you said it would be." Cinder hummed, quietly using her needle to ensure that her dress was, in fact, able to kill. "There was one thing, though." Emerald took over, casting another glance at Mercury, who, I assumed, had taken the good news. "When we arrive, I thought we'd be first, but a team was already there." "Jaune Arc and Adam Knossos," Cinder stated absently. "Your new teammates?" "Yes," Emerald nodded after another brief pause. "It seems they made it to the finish line in under a minute." At that, Cinder paused in her sewing, an eyebrow rising slowly as she considered her handiwork. Seemingly satisfied by it, she lifted her head to meet Emerald's gaze. "Oh?" she asked. "That's rather impressive." Emerald nodded awkwardly, seeming almost embarrassed that she hadn't gotten first place. "Jaune Arc is the wolf's grandson," Mercury continued when his partner didn't. "I hadn't heard of him before that fight thing, back before the tournament. I've never heard of Adam Knossos before." "Do you think she's been hiding them?" "Perhaps," Cinder mused, taking a moment to look at the tip of her needle before going back to her work. "Knossos has always been a name given to people that are useful to the Roma and Alexandria families. It's possible he is a recent acquisition." "The grandson, though," she trailed off as her expression became contemplative. "There's more," Emerald picked up. "When we went to our room, there was something there waiting." "It was." She seemed briefly at a loss for words before shaking her head. "A very unusual-looking tree," she hedged at last. "Upside down, but it was able to walk on its branches. Its roots had mouths and teeth, and its trunk had eyes set into the bark. 3 dozen that I counted, but there were probably more I didn't see." Adam called it a work in progress and claimed it was a part of a semblance. "Fascinating," Cinder said, sounding honestly interested. "And it was waiting for you in your room?" Emerald nodded. "Adam said he'd had it shipped here," she stated, though he seemed surprised that it was already here. "That implies that it can survive away from its creator, at least for some time," Cinder mused aloud. "And to mutate something to that extent. Interesting." "Should we look into it?" Mercury asked. Cinder considered that for a moment before shaking her head with a smile. "If you should see something interesting, tell me," she said. "But it's not why we're here." While I doubt it is a coincidence that her grandson would enroll at a time like this, there's little point in acting rashly. Besides, if they're as strong as they seem to be, it would be dangerous to involve you. Mercury began at once, pushing himself upright to say something only to halt as Cinder laid amused-looking eyes on him. "I appreciate the thought," she replied to whatever it was that went unspoken. "But it's not necessary. For the time being, leave this to me. Should things change, I will inform you. For the time being, you know what to do." "Yes," Mercury answered, lowering his gaze sullenly. "Mercury," Cinder drew his attention. "Don't do anything rash, for my sake if nothing else. It would complicate things greatly if I were forced to reveal myself to save you." He was silent for a moment before nodding with a sigh. "I get it," he conceded. "I won't do nothing." "I won't do anything," she corrected with a gentle smile. If I'd been bothering to use my physical eyes, I'd have blinked at the scene, surprised despite myself drawing back in a way that was hard to describe. I pondered the three of them for a moment, re-evaluating it. I'd considered the possibility, of course, given how long it took to train hunters and to earn such loyalty, it made sense that Cinder might have taken them in while they were still children. It also made sense, then, that they might view her as a mother and perhaps even love her. I just hadn't really expected her to feel something in return. She was fond of them. As far as I could tell, she even honestly cared about them. There was a touch of coldness to the feeling, something almost guarded, but it was there. I wasn't certain how far it went exactly, but in my head, I'd compared their relationship to Adam and Raven's. Perhaps that was more accurate than I'd thought. I'd known that whatever she felt, her emotions would reveal something to me, but I wasn't certain of what to make of this particular response. I didn't feel anything like hesitation. What she felt towards her children or they towards her didn't necessarily change anything, after all, and I was ready to do what I had to if it came to that. It was just, this meant something, I was sure of it. Distant though it might be, she undoubtedly felt something for them, and the Grimm were heartless, soulless creatures. Though my empathy didn't work well on the creatures, when it even worked at all, I wouldn't go so far as to call them emotionless, for they certainly seemed capable of hatred and bloodlust. But this was different. Could a Grimm care about people? My first thought was that I might be wrong, that, perhaps, she wasn't a writer. I mulled over the idea and acknowledged it as possible, since I had yet to confirm anything with the title or observe. But even if she wasn't, this wouldn't be proof of it. After all, there were two occasions where my empathy had worked just fine, and it was against both of the other writers. The hunters Conquest had infected had been perfectly capable of feeling emotion, they just couldn't express it while trapped within their own minds. Similarly, RWBY had possessed seemingly normal emotions despite the fact she was infected, which I had originally attributed that to the Red Rider's dormant state. But what if it went beyond that? By definition, the Grimm were soulless monsters. It occurred to me there was probably some reason for that, possibly related to how or why they were created, but whatever the case, the fact remained that they didn't. Humans, plants, animals, hell, apparently even certain, special machines like Penny could have souls, but not the Grimm. Except for the writers. While they had no souls of their own, by infecting a living host they could make use of aura. This allowed them to use semblances, as Conquest had proven, just as he'd proven they were capable of using dust, which seemed important under the circumstances. I'd contemplated several times that might well be the point of the writers. In fact, as they didn't just take over the body or usurp the mind, though they may be able to play the part of the body snatchers, going by Conquest and what I knew of the Red Rider, they seemed to go beyond that. The soul, in this case, was a tool they used, but they seemed like the type of that could have heavy implications and repercussions. What was a soul, exactly? What did it do, besides generate a person's aura? It couldn't be solely responsible for emotions, because it could be proven that was a matter of chemicals in the brain. But then, what was it? And if Penny could have one, why couldn't the Grimm? It occurred to me that a lot of my questions seemed to come back to souls. My past life, my semblance, the things Bianca saw, and now this. And yet, as usual, no answers were forthcoming. Regardless, I'd gotten what I came for. Whether or not they were devoted to her cause, Emerald and Mercury were devoted to Cinder, and she was devoted to them, to some extent. It was too early to tell if that made her more or less dangerous, but it was a fact and there was potential in it. Caring about people wasn't a weakness, but I knew better than most that having something you cared about was a prerequisite to loss. Just as I had my family, she had hers, and to be fair, it was up in the air as to which was more messed up. I wasn't sure if it was wise to try and exploit that, since I also knew how far I'd go to destroy anything that tried to touch my family. The moment either of us crossed that line and made things personal, one of us would have to die. If it became necessary, I could live with that, but it wasn't a choice to make likely. After all, I didn't know enough about her capabilities to be sure I'd win. I wasn't afraid to risk my life if I had to, but I also saw no point in doing so needlessly. And whatever Cinder was up to, she was taking her time. Best to keep watching and figure out everything I could before raising anything I'd have to put down. There was still time enough to prepare. It seemed she felt the same way. For the time being, be on your best behavior, Cinder continued. It will be some time before things are in place. Mercury groaned and fell back to the floor. But school's so boring, he complained, rolling onto his side to stare at the wall. There, Cinder chuckled. We'll have our fun soon enough, I guarantee it. Just think of this as a necessary evil, Mercury. But those are the worst kind, he answered petulantly. What's the point if you have to do it? Cinder smiled but went back to her work without answering, leaving the room to fall into silence. So Adam drew out, back in the room beside me. Are they saying anything or? I opened my eyes and turned my face towards him before giving a slight nod. Emerald and Mercury told her about us, I answered. Oh? He asked, raising an eyebrow. What did they say? They said I was the good-looking one, I told him with a helpless shrug. Interesting, Adam mused. So they're blind, then? We can use that. I chuckled at that. But really, they didn't say a whole lot, I admitted. It was more like they were Checking in, I guess they told her that we got through the maze first and that Autumn was a product of your semblance, but that was pretty much it. Sender told them not to do anything rash when they offered to look into us, but they'll report back anything of note about what we expected. Then, he mused, sounding a touch disappointed. I take it she didn't reveal the entirety of her plan in a convenient presentation? It was a long shot to begin with, I said with a shrug. With Raven around, they wouldn't want to reveal anything unless they were certain things were secure. Emerald and Mercury would have been filled in well beforehand and there wouldn't be much point in repeating themselves here. Odds are, we'll have to wait until something changes and they call in the illusionist to get anything the easy way. Until then, well, there's a reason we're here. A reason you're here, you mean? Adam sighed tiredly. I'm just here to suffer, near as I can tell. I'd wondered how long you'd be able to go without drinking, I mused. A little surprised you couldn't make it one night without breaking out the wine, though. It's a comfort drink, he stated. I go to it whenever I remember that the world hates me and I hate it right back. I snorted and rolled my eyes. Believe it or not, there's a reason I brought you along, I replied, reaching into my inventory to draw out several of my textbooks. They weren't skill books, unfortunately, but I opened the top and started reading about the history of Mistral, quickly flipping through the pages before casting it aside and moving on to the next. I figured as much, he admitted. I was kind of hoping you'd actually tell me at some point. You've come a long way in just a few days, I continued as if he hadn't spoken. But there's still a lot to do if you want to be ready for what's to come. You've gotten a lot of stat points, but I think you know as well as I do that stats alone do not a hunter make. He grunted but sat up, interested despite how he tried to act. What do you have in mind? He asked. Unlike you, I can't just eat a book and become a master of something. You don't have to, I replied, because as it happens, you and I suddenly have a lot of free time, and now that we both have the basics out of the way, we're both going to continue our training from the beginning. That's how I intended to spend my time here at Mistral, but since I'm so nice, I'm going to let you tag along. Thanks, he answered with a roll of his eyes. What are we going to do? Well, I began, smiling widely. I'm going to work on my skills. Since my fight with Conquest, they've been improving by leaps and bounds and a few are getting close to ranking up. I also have a bunch of new ones I want to try out and level up. Meanwhile, you are going to be doing pretty much the same thing. Grinding? He asked, furrowing his eyebrows. How? However you normally train, I stated without so much as looking up from my book. Except you'll be doing it with me there helping you. I can heal you and restore your MP as needed, so just push yourself to your limits. Anything that happens, I'll fix, so you get need to worry about your body breaking down or getting tired, and without your body holding you back, you can push yourself as far as you're willing to go. As far as I'm willing to go? He repeated, which made me look up at him and quirk an eyebrow challengingly. Yeah, I said. It's up to you to decide where your limits are and it's up to you to decide what to do. I won't stop you unless you're about to kill yourself or something, but I trust you to know what's best for yourself. You can quit anytime you want, too. He considered me for a moment, nodding slowly. But you won't, he noted. Will you? Why would I quit? I asked with a smile. There's too much on the line for me to ever give up, and more than that, I've decided that this is what I want to do. So I'll do it, whatever it takes, and go as far as I possibly can. Before all of this, I was always uncertain of everything, and I guess I still am in a lot of ways, but at least this much I'm sure of. That asshole is up to something, and he and the Grimm are playing some messed up game with the entire world and whatever they're after. They've killed countless innocent people to get it. But if this is a fucking game, then I'm going to win it, because I'm the fucking gamer. It was the first time I'd really said it out loud, but it felt good to, and I saw him look at me with a touch of surprise. Without losing my smile, I gave him a shrug and spread my hands. But then, I guess my power makes it easy for me, I continued. I wouldn't have gotten this far without it, or maybe it's that I need to go this far because of it. Either way, it's going to be tough on anyone who comes with me. But if I have to, well, I do it all by myself. So whatever you want to do, it's okay. He was silent for a moment before snorting in disgust. John, you're my friend, he said, sounding annoyed that he actually had to say it. One of the few I've ever had. I would follow you to hell and back with relatively minor amount of complaining. If you are going to quit, I won't either. I've got your back. I closed my eyes, smile widening. Good to know, I replied, leaning back against the bedrest and continuing to read with my face. Try and keep up then, will you? When do we start? He asked. As soon as I finish reading, I replied. Sender seems to be done talking. Anyway, it's a bit sad I can't keep a constant eye on her, but we can't let the threat of her preparations get in the way of our own, now can we? He glanced at his watch and frowned a touch, making me laugh a little. I told you before that sleep was for the weak, I said, still chuckling. You up for another all-nighter? Of course, he answered immediately, lowering his arm. Slack off during the day and then stay up to ungodly hours. That's what you're supposed to do in school, isn't it? The games we play. Sleepless. Once I finished memorizing all my textbooks, most of which had covered stuff I already knew anyway, autumn, and I retreated to Naraka to train and went back up to the surface. I checked Cinder over again before I left, unable to completely suppress the concern I felt regarding what she might do while I was gone, but I'd meant what I'd told Adam before. We couldn't put aside our own efforts to prepare just for fear of her preparations, because if all we did was watch, well, what good was that? As for Emerald and Mercury, well, we left a note saying we got bored and wandered off. They'd likely report our absences to Cinder, especially if it became a regular thing, but there wasn't anything they could actually do about it, so I didn't really care all that much. Besides, whatever they told Cinder, I doubted they'd be able to hit upon the truth, which was that we were working out in another dimension. Coming up with that idea would probably take some doing, even for hunters that may have been raised by a rider. With Naraka established, I tapped Autumn once and she returned to the form of a mutated rose, a blossom colored white on the inside with a dozen thorny tentacles in place of a stem. The tentacles wrapped firmly around my arm, putting the blossom over my left wrist like a flowery watch, but just to be on the safe side I withdrew Crocea Mors from my inventory and quickly converted it into its metal form. I hadn't used the altered weapons as much lately, primarily because my body had long since reached the point where it was a weapon, but I didn't feel like taking risks where my daughter was concerned. Liquid steel flowed over her vines before solidifying, leaving metallic thorns to rise from my gauntlet. For her part, Autumn's blossom twitched open and closed several times, as if blinking. On the fourth time, patterns began to appear on both sides of her petals in an array of colors, countless rows of photoreceptors in place of an eye. She was still experimenting, which was always good. It was good to see she wasn't afraid to think outside the constraints of conventional biology. Shall we get started, then? I asked with a smile and a crack of my neck, even as I reached into my inventory again before tossing him Wilton Blush. We'll start work on your new weapons shortly, but for the time being, well, let's do this the easy way. If you don't mind, I could use your help testing out a few things, too. Whatever, Adam said as he caught his precious weapons, somehow making the dismissive word carry agreement. First off, I began, spreading my arms wide. Hit me. Adam silently strapped his sword to his side before resting a hand on it. Before I do, I should probably make sure of what you mean, he answered flatly. Because every time you talk, that's what I hear, so something might have gotten lost in translation. I snorted at his words but didn't bother to hide my smile. Hit me, I repeated. With your semblance, please. I have something to try that requires an aura-based attack. Got it, he said, grasping his sword. As he began charging his attack, I reached out with the tendril of my own aura and supplemented his power with Carita's. Adam's semblance was a pretty interesting one. Simple as it might seem at first glance, it revolved around drawing upon external sources of energy to supplement his own. Everything from ambient heat to the laser of a giant robot, he could absorb to increase the power of his own attack, and if he was hooked up to a well of power like mine, well, the results could get fairly impressive. After only a second of charging, Adam began to glow, the light Carita sent coursing through him spilling into the visible spectrum. His eyes, parts of his hair, his heart, seemingly random parts of him began to glow with a bright red-white light as power gathered and flowed. I put my left arm behind my back, giving Autumn an extra layer of protection even as I curled my aura around her protectively, and then Adam struck. For a moment, the world was painted over in reds, blacks, and whites, painting over the already dismal shades of Naraka. A flash of destructive power collided with me, trying to tear me apart, but just as quickly as his power had painted the world over, it shattered by a fountain of light. It rose around me, slipping through my illusion even as I tried to react and hide it, and then it blazed around me and rose towards the sky. It collided with the attack and destroyed it, but not in a violent clashing of two forces. No, it simply washed it away. I took a pair of deep breaths, realizing I was sweating. As expected, that had taken a lot of power, but it was hard to deny that the results were impressive. Adam raised an eyebrow slowly, still glowing. In contrast to me, he seemed fine, although he was still glowing. The benefits of using someone else's power, I supposed. What was that? He asked, more curious than surprised. Something I've been meaning to try out, I answered, gesturing towards myself and pulling the sweat from my skin with a thought towards Jai. One of the skills I got for increasing my intelligence. Costita's passive LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The rejection of the impure that shields one from corruption, the eternal love that remains when ephemeral lusts are washed away. The aura of living beings naturally shields them from many threats and passively prevents malicious effects from being formed within the body, washing away the aura of others as it tries to take shape against attacks that completed outside of the body. However, it may only serve as a protective shield against harm, not so to the user of the skill. To them, Even the solid structure of completed attacks may be washed away, like building of mud swept away by a river for twice the MP cost of the targeted ability. An MP-based attack that affects the user may be completely dispersed in a flare of aura. All harmful effects, even those which take place independent of damage, are completely negated. It is as if the attack never made contact at all. Against attacks with a material component, only MP-based abilities are negated, leaving the physical attack to be defended against normally. Further, against attacks which target an area, only the user is protected. Abilities which do not have targets or which do not target the user may not be negated. Another of my Psychomachia skills, it enhanced the natural defensive abilities of my aura, allowing me to use it in a new way. It was an interesting skill and I'd wanted to see its effects firsthand, but it needed work. As it was now, it was a bit impractical to use, costing more to defend me from an attack than the attack itself. It could still be useful, but currently it was circumstantial best for attacks that were more dangerous than their costs implied, such that other defensive measures would be insufficient. Even so, between my layered defenses and my healing abilities, I was better off without it in most situations, especially with the light show, especially since creatures like the Grim didn't have aura. But I'd be interested in testing just how far its power went. I'd need to test it out when I had the chance and I'd work on improving it regardless. It would probably come in handy at some point. Thanks, I said, flexing my fingers before casting a smile at my friend. I wanted to see how it would work in practice. He nodded once, sheathing his sword. No problem, he replied. That all you needed? There are a few others I wanted to test, if you don't mind, I answered with a shake of my head. I'm always up to smacking you around, he returned, running a hand through his still glowing hair. Especially when you're footing the bill. I chuckled a bit at that before shaking my head. Actually, I need a target to test something on, I stated. Ugh, he groaned. That's way less fun. You up for it? I asked him. It won't hurt you, as far as I can tell. Whatever, he replied, the word containing boundless enthusiasm. I chuckled again, closing my eyes for a moment before snapping them open. Almost immediately, Adam tense, releasing a low grunt before planting his feet and letting his hand fall reflexively back to his blade. He took a step to the side, but pinned beneath my gaze it didn't help. His movements were a touch slower than before until he consciously made himself move faster, but if it had been anyone but me watching, I doubted they'd have noticed the difference. I guess that was to be expected of a high-level target and a low-level ability. Gorgon active LV1 EXP, 0.00%. The eyes are the windows to the soul and the doors. Like mice beneath the serpent's predatory gaze, targets of this ability find themselves frozen in fear. By channeling and modulating the aura around one's eyes, the user can exert a paralyzing effect on opponents. The effectiveness of this ability increases with the power and INT of the user. At higher levels, greater effects may be shown and even the target's ability to breathe might be inhibited. Low-level targets are paralyzed while under the gaze of the user. Higher-level targets decrease dex by 10 points so long as the user focuses on them. I blinked again and deactivated Gorgon, making Adam release another grunt and roll his shoulders. Weird, he said after a moment. What was that? Gorgon, I answered. A skill I picked up off the basilisks. Well, off the Merit Sager, technically, but you get the idea. It's not that effective on powerful enemies at the moment, so I'll need to train it, but it's definitely useful. I don't have a lot of debuffs, after all. That's good, I guess, Adam said, looking himself over carefully. You done using me as a test dummy or is there anything else? More or less, I chuckled. I've got one more, but it's not really designed with the target's safety in mind. You're at a high enough level to walk it off, especially with me supplementing your aura, but I'm all for you not practicing dangerous techniques on me, Adam replied. Even if I am pretty damn amazing. I laughed a bit at that, lacing my fingers behind my head, waiting for the question I knew was coming. So Adam asked, what's it do? Let's find some Grim and I'll show you, I answered with a smile. I wanted to show you a few things anyway, because it's come to my attention that you need to learn some humility, Adam. That's rich coming from you, you arrogant jackass, he retorted immediately. And don't even bother lying, I know you just want to show off your new toys. I smiled a bit at that. Yeah, I admitted cheerfully. I do. It's not as fun when there's no one around to see how awesome I am. Naraka being what it was, it didn't take us very long to find signs of the Grim. They were already busying themselves with the destruction of Mistral, toppling buildings. I saw Adam's lips purse slightly at the sight and knew that the sight struck a chord in him, much as it had with Raven. Together, we swiftly climbed the rest of the ziggurat and looked around at the teeming hordes of monsters that were already encroaching upon it from all sides. Okay, Adam said after a moment. Are we going to start killing these things yet or what? See that one? I asked, pointing at a random monster in the horde. I had the barrier set to mixed and so it produced all the monsters it was capable of making. Beowulfs, Borbidisks, Nevermore, Ursa, etc. gathered in a steadily growing army, However, they seemed like little more than a dark horde, with only the most powerful creatures standing out. As such, I wasn't surprised when Adam just shook his head. Doesn't matter. Just watch. Even as I spoke, aura began to spill from my skin. In moments, it formed a rotating circular structure in the air before me in a ghostly white outline that was far clearer outside the bounds of the visible light. I crouched slightly, eyes focused on my target even as my aura reached out to touch it. The moment I felt contact, I lunged forward at my full speed, passing through the circular gateway with a sensation like shattering glass, and felt myself accelerate abruptly. I closed the distance in an instant, a hand reaching out to grasp the Grim by the shoulder even as streamers of both aura and heat clung to my arms and legs, ropes of fire and power leading back to the circle far behind me. Even as I touched the monster, however, I could feel the pull of those chains, as if my passage through the gateway had created some enormous vacuum, and the circle collapsed into a tiny point as its structure was sucked towards the center. An instant later, I felt myself moving backwards as if time were running in reverse, my direction reversing without any loss in speed. And then I was back where I'd stood in the beginning, almost as if I've never left at all except I brought along a souvenir. I dragged the Grim back with me, though it collapsed limply even as the sound of things snapping reached us moments later. Unprotected by aura or the skill, the whiplash had killed it outright. Holy, Adam swore, drawing away from me at once and dropping a hand to his waist. He let go of it a moment later, seeing the state the Grim was in, but glanced back at the crowd far below, spotting the crater the sheer speed of my attack had left in their ranks. What the fuck was that? One of the skills I picked up off the AFON, I answered, tossing the corpse aside. It's like, I can't think of a great analogy, but think of it as sort of like a bird swooping down to snatch something up. It boosts my speed towards a target and then returns me to my original position with whatever I happen to be carrying. Like people, he guessed, or parts of them, at least, I answered, nodding towards the corpse. From what I gather, it wasn't really built with the safety of the subject in mind. Even if I don't try, well, it'll be pretty easy to snap someone's neck with a whiplash. I'd thought about using it as an extraction technique, but Bane of the Promethean active LV1 EXP, 43.71% MP, 1000, a technique developed in Ancient Mantle by the Caucasia's tribe for use against their sworn enemies, the Prometheans. At its most basic level, a technique to quickly attack and withdraw from an enemy. The skill distinguished itself for both its effectiveness and brutality. After marking the target, the user creates an expanding pathway between their opponent and their starting position while they approach with tremendous speed. After reaching the endpoint of the pathway, an interaction between the structure of the technique and the user's aura causes it to retract back towards its point of origin, carrying the user and anything they happen to be holding back with it in the process. The removal of the opponent's liver is not required for the successful completion of the technique, but is customary to the maneuver. Increase dex by INT for the sake of determining attack and movement speed for one attack. 50% defense penetration. Range, 100 m. We'll save that for emergencies, Adam snorted, walking over to the failed Grim to look it over. Can't say it seems like the nicest way to travel, but you do love your movement techniques, don't you? What's not to love? I asked, suddenly standing on both sides of him. I saw him jump at the twin images of me, but it only lasted a moment before one of them, the one that had stood in my original position, faded. At his look, I smiled and shrugged. Just an afterimage. One of the other skills I picked up off that snake I killed. It's sort of like Blake's semblance, but they aren't solid or able to move or anything like that. They're just, well, afterimages. God, don't scare me like that, Adam said, closing his eyes. For a moment I thought there were two of you. Two of me? I repeated. The world wouldn't be able to take it. Still, it's a cool skill, isn't it? Shedding of the Serpent Skin active LV1 EXP, 52.20% MP, 200, an ancient skill developed in the area now known as Vaco. By precisely channeling aura through the body, the user is able to increase their speed enough to cover a short distance almost instantly, leaving behind an afterimage by the aura they shed. The name of the technique refers to an old legend. Just as a snake was considered to live forever by shedding its skin, this technique was used to ward off death, either escaping or circling behind threats. Range, 2m. Number of afterimages, 1. Adam answered dully. It's okay, I guess, but like you said, Blake's was better. Jealousy is an ugly thing, Adam, I informed him solemnly, making him roll his eyes. Whatever, he said again. Are we going to train now or what? I chuckled at him and nodded. Go ahead, I answered, connecting us with Caritas again and making him glow like a spotlight. You're hooked up. Any idea where you're going to begin? He shrugged. I'll figure something out, he answered, leaping off the top of the ziggurat to fall into the ranks of the Grim. Almost immediately, a flash of energy slew nearly 100 of the creatures. Chuckling again, I sent Arab and Levant to watch over him, just in case something happened. And then I closed my eyes, power rising around me once again. It flowed into the force field my aura naturally created around my body, turning it into a constant, glowing shell. Taking another pointless breath and concentrating, I began to lift the force field around me, rising into the air. As a result, I rose 20 meters straight up and then stopped, a star above heaven. Opening my eyes, I looked at myself for a moment and then hid the glow with an adjustment of the illusion I constantly maintained. Adjusting my vision several times, I gazed at the aura cloaking my body, thick enough now to constantly support my own weight. It was odd to the touch, solid but unlike anything I'd ever felt before. It felt like it was barely there, yet I could feel it holding me in the sky, both through the touch of my skin against it and it against my skin. After giving myself a moment to acclimate to the new sensation, I crossed my arms in front of my chest and began to move. Since it was my aura carrying me, it was a mental exercise rather than a physical one, and that took getting used to in its own right. It wasn't hard to hover left or right, as my aura reacted to my thoughts, but for that same reason, it was hard to move just left or right. As my mind raced, I had to go through the motions carefully to make sure I didn't slam into something. It'd get easier over time, I knew, but for the moment, Flight of the Vimana Active LV1 EXP, 0.00% MP, 2000. The Chariot of the Soul, an ancient technique once used by the Lords of the West to take flight on nothing but their own wills. By hardening one's own aura into a skin-tight force field and controlling it carefully, it is possible to move one's own body using nothing but thought and free it from the constraints that bind it to the earth. Use INT in place of Dex to determine flight speed. Flight speed increases with INT and skill level. Additional 2000 MP used per minute of flight. I pondered myself for a moment as I began to fly towards a nearby building. The Flight of the Vimana was my third mode of flight, counting the grim wings I could create with metamorphosis and flying using Levant's aid, and while it was certainly more subtle than the former and faster than the latter, it had its own issues. I was all for using INT in place of Dex, given that my intelligence was significantly higher than my dexterity, but it came with sacrifices. While my higher INT made my base speed far faster, since I was using my mind to move instead of my body, techniques that multiplied my body's speed didn't necessarily apply, and unfortunately, stacking multipliers was how I achieved my greatest speeds. Acceleration would still apply, as that changed how I moved through time rather than simply making my body faster, but something like the White Tiger's tread or haste would not. The grim wings I grew with metamorphosis didn't have that problem. My flight speed could be increased by any of my movement techniques, which meant it was still the best choice even if my intelligence was over twice as high as my dexterity. Still, most of the time, growing grim armor and black wings would make things more complicated than it was worth, so the skill was still useful and it was still at level 1, after all, and it had said that its flight speed would increase. It was worth exploring, even if in an emergency I'd likely fall back to other options, such as my tried and true air platforms. If nothing else, it might be worth having just to separate Jaune Arc and Jianbing. Regardless, I had hopes for it, and it would be easy enough to train once I got the hang of it. After I had enough control, I'd just hover a millimeter off the ground during the day or something. The cost wouldn't be an issue thanks to the Psychomachia skills, which cut it down to a fairly reasonable 500 a minute, which would go down quickly after some training. Reaching my target, I halted my motion with a thought and hovered in front of the glass of a nearby skyscraper. This should be far enough to keep from interfering with Adam's training, but also close enough to react quickly if something happened. I could sense thousands of Grimm swarming all around us, tearing apart houses and stores alike, and I noted their locations absently, but, in truth, I was just going to demolish everything around me and kill everything unlucky enough to be in the way. As the largest building nearby, this was as good a place to start as any. Before I could start the first attack, however, something caught my eye, and on a whim, I adjusted my senses to better perceive it. "Huh," I said, blinking at the sight before hovering closer. I could see my reflection in the glass. It struck me then that I didn't actually spend much time looking at myself these days, not on the level that most people did, at least. I watched myself constantly, but what I saw were cells and molecules, and sometimes, when I looked especially close, atoms. I saw countless colors and shades of energy, patterns that came together to create a greater whole, a biological machine in the midst of countless processes. Sometimes I looked at my brain to monitor the activity, curious how my strange senses affected it, while other times I'd view only my aura and blot out the sight of my flesh entirely. I knew every change that occurred in my body on a startling number of levels and notes on how they changed over time. As such, I'd been completely aware of how it had changed. I just never bothered viewing those changes in the tiny portion of the electromagnetic spectrum in which most people considered light visible. Jokes aside, it didn't really make much difference how I looked. Until now, at least. It wasn't surprising, I told myself even as I lifted a hand to my face. I meant it too, because, again, I'd been completely aware of it. Lately, I'd spent an enormous amount of time in an accelerated state, with weeks or months passing over the course of days. Although my 17th birthday was coming up, I already looked at least a year older and I'd grown some. I put on muscle from my training, too, of course, and that went a long way to changing how I looked. But there were subtle signs on my face that made me think I looked a bit older. I didn't really care about that. Other people might have been worried that they'd aged a year and maybe 2 weeks, but I couldn't muster much concern for it. I'd figured that would happen, after all, and had accepted it. I wasn't sure if my power would keep me from aging entirely after I reached my prime or if I'd need to figure something out to make sure it didn't impede my effectiveness, but either way, it wouldn't be a concern for a while thanks to Aura. Hunters tended to look young for a long time after their bodies finished growing, especially the most powerful ones. My mother was in her 60s and looked to be in her late 20s. Though his semblance, or possibly the writer's, might have something to do with it, I'd done the math and Osman had to be at least 100 years old and maybe looked like he was in his 30s. With the power I had, it would be a while before I showed signs of wear, even if my power didn't just make that a non-issue and even if there was absolutely nothing I could do to keep myself from aging. It didn't matter. The extra time acceleration gave me to train was more than worth the cost. Getting old wasn't something I was afraid of, so long as it didn't keep me from achieving my goals. So it wasn't the fact that I looked older that made me pause, but more how age had made me look. The changes were small still, the similarities minor, and maybe they'd been there all along and I'd just never bothered seeing them. But in my face, around my eyes, my jaw, I saw my father. I shouldn't be surprised, I thought, even though I totally was. After all, I was my father's son. But it was amazing how hard the smallest things can hit you sometimes. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes for a second and swallowed. The truth was, even now I'd still been holding back. Using psychometry on my father's hammer, facing and reliving his final moments, had been a large step, but that had been more about facing the past and proving I could. The skills I gained from it. Well, I've never say no to free skills, but the hammer wasn't my weapon of choice and he wouldn't have wanted me to cast aside my own style to pick up his weapon anyway. Especially not when he'd already left me something far greater. I smiled sadly as I reached out towards the reflection. Thanks for the good looks, Dad, I said. I'll be sure to put them to good use. And this, too, I guess. For the first time, I reached out with my psychokinesis, touching the surface of the glass with my mind. With my senses, I quickly picked out an imperfection in the glass and seized hold, pressing my power forward. It started with a tiny chip that broke off and fell away, but I picked up speed quickly. The small indent became a hole and then widened rapidly as dozens and then hundreds of pieces began to break away. Over the course of seconds, the window almost seemed to dissolve outwards from the center, and the same began to happen to the walls around it, the destruction growing as it went. Soon, there was nothing left of the building except clouds of falling dust. The games we play. Mentality. I willed myself downwards and fell like a comet into the midst of the grim below. Even stopping a meter away from the ground, the speed of my descent blew away the surrounding monsters, tossing them high into the air. With a smile and a thought, I triggered a gravity crash centered on myself, and everything around me abruptly reversed direction and slammed into the ground with such force that it pounded them flat. As the cacophony of shattering pops rose around me, I merely fell a bit closer to the earth and then crossed my arms. Knowing I had their attention now, I waited as monsters began to gather around me. The Beowulfs and Ursa stood out thanks to their height, but I could see smaller creatures mixed in with the mass that slowly began to surround me. They were hesitant at first, seeing what I'd already done to their fellows, but their bloodthirst outweighed it by far. Even so, they approached intelligently. Most gathered at my back, with those in front of me meant to serve more as distractions than anything else. The skies above us were clear, the Nevermore gathered on the surrounding rooftops to wait for a chance to strike. No one attacked at first, waiting for an opening, but we'd be here all day before they found something like that on their own, so I provided one for them instead. Smile widening slightly, I allowed my eyes to pan slowly from the left to the right, gaze shifting from mask to mask as my attention seemed to turn. The leftmost creature, a wolf likely chosen for the role because of its own expendability, lunged forward with teeth bared. It jumped through the air, razor-sharp teeth aimed for my throat, claws extended, only for its head to suddenly jerk back in midair, as if someone invisible had punched it in the face. No, more than that, much of its snout was smashed towards its face, teeth exploding from its open mouth with a series of cracking noises. The force of the blow was enough to reverse its momentum, turning its forward lunge into a backwards fall, only for another impact to hammer it towards the earth with enough force to leave a dent in its chest. It didn't even touch the ground before something slammed into its back, jerking it upwards even as it shattered whatever served as a spine in the creature. More impacts landed moments later, jerking the creature around in midair for several seconds before crushing its now almost boneless body into a rough sphere and casting it aside. I didn't so much as move a muscle, even as I shifted my gaze back to the left. For a moment, there was stillness and silence on the battlefield. Then it was broken by several hundred furious roars, and Grim came swarming towards me from every direction, giving up on surprise tactics and trying to bury me under pure numbers. I snatched up the first to approach with a thought, lifting it into the air and reversing every joint in its body before snapping its neck. The next I grabbed by the face, crushing its head with a moment's attention before smashing the third into the fourth. I caught the first wave of the Grim and countered it with pure force, pushing them back into the creatures behind them and staggering the charge. And I did it without so much as a twitch. Psychokinesis active LV1 EXP, 94.93%. A close relative of telekinesis, psychokinesis is the ability to move objects solely with one's mind and soul, done by focusing one's aura to such an extent that it has physical reality to exert upon the world. It is a skill limited only by the mind that gives it form. 20.1 kilograms of force per 1 MP spent. Range, 201 M. Power, versatility, range, and control increase with INT and skill level. This was the power my father had left me. Just by willing it, I could crush the monsters around me into paste, snap their bones, or tear them apart with pure force. And I was just getting started. By default, my psychokinesis didn't truly have a shape. I wasn't generating invisible limbs or anything like that. It was just my aura gathering to affect something. When I wished to strike something, it created a blunt surface to do so. When I chose to grab and tear, it surrounded the target completely and gripped it from every direction without my will to give it form. It was a fluid thing, more like a gas than anything else. But with my will, it was given form. Gathering the power I was letting out into the world, I began to shape it and narrow it. There wasn't any less of it, but it was focused into a smaller area, gathering the power behind it all into edges and points into dozens upon dozens of psychokinetic blades that instantly went to work. This time I didn't bother grabbing the Grim or breaking. As I began to float forward, I simply tore apart everything in my path, scattering limbs with a thought. As I went, I began to practice and push, seeing how far I could go. When the Nevermore took flight, I clipped their wings with a mental image of scissors, before stopping the charge of a Borbidisc with the thought of a guillotine. And Ursa roared as it barred down upon me, only to find itself caught within an invisible Iron Maiden, those around it dying even as it fell. For the most part, however, I stuck to the basics and chopped them to pieces as they came, cutting the legs out from under them or removing the heads from their shoulders. In moments, the street was empty of anything but the dead or the dying, and already my power was turning upon the buildings around us. I tore open doors, shattered windows, peeling up tiles and floors even as I knocked down walls. I floated slowly down the street, making sure there wasn't so much as a brick atop another as I went, my mind always reaching and grasping and tearing on levels big and small alike. Anything with the misfortune of coming near me died horribly as I experimented and practiced, honing the skill I'd neglected. In the distance, I could feel Adam going wild, too, cutting loose with his semblance at a faster pace than he ever had before. He was experimenting as well, now that he was free to do so, each attack just slightly different from the last as he struck in quick succession, trying to gather as much power as he could in just a moment's time. I could see his efforts and the progress he was making now that he didn't need to worry about cost or exhaustion. At the same time, I felt the cost of it on my own aura and erected a temple in Sanctum Sanctorum to compensate, shattering and remaking it as I went. Still, I had to smile at the sight, glad he was doing well. I guess he knew better than anyone how much of a limitation the charge time of his power was, so now that he could spend energy freely, he was focused on minimizing it. Given time to observe it, I might be able to give him some suggestions. That was part of why I was having him go nuts here. After all, he was also trying to make it more versatile, too, but I might already have had a few suggestions on that front. Dust was probably the simplest way, it was just a matter of how to best do it. Which reminded me, I still needed to work on Adam's new weapon. Absently turning about a dozen of my blades into hands, I swung by a few nearby buildings, carefully tearing them to pieces. Today I just brainstorm, I suspected, but it should give me a good idea of what I was looking for. Gathering several pipes and bars, I let crocea flow into and melt them. Gathering the liquid steel in a bowl-shaped construct, I began scooping out the mass in spheres. Changing the shape with the thought, I had crocea solidify the sword, spear, hammer, and axe before looking them over. They were just prototypes and neither the steel nor the thought that went into them had been the best, but that was fine. After a moment, I discarded everything but the sword, knowing Adam would prefer to stick with what he knew. Crocea liquefied the other weapons while I mulled over the sword, which I had made more similar to my own than Adam's. I reshaped it as well, giving it more the look of a charcuterie-like wilt. Too much like it, really. Even without the distinctive red blade, it was too similar. But perhaps something a bit different. Adding more material to the mass, I lengthened the blade but kept it straight. Mulling it over, I made a long, curved blade like Raven's before shaking my head. Then I shortened it but left it curved, straightened it again, and began to adjust it. Each time, I'd pause and give it a few experimental swings with my mind, testing it. With several other hands, I worked on a replacement for Blush, going through several different models of guns and using Suriasta to imitate firing them. A sudden cry drew my attention briefly to a giant Nevermore that had manifested shortly before. I noted that it was flying towards me and then went back to pondering my work. After a moment, I frowned. Several of these could work, but it would be easy for Adam to fall back into his usual style on accident. At the same time, creating a completely different weapon would hamper him. I needed to think about this differently. I lifted the constantly shifting sword and gun before melting both and combining them into a single mass. It would be harder for Adam to use Yato without some equivalent of Blush, but that was likely for the best, as it was one of the most distinctive aspects of his style. Perhaps it would be best to just make him a sword that was also a gun, or perhaps something else entirely, I thought as an idea struck. Reaching down towards the streets below, I tore open the top of a clothing store and began to see several shirts, tearing them to shreds or rather, threads in seconds before gathering them into a bundle beside the mass I'd been using to make weapons. Using a few more hands to pull dust crystals from my inventory, I held them beside others in thought, looking between them absently. Perhaps it was just the fact that I'd been watching Cinder recently, but the idea of dust clothing was sticking with me. I could fashion a needle easily enough and I was fast enough to sew things easily, so I could practice my dust weaver skill to make Adam equipment. Alternatively, I could do what Raven did and make the weapon out of dust, or at least alloy it to the steel. That was a very expensive route, but it would mesh with Adam's style. With a crystal blade to color the power of his semblance, he could make waves of fire, petrify opponents, crush them with gravity, or more. To make it truly versatile, however, he'd need something like Raven's weapon, with dozens of different blades, which would make an already expensive option even more so. Perhaps something in between, I considered as the giant Nevermore came at me with its mouth wide open. Shedding a skin to dodge, I carried myself and my supplies behind its head, letting it fly right past me. Reaching out with a horde of psychokinetic blades, I paused for a moment as I thought of something else, looking down at the invisible hands I was using to do my work. Oh, I murmured to myself, switching tracks at once. There's an idea. Drawing back a bit, I converted the blades into more hands and waited for the massive creature to turn around again. As it did, I began to gather my power, shaping it again and again in the same way. I reached out with the dozens of hands I'd constructed, limbs that existed only to do my will, and yet I could feel them as if they were flesh and blood, thanks to the power of my clairsentience. And if that was true, as the giant Nevermore faced me again, a circle of magic missiles appeared around it, held in place by my will. More appeared in a wall around me, each a construct of lethal power. Goodbye, I said with another smile. As one, the attacks swept forward and the monster almost seemed to dissolve as they tore through it. Now then, I said as I glanced back at the items floating around me. Where was I? I take it that light show was you? Adam asked about 10 hours later. Who else would it be? I answered, smiling as I looked down at him. He was standing atop the remains of Haven's ziggurat, having spent hours defending it from every direction. Though he'd cut down the grim like stalks of wheat, sheer attrition had allowed them to claim parts of the structure in bits and pieces, and Adam's own attempts to defend it had left their scars as well. I could see his efforts in the marks he'd left behind, attempts to control the power of his blows in the varied size of the strikes, the jagged ring of markings that surrounded the ziggurat a testament to his efforts to push back the grim. I suspected that he had challenged himself, consciously or not, to keep the structure safe and for a single man against an endless horde. He'd done remarkably well, but not enough to be satisfied with himself. I was all but certain he'd continued a training regime until he was satisfied. I supposed it wasn't a bad way to train. For my part, well, where Adam had protected, I had destroyed. Though much of Haven had fallen, it was the only structure in Mistral that still stood, rising high above a vast sea of smoke and rubble. I shattered every building and slaughtered every grim I came across, annihilating anything that caught my attention. My time in Naraka has seen to it that I had the destruction of Vale down to an art form, having systematically mapped out the fastest and most effective ways to tear it down over the course of a number of dull afternoons. Mistral, however, I was still fairly new to, and this was my first time really cutting loose. It gave me a chance to see the city and memorize the locations of everything important, too, which I felt would come in handy by the time my training here was done. I'd no doubt know Mistral even better than I'd known Vale. Adam hummed once, looking at me with a slight frown. I hovered in the air before him, feet hanging freely so as to make it obvious I wasn't standing on anything. Though Adam still had a few inches on me height-wise, I'd floated down from the sky above and stopped a bit above him so I could keep firing. All around me, light gathered into bright shapes and flew off in steady streams of destructive power. "Trying a new look?" he asked. "Yeah," I answered, several pieces of rubble floating up around me. "Psychokinesis. It was a parting gift from my father." "Ah," Adam said, nodding slowly as he looked down. "Are you going to use that as your semblance, then?" "I've considered it," I admitted. "I'll let them think what they want, but it'd make sense, given my father, and you can justify a lot of stuff with it. Add some dust crystals and I can pretend to be a pyrokinetic or a hydrokinetic or whatever I feel like. At least, with a little bit of effort, it would make practicing and explaining stuff a bit easier, too." "Why am I so durable?" "Psychokinetic shell." "Why am I so strong?" "I supplement my body's power with psychokinetic force." "That type of thing could work," he agreed. "You seem to have fun playing with it, too." My smile turned amused at that and I shifted in midair, as if leaning back. "It's a fun power," I told him, "especially since it gives me so many more hands to work with." With a thought, my twin firing spear shifted in place as if I were flexing my fingers. I was truly glad for this power, for the new strength my psychokinesis had given me, even more than its own power, the ability to generate attacks away from my body and fire them. It was limited by the power of my clairaudience still, but it was a massive boon. It meant I didn't need to rely on 2 or 4 hands. I could create as many attacks as I could support and hurl, and with that my firing rate had increased even more, to amazing results. Adam paused for a moment, finally seeming to notice. "What happened to your magic missiles?" he asked. I shrugged and continued to smile. "It ranked up," I answered. "So I traded up. These are Gunner." Lifting a hand, I created one with a thought. Seen in mid-flight, it looked a lot like a magic missile. It was still made of my aura, after all, and thus composed entirely of pure, white light. Anything more specific tended to blend away as it sped off into the distance. Seen like this, however, the differences were obvious. Where my magic missiles were smooth javelins of energy, the evolved Gunner took on a more distinct shape. Expanding from an orb of light, it took on the shape of an actual weapon made of woven bands of light, a confluence of magic missiles that took on a nearly material form, energy packed so densely that it seemed more like a weapon that glowed than a weapon of light, patterns and symbols sometimes shining through to add to that impression. As I held onto it, light rose from its surface in twisting bands that snaked between my fingers and around my wrist, slowly spiraling up my arm as it waited to be set free. It didn't feel like I was holding an energy weapon, not like magic missile had. Yet for all its solidity, holding it, I could feel the power inside it waiting to be set free and devastate. Gunner active LV1 EXP, 99.46% MP, 800. The magical spear of an ancient Adlesian king, given form by its wielder's power. Originally a weapon of mere frozen steel, its wielder carved it repeatedly with patterns and formula designed to channel his aura until the weapon itself did not matter. So ingrained was its shape in its wielder's soul. Once cast, it is said to never miss, to pierce any defense, and to slay entire armies in a single throw. It was also said to return to its wielder's hand whenever cast, but in truth its physical form shattered long ago and it may simply be created at will by those who know how. Power increases with INT, skill level, and metal element affinity. 80% defense penetration, 8000% damage increase, 7-second charge time but can be charged for up to 21 seconds. Attack damage increases with charge time. Once fired, will change direction up to 1 time in order to follow the target, letting him get a good look at it. I twirled it once and hurled it into the distance where it fell like a meteor far from us. As it touched the ground, there was a flash of light followed by an explosion of released energy, the army-slaying portion of its apparent myth. It had the same penetrative properties as its predecessor, but unlike magic missile, its complex form could unravel on command, releasing its full destructive power on anything nearby. At the same time, it would follow its target, presumably to a greater extent as its power increased, and from using it even just a few times, I could already guess how it was meant to be used. Penetrate the defense of the desired target, pierce deep into their flesh, and then boom. Adam hummed. I was wondering why the fireworks stopped so abruptly. This thing is more expensive, I take it. A bit, I answered with a shrug. That's why I only have 2 hands firing it at the moment. Luckily, it's an elemental technique and I have a fair amount of cost reducers for it, but I'll have to grind it down until it's easier to use. But I ranked up a skill, so I'll call this a pretty good night. What about you? He tapped the hilt of his sword thoughtfully and then nodded. I think I made some progress, he answered, glow finally receding. Thanks for the loan, Jaune. It's no problem, I assured him. He nodded at me once before frowning in contemplation and shaking his head. I'd tell you about it, but since you're you, I'll just assume you already know everything I have to tell you, he said after a moment's thought. That would probably save time, I agreed, flashing another smile. Yeah, I looked your way every now and then, when I wasn't preoccupied being awesome. He nodded once and didn't ask, trying to annoy me. Unfortunately for him, I knew exactly what he was doing and had significantly more patience. As I floated there in pleasant silence, I could feel that dawn on him, just as I could feel him come to the realization that being stubborn and getting frustrated would just amuse me. Trying to minimize improvements to my moral, he switched tracks and raised an eyebrow. Gee, he began in a tone that made it obvious he hadn't quite managed to muster up an actual fuck to give. And what did you do, Jaune? How kind of you to ask, I answered with a smile. Oh, just the usual. Made a magic missile machine gun, weaponized my brain even further, leveled the city of Mistral, carved my name into a mountain, killed an ungodly number of Grimm who didn't even have the decency to be worth leveling up over. Useless fucks, Adam said, agreeing wholeheartedly on that point. At least, if they're going to run up and die on our swords, they could at least give us something, because I swear, I was murdering those assholes like it was my job. It is our job, I reminded him. Literally, now that we're students here. Yeah, but aren't they supposed to drop money every now and then? He asked. The little ones are kind of stingy. I shook my head even as I withdrew the money I'd collected. You got to kill the big ones if you want to get paid. It can be easy to miss the drops, too, because you have to collect it the old-fashioned way. Here, though. 50-50. Alright, sure, he replied with a snort, taking the lean. You probably did a lot more of the work, but I'll take this as payment for listening to you talk. I rolled my eyes a little at it and then lowered to the ground to stand beside them. But like I said, mainly just the usual. I finished. I wanted to get my new skills leveled up a bit so they're easier to use. The first 40 or 50 levels come pretty easily nowadays, thanks to my acceleration and experience boosters. I didn't get to do as much physical training as I'd have liked, but I guess that's the cost you pay when you fly with your brain instead of your body. After today, it'll be easier and I'll leave Imana to train during the day so I can work out more at night. Thanks to my psychokinesis, I was able to grind Magic Missile up to 99, which I'm pleased with. I've got a few other skills heading that way, too. Oh, Adam asked, actually looking a bit interested at that. Which ones? My personal stuff, mainly, I answered with another shrug. The stuff that's easy to boost with acceleration. These last 2 weeks or so, well, with the effective time I've been putting in and the experience boosts I've been getting, they've risen quickly. Magic Missile sort of skyrocketed past a few of them because I could shoot it a million times a day if I really felt like it, but they've all come along nicely. Most of the White Tiger stuff and my buffs are all getting close to ranking up, and a few more days of physical training should net me a few skills on that end, too. My clairvoyance is the one I'm most interested in seeing improve, though. To better see my utter lack of surprise, Adam asked. It can be easy to miss. I admit I'm a subtle bastard. I'll give you, I replied. But subtle, be reasonable. He snorted. By the way, I said, I managed to pry myself away from my busy schedule of awesomeness long enough to spare some thought for the little people being you, in case it wasn't obvious. Now that you're not floating, I'd like to remind you that I'm, like, 5 inches taller than you, he stated, straightening in an attempt to tower above me. Bitch, please, I chuckled, because he was only 3. Anyway, like I was saying, I came up with some ideas for that new weapon of yours I wanted to take to you about. I'll have to work on my crafting a bit to see if anything pans out, but I think you might appreciate it. As long as I can stab people in the face with it, I'm good, he answered, tapping the sword at his side again. Wilt and blush are my only real weapons. Anyway, I figured you'd say that, I said, rolling my eyes. Thankfully, because I'm a good friend and just general amazing, I've been working on something special. Tell me it's a giant robot, Adam replied, with an equally giant sword. Sorry, I shook my head. I'm not that good a friend, and, really, if I had one, it would be mine. Aw, but, I smirked, lifting a finger. I might be able to manage power armor, if my skills get high enough. We need some way to keep losers like you from getting infected by riders anyway. Power armor, Adam repeated before pausing. I can live with power armor. The games we play first class. So what were you thinking? Adam asked later that day. For this whole power armor business, we were in our first class both of the day and of our time at Mistral, and it was every bit as dull as I'd expected it would be. I listened for about half a minute, checked the teacher's notes, and had pretty much stopped listening. Well, that was a lie, since I listened to everything that happened around me, and there was always that off chance that he'd tell me something I didn't already know. But I'd stopped giving him any particular focus. Thanks to my interest in Babel, I'd read dozens of history books, including the one for this class, and found the subject about as interesting as watching paint dry, which, in fairness, I was also doing, thanks to my senses and the recent paint job parts of the building had gotten, but that wasn't particularly interesting either. So this was as good a time as any, I suppose. Throwing up an illusion around us to go with Levant's sphere of altered sound, I picked up several pencils with my mind and began sketching a rough outline on the paper in front of me. I was fairly good at art thanks to a combination of skills, so it was easy enough to make an image of a man to begin with. I should specify that the power armor is a long-term goal, I answered. I don't think I have the skill to manage it yet, which is why I'll be grinding for a while yet. This is mostly just me planning for the future. For the time being, I'll still be making you a weapon of some kind. Here are some of the things I've come up with so far. The pencils rose from the sheet of paper to move into a new position on another page before lowering their tips to the surface and continuing to draw. I made the pictures detailed, confident that Adam, who I was pretty sure had built his own weapons, would be able to understand them. All of them were swords, favoring Adam's style. Tachi, Wakazaki, and such. I added a few other blades I knew had originated in Vako, such as Firenji, Tower, Jian, and Dao, but tried to stick to weapons he would be comfortable using. Several of the designs incorporated guns, with images of the interiors drawn beside them, while others transformed into them or other weapons. A sword whose sheath could turn into another sword, one that, when sheathed, could turn into a rifle, that type of thing. It took several pages to complete all the designs, but I'd had plenty of hands to work with and it didn't take long since I'd already memorized them. When I was done, I tore out the pages with a thought and slid them over to Adam to look over later. But as for the armor, I continued, still drawing but this time adding a crystal to the original page. I started thinking about it because I wanted to find a balance between the different uses of dust. As is, each type has its upsides and downsides, which have caused a number of forms to fall out of use entirely. You have dust in its raw, crystal form, which can release enormous amount of power, but which is extremely hard to control and which can even turn upon the wielder if used wrong. You have dust eating, wherein you take dust into your own body in order to control its power, keeping it from turning upon you at least. If you do it right, that is, done wrong, the power can run wild inside of you doing horrific damage if it doesn't kill you outright. Even if you do it properly, however, long-term use can have some pretty enormous side effects, which you ignore entirely, I'm guessing, Adam said with a roll of his eyes. It's good to be awesome, I confirmed with a slight smile. But even beyond what it can do to your body, dust eating is still had to use. It makes the user safer, but the power of it is still hard to control. So if you use a red crystal, for example, it should keep you from burning alive, but you might still burn down whatever it is you're trying to protect. It suffers in versatility, as well. While on one crystal, it can be hard to switch to another if the situation changes, just like it can be hard to turn off. Once you snort dust, you ride the high until it's over, huh? Adam stated, smirking as I frowned at him. More or less, I replied, a touch annoyed at the analogy. It still provides an enormous amount of power, and because you're channeling the dust through your own body, there are a number of tricks you can do with it in terms of your aura, but because of the costs, it was eventually shuffled out of popular use. Dust weaving was a somewhat later invention, made by sewing the dust into cloth and then channeling aura through it to create an effect. This lowered its power significantly, but made it far easier to control, so it was very popular. It's not the size that matters, it's how you. Adam began, still smirking widely. The boredom seemed to be getting to him already. I'm sure you'd know all about that, Adam, I cut him off with a nod. But actually, yeah, truth is, you can make up for a lot with proper control. Being able to shoot a blast of fire the size of a bus is cool and all, but unless you're hitting a bus-sized target, odds are good that most of the attack didn't hit anything. It was a lot of wasted energy. But let's say you take half that energy and focus it into an area the size of a marble. That attack is going to melt through just about anything you put in its path. What's the point of having a lot of energy if all you're going to do is waste it? For a while, dust weaving was considered the most powerful use of dust, simply because you could focus what power you could into some extremely lethal forms. Adam frowned for a moment before humming. Yeah, I get it, he answered. I once fought a guy who was good at using ice dust. He froze the entire battlefield and created a shitload of jagged spikes of ice, and I remembered thinking it was an amazing display of power rendered utterly worthless by the fact that it missed me entirely. I nodded once at that. My power gives me a lot of bang for my buck, MP-wise, I said, because the cost tends to lower as I train skills more. Even then, there's a reason I favored my magic missile over flare. It focused all of its power in a small area or on a single target. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to handle Gunner just yet, but we'll see how it improves as it levels up. That's the downside of wide area attack. Their usefulness tends to decline as their area increases. City destroying attacks sound cool and all, but how often do you need to destroy a city? Isn't there anything more useful you could do with it? The Grim, thankfully, are always good targets, but I'm not sure I'd use Gunner anywhere near people. Adam bobbed his head in understanding before pursing his lips. I get the idea. Control over power. But if dust weaving was considered so amazing, Adam mused, why do you barely see it anymore? Because it had a fair number of downsides, I said with a shrug. For a long time, it was something that had to be done by hand, and even after it became possible to do it with machines, experts were still favored over mass production because it often had to customize to get the best results. Further, while it addresses the issue of control, it's entirely limited by what's sewn into the cloth beforehand and can respond to any situation you didn't predict or prepare for. You could just add more dust to it on the fly if you need more power, nor can you suddenly switch between ice and fire. Add in the complications that can come from sewing errors or damages to the cloth and, well, they were eventually replaced by dust rounds, which made up for their lack of individual power by being easy to use, trivial to switch between, simple to carry in large numbers, and compatible with a wide variety of weapons. In the end, dust rounds and the powdered dust used to make them became the most popular to use in battle, with a few specialists using other forms. But you have something in mind? Adam guessed. A way to add power back into that equation? Maybe, I answered, glancing up as the professor called upon Adam. I used Levant to give the right answer in my friend's voice and focused on him again. I began sketching the design of the armor over the figure I'd drawn earlier. Something that can balance versatility of dust rounds, the control of dust weaving, the safety of dust eating, and the power of raw dust. On top of that, it should be possible to enhance the capabilities of the wearer with dust, both directly and indirectly. Color and direct the use of aura as needed, support the user's body, switch between types of dust on the fly, that type of thing. Interesting, Adam admitted, looking at the design I was slowly filling in, and yet, his frown was slowly deepening. A best of all worlds kind of deal. But if this was possible, shouldn't someone have tried it already? At that, my smile dimmed. I'll bet you anything that something like this has been tried this before, I answered, shaking my head. We use dust to power our robots, after all, and with dust armor, there'd just be a person inside operating it. We already have a few things like that. They're just bigger and they just don't use the dust directly. There must be several problems with it, and I can take a few guesses at what. The first, of course, is going to be the cost, in terms of both money and dust. The monetary cost is probably obvious, but the dust is arguably more important. If it's just powering a robot or a machine, that's one thing, but if you're using the dust itself to fight, you bear the risk of burning through in a fight, and if you run out in the middle of the battle, suddenly you're just being weighed down by a shitload of deadweight. You'd need a way to keep that from happening. First and foremost, I shook my head. And while fuel economy has got to be a major issue, I said, I think that combat potential has to be another. The result has to be worth the cost or there's no point, right? But there are a lot of things that need to be done to make it work. The armor is probably going to end up big enough that it's going to need at least some lightning, which will cost dust. Then it'll need the auxiliary stuff, which could rack up cost quickly. If you want it to fly, if you want it to have computer systems to aid the user, on and on. Then there's the dust itself and how it's going to be used in battle, making it versatile and easy to use. There's all sorts of things to take care of, and they could all lead to roadblocks. I bet the guys up in Atlas has probably spent a fair amount of time thinking about it. Adam considered that for a moment before nodding. Probably, he agreed. Might even be related to that girl you mentioned they built. But you've brought up a whole lot of issues. Do you have any solutions? Actually, I replied, smile returning, I just might. I think Cinder could be the key. I told you how her clothes had something like circuitry sewn into them and how I thought they worked like programs. Input power, output results. Add in her own skill with dust and she probably has a wide variety of tricks at her disposal for surprisingly little cost. I was thinking something similar might be possible with other forms of dust. Ways to both save power and bring out large amounts of it. If you could incorporate similar things into armor and set up the circuitry to make use of different kinds of dust, it might be possible to get some real results. Mix in some of the other types, like rounds for weaponry, crystals in the power source, or even a few sections made out of dust, and it might possible. Adam lifted an eyebrow. Can you do that? He asked, making me chuckle. No, I admitted before raising a finger. Not yet, at least. Like I said, it'll take some work before I can even think about a project like this. Ah, he nodded in understanding. Right, you're going to train this at night, then? At night? I repeated, lifting my own eyebrow. I'm training it right now. Adam blinked once at that, furrowing his eyebrows for a moment before catching on. Oh, he said, glancing at the pencils I was using to draw. Of course. Sorry if I seemed distracted, I continued, smirking. My mind is busy elsewhere. Adam's expression became one of disgust. Ugh, he groaned. I didn't sign up for puns. I chuckled and smiled as I looked down at my drawing. I'd meant it, though, at least in part. When we'd finished our training, I'd headless exit Naraka in the city, giving me a chance to gather all the supplies I needed to weave and craft. Even as I sat here in class, my mind was at work elsewhere, grinding my skills in our empty room and in this room. Really, as I was floating a millimeter above my chair, there was too much to do to let this get in the way of my training. Returning to my work, I could feel the forming cloth as if I were doing it by hand. If someone had managed to walk into my room without my knowing, they'd have found a complex web of thread and fabric held in the air and spread throughout the room. The web shifted constantly, as if being woven by invisible machines and gripped by unseen hands, which was exactly the case. Granted, the machines and hands were made out of focused thought rather than steel or flesh, but they moved in accordance to my will, spinning and sewing and shifting as I wished. One of the benefits of being psychokinetic was that if you understood the processes, which I did, you could use it in place of even industrial machinery. There were limits, of course. My mind could create things that were physical, giving the impression of conveyor belts and sewing machines and far more besides, but it could replace the need for the materials those machines worked. I'd stocked up, thankfully, and so that wasn't a concern so long as I remained focused. But though I had a number of flaws, a lack of attention to detail was not one of them. Simply by focusing, I could turn our room into a factory, except more versatile, because the machines didn't run according to any designs or schedule except those I wished. I could change the entire process with a thought, switching out machines or materials or whatever else simply by willing it, and so things moved. It was simple enough to weave clothes together, just as it was simple to weave threads of dust into them as I did. While some of my mental machinery was focused on fabrics and thread, the rest was devoted to several sets of hovering dust crystals that I was slowly unraveling to lace and coat specific threads, sewing power into the forming clothes and lighting the room with eerie colors. That wasn't how it was normally done, of course, because most people couldn't spin dust into threads as they worked, coating specific segments as they went so that it would later create a greater whole. Usually, specially prepared threads would be sewn into something to give it power, added to already completed clothing, but this helped grind my crafting, too, and helped me practice my dust weaving. If I chose, I could weave other threads into the pattern, creating a growing tapestry with some planning beforehand. Keeping Cinder's almost circuitry-like designs in mind, I connected the clothes as I worked, testing what I could do. When I got results I wanted, I remembered them and added them to the next work. When I didn't, I simply took it apart and went back to work. But already, I'd made some progress. Being able to do it myself, to check the results and play with the possibilities, gave me a pretty good idea of what Cinder was doing. I'd been right about her designs. They were like both circuitry and programs. Circuitry in how they allowed power to flow through the garments, and programs in how directing that flow could generate results. Really, there were two layers to what Cinder did, with a central design that carried power surrounded by something to focus and color it, and having keyed to that idea, I was eager to test it. The circuitry aspects were simple to puzzle because they really did work pretty much like a circuit, at least in some ways. It needed an energy supply, the user's aura, generally, to minimize the cost to the dust itself, and what amounted a closed circuit, made of patterns and lines throughout the cloth. The patterns needed to connect, somehow, so as to guide the aura of the wearer without drawing too much upon the dust's own power. The idea was for it to be the conductive material, rather than the power source. There were drawbacks to that, but depending on how the patterns in the cloth are designed, the energy that flows through it can be colored in different ways. That was the programming aspect of dust weaving. It was also part of why the effects were weaker than the rawer forms of dust use, because you were actually trying to limit how much dust was used, relying more on one's own power instead. At its most basic level, this could be used simply to aspect the aura of the wearer towards the element of the dust and allow them to project it in a useful way. To generate fire with red dust, electricity with yellow dust, and so on. With a more complex design, however, you could also generate a more complex effect. It was like my old energy bolt, which I could change into things like fireballs and cannonballs by adding in an element. That would be the basic shift. Something bigger might allow for more complex techniques like flares or magic missiles. Of course, that was easier said than done. It depended, first and foremost, on the cloth itself, but also upon the wearer, who would still need to supply and guide the power, even if the cloth helped to shape it, beyond which, actually writing the programs seemed to require. Well, I guess it was sort of like a programming language. Getting a desired effect required the right patterns and the right dust. Without that, you'd be lucky to get something that didn't work at all. If you weren't lucky, you might get something that worked just fine, but not at all as it was intended to. I was betting that, Historically speaking, there were a number of tried and true designs that I'd likely be able to hunt down, because experimentation might be harshly rewarded. Thankfully, my senses gave me a number of advantages, not least of which was the ability to see the energy flow through the clothes and estimate what it was likely to do. Added to observe, I could guess what something would do with a great deal of accuracy and, more importantly, without actually seeing if it would or would not explode in my face. Once found, my power automatically logged the blueprints and filed them away. From there, it was just a matter of figuring out what got the best results both in terms of grinding and actual use. When it came to improving crafting and dust weaving, I knew it'd be key to find something that not only generated a decent amount of experience, but which did so for relatively minor cost in terms of both time and resources rather than something I could only afford to make one of. Crafting items at a steady rate was better, though my ability to recycle things helped quite a bit. At the moment, I was sticking to the basics: clothes that were very fire or shock resistant, suits that lowered the amount of resistance one would face while swimming through water, and pants that would help soften a fall. Each took only minor amounts of the 4 basic kinds of dust, and incorporating the designs into clothes was fairly trivial. The experience rewards were fairly high relative to the cost, and I'd already made several dozen of each, the results improving along with my skills. Perhaps even more importantly, however, none of them were particularly dangerous, which meant I had the option of selling them if I felt so inclined. That was one of the upsides of crafting. After all, you could always sell what you didn't want. Granted, life wasn't as simple as a game where any shop you came across would happily buy anything you felt like selling, but there were ways around that. I was certain that if I started manufacturing large amounts of dust-woven clothes, my grandmother could find a buyer or else set up a proxy store. Of course, I didn't really need money. I made a point to collect what the Grimm dropped, but there just wasn't a whole lot I really needed, and what little I did, my friends or allies generally provided freely. Even recouping the dust I lost in crafting wasn't a huge concern, simply because, as I was now, I was pretty sure I could mine dust if I needed to. Between RWBY and my psychokinesis, and with the information Raven and I had found concerning dust deposits, I was fairly confident I could dig up, well, more than I was likely to ever need. I'd already made plans to help forestall the dust crisis, if it became necessary. I was just more worried about the riders and their master, now that I knew of their existence. If it came up, I'd just go get some more dust. On the other hand, it might still be an interesting idea. The way things were headed, I'd be doing a lot of crafting while in class, and the speed and quality of what I made was rising steadily. While I could just store the results in my inventory and forget about them because I didn't have much use for them myself, wouldn't it be better if somebody benefited from them? Even just some basic tricks could come in handy, and I could already do more than that. I just wasn't really big on the whole sell powerful weapons to anyone capable of affording it. But that wasn't the same as not being willing to sell them to anyone. I had no objections to making hunters or the army safer or better equipped, and my grandmother could make arrangements to see that it happened. It would take quite a while to produce enough to, say, supply an army, but my days were going to be pretty dull for a while anyway. Once things were in place, I could step up productions and make more powerful items as needed, or even take requests. It would be something. At least I could use my crafting to equip those close to me, too. My friends, family, and allies could use all the help they could get, and it was easy enough for me to do while I had the time. And once I had enough time to craft and weave, well, I guess we'd see. After all, I thought as the teacher continued to drone, it's not like I had anything better to do. Is this guy ever going to stop talking? Adam complained, getting bored again moments after our conversation ended. I can't believe I woke up for this shit. You should have just slept in class, I answered, pulling my thoughts away from my work for a moment. I'd have covered for you. God damn it, Adam swore. I can't believe I stayed awake for this shit. I smiled a little at that, already drifting again. Watching my dust crystals unravel and then bind to the threads I'd prepared, I remembered what my father had used his telekinesis for. I'd continued to work on my weaving for a while, but I needed to test what I could do with my crafting, as well. That would require more materials, of course, but I could fetch them tonight. Well, I said, trying to stay awake for a while longer. PT's next, and since it's the first day, maybe we'll get to duel someone, and if so, well, let's try to make a good impression. Sorry, he replied. All I heard was beat the ever-loving crap out of them and establish the pecking order. Well, I glanced at him, still smiling. That's more or less what I meant, I suppose. The games we play. Class introductions. Classes at Haven were, naturally, quite a bit different from the schools I'd gone to in the past. Part of that was because, well, it was a school to train hunters, so of course it'd be different. The other part of it was that it was essentially a college to teach people how to best destroy the enemies of mankind, but a college nonetheless. As a result, in addition to having a number of courses that would have seemed extremely out of place anywhere else, there were different expectations when it came to scheduling and coursework. While there weren't really different majors or degrees, students were expected to specialize in different areas in accordance to their own interests and skills, and a large amount of that was handled behind the scenes. Different powers naturally lent themselves to different roles, and while students weren't forced, there were some very strong, if subtle, incentives to do so. That didn't mean as much for freshmen as it did for upperclassmen, and meant basically nothing to me, but it still affected us in a few ways. While we were mostly expected to polish our basics in our first semester or two, not everyone needed that polish in the same areas, which is why teammates could wind up in different classes. But while not every member needed to be in the same history class, there was something that was expected of every team: the ability to work together, especially in battle. As such, courses like PT were taken as a team, which was why we met up with Emerald and Mercury in our next class. "Hey," I greeted as Adam tossed his bag beneath the table. I didn't bother with one of my own, partially because there wasn't much point in me taking notes on stuff I already knew, partially because I'd remember everything I heard anyway, and partially because I carried everything I needed in my inventory. "How was your class?" "Boring," Mercury answered with a sigh, dropping his bag, taking a seat, and then putting his feet up on the table in front of him. "Yours?" "Boring," I answered back, chuckling. He grunted, unsurprised. "For a school that's supposed to teach us to kill monsters, there sure are a lot of courses that don't teach us how to kill monsters," he complained, putting his hands behind his head. "Some of it, yeah, some of it, I get. But there's a whole lot of shit that I'm 1,000,000% sure I'll forget the moment I leave this place and never use in my entire life." "You should have seen our history class." I nodded, smiling slightly. I wasn't sure if he was trying to build a sense of companionship between us or if he was just looking for a chance to complain, but I was happy to play along. In truth, he was right. There were a fair amount of pointless things taught at the Hunter Academies, or, at least, things that were point for hunters to know. While there was undoubtedly something to be said for knowledge being power, there were a number of things that, well, just weren't that important. While the economic crisis that resulted from the aftermath of the Great War was sort of interesting in technical sense, especially in how it later played into the Faunus Rights Revolution, I was doubtful that any of the students learning about it 3 classrooms over were going to benefit much from it. There were people who needed to know about that stuff for their jobs, but it didn't really make us better hunters. But then, it wasn't supposed to. There was a different point to making us learn those things, though what point depended on how cynical you were. In the end, though, the truth of the matter was that the kingdoms didn't want us to be nothing but killing machines, because that would pretty much inevitably backfire. Instead, they wanted us to be people and have ties that made us loyal, whether to the kingdom itself or people in it. That was the reason why the headmasters and headmistresses of the Hunter Academies were some of the most powerful people in the world, because they were trusted by so many of their former students. It was also why the position was given only to the most trusted hunters. If there was one history lesson that was worth learning, it was what happened when the wrong person was put in charge. Of course, if my fears concerning Osmond proved true, we all might get a first-hand look at the results. I just have to make sure it didn't come to that. "Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it," I finally answered, sighing slightly. Mercury snorted. "Yeah, well, all I learned from history is that no one learns from history," he stated, to which I was forced to incline my head. Fair enough. One way or another, that was probably a fairly accurate assessment of Remnant's past. Part of that was because the Grimm had been pulling the strings and forcing things, but, well, that was the other downside of learning about our history. It wasn't a particularly happy tale. Civilizations rose and fell, generally ending on such pleasant notes as they resolved to stand against the Grimm even if it killed them. Which it did. The end. I sighed again. "Enough about boring classes," Emerald interrupted, drawing a notebook and putting it on her desk. She looked for all the world like an attentive student ready to take notes, but the book was completely empty from her last class, and any enthusiasm on her part was faked. All she felt was bored and hungry. "PT should be fun, right?" "Maybe you're right, Emerald," I replied. "Anyway, it's our first day, after all. The teacher will probably want to test us out some. We might even get to spar." Mercury yawned, also bored and hungry. "That might be good for a lot for—" He paused to mull over the dough before shrugging. "Maybe 5 minutes, but I bet you it gets old really fast. 50 Lean says that once it becomes obvious that we're the strongest team here, this class is gonna get super annoying." "No bet," Adam grunted. "But those 5 minutes of amusement are mine." Mercury lifted an eyebrow and glanced at me. "If we have some spars coming up and it's allowed," I began as if I couldn't read the professor's notes from down the hall. Adam called dibs on the enemy team. "Dibs?" he repeated. "It means he wants to take on the entire team alone. I explained. You two can fight if you really want to, but Adam won't be happy. It wouldn't really make much of a difference, but Adam's in a bad mood today, so I'll let him take this one. 4 against 1? Emerald asked. It's still unfair, I admitted, shutting my eyes for a moment. But can you imagine if all of us fought? Now that'd just be cruel. Besides, it's unlikely the professor will do anything unless we show him how much stronger we are. Maybe he'll let the others team up against us. That might be fun, Mercury answered, the approval seeming to cost him something. Mind if I go next? I opened an eye to glance at him in amusement. Go ahead, I replied with an easy shrug. It doesn't really matter when I go, but I'm kind of holding out for the entire class. Mercury whistled slightly at that, looking around. Think you can take that many? He asked. Yup, I stated without any emphasis. I'll ask the professor about it when I get a chance, too. I'd like to establish who's in charge as quickly as possible so that there are no misunderstandings down the line. Mercury hummed in thought, bobbing his head towards me in acknowledgement, but the professor walked in before he could ask anything else. Hello, class, he said as he entered, ignoring the conversations that quickly came to a halt anyway. He was an elderly-looking man, with gray hair and wrinkles set deep into his face. His skin was bronzed from a life of work and his eyes were a shining, intelligent brown. Given the prolonged youth that hunters tended to be blessed with, assuming, of course, that they lived long enough to enjoy it, his appearance said a great deal about him, especially combined with his name, the trainer of heroes. LV-103. Caustic Soats. Like Ozpin and my grandmother, his name didn't seem to correspond to a color, most likely because he predated the trend that the Great War had started 80 years ago. Added to that, his level. Now, I think we all know why we're here, Cos said, clapping his hands with a smile. Despite his age, his hands looked strong and his voice carried throughout the room. I'm Dr. Tixotes, or Dr. T, if you prefer. As it happens, I know many of you already, and you may remember seeing me with your parents at some point. For those of you who do, allow me to explain. Odds are that I taught them when they came here, because I have been a professor here for nearly 73 years now. So, be warned that I'm not afraid to call up my old students if you misbehave. He lifted a finger, but the smile on his face was amused. That having been said, I like to think I have a fairly good track record when it comes to students, he continued, and I'm pleased to be here to teach you. You'll likely see quite a bit of me in your time here at Haven, and so long as you give me your best, I will give you mine. Whoever you are or whatever lead you here, that you are here is what matters. You are the next generation of huntsmen and huntresses, and I will do everything I can to make sure you're up to the task. Hunters, you see, are not born, they're made as our teams. At a snap of his fingers, the lights in the room began to dim, except for the lowered, circular area at the bottom of the auditorium, the ring. So, he said, eyes beginning to glow. Let's get to forging. We'll start with a few matches, to see where you all stand. Are there any volunteers? Adam's hand rose at once. Dr. T glanced his way, looking my disguised friend over with only slight surprise. Adam Knossos, was it? He asked. From Team Jaime? Adam nodded once, rising slowly from his seat and cracking his neck. The entire classroom immediately focused on him, but he merely looked back, expression not quite calm and not quite hungry, but something in between. Dr. T looked down at his scroll, glancing at the notes his words had automatically brought up. It must have been connected to the school's database, because the screen showed Adam's profile, including what few notes there were about his performance in initiation. I felt the professor grow intrigued at what little was there, both because there was so little there and because of the reason why. Adam and I had breezed through the test so quickly there wasn't much to talk about. As the person in charge of our growth, it was only natural that Cos would want to unravel the mysteries around us. Perhaps that's why he immediately played along. Very well, Mr. Knossos, he said, smiling. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Is there anyone willing to fight, Mr. Knossos? Actually, sir, Adam interrupted smoothly before anyone could reply. If it's alright with you, I'd like to issue a challenge to a team. Dr. T blinked once, surprised at the bold proclamation. You mean? He began before hesitating and shaking his head, changing his mind mid-sentence. I apologize, Mr. Knossos, but we won't be having team battles today. I don't want a battle between teams, sir, Adam replied, shaking his head. I simply wish to battle a team, to make things interesting. 4-on-1. Whispers raced through the classroom at his proclamation, tones of surprise, anger, intrigue, and annoyance mixing together into a sea of background noise. As they began to speak amongst themselves, Adam quietly looked down, gaze matching the professor's. I see, Dr. Tixotes said at last, contemplating Adam for a long moment before nodding. Such asymmetrical battles certainly aren't unheard of for advanced students, who know their limits. I know my limits, Adam answered, glancing my way. I'm just not one to accept them. Apparently, that was the right thing to say. Very well, Dr. T replied with a smile, stepping back to take a seat on his desk. What kind of professor would I be if I asked you not to try and overcome your limits? My job is merely to see that you do so safely and to help you along the way. If you wish to test your ability, I'll give you a chance. Looking away from Adam, he slid his gaze across the rest of the class. In truth, I hadn't planned on starting team battles for another week or two, he admitted a moment later. But adapting to changing the circumstances is also part of being a hunter. Is there anyone willing to answer Mr. Knos's challenge? There was a long moment of silence before another hand went up. Ms. Gran, Dr. Tixotes noted, glancing at the young woman. May I assume you're speaking for Team Teal? Even sitting down, I could tell that she was a tall girl, as in, taller than I was, and built to match. The weapons at her belt appeared to be a pair of overgrown tonfas, with the side that was normally blunt covered in wicked spikes and the ends resembling the barrels of a gun. Which was exactly what they were. So the professor mulled over her for a moment before glancing at the three boys beside her. Even without the words above their heads, I'd have recognized them as siblings by their facial structure, brown hair and eyes, and the similar symbols each bore. Hell, they even had matching stubble. I wonder if they coordinated their shaving. The bridge in the toll. LV-39 Torel Gran. I've got 2 spears. LV-31 Ethan Bruce. And I've 2 curling stones. LV-35 Aaron Bruce. I'll crush you to bits, body and bones. LV-40 Lawrence Bruce. Settling his gaze upon them, Adam smirked once and began to walk down to the arena, confidence in his stride. Oi, I said, stopping him lazily, closing my eyes and chuckling slightly. You're not planning to tear them to pieces with your bare hands, are you? Adam paused for a moment before grunting with a shrug. Might as well, he answered with a roll of his eyes. Consider it a handicap to make this a bit fairer. Now, I chided. As the team leader, you're my responsibility. I can't very well let you fight without a weapon. Here, you can borrow mine until your replacement arrives. I tossed him Crocia Moore's, sheath and all. Just remember to bring him back when you're done, I commanded. And don't make too much of a mess. Adam snorted dismissively and rested the sheath blade on his shoulder. By the time he completed his short trek down to the arena, his opponents were already waiting, with the girl looking eager and the boys put upon. I sort of felt bad for them, considering what they were being dragged into. Remember, this is just a sparring match, Dr. T said once they were all ready. I know you're all eager to fight, but you're also allies. Whatever happens, stop once your opponent's aura reaches the red and be careful not to inflict any serious injuries upon each other. Other than that, Mistral rules apply. I saw several students smirk at that. Mistral rules were pretty simple. The first one to die, loses, or, in this case, the first one to go down. Either way, he was essentially saying that anything goes. Now, begin. Adam launched forward the moment he had the go-ahead, twirling Crocia Moore's deftly before grabbing it by the sheath. Thrusting his hand forward suddenly, he launched the sword from its sheath, jabbing the youngest of the 3 brothers Ethan hard in the sternum with its hilt. Almost the moment the attack drove the younger boy back a step, Adam was upon him, sliding low and swinging with the sheath, knocking his feet out from under him. At the same time, he reached up with his left hand and grabbed his borrowed sword, rising even as he spun it like a windmill. Seeing the attack on his brother, or, at least, seeing Adam abruptly in his brother's place, Aaron twisted in place and grit his teeth. Ports opened up on his curling ram horn helmet even as a colored visor slid down to shield his eyes, and a series of dust rounds began to launch from it, guided by the targeting system that had been built into the device. Even so, he was too slow to react to Adam's flickering approach. Characters and calculations scrolled across his visor, giving him a moment's warning as Adam brought his sword low to his right and swung it in a wide arc. He backed away at the last second and Adam's attack hit only air. Granted, mostly because his left hand no longer held a sword. In mid-swing, he'd released the blade before continuing the motion of his attack as if he held it, and then, even as the first attack completed, his right hand curled around its hilt and followed up, attacking from a completely different angle. As the second brother went flying back, Adam's free hand snaked back around and grasped the sheath his right had released. With a quick button push, the shield began to expand and he threw it towards the eldest brother, momentarily obscuring his vision. Taking advantage of the opportunity to close in, Adam slammed his left hand into the back of the shield, smashing it into the younger man's face before making it retract back into a sheath with another button push. As Lawrence stumbled back, grasping the sheath like a second sword, Adam jabbed its end into the boy's stomach to force him even further off balance before angling Crocia Moore's like he was preparing to hammer a nail into drywall. Thrusting it forward, he drove it straight into the sheath with enough force that Lawrence's feet lifted into the air, but he did even have a chance to fly away before Adam grabbed the sheath blade, spun quickly, and slammed it into the back of his head hard into to send cracks through the floor, cracking his neck as 3 bodies touched down. His eyes fell upon the final member of the team and he approached with calm, steady steps, slowly drawing his blade. The fight ended moments after it began. The games we play. Approval rating. For a long moment, the classroom was silent. From Dr. Tixotes below to the students in the floors above, everyone looked stunned at how quickly the battle ended. I could feel the emotions spreading through the room, amazement and disbelief most prominent, but as the seconds wore on, I could feel it give way to curiosity, interest, and intrigue. It wasn't surprising, really. In Mistral, strength was damn near everything, no matter the form: economic strength, political strength, mental strength, strength of will, and, of course, personal strength. And Adam had just proved he had strength in spades. We'd proven that to some extent by going through the labyrinth with what had probably been record-breaking speed, but it was unlikely many of the other students had heard about that beyond unconfirmed rumors. This was something no one could deny. Adam's strength and, thus, the strength of Team Jaime had just been proven beyond the shadow of a doubt, and now it was a fact that everyone was going to have to live with. I could see people realize that slowly and accept it, but already they were incorporating it into their plans. Some, those who'd intended to establish themselves as the new power among Haven's freshman and student body, were beginning to see us as rivals with various degrees of despair. Others saw us as potential allies to work with to achieve their goals, and I could feel their focus as they filed us away to look into later. A few of those remaining even began to consider making themselves subordinate to us in Haven's power structure, whether for power or protection. Good. Our opening move was already causing ripples, just as we'd intended. Those who intended to set themselves up as enemies would need to be dealt with, of course, but the scene before them was already making their resolve faster. Those who went digging would inevitably find out that I was the grandson of Jean Roma and that the Gnosis family were tied to the Roma family, but it was also possible that a few of them had old friends as Sanctum that might recognize Emerald and Mercury, maybe even remember something that wasn't in the records. It was unlikely, but it cost nothing to make others look for me. Regardless, what they found out about our team as a whole was likely to frighten them and make them even more interested in an alliance. With it came to living in Mistral, or even living on Remnant. Sometimes scary friends were the best ones to have, and those who approached us, asking to become our subordinates. Well, there was plenty of room in the faction I was building, and it would be a faction soon. Even Dr. Tixotes was looking at us differently now, recognizing our power. If nothing else, he'd pass word on to the other faculty, and soon it would be known that we were Haven's new rising stars. There'd be challenges to face accordingly, both from other freshman teams and upperclassmen, but as we faced them down and overcame them, our power would grow. Adam had done well, as I'd known he would on a mission. I'd briefed him on all the other teams that had formed during initiation, summarizing the information I had gathered on them with a focus on how they acted and fought. It had been a lot of information, even boiled down to the bare bones, but he'd taken it in silently the moment he understood that I was explaining something important. I wasn't sure if Adam had recognized Team Teal, but he'd made the right choice in taking them out fast, tearing them apart before the synergy that had allowed their team to finish third shone through. In truth, they weren't bad once they had time to properly set things up. Ethan and Aaron had two very similar semblances that allowed them to apply specific buffs to other people. Ethan improved accuracy, attack speed, and defense penetration, while his brother improved the target's defensive and offensive abilities. They couldn't apply these buffs to themselves, but their power was significant. From what I'd seen, each of them tended to apply these buffs to both of their brothers at the onset of a fight, leading to some confusion as they seemingly traded powers. They even kept things mostly under wraps by each pretending that the power they were gifted with was their actual semblance. Lawrence tied it all together with another buff-type power, but one that could only affect him. It made him bigger, faster, tougher, and stronger, increasing all his physical stats significantly with a number of physical changes. Better yet, it was possible for both of his brothers' powers to target him, and, while so supported, he was a force to be reckoned with inside of his weight class. Not enough to close the gap between them and Adam, but enough to stand out amongst the class, even on his own. His brothers had laid their power over him before the start of initiation, and he'd torn through everything in his path until he'd met up with Toril and then his brothers. Given Toril's own super strength, once Teal got itself in order and learned to trust and work with one another, they'd likely be one of the stronger teams in the class. While they'd had no real hope of defeating Adam, even so, they might have been able to turn it into a losing battle with Adam holding back his semblance and best tricks, or at least last a while longer. Unfortunately for them, I couldn't allow that. For the time being, it was better that we were seen as completely impossible to stand against or resist, even if that meant tearing them down right now. I knew the value of the appearance of strength, and it was worth too much for me to throw away this opportunity. I'd extend an offer to them later, perhaps a friendly one, even. They had potential and a useful power set if handled properly, and I had nothing against any of them. Things would likely be strained between our teams for some time, but it should be possible to smooth things over. It was just, I intended to run this place. Very good, Mr. Gnosis, Dr. Tixotes said, breaking the silence at long last. To the man's credit, the strain in his voice was negligible and well hidden, I just had good ears and some empathy. You may return to your seat. Adam grunted, raking a hand through his hair once before making his way towards the stairs, leaving the fallen team behind. The professor glanced at his back and then down at his fallen students before heaving a sigh and collecting them as he scooped them up into his arms. A misty white glow kissed his hands, healing the minor injuries Adam had dealt. For his part, my friend made it about halfway up the stairs before tossing Crocea Moors at my head. I caught it absently and nodded to him as if he'd passed me the salt at dinner, resting the sword across my lap. Well, Dr. T continued as if nothing had happened, clapping his hands again. Who's next? I need more volunteers. I raised my hand. Surprisingly, no one else did. The professor let several seconds go by in silence, waiting for someone else to do anything, really. When no one did, he glanced at me and raised an eyebrow. Mr. Arc, he stated, the information on our team still on his scroll. Would I be correct in assuming you would also like to challenge a team? No, sir, I answered at once. If possible, I'd like to fight the rest of the class. There was another explosion of whispers throughout the classroom as Dr. T closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them tiredly. Please, he said. Explain. I looked around as if I wasn't sure what there was to explain before shrugging. Me, I answered, pointing to myself before gesturing around the room. Versus every team in the room. I hope you aren't doing this out of some need to prove yourself after your teammate's performance, Mr. Arc, Dr. T replied after a moment. Because I've had several students attempt such things in the past and it rarely ended well. No need to worry about that, sir, I answered cheerfully before pausing. Well, actually, I suppose it's sort of an attempt to prove myself, but it's not because of Adam. He already knows I'm the strongest person in the room. Adam grunted in annoyance and crossed his arms but didn't deny it. It's just a lot of other people probably aren't so sure, I continued, shrugging helplessly. And there's probably a lot of people worried about being the strongest, but see, the position is taken and, well, it'll probably be easier for everyone here if I just prove it right now. And if everyone just fights me all at once, it'll go faster, see? And that way, hopefully there won't any misunderstandings. The room fell silent again, as if no one could believe what I was saying. Even the professor looked a little stunned by my gall. He paused for a moment to regain himself. That's a rather rude thing to say to your fellow classmates, even if it was true. If it's not, it's horrifically arrogant as well. I apologize, sir, I answered, inclining my head. If you wish, I could fight you instead. To make up for it, you could put me in my place, as it were. Dr. Tixotes looked at me for a long moment, speechless, before turning his head away. After another long moment, he turned back to me, disbelief still written on his face. Are you challenging me to a fight? He asked, sounding surprised. Yes, sir, I replied. If you're willing, I would appreciate the opportunity. And you think you can win? He asked, surprise giving way to confusion and disbelief. I do, sir, I stated. May I have a chance to prove it? You're. Dr. T stopped for a moment to gaze at the floor before lifting his gaze to meet mine. Assuming, for a moment, that you were correct, you realize that the destruction such a fight would cause would be tremendous, don't you? I'm good at cleaning up messes, sir, I answered. I'm willing to take responsibility for any damages. Oh, well, in that case, he said, still shaking his head in disbelief before letting his gaze wander to Adam and then to the scroll in his hands. He'd seen what my friend had done. He'd seen how easily we'd passed the test. Some part of him couldn't help but wonder if I was actually serious, so in the end, he lifted his head again. Okay, I'll tell you what. As a teacher and a hunter, I know the value of trust, and how can I expect any of you to trust me if I don't extend some trust to you? So I'll give you a chance to prove yourself, Mr. Arc. Hit me once and we'll see what you're capable of. This time it was my turn to raise an eyebrow, even as I let off the gas of several of my more energy-intensive skills. Feeling my power swiftly return, I rose from my seat. Just to make sure, I mused, smiling slightly. That's not a joke, is it? I joke with my students, he answered. Not about them. I appreciate that, sir, I answered as I glanced up at the ceiling, quietly checking the rooms and tunnels around us to make sure no one would be caught in the crossfire. I can understand how it might take people a while to take me seriously, so I'll return the favor by taking you seriously, sir. Confirming that they were clear, I glanced back down at the professor, who was starting to grow on me, and smiled again. And then I dumped 10,000 MP into a psychokinetic strike. The reaction was almost instantaneous and wasn't limited to Dr. Tixotes. As I dropped my gaze from the ceiling to the professor, I brought down the fullness of my gathered power like a giant's hammer, and the room shattered. Massive fissures exploded across the stadium below before spreading up the rows of the auditorium, tearing apart the stairways with massive, gaping cracks. At the center of the assault, the professor as the target of the attack promptly accelerated downwards, piercing through the stone floor like a bullet. Without slowing down, he crashed into the tunnels below us, crashed through the ceiling and floor, and then repeated the process several times as he raced down the labyrinth with speed enough to heat the very air around him. Seen through my eyes, it was a spectacle. In my field of slowed time, I could see the cracks spread through stone with great speed, spitting up puffs of dust and dirt in the process. I could see the air vibrate with sound, heat with energy, and get sucked downwards in the professor's wake. And I was able to watch as the combination of forces finally made the floor give way and fall, pulling down everyone it was supporting in the process. Caught off guard, several people screamed more in surprise than fear as things happened too fast to realize what was truly happening as they fell. Rubble crashing down upon the tunnel below us and shattering it as well, and then the tunnel below that. In moments, everyone in the class was laying atop a field of rubble far below the classroom. Everyone, that is, except me. As the floor fell out from beneath my feet, I didn't so much as change position, hovering in place with my Vimana. As the room crumbled around me, I watched carefully, relying on Arab and Crocia Moors to reinforce and protect the areas that I deemed hard to replace. Between their aura and the position at the top of the collapse, my classmates faced little risk in the fall, but I tracked their descent carefully to make sure nothing happened to them, catching them as they fell to halt each of them a moment before they hit the ground, as well as catch anything that might fall upon them. I held them all aloft for a moment to make it clear that someone was doing something and then gently set each of them down before beginning to lower myself. As I did, the rubble began to shift and flow, rising as I descended. I reorganized it in the rooms above me, leaving the gaping hole that had once been the floor open so they could see. Pieces came together above me, cracks fading at my elemental's touch as they did, and by the time I lowered myself through the classroom's floor, it was mostly fixed above me. I continued the process as I slowly floated down, mending the tunnels as I went before stopping just above the floor my classmates were now standing upon, feet about half a meter off the ground. None of them said a word as I paused, most of them staring at me in terrified awe, and for the sake of showmanship, I gave them a moment to gawk. Adam, one of the few who wasn't staring at me, just rolled his eyes, pulled out his scroll, and started browsing the internet. I flicked him in the nose with an invisible hand as punishment before continuing with my work, tearing the hole Dr. T's passage had made wider on each floor. The other students staggered back a step before approaching again, staring down into the depths of the labyrinth as they followed my gaze. Somewhere far beneath us, rubble shifted as Caustic rose with a slight stagger, resting a hand against the tunnel wall even as dim white light, almost like starlight, flickered around him. He was stunned and reeling, down a fair amount of aura, and wondering what the hell had just happened, but was otherwise fine, just as I'd know he'd be. With a theatrical gesture, I waved my hand downwards in a half circle before bringing it up again. As I did, Dr. Tixotes twitched once as he began to rise, or letting out sparks in every direction before he realized what was happening and stopped fighting as I lifted him back the way he'd come. He rose the saw way I'd fallen, the destruction his passage had caused smooth as he ascended until he stood eye to eye with me. Slowly, he gave me a nod of acknowledgement and began to glow with the color of his aura before floating back under. Not quite his own power, but under his own will to land on the ground. His semblance was one of the rare types that interacted directly with the aura of others, primarily in a positive way. He couldn't drain aura or negate it or anything like that, but he was capable of making adjustments supplementing the power of an attack with his own, giving attacks more power or range, making something that could normally only target a single person affect several, or even improve the user's control of their own power. It was also possible, however, for him to make minute adjustments to something's breadth and accuracy, not enough to reverse an attack or deflect it after it had already hit, but enough to diffuse the power over a larger area or shift the force of the blow slightly at the last second. Since he could channel that power through a weapon, such as his favorite bow and arrow, well, even positive reinforcement can bring a person down if done properly. Coupled with his ability to improve the natural defensive and healing abilities of aura, and he'd apparently gone quite a ways, and even getting knocked down into the water table had only stunned him, which had been the point. An attack he couldn't dodge or even really see coming with enough force to amaze him but not truly harm. Had things been different, had this been a real fight and he an actual enemy, I wouldn't have hit him that way. While any attack with 10,000 MP behind it was certain to be devastating, such methods weren't the best choice against someone like him, and I had access to more efficient methods that would probably have gotten better results. Had I been fighting for my life, I had slipped under an illusion and taken to the air with Vimana to avoid his arrows, and while I'd have still attacked with psychokinesis, it would have been a random, directionless assault, invisible attacks from angle that gave no indication of my actual position. Rather than a single, enormous attack, I'd have torn at him from every angle with my maxed out and inexpensive magic missiles while randomly changing the battlefield with my elementals and alterations in gravity and so on, all while I withdrew to a distance that was safely beyond my opponent's reach, whether it was a meter away or a kilometer away. Once I had him in a position where he had no real chance of hitting me but from which I could assault him at my leisure, it was logically only a matter of time until he fell, regardless of what adjustments he made. That's rather the point of ranged combat. After all, if you could hit your opponent and they couldn't hit you back, it generally meant you won. Granted, the fight might have taken a little while longer than it potentially needed to as he tweaked my aim, but by staying out of sight, out of reach, and by keeping up a constant stream of cheap but lethal attacks, I'd have worn him down by sheer attrition with little danger to myself. Naturally, I had access to alternative methods, if the situation demanded it. If the risk to others was a concern, I could remain close enough to shield them or even use Naraka to change locations, depending on what secrets I was keeping. If time was an issue, I had faster ways to win fights. With my psychokinesis, I no longer needed to worry about the fact that many of my attacks occupied my hands, which meant I could freely wade into battle with the White Tiger style and rip my opponent to pieces with a physical and magical assault, unleashing my full power. In fact, that was my most powerful method of attack, limited only by the fact that it might tie my identities together. But on the whole, it would be wisest to keep a distance and be cautious with an opponent that had so much experience. Regardless, I'd been completely sincere when I'd said I was sure I could defeat him in battle. I knew he was strong, experienced, and talented. To be as old and high-leveled as he was, he had to be, and it was quite possible that he could push me further than I might expect even from all the information I had gathered through observation. But if I really, truly had to, I'd win. Even limited to the powers I could safely use in a school setting, without endangering my identity or the lives of those around me, I was fairly confident I could defeat him in a real battle, or I wouldn't have made the offer. I tried to avoid picking fights I didn't know I could win, but the methods I'd have used, they wouldn't have looked anything like this. It cost too much for too little, even if it was a devastating blow. As tactics went, expending nearly 2/3 of my power in an opening move when I was fairly certain it would neither kill nor incapacitate my opponent. Well, it wasn't one I favored. I had nothing against taking down an enemy quickly, but I preferred it when they were actually taken down. I mean, at the very least, I'd have focused my power into a smaller area when it came to making an impression. However, it worked just fine. I'm not going to lie, Mr. Arc, he said after a moment's silence, looking at me in a new light and sounding fairly impressed. I didn't see that coming. I smiled widely at the words, inclining my head in thanks. And I see you've already cleaned up after yourself, too, he noted, looked around and nodding in satisfaction. I told you I would, sir, I answered. You did, he admitted. And it's good to see that you are a man of your word. It seems we're a few floors down, however. The floor collapsed, I stated with a shrug. I caught everyone but didn't feel like carrying them while I made repairs. Fair enough, he allowed. But as we're no longer in the classroom and as I seem to have come down with something of a headache, why don't we call it a day? Class dismissed. I nodded and turned away, nodding towards Adam to follow. None of my classmates moved, seeming to wait on me. Oh, and Mr. Arc, Dr. T said as I began to walk away, catching my attention. Stop by my office, sometime. I'd like to speak to you at some point. Yes, sir, I answered with a smile. The games we play. Recess. The moment I was gone, the whispers started. Students began to talk amongst themselves, first in low tones, but soon all but shouting. There were voices that sounded amazed, disbelieving, stunned, angry, curious, frantic, and through my unique senses, I could see the expressions on the faces of those who spoke, feel the edges of their thoughts and words, and knew who they were. All of them wanted to know more about me, and, when details weren't forthcoming, they turned to others. It didn't take them long to realize I hadn't come from the sanctum and that no one knew me personally, but that did little to stop them. It took only a short while for people to recognize me as the one who'd fought Para and to make note of who I'd been seen with recently. Messages went out amongst the freshman class, spreading the word about what had happened to anyone who'd listen. Though people had been caught mostly off guard, The fact that we were going to spar today had prompted several people to record what had happened, especially after witnessing Adam's fight, which had been part of the point of Adam going first. Though the recordings had been markedly amateurish and the destruction had introduced a lot of shaking, motion blur, and concealment to the records, a few people caught enough to make others interested. More than that, the sheer amount of destruction and noise my attack had caused had everyone in Haven looking for the source, and word quickly began to spread. It quickly reached the other freshmen, who my classmates knew best, and so it also reached the ears of the heirs to Mistral's families. What seemed like mere moments afterwards, my connection to the Roma family was revealed, and that simply added fuel to the flames of intrigue, encouraging people to look even closer. By that point, word had long since spilled past the freshman body and reached the upperclassmen and the teachers, and between all of them, clearer records of the events in the classroom began to spread. In a testament to the hunters of Mistral, or perhaps to humanity's capacity for gossip, the records were circulating within 20 minutes. Once that had happened, speculation was inevitable. Soon people were wondering about the extent of my power, as well as its nature. Was I a telekinetic? Was I really a freshman? How could I be so strong? Soon, they began to pull up more about me and my family, trying to put together a puzzle they only had a few of the pieces for. The fact that my father was a telekinetic lent credence to the theories about my semblance, and the history and the reputations of the Ark and the Roma painted an intimidating picture. Having so boldly challenged a teacher and seemingly proved that I truly was the strongest freshman, both students and teachers began to wonder if I wasn't the strongest student. My bold display of power made a few students, if even the junior or senior students, would be able to defeat me, and, when several went a step further and actually asked, more than one hesitated or was silent. And when word of that began to spread, it prompted a reaction. When that hesitance was taken as weakness, many of the faction leaders had no choice but to do something, even if it meant reluctantly making plans to challenge me. At the same time, their fear fed my reputation, and many students began to plot and plan, with against me or in an attempt to forge an alliance. Some began to look for ways to bring me into their groups, to buoy their power with my own, while others began to make preparations to negotiate with the faction that I would create. As I'd expected, quite a few people began looking for ways to get into my good graces or to subordinate themselves to me, while those with either keen eyes or experience began to suspect what I had planned for the school. But whatever they had to say, within minutes I was the talk of the school. Perfect. Through it all, I simply waited comfortably in my bed, eyes closed, even as I watched and listened. The moment class had been dismissed, I'd made myself scarce so that no one could ask me any questions, the better to let the fire spread and add a touch of mystery to the picture that was suddenly on everybody's minds. I'd give it some time and lay low for now, but it was only a matter of time before someone challenged me, whether out of arrogance or expectation. I'd crush anyone I faced, and in a matter of days or weeks, solidify my hold on the school. From there, I'd be able to push the rest of my plans forward unopposed. Although it seemed one of my main goals was already well underway, word of what had happened reached Cinder quickly, carried by messages from Emerald and Mercury. By the time the videos had reached her, my two teammates had returned to their mistress's side to await her commands in response to the massively changed situation. The night before, Cinder had been content to sit back and watch me, but after something like this she had no choice but to respond and begin to move. I was too large of a variable now for her to do anything else, which meant it was my turn to sit back and watch her every move. I couldn't be sure of what she'd do now, but it should be enlightening. Besides, I vastly preferred enemies who were caught off guard and forced to scramble and put things together. When the bad guys were content to sit back and wait, it felt too much like they were winning. So I left them to report their findings to Cinder and kept an eye on them all, opening my eyes only when Cinder dismissed them to continue playing their parts, apparently wishing to be alone with her thoughts. The moment they were gone, she began doing some research of her own and shot of a few messages, but otherwise sat on her bed and considered the recordings on her scroll in silence, even as she returned to her sewing. Several floors away and on the other side of campus, I continued my own. Even though I'd only been at it for a short while, my dust weaving had improved greatly thanks to the sheer amount of work I'd gotten done. Though my field of accelerated time didn't extend far past my skin and thus normally didn't affect the grinding of skills that weren't personal, my psychokinesis moved at the speed of thought and improved anyway. Since both craft and dust weaving improved based on the number of items I completed and their complexity, it was coming along nicely, and though I was still far from what I would call a master, I was good enough to start experimenting. Not with the dust armor, of course, but I had a few ideas that might be worth trying out, after I'd made a few arrangements. But that would have to wait, it seemed. As the other two members of my team got close, the air rippled as my invisible hands guided everything smoothly into my inventory. I didn't even open my eyes as Emerald and Mercury walked back into the room to see Adam and I on our beds, without a sign of what had been occurring moments before. "Welcome back," I said lazily. You took your time. Yeah, Emerald said, bobbing her head with an expression that was still a touch shell-shocked. We sort of got caught up in everything. Yeah, everything's a good word. I chuckled slightly but didn't say a word. Adam rolled onto his side to turn away from the door, still browsing on his scroll. He and I had been getting a lot of messages, but while I simply ignored mine, he seemed to be entertaining himself by reading them. When neither of us gave a response, the rest of Team Jaime glanced at each other. Speaking of which, Mercury pressed after several long minutes. What the fuck was that? I told you, didn't I? I replied in precisely the same tone as before. I'm the strongest student in our class and our year, maybe even the whole school. I felt Mercury twitch at that and wondered briefly if he'd actually take the bait, but after a moment he forced himself to relax and nod before taking a seat on his own bed. Maybe, he said at last. How'd you get that strong? I hummed at that before opening one eye and smiling at them. I just live right, I guess, I answered glibly. I eat my Wheaties in the morning, I don't do drugs, I never drink alcohol or smoke, I work out safely, get enough sleep, I just take care of my body, you know. Ignore him, Adam told them without even looking their way. For their part, Emerald and Mercury looked both unconvinced and unimpressed, which made me chuckle again. I trained, I said, closing my eye again. I train a lot. After a moment, Mercury nodded, apparently realizing I wasn't going to say anything else. It was the truth, anyway, even if it was phrased in such a way as to be utterly useless. So, he said after a long pause, sharing a look with Emerald. What now? I mean, you had this all planned out. Is there a next step? Of course, I replied. It wouldn't be much of a plan, otherwise. Right, of course, Mercury answered dryly but was apparently used to having to fish for answers. And this step would be... What exactly? I was quiet for a moment before opening my eyes and sitting up. It's going to be lunch soon, I noted, stretching slightly for show. Mercury blinked his eyes closed so I wouldn't see him roll them. But, just for the record, I totally did see. So? He asked. So, I answered, smiling in approval. Most of the school is going to be there. Ah, he said, mouth opening slightly as he understood. And... what are we going to do? I laughed slightly at that and got off my bed. I'm going to walk in like I own the place, I told him. Because I do, even if some people don't know it yet. A thought made the doors open wide as I approached and I entered the grand hall with a confident stride. I didn't make a fuss, I didn't say a word, I didn't even make a display of it, but voice by voice, the cafeteria fell silent around me as eyes turned my way. Quirking my lips up minutely, I cast my glance once from side to side, wondering if anyone would try and start something ahead of schedule. When no one did, I walked down the aisle between the middle tables, passing by the other students without another glance. My eyes drifted for a moment to the staff that sat at the head of the room, meeting the gazes of those I'd already met: Himmel, Tixotes, and my sister Olivia. I gave a slight nod to each and the first two returned it, but my sister rolled her eyes at me, though she was unable to keep the smile off her face. I didn't so much as glance at anyone else as I walked down the length of the underground hall and took a seat near the center of the hall, allowing myself to be surrounded. The entire room watched my every move, and that was part of why I walked as far as I did, to give them all a chance to gawk. The rest of my team followed a step behind me, Adam keeping his eyes forward while Emerald and Mercury looked around a touch more wearily. Even after I seated myself, they remained standing and waited for a moment, if for different reasons. Go ahead and get some food, I told them, putting an elbow on the table and placing my chin on a hand. What do you want? Adam asked for the sake of appearances, knowing I didn't need to eat. Anything's fine, I answered with a shrug, not even looking behind me as I spoke. Adam left immediately, already aware of what was happening, and after a moment's pause, Emerald and Mercury followed, conveniently leaving the seats all around me empty even as it separated me from my allies, a fact that drew attention as well as any invitation. The silence my entrance had caused soon gave way to quiet murmurs and the sounds of motion as the gathered factions truly saw me for the first time and, more importantly, saw their chance. This was an opportunity to approach me, to speak to me, and to confront me, and it wasn't something any of them could afford to pass up. They were watching me even as they discussed what to do, how to approach me, and who should go first. Not all of it was blatantly spoken, but looks were exchanged and students stood and exchanged seats, offering their positions up so others could get closer or at least have a better view. Several of the smaller factions sent members to each other envoys, really to compare notes and determine a course of actions, and I felt displeasure spread like a virus when it came to light that each group had different intentions for me. That was part of why I was doing this, why I was forcing everyone to act quickly before anyone could compromise or come to true agreements on how they would handle me. Right now, each group had very different intentions because they also had very limited information. They were uncertain and each saw different ways to handle the situation. If I drew this out, built things up over weeks or months, they'd change their minds as they learn more, find common ground, and eventually put up a united front. But with the fight having occurred less than an hour ago, there was no way a bunch of people who probably didn't get along at the best of times were going to come to an agreement now. The larger groups didn't even bother trying. So in the pause created by their indecision, I took the chance to look them over and fill in the gaps in my own knowledge. Lunch was a special time and it gathered students from every year and every group into one place, allowing me to get a good look at them and pick out both patterns and trends, and I took advantage of the opportunity to confirm several of my own suspicions. On average, freshmen seemed to have levels in the 20s to 30s, sophomores in the 30s to 40s, juniors in the 40s to 50s, and seniors in the 50s to 60s. Those were just averages and there were outliers who I assumed were the stars of their years, but most of the people I saw fell into those categories. Because of that fact, it was easy to pick out those who stood out and give them the attention they deserved as the leaders of their peers. After all, it was only natural for the factions to build themselves around those with power. The different groups simultaneously crossed years and built themselves around them. While there were factions amongst the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, the underclassmen group seemed to exist with the support of the upperclassmen, based on the complicated web of emotions that surrounded them all. It was easy to imagine why. The weaker factions served as proxies for the stronger ones, ways for them to strike at their enemies while remaining several steps removed. The politicking amongst the students was unlikely to ever go too far with the teachers there to keep the peace, but Haven fostered competition and this reeked of Mistral's style. Just as the families competed through proxy organizations that supported students, so too did the students divide and control those beneath them as best they could. The loyalties they made here would play into their life beyond the school as they graduated and became hunters. It was all about connections, I thought absently as I began to trace the lives with what I saw and heard. For all that Haven was a school, it was a school for Mistral's future and a place to raise their strongest warriors. The way things were arranged encouraged people to fall in line and form groups, to bond with people they'd later be able to contact for support and, most importantly, build loyalties both among groups and to their supporters. Each of the senior-most factions probably had ties back to at least one of the families and they'd likely be recruited as soon as they graduated. Though everyone was here to become a hunter, the friends they made here could still decide their future. And this was the first time this year that those groups truly came together, edged on by the variable I'd added to their equations. Not everyone was gathered yet, both because several classes hadn't let out and because there were some that were lying in wait, but everyone could feel that things were about to change. Perhaps before, things had been balanced and both dreams and grudges set aside, but they were bubbling up to the surface as people saw their chances to change things, or rather, as I saw mine. Now that everyone together, it was easy to see where the lines were drawn. The strongest and largest faction present seemed focused around a team of juniors that were watching me closely. Two of them, a pair of brothers, were both frowning severely, while one of their teammates whispered plans to them. Though the brothers seemed to want to approach, they held back at his command and waited, while their fourth teammate looked on passively. Around them was a gathering of other upperclassmen, weaker groups that helped prop up their power in return for support of their own. The wide-ruling LV-66 Squiro Atreus, the resounding war cry LV-65 Photino Atreus, the man of twists and turns LV-62 Helkino Ithacan, the spear that throws from life LV-68 Irithro Argos. Looking them over with the back of my neck, I marked Helkino down as their strategist and possibly their biggest threat. Irithro seemed to be their strongest warrior with a semblance designed to pierce defenses, but frankly, I wasn't worried about anyone in this room when it came to battle, whereas someone smart enough to hold back and try to subvert me in other ways might be annoying. Squiro seemed to be the leader of their team and fairly intelligent in his own right, but what made him dangerous was that he seemed to be willing to heed Helkino's advice. Even so, I doubted any of them could afford to stand by as their positions were besieged and Photino seemed to wish for a fight already. I'd need to keep an eye on them and how they chose to approach, but with things as they were now, they could hardly hold back. Besides, the advantage of facing upperclassmen was that they'd been around for a while and had already had time to make enemies. From their biographies, the way they were sitting, and how their emotions flared when eyes met, I'd say they had a hard time getting along with the second, far smaller group of juniors. The Judge of Light LV-59 Porphyro Alexandria, the Cruel Eyes of Fate LV-55 Asami Alexandria, the man loved by the stars LV-64 Aspro Victrix, the face that launched 1,000 ships LV-53 Helen Laconic. Two Alexandrians, I noted. If Keanos is the heir, they could be siblings, so cousins, perhaps, or perhaps there's more to it. I suppose I'd find out soon enough, or else I'd just ask Keanos himself. Regardless, there seemed to be some bad blood between the groups, and given their smaller size and relative weakness, I doubt that rivalry had been going very well for them. Given the way Porphyro was looking between Photino and I suspected it wouldn't take much to get him to approach me and ask for my support, and from there, it would be simple to make them subordinates, which might be enough to incite a conflict with the Atreus in and of itself. But would the grudge between them be more trouble than it was worth? From the whispers in the room and the murmurs between envoys, Fotino seemed to loathe Porphyro with a passion, and something like that was unlikely to go away anytime soon. While I couldn't say I really cared if everyone got along or not, this seemed like something that ran deep, presumably because of the rather stunning Helen that seemed central to the conflict. Worse, while their enemies seemed united, Porphyro's team hardly seemed as such, as neither Helen nor Asami seemed close to each other or the rest of their team. Porphyro and Aspro seemed the closest, and even then they barely looked at one another. If there was anything tying them together, it looked like it was the fact that they couldn't survive apart. It seemed that Haven's team building had backfired in this case, because while such friction wouldn't have been out of place amongst freshmen, it was rather alarming between juniors. And, while undoubtedly sad, I couldn't help but think that I had more important things to do with my life. On the other hand, it was hard to deny that they were interesting in other ways. Asami's semblance seemed to give her a form of precognition, given the bags under her eyes, how she stared off into space with glazed eyes, and the way she'd suddenly started shaking, a fact that I suspected I might have been at fault for. I doubt that what she saw particularly pleasant, but talents like that were exceptionally rare and undeniably useful, even with the limitations to what she could see. With my healing abilities and other powers, I might be able to curb some of the side effects of that and make her ability a touch more pleasant, and I'd happily brush aside whatever drama lay between the teams to have a power like that on my side. With the close ties between the Alexandria and the Roma, as well as my own friendship with Keanos, it should be simple enough to arrange. Added to Porphyro's ocular abilities, Helen's unconscious influence, and Aspro's odd talent, they were interesting. It just might be worth sorting out their issues, given their abilities. But there was still something missing. Porphyro's group wasn't powerful or united enough to truly oppose their enemies. Did the Atreus brothers rule the junior year unopposed? It was possible if they really were the strongest, but even then I'd expect someone to try to oppose them, if only because power was richly rewarded. I pondered that as I looked around, not moving a muscle. I'd already noticed the gaps, the seats that were being saved, the groups that were incomplete. I'd already seen the faces of everyone in school. That's to the breadth of my senses, but it was easiest to get a feel for the connections between people when I could see them together. Still, with most of the already classes let out, it was easy to fill in the blanks, and, reaching out, I rifled through the juniors still outside the lunch hall, already pretty sure I knew who I was looking for. A crowd was already making their way towards us, accompanied by a large number of other juniors, but the one with the highest level was, for everyone, 15 LV70 Roland White. I'd see who he was closest to when he arrived, though I was pretty sure his cousin Charles was one. Still, what mattered was that accounted for the junior factions, though the most important groups were still unaccounted for. Most of the seniors seemed to be waiting for something, but none of the factions seemed to be out in force yet. Although there was one student that seemed to have gathered people around himself and who was looking at me passively. Even so, there was an intensity to his interest that told me he was merely waiting before making his move, and that his current calm had nothing to do with uncertainty. When the rest of the students arrived, he'd be one of the first to act. I was sure, I just wasn't certain how. But with a title like his, well, he didn't seem like one for meekness. The worker of despair, LV74 Dasher Ozymandias. But still nothing happened. I almost wanted to laugh at how quiet the room remained even as a few minutes ticked by, but I supposed everyone here was waiting for the same thing before we got this party started. Well, but they'd been here from the beginning, waiting to make an entrance, though I suppose I couldn't fault them for that. Moments after the rest of the student body trickled in, the doors to the hall opened again and a group of seniors made their way inside in neat little rows, and the entire room seemed to take a collective breath at the sight of them. Several silent glances were exchanged and, almost as one, several students stood from their chairs and made their way towards me. Tilting my head slightly, I met Adam's eyes and we both smiled as he made his way back to the table with a tray in hand. The last of the seniors in 3 rows, their leaders at their heads. In the center, Sender walked with a quiet clicking of glass on stone, but to the sides, the once and future king, LV84 Albus Arcturus, the Giant's Causeway, LV81 Finfiamma. Here was gathered what was supposedly the strongest generation Haven had seen in decades, with dozens of plans forced to come to a head. It was time to have some fun. 1. The games we play. Clubs. I sat still even as I sensed people being to move, prompted by the entrance of the seniors. Adam returned to the table and set a tray down in front of me, which I began to pick at for the sake of appearances. I wasn't hungry, I never was, anymore, but I ate a few fries and chicken nuggets anyway, focused primarily on my surroundings. The seniors kept their distance for the moment, watching. Led by Albus, Finn, and Cinder, they found places around the hall and I noted who they sat with carefully, but though they filled up most of the remaining seats and boxed me into the center, none of them spoke. I had a feeling they were all waiting for something and was pretty sure I knew what, but I played along for the moment and pretended I didn't know that all eyes were on me. Across the hall, Desha released a huff that was half amused and half disgusted. He glanced once to either side and nodded sharply, causing a pair of juniors to rise and make their way over to my table. Emerald and Mercury looked up when they took a seat to either side of me, but Adam and I remained focused on our meals. Your Jaune Arc? The one on the left, Shazib asked. I swallowed another chicken nugget before sliding my gaze over to the apple Adam had put on my plate. Lifting it with a thought, I focused on the image of a blade and began skinning it. An unbroken coil began to wind down from it onto my plate, gathering in a neat little spiral as I finished removing it, and then I cored it with an image of a sharpened cylinder, before splitting the remainder into 6 pieces by shifting the image. The pieces floated apart to let the cord drop with a slight clang, and then I reached for one, making it float towards my finger as I did. The two thugs, because that was what they were to Desha, looked at each for a long, silent moment before apparently coming to an agreement. There's someone who wants to talk to you, Shazib continued. Would you mind coming with us for a bit? At that I looked up at them and smiled. That's a very polite way of asking, I said, voice a touch apologetically. But sorry, I don't talk to the help. If your boss has something to say, tell him to come and say it himself. At that, I looked back down at my plate, bringing the apple slice to my lips. Shazib swallowed and looked over at his friend, Kim. Neither seemed particularly enthused about having to be the bearer of bad news, and slowly, almost reluctantly, they put their hands on my shoulders. I don't think that's possible, Shazib replied. Or rather, he'd consider such a thing impolite. You two have a sucky job, boys, I answered, not looking up. But when you say it like that, well, I wouldn't want to be rude. I lowered my voice a touch, limiting it to the 3 of us with a touch of power. You know where this is going, I continued quietly. I strongly suggest you stay down and out of the way. Both of them flinched even before a pair of psychokinetic blasts hurled them to opposite sides of the hall. I softened the blows until it was more like being hit by a pair of giant pillows, but it was still enough to make them hit the walls with a convincing crack and fall to the floor below. At the same time that happened, my chair slid back and then flip over the table behind it, rising in a high arc that stopped just short of colliding with Desha's table. Seated upside down in the air opposite him, I met his eyes. Was there something you wanted to say to me? I asked, 5 remaining apple slices spinning gently by my side. For a long moment, he was silent and merely returned my gaze steadily, looking me over. He had dark skin and even darker hair, and his almost red eyes gleamed slightly as he frowned. Like me, he wore his armor instead of a uniform, but that didn't mean he wasn't ready for a fight. As a matter of fact, there was, he said at last, slowly returning my smile as he stood without even bothering to scoot back his chair where it would have touched him. The table instead began to wither and crumbled to dust, revealing the coppice beneath. As he grasped the hilt of his weapon, his aura rose dimly around it, tinging it with the color of coagulated blood. He took a step forward and it was enough to split the table completely in half. I watched him approach, unflinching even as I noted the effects. It was short range, as I'd already observed, but with each step, I could feel the effect increase. When it couldn't strike at my flesh through my aura, it struck at my aura instead, trying to make it unravel. I felt the upkeep increase with each step, but I allowed him to approach until he was but a step away and closed my eyes as he lifted his sword. It was only when he actually swung it at me that I allowed my lips to twitch upwards. The blade came to a halt when it struck my forearm, or rather, when it struck the psychokinetic shell that hovered just above my skin. I held him off for a moment, still upside down, and forced his blade away with my physical and mental strength, just so everyone could see that I could. Then, I opened my eyes again to meet Desha's and allowed my smile to widen. Is this some kind of speak with our fists thing? I asked. Because I'm game. Let me see. Got it. I lifted a hand and reached out towards him and with a pushing gesture, smashed him with a blast of psychokinetic force. Several of our classmates screamed and threw themselves out of the way as he cut through tables like a buzzsaw, but I hit him hard enough that he wasn't near any of them for more than a moment. He slammed through the wall of the hall, his own dissolving it to the point that it could do nothing to slow his flight, nor could the next or the one after that. Between us, he flew straight to the opposite side of Haven before he could wrangle his power back under control and smash into something the old-fashioned way, and when he did, he came to a halt in a decent-sized crater. Since I didn't actually need to breathe, It was pretty trivial to regulate my breathing so as to not let on that doing that had taken quite a bit of energy. Desher's power caused things to break down, even attacks directed his way, and for all that I'd turned it against him, it was still a dangerous power. I'd taken it to show off, and I could tell from the reactions that rippled through the room that it had worked, but just standing nearby and then hitting him back had consumed several thousand MP. It was no surprise that he was one of the strongest in his year. Luckily, regaining MP wasn't a problem for me. Casting away the mostly obliterated chair, I continued to float upside down for a moment before flipping over as I ate another apple slice. Floating above everyone with one knee bent, I glanced around the room thoughtfully before turning to look back at the hole I had made. Giving myself several seconds to catch my proverbial breath, I darted forward, pretty sure it would evoke a reaction. Sure enough, as I flew past one of the chairs that had miraculously survived Desher's flight, a hand stopped me. Hey, Finn said with an easy smile, holding onto my ankle. He'd crossed the hall too fast for even me to follow and taken a seat in the formerly empty chair as I passed, but then, I guess that was to be expected of a teleporter. That's enough. Yeah, I can say I mind seeing Desher taken down a notch, but you're making a mess. I'd stopped flying the moment I'd felt contact, so I looked down at him for a moment, making a show of mulling it over. It could be helped, I decided at last, tilting my head his way. Oh, he asked. How's that? We'd have fought eventually, I said. Because he wants to be the strongest person in the school, but the position's taken. He laughed at that, a deep, barrel-chested sound. Though he was only a few years older than me, he was a big guy, well over 2 meters, and his voice carried. Well, I can say I don't like your style, he said after a moment, not letting go of my ankle. But did you really have to do it before I got something to eat? This time, I was my turn to chuckle, and I let the remaining apple slices float towards his face. He glanced at them once before gobbling up all 4 with a single chomp. Sorry for the inconvenience, I answered. It's just, if I do it now, I won't have to waste time doing it later. You know, you wouldn't want stuff like this to interfere with my studies or something, would you? He swallowing after several seconds of loud chewing and then sighed. It seems like you don't know much about Haven. Huh, he mused, partially to himself. Oh, I asked challengingly. Well, I guess that's true. It is my first day, after all. Why don't you teach me, then? He hummed, smile returning. Well, I guess if I do it now, I won't have to waste time doing it later, right? See? I asked. Now you're getting it. He chuckled and smiled up at me before vanishing. I was already preparing to move the moment I felt my danger sense react, but with the grip he'd had on me, I wasn't quite fast enough. For a disorienting moment, I felt like I was going to fly to pieces and explode in every direction, but I abruptly felt my aura solidify in a way I've never felt before, and instead I was suddenly sent rocketing towards the ceiling. I caught myself instantly and stood with my feet on the ceiling, attention focused downwards. A telefrag. Finn fell a short distance to the floor, having teleported to occupy the same space as me. He couldn't just kill someone by teleporting inside them, not with an aura in place to protect them, but 2 people couldn't exist in the same position, and it seemed his power resolved the issue by forcing them violently away. And while not as instantly lethal as the alternative, I could say from experience that it hurt like a bitch. It also wasn't something I'd expected. Most teleporters couldn't appear in occupied spaces at all, and the fact that he could made him one of the most dangerous ones in the entire world. But then, I suppose that was why he had a level above 80 before even graduating. Good, I thought as I crouched slightly on the ceiling. This wouldn't be any fun, otherwise. The name's Finn, he shouted up at me. Just tell me when you've had enough. Yeah, Jaune, I answered, and feel free to give up any time. He snorted but smiled widely as he vanished again. By definition, teleportation was the instantaneous traversal of space. There was a lot of debate in certain circles as to how anything could be instant, much less be proven such, but it was generally accepted as true. There had been a lot of experiments about it, and though the nature of human error had always made things difficult, especially with the speeds in question, there was a fair amount of evidence supporting the assumption that teleportation was, at the very least, able to cover linear distances at a speed faster than light. There was even more debate about how that worked, and a bunch of theories that were essentially impossible to prove. The leading one, however, was that teleportation was able to give the appearance of moving faster than light by covering a smaller effective distance, whether through the warping of space, high-dimensional movement, or whatever else that is. While moving faster than light was effectively impossible, if light has to move 1,000 miles and you only have to move an inch, it might be possible to reach your destination before it, bending the rules instead of breaking them, essentially. As I got up to a fair amount of dimensional fuckery myself, I'd done some research into the subject while looking into Naraka and Raven's semblance. In truth, as with all semblances, I suspected the details varied. It was rather hard to come up with anything like a unified theory with what were essentially unrepeatable miracles. Some teleporters could only move themselves, some could only move other people, and while there was supporting evidence that some might have warped space, others could have used a different method. A long time ago, Mistral had possessed a famous teleporter that had earned the name Office by leaving skins filled with dust, Tests on the shells he'd left behind had eventually led to several scientists deducing that rather than teleporting in a conventional sense, he destroyed his body in one location and created a new one at his destination. So I could honestly say I had no more of an idea of how Finn's power worked than I did Raven's, and I'd spent a lot of time trying to figure out how Raven's power worked. In Finn's case, I might have sensed something, but whatever it was, it either occurred in a time frame too fast for me to notice, which was saying something, or else transported Finn somewhere beyond my perceptions and back into conventional reality at his desired locations, or both. The point being that even I couldn't dodge a teleport after it occurred. He reappeared the same moment he vanished, or near enough that it didn't make a difference. It wasn't something I could avoid after it happened, which meant I just have to dodge beforehand instead. The moment I sensed a change in him, the moment I felt my danger sense alert me, I was moving, shedding the skin. I flicked a few steps back as he appeared where I'd stood, upside down in my place. The afterimage I'd left behind with my enhanced speed was torn apart by his reappearance, but I paid it no heed, attacking before I even stopped moving. Finn reappeared only to take a focused blast of psychokinetic force to the back, hurling him towards the nearest wall with the force of a comet. He surprised me again by vanishing a moment before he hit it and reappearing in the exact same place as before, but facing the opposite direction facing me. Though he'd been flying through the air moments before, teleporting seemed to have erased his momentum entirely. Perhaps even more than that, I was sure of it now. He could change not only his position in space when teleporting, but also the positioning of his own body. Interesting. I saw his lips twitch upwards once as gravity began to pull him back towards the floor, but he vanished just in time to avoid the blast of force I sent his way. I flickered in the same instant, feet touching the ceiling just long enough to let me flicker several steps back as he appeared in my position once more, and then immediately teleported again into the exact same place so as to face me. The ceiling shattered beneath his feet as he vanished again, but this time he appeared to the right of me instead, sword abruptly drawn and arms ready to swing. The moment he appeared, however, I aimed another wave of invisible power at his face and let loose. He was suddenly on the other side of me, blade swinging from the opposite side of his body. I caught it this time, catching it on an invisible sword of my own just to see what he'd do, and he was suddenly behind me, blade swinging down at the back of my head. I hurled a wave of power at him without looking back and hit nothing as he was already in front of me, the tip of his sword at my throat. This time, I didn't bother with a directed assault, but let my psychokinetic shell expand into a growing sphere, blowing away everything around me even as I shattered the ceiling. He flickered behind me, but still caught the blast, and it flung him back hard only for him to vanish in midair and reappear right before my eyes, blade swinging for my neck. I'd already recreated my shell and it pulsed again, throwing him back again, but he reappeared to the right of me and tried a third only to get the same result. When that happened, he vanished again, but reappeared on the floor below, standing amidst the fallen ceiling as he looked up at me. I took advantage of the brief reprieve to rotate in place and hover upright between the ruined dining hall and the floor above. He was taking a moment to think of a new angle, but in truth, such a reprieve did nothing but help me as it gave me a chance to do the same. Though I'd been able to hit him with an omnidirectional assault, the truth was that such an attack was rather wasteful as only a small fraction of the force hit him, and I needed to put enough MP into the attack that any such fraction was enough to bat him away. In truth, I was a bit surprised at how elusive he was even with a teleportation semblance. The fact remained that all my attacks were invisible. I'd observed him already and he didn't have any skills that would render my powers visible, which meant he was doing this with the same danger sense I was using to predict his attempts to telefrag me. While all hunters had the skill to some extent by virtue of their aura, his was shockingly precise if it was enough to let him predict my individual attacks in the brief moments he had to respond. I guess his level wasn't just because of his semblance. Still, while he may have been faster while teleporting, when it came to moving within conventional space, I had the advantage. I could shed to quickly evade a direct attack, and if he appeared near me, I was quick enough to respond. While his reaction time was exceptional, mine was better, and in a war of attrition I had an almost unsurmountable advantage. The only part that worried me were the somewhat vague descriptions of his skills and the fact that he'd yet to use several of them. Finn cracked his neck once and looked up at me. Not bad, he admitted. Ready for round 2? Given that I won round 1, I feel like I should be asking you that, I replied even as I let myself fall to the floor. HMPH, he snorted. Fair enough, but how about I show you something cool this time? As long as you do it before I yawn myself to death, I replied, returning his smirk. Weren't you supposed to be showing me the ropes? In a minute, you impatient bastard, he answered, hints of an accent coloring his words as he laughed. You watch closely now. Yeah. I widened my eyes dramatically. I'll even hold my breath, if you want, I told him. But just to make sure, If I get tired of waiting it's fine if I just kick your ass instead, right? He clicked his tongue once and vanished. I promptly released another pulse, catching him as he appeared above me and flicking him high into the air. As appeared behind me, I reversed the course of the wave, catching him in the back even as I pulsed again, swashing him as he appeared in front of me. Watching his face closely, I made a guess and released a wall-shaped blast to the left and then the right, smashing him away each time instead of remaining stationary. However, this time I darted forward, flying just inches above the ground and zigzagging quickly, forcing him to try and match my pace. When he appeared just a step in front of me and made to clothesline me with his blade, I darted right and slammed full force into him. He flickered, appearing in the space I just vacated, and I turned on a dime to barrel into him again, going back to back with him. When he put some distance between us, teleporting 10 meters down the hall, I aimed a hammer of force at him and shattered the floor beneath his feet when he vanished. Pulsing again at his approach, I was a bit surprised when he didn't vanish, but was quickly to follow it up with a more focused blast, hurling him halfway down the hall before he vanished again. When he reappeared, I pulsed and then blasted him up into the air, and when he was suddenly in front of me, I raised a hand to hit him with a psychokinetically enhanced punch. He went flying before reappearing 10 meters away again, but this time I didn't attack. Instead, I pinned him with an amused look. I want to make it clear that I know you're up to something, I stated loud enough for him to hear. You're trying to give the impression that you're slowing down, but I know full well that you could have dodged some of those. I don't think you're stupid enough to keep trying the same old thing without a plan, either. Aw, Finn drew out. I'm so glad to hear you think that much of me. And you were even polite enough to play along, too. That gets, right here. He pounded a fist against his chest, right over his heart, and I couldn't help but smile in response. I guess you could think of it that way, I replied. But, well, since I'm so much stronger than you, it's more that I'm just not worried about it, I guess. Sorry, but you haven't made much of an impression on me yet. Well, we can't have that, he said, flashing his teeth in an honest grin. Why don't I show you my magic trick? Then I was about to say something sarcastic when he appeared in front of me and I had to release a pulse of psychokinetic force, instead one which he tore through like it was made of fucking paper. I raised another shield that he blasted through the exact same way before snapping my hands up to catch the blade. With the help of my psychokinesis, pitted my strength against his and braced myself against the floor. It barely slowed him down. My feet slid back across the floor for a moment before it abruptly shattered beneath me, but I didn't even have a chance to fall as it continued to push me back. Even trying to resist, the force of the attack was enough to draw a trench across the dining hall with my body, pushing me through stone like it was water. Finn overcame my strength and slammed his sword straight into my chest, hitting me as hard as every blow I'd landed on him combined. I thought as understanding dawned. When I came to a stop, there was a chasm down the length of the dining hall and I was by the doorway. His attack had passed straight through my psychic shell and left my entire body literally ringing with the impact, vibrating as if it were more steel than flesh. I got that under control after a moment but took several more to catch my metaphorical breath and allow the silence that had taken a halt to linger. Then, after healing the damage and regaining some of my power, I spoke. So, I asked as I lifted my head to look him in the eye, rising against the pressure of his sword with ease. Did you do it yet? Before he could reply, I slammed him with an even stronger blast, flinging him straight through the now absent ceiling before he vanished and reappeared at the opposite end of the hall. As he did, I floated upwards and smiled. I get it, I said, putting the pieces together. I thought it was a little odd how you seem to bleed off all your momentum each time you teleported but you don't get rid of it, do you? You store it. Energy cannot be created or etc. He replied, absently making a rotating gesture with his hand, as if wanting to get on with this. I hummed, wondering absently if that was a secondary effect of his semblance or if it was the reason he could telefrag an opponent in the first place. It didn't matter in this case, though the impact still hurt him. He was just able to gather up any forces acting upon him when he teleported and store them to release later. I couldn't deny that it was an interesting power. Sure, there were ways around it, but I could see why he was one of the highest levels in this school. Well then, I chuckled as I floated his way. I guess the only real question is which of us can take a bigger ass-kicking. His smile became fierce as he twirled his blade. Sounds like fun to me, he answered. Shall we? Without another word, I darted down the hall, aiming straight for him even as I prepared an arsenal of psychokinetic force. Finn readied his blade fearlessly and swung even as I made to attack. And then something punched me in the heart even as I felt a shift in the room. I veered left abruptly, crashing through the wall, and saw Finn stumble as I did. Both of our HP bars took a sudden hit, his quite a bit more than mine, and I turned my attention to the source as I shook off the rebel. It's against the rules to fight in the cafeteria, Albus informed us, taking a seat on the edge of one of the few remaining tables. The games we play. RWBY. I looked up at him as I pulled myself from the rubble of to the side. I saw Finn shoot him a sullen glance as he straightened. Albus, he stated, still devouring fun wherever you find it. I see, Finn, Albus replied in exactly the same tone. Still making a mess of yourself. I see. Finn made a disgusted noise as Albus turned away, seemingly dismissing him as he turned his attention my way. Jaune Arc, he said as I brushed myself clean of dust, floating back into the air. I didn't intend to get involved, but given everything. He gestured around the room, which was now missing several walls, a ceiling, and most of a floor. I really have no choice, he continued. I'd appreciate it if you stopped tearing apart the school on your first day. I snorted, floating forward. As I did, I drew up the pieces of the wall I'd crashed through, calling upon RWBY's powers to restore it to its previous condition. As I floated over the broken floor, pieces leapt up from the tunnel below and slid back into place, reforming as I passed. I won't break anything I can fix, I replied. Finn and I are just having some fun to celebrate the new semester. We'll clean up after ourselves when we're done. Right, Finn? Right, Finn said with a nod. If by we, you mean you, because I have a class to sleep through right after this. I tilted my head at him and smiled, sending him a quick psychokinetic shove that barely rocked him. Albus, for his part, merely closed his eyes and sighed quietly. Be that as it may, he continued, keeping his tone reasonable. I must insist that you not fight in the cafeteria. You're disturbing the other students. If you truly must continue this, please take it elsewhere. I looked at Finn, who met my gaze evenly until I slowly raised an eyebrow. He closed his eyes with a snort and I smiled in response. It seems fair, I said before releasing a blast of psychokinetic force right beneath his feet. I saw him try to dodge back, but without teleportation, I had the advantage when it came to speed. The force of the blow smashed him straight through the ceiling and then through several tunnels above us, knocking him straight to the surface of Mistral. As he went, I felt something punch me in the heart again, sliding past most of my defenses to land a hit the moment I struck at the older student. Brushing off the flash of pain, I followed his ascent and felt Finn vanish as I passed through the open ceiling. He flickered between the floors as he teleported towards the surface, using them as stepping stones to aim his next jump, and beat me to ground level by a fraction of a second. Ignoring him for a moment, I glanced up at Albus, who was reaching the apex of his climb, and helped him back to earth with another mental blast. I waited for a moment to make sure, but didn't take any damage this time, even when Albus crashed into the ground with an explosion of dirt and soil. Everything was silent for a long moment before I heard him heave a quiet sigh and rise from the ground. That, he said as he rose, frowning down at the dirt on his uniform as if it offended him personally, was pointlessly rude. I agreed with a smile. But you wanted to play, too, right? I saw you watching Finn and I fight and you looked like you wanted in. He tilted his head. Beneath us, I could feel the other students moving, trying to rush to the surface to continue watching the fight. I didn't mind talking for a bit, to give them time to arrive. This was supposed to be a show, after all. Perhaps, he allowed after a moment. Even so, it costs nothing to be polite, says the guy who attacked us both. Finn snorted, pounding a fist to his chest again. He sniffed once, shooting Finn an annoyed look. I did nothing of the sort, he said. You broke the rules and were punished. Nothing more. Maybe, I said after a moment, making a show of mulling it over. But you're the one who enforces the rules, aren't you? Albus' lips twitched up into a quick grin that vanished almost as soon as it came. Someone has to, he said. You barbarians can hardly be trusted to police yourselves, after all. Ugh, Finn grunted. Finn smack talky man with sword if he knows stop being dick. Albus gestured at his fellow senior. Case in point, he said. Still, things had gotten out of hand. You chose to fight even when the rules forbid it. It's only natural that something bad happened. It's against the rules to fight in the cafeteria, I repeated before smiling. When I attacked Finn, I got hit, and when I escorted you to the surface, I got hit again. But the second time I hit you, nothing happened because we weren't in the cafeteria anymore, right? Albus' smile returned after a moment, spreading slowly across his face. It usually takes people long to figure that out, he said. Jaune Arc, I must say, you're an interesting guy. Thanks, I answered. I want to punch you, too. At that he chuckled and dropped a hand to his blade, tapping a finger lightly against the steel. As he did, I looked him over again, scanning him carefully as I did. That fact of the matter was that Albus was the strongest normal student at Haven, if you could call anyone here normal. He had the highest level after Cinder and I, and the two of us were only here for our own reasons. Even for level 84, his stats were high, and he was undoubtedly the third strongest student at Haven right now, as well the leader of what was probably the largest faction. Even so, it was his semblance that had first caught my eye. While not unheard of, semblances that could ignore an opponent's defenses at range and strike at them directly were exceedingly rare, and that wasn't the only reason it was odd. It worked more like a barrier than anything else, affecting everything within a defined area in a simple way. He declared a rule, and anyone who broke it was automatically and immediately punished according to what I'd observed. There were limits to what he could declare, primarily in how specific they could be, but otherwise he could declare whatever he wanted, even declaring rules that specifically struck at his enemies. For example, while he couldn't make being Jaune Arc illegal, he could probably forbid the use of psychokinesis to make me rack up damage. In fact, how did he beat you, Finn? I asked, glancing his way with a smile. Did he make teleportation illegal? Smack dick with sword, Finn repeated a tad sullenly. Smack dick in the dick with sword. Albus smirked at that and gave Finn an arch look, and I couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Yeah, as powers went, that was a pretty good one. It was easy to see why his level was so high. But powers like that, which could blow straight past most defenses, usually came with a price, and I was pretty sure I knew what this one's was. Well, rules are important, I mused. Like you said, it's only natural for those who break them to be punished. But, you know, it sort of makes me wonder what would happen if you broke the rules. Albus shrugged, but his smile widened. Who knows? I've always been a model student. Well, luckily, it only takes one to start a fight, I replied, cracking my neck. Oh, he said, making a show of pondering that for a moment as more students gathered around us. As he did, his aura flashed invisibly, coloring the earth and air around us with shades of blue. You know, it's not very nice to attack your elders, I snorted as Finn groaned. From his reaction, it seemed safe to assume that Albus was older than him, and even with my accelerated lifestyle, both of them were older than me. As such, Albus was free to attack both of us. Finn would take damage from attacking Albus, and I'd get hurt every time I attacked either of them. Oh, well, I challenged Finn already, but if this was a challenge to see which of us could take a bigger ass-kicking, I wasn't worried. Maybe if they'd brought their factions along, too, but even if I took damage every time I attacked, I'd manage. This chat had given me time to recover my aura and heal all the damage I'd taken. Anyway, I'll take that under advisement, I told him dryly, even as the aura in the room finished shifting to accommodate the new rule. Shall we begin? I don't like it, Finn said. This fight's kind of rigged against you. Now, he's using his power to his advantage, same as I am. Seems fair enough to me, I answered. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't change anything. I'll take you both on and still win. I'd appreciate it if you don't lump me in with the likes of Finn, Albus replied. You'll find that I'm better than him in literally every way. Asshole, that's my line, Finn growled, lifting his sword again. In response, Albus drew his own. Light glowed along the broadsword and its guard, shining blue in the light even as the blade began to shift. It didn't change shape, but several channels and hatches opened along its length, and the sword began to glow with the light of dust. As it did, he drew the sheath as well, flipping it once and catching it as it began to unfold into a wide shield with a large blue lens at its center, revealing more dust even as it was fed into the circuits along the shield. After a moment, a hemisphere of transparent blue light sprang up around him in a protective force field. Albus gave Finn another superior look and focused on me again. I didn't glance at his weapons, but it was a bit of a near thing. Wow, Adam whispered amongst the crowd of students, undoubtedly knowing I would hear. It's like yours, except better. It just has more lasers, I replied through Levant, defending Crocia Moore's honor. Yes, he acknowledged. Hence, better. Snorting off the jab, I focused on my opponents, as well as the crowd surrounding us. The display we'd made thus far had ensured that damn near everyone was gathered in the hopes of seeing us beat the shit out of one another, which was just the way I liked it. Even so, I glanced over the assembled groups with my senses, making sure everyone who was supposed to be present was there, and felt the world slow as I focused. In the back, I saw the teachers, including my sister, ready to step in at a moment's notice if something went wrong, but completely willing to let us beat the tar out of one another. Until then, several of them were adding to their notes, writing down details about both our combat abilities and how we interacted. As they shifted through their files, I caught glimpses of several folders about various teams and groups and made a note to look over some shoulders when they started looking through them. For now, though, I was happy to let them watch, to make this a touch more official. This was, after all, for the sake of the students. Having streamed out of the tunnels below, they stood in crowds to watch us fight, to watch me fight two of the most powerful seniors. Whereas in the cafeteria they'd been gathered into groups, the rush to the surface had shattered such boundaries and caused the factions to mix. Loyalties were set aside as they whispered among each other, younger students asking questions even as older students shared stories of previous fights. Through it all, gossips of all ages spread rumors of rivalries, powers, friendships, and more, most of them obviously false but enough to catch attention. There were even a few people taking bets, and, despite his words, I noticed that Adam had bet on me. All of the factions were in attendance, however, even as they mixed into the crowds. I saw the Atreus brothers beside each other, all three Alexandrians off to the side, and Roland watching with pursed lips beside his friend. Finn and Albus both had a bunch of friends in attendance, from Albus's right-hand man Delwyn Emrys to Lone and Dermot, who silently watched over Finn. A crowd of powerful juniors and seniors was gathered around each, some cheering while others looked on in silence. but none of them interfered. This was, apparently, our fight, and they seemed content to watch like everyone else. Good. Hearing about my power was one thing, but some things you just had to see for yourself. But, of course, the one I focused on the most was the guest of honor. Cinder was watching silently, allowing events to unfold without her input, but not, I noted, without her attention. She was waiting for something, though she didn't speak to anyone and waited off to the side. Occasionally, I noticed students cast glances her way, apparently wondering what she would do about this, but none of them approached and made no move to interfere. Was she just gathering information, or was she planning something? If it was the former, I didn't much mind because I had deep pockets when it came to tricks, but I was hoping for the latter, just to see how she'd respond to everything that was happening. If I was lucky, it might reveal something. If I wasn't, well, it would scratch a few things off the list and there'd be other chances. Whatever happened, I'd make do with what I had. Everyone was in place, all eyes were on me. All I had to do now was win, or rather, because I hadn't doubted my victory for even a moment, decide how to win. While there was a great deal to be said for holding back, both in keeping things from one's enemies and later being able to reveal that you triumphed with only a fraction of your true strength, there was also something to be said for putting on a show and making an impression. And with an audience like this, I wouldn't mind revealing a few more tricks, should the situation call for it. I certainly had enough to spare and a fair number of ways to justify it. One of the reasons I'd chosen to pretend I was a psychokinetic was because of its versatility. Why was I so tough? I had a psychokinetic shell around me at all times. How was I so fast and strong? I increased my physical abilities with the help of my mind. How was I able to fly? I levitated myself. The list went on and on when it came to explaining things away, and it wasn't just the subtle stuff, either. The nature of dust was such that, in the proper hands, one's semblance could be changed to match the situation, at least within certain limits. In the same way that one's aura could be converted into the proper element, the unique expression of that aura could be colored or changed. While Finn, for instance, would always be a teleporter, some red dust might add an explosive element to his transitions. Adam might convert his gathered power into a different form of energy, with the proper help, whether it be heat, electricity, or even a controlled alteration of gravity. I couldn't do that in quite the same way other people could. My semblance wasn't changed by such things. I could still change the aspect of my aura with dust and thereby alter my techniques. But, more importantly, since almost no one knew the truth of my power, I could pretend to do so. No one would look at my oddly if I unleashed blasts of fire, not when red dust could be purchased in so many stores. With something as broad as psychokinesis, I could easily explain away my elementals, at least to some extent. Some red dust and suddenly I was a pyrokinetic. A little bit of blue and I could manipulate water. A lot of what I was able to do could be explained away by a little bit of dust, real or imagined, and it might be helpful in the situation. Perhaps the use of her favorite element would help get a rise out of Cinder. The only problem was that I had no idea how Albus's semblance would react to my elemental with his current rule. I had no idea how it measured age, but however you wanted to slice it, all of my friends were far older than pretty much everyone here put together. Many times over. Depending on how I used them and what constituted as an attack, it was possible, maybe even likely, that Albus and Finn would take damage from fighting them, which would immediately reveal that something was wrong, though they'd likely have no idea what. Worse, not only would doing that give something away, but it wouldn't even be an effective tactic. It seemed to be fairly easy for Albus to change rules, and if he started taking damage from the current one, he'd likely switch to something else. At best, I might get him with it once or twice, but while I didn't mind revealing my secrets for a good cause, this particular one wasn't worth telling just to be a momentary inconvenience, especially not when I could do the damage in other ways. No, it seemed I'd be holding on to that card for a bit longer. Maybe it was for the best, I thought. While having such powers wouldn't raise any eyebrows thanks to the existence of dust, being forced to use it might make me look weak. Though Albus was technically using dust, it was only as part of the normal functioning of his weapon, and he and Finn were otherwise fighting solely on their own power. I didn't want to look like I was being pushed. Similarly, I could move beyond his range, although he might be able to increase the size of his barrier to some extent in response that would make it seem like I was ruling away. I needed everyone to see me face his full power fearlessly and overcome it. In the end, this wasn't just about winning, it was about appearances, bragging rights. Even I couldn't have it said that it was a close game or that they pushed me hard or that they could have won if only they'd done things a bit differently. I needed to take everything they threw at me head on, crush them anyway, and then walk away from it smelling like roses. Even if that did mean not fighting as best I could or going through a needless amount of physical discomfort, the gamer's body would do most of the work on that front, anyway. No matter what happened, I could be sure I'd come out of this looking unharmed. Everything else I'd just have to heal, which, of course, did not mean I couldn't do this intelligently. From the emotions I was picking up off of Finn, as well as the way he's standing, I felt pretty certain that he would attack Albus at some point, despite the risks involved, and I was pretty sure Albus knew it, too. Lacking the healing abilities I possessed as well as my inherent magic resistance, that was going to take a fair bit out of both of them each time, even if it wouldn't put them out of the fight immediately. Given that, I could make Finn my secondary target, giving him a chance. I'd still strike at him. Of course I couldn't have this looking like we were ganging up on Albus, after all. I needed everyone to see me defeat both of them, but it would be smarter to focus on Albus early on and let Finn wear both of them down somewhat before taking him out. After everything was done, I'd heal them both, try to make friends over our shared fight, and then work on solidifying my hold of the school. That would likely take a while, which was part of why I wanted to get this business out of the way as quickly as possible. While everyone would soon know of my power, it would take longer for them to get used to me being in charge. Doing this at the start of the school year, before anyone had time to fall into anything like a routine, would help, but it would still take everyone a while to get used to everything, especially with what could happen. And then, well, that'll depend on Cinder. Mind made up, I slid out of the higher state of acceleration I had slipped into while thinking and took 3 slow breaths to buy a few seconds to recover from it. Then I took to the air and released a blast of force that turned the battlefield into a crater, ignoring the pain of rule breaking as I did. It was time to end this.